I was reborn as an utterly ordinary black egg. The school beauty with god-tier talent took just one glance at me and insisted on forming a contract with me, despite everyone's objections. Not only did she insist on sleeping with me in her arms every night, but she even took me with her when she bathed. All because this school beauty was actually a reborn martial emperor. She had originally planned to contract a supreme grade ice phoenix as per her past life's memories, but unexpectedly encountered me, a transmigrator who became a dragon egg, and decisively abandoned the phoenix to contract me instead. At this moment, Lang Yueyao of the Nine Heavens Academy clenched her fists, recalling how in her previous life, in pursuit of the ultimate martial path, she had casually contracted a weak spirit beast. Little did she know that her martial path would reach its end without ever achieving a breakthrough. Not only was her spirit beast easily slaughtered, but she herself also perished in the beast tide. In this life, she was determined not to repeat the same mistakes and would focus wholeheartedly on mastering the art of beast taming. She still remembered that during the great beast tide in her previous life, there was a spirit beast with extraordinary growth potential. It was her arrogance back then that led to the spirit beast being contracted by someone else. This time, no matter what, she had to obtain it. As the beast nest opened, everyone hurried inside. With the memories of her past life, Lang Yueyao quickly made her way into the depths of the beast nest. She glanced around and indeed spotted a blue-ground running chicken not far away. Don't be fooled by its current small stature. Its growth potential is extraordinarily heaven-defying, capable of eventually becoming a phoenix second only to dragons. Just as Lang Yueyao was about to form a contract with it, an overwhelming pressure suddenly erupted nearby. It was me, having reincarnated as a dragon egg. At that moment, I groggily opened my eyes to find complete darkness all around. Just as I was puzzled, a sharp pain shot through my head, followed by a sudden ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully reincarnating. The golden keyword system has been bound. You will receive one golden keyword for each level you advance. The ancestral dragon bloodline has been automatically bound for you. Looking at the information in my mind, I grinned from ear to ear. Not only had I transmigrated into a beast-taming world, but I had also awakened a system and become a dragon species. However, I suddenly realized a serious problem. This was a beast-taming world. Did that mean I was just a spirit beast waiting to be contracted by someone else? At this thought, I couldn't help but sigh. I could only hope the one who contracted me would be a beautiful girl. Outside the dragon egg, feeling the terrifying pressure that rushed towards her, Lang Yueyao's delicate face slightly changed, her eyes filled with shock. This is dragon's might, and it's so powerful. Could this actually be a dragon egg? How could a dragon egg appear in the beast's nest? It must be known that in the world of beast taming, dragons are extremely terrifying and rare creatures. A single dragon-like being is enough to send the entire Xia kingdom, or even the whole world, into a frenzy. In the world of beast taming, dragons are undoubtedly the supreme beings, their value far surpassing that of any other creatures. They are the dream spiritual beasts for countless people. Yet such a creature actually appeared in the beast's nest. After a long time, the power within the dragon egg gradually began to subside, and the surroundings slowly returned to calm. Lang Yueyao's heart also gradually settled. Her gaze burned with intensity as she stared at the dragon egg before her. While she couldn't say with absolute certainty that this egg would hatch a pure-blooded dragon, it was undoubtedly related to draconic creatures and carried dragon bloodline. After all, an egg capable of unleashing such terrifying pressure must contain a spiritual beast of no less than divine beast rank. Among spiritual beasts, there are also distinctions of strength. Their ranks are categorized as common, elite, rare, epic, divine beast, and ancestral beast. Even the weakest draconic spiritual beasts are of divine beast rank. If by chance this hatched into a pure-blooded dragon, it would be incredibly fortunate. This was truly stumbling upon a massive treasure. Lang Yueyao quickly stepped forward and directly formed a contract with the beast egg before her. She bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the dragon egg. As the contract was completed, an intense golden light suddenly erupted from the egg. The contract succeeded, and Lang Yueyao felt a sudden pain in her arm, where a small dragon-shaped totem appeared, radiating a fierce glow. Through the life-bound contract, she sensed an immense energy within the egg, the kind that only a divine beast-level spiritual creature could possess. After completing the contract, Lang Yueyao hurriedly checked the attributes of the dragon egg, but to her surprise, she couldn't view any information. Could it be because it hasn't hatched yet, so the information can't be viewed? However, She didn't dwell on it too much and carefully picked up the dragon egg, heading toward the exit. Inside the dragon egg, I felt something unusual. My body seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. What a strange sensation. Could it be that I've been contracted by someone? Thinking of summoning the system panel to check the contract status. The successful contractor, Lang Yueyao. After a long time, inside the beast's nest, the power within the dragon egg began to gradually converge, and the surrounding area gradually regained its calm. Lang Yueyao gradually calmed down in her heart, her eyes blazing at the dragon egg in front of her, finally determining one thing. This egg in front of him, he didn't dare to say that it was 100% capable of hatching a pure dragon race, but it was definitely related to dragon-like creatures and had the bloodline of the dragon race. After all, for an egg to erupt with such a terrifying pressure, the spirit beast within this egg must be of a grade no less than divine beast level. Among the spirit beasts, there are also strong and weak points. The level of spirit beasts is divided into ordinary, elite, rare, epic, divine beasts, ancestral beasts. Even the worst dragon spirit beasts were at the divine beast level, and it would be simply too lucky in case a pure dragon race could hatch. Now that's a real pick-me-up. When she thought of this, Lang Yueyao hurriedly walked forward and prepared to sign a contract with this beast egg in front of her. Chapter 2, The Golden Word System, Completion of the Deed. She bit her finger and dripped a bit of blood onto the dragon's egg. It's an insta-covenant, unlike other covenants, and it only happens once in a lifetime. The natal contract, which will better increase the intimacy with the spirit animal and be able to sense the spirit animal, but once the natal contract is completed, then the contractee may not replace the spirit animal for the rest of his or her life. In other words, she had placed all her hopes on this dragon egg in front of her. Through the benevolent contract, Lang Yueyao sensed an extremely large energy within the egg. That kind of energy was only found in spirit beasts that were at least at the divine beast level. This energy, so powerful. At this moment, Jiang Nian, who was still inside the dragon egg, suddenly felt a strange sensation, and his body seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. What a wonderful feeling. Could it be that I am being contracted by a human? After 10 seconds or so had passed, as the contract was completed, an extremely strong golden light suddenly erupted from the dragon egg. The deed is done. At that moment, there was a sudden pain in her arm, and then a small dragon totem appeared and exploded with intense light. It's a totem, and the way it looks, it seems to be a dragon. Dragon totem. Only the supreme powerhouses of the dragon race would awaken the totem, which was not only a symbol of strength, but also a reflection of status. That also meant that this was definitely not an ordinary dragon egg. After completing the contract, Lang Yueyao couldn't wait to check the basic attributes of this dragon egg, but what she didn't expect was to be unable to view any of the information. Could it be that you can't view the information because it hasn't hatched yet? However, Lang Yueyao didn't think much about it and carefully picked up the dragon egg toward the exit of the nest of the giant beasts. The most important thing now is to hatch this egg. Inside the dragon egg, after completing the contract, there was a sudden strange itch on Jiang Nian's paw, followed by the appearance of a piece of the same dragon totem that was on Lang Yueyao's arm. What is this? It looks like a totem. Could it be that this means the deed is done? Jiang Nian, who had some doubts in his mind, summoned the system panel and immediately saw the name of the contractee. Contract status. Successful. Contractor. Lang Yueyao. Lang Yueyao. Seeing the name, Jiang Nian froze for a moment. Girls. Holy. I can't believe I've been contracted by a girl. Too bad I can't see the looks. It couldn't be a schoolgirl in black silk, heh. After fantasizing for a few seconds, Jiang Nian checked the system's panel. System. View panel. Name. Jiang Nian. Race. Dragon. Contractor. Lang Yueyao. Current proximity 3. Rank. LV. 1050. Note. You can only break your shell when level 2 is reached, and when level 5 is reached, the first evolution can be opened. Life value. 100. Defense. 3. Magic. 5. Attack. 0. 5. Skill points. 0. Evolution points. 0. Skill tree open after level 4. Evolution tree open after level 5. There's already a gold phrase. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Jiang Nian. To level 2 to break the shell? Little yo-yo. Whether I can break the shell quickly or not, It all depends on you. With the nest of behemoths about to close, the crowd was excited to leave with their contracted spirit beasts. After leaving the beast's nest, they all began to excitedly show off their contracted spirit beasts. Haha! I contracted an elite level 9-tailed fox. This 9-tailed fox, not only is it fire attributed, but it also has a bit of the fox god's bloodline. Oh, a teenager called Leto excitedly bragged. Che, that's nothing. My blizzard wolf is the strongest. My blizzard wolf is wind attributed and has the bloodline of the shadow wolf king. When it grows up, it can even be used as a mount. The man bristled in disdain and proudly held a coyote high above his head. Seeing the line of people happily showing off their contracted spirit beasts, the group of trainees behind them could only exude envy. This was because, during the period when they entered the nest of the giant beasts, they had not succeeded in contracting any spirit beasts. To complete a contract with a spirit animal is not a simple matter. It requires the spirit animal to recognize or trust the contractor and so on. Cadets who did not complete their pacts had to wait for the opening of the behemoth's lair the following year. Of course, they could also choose to go buy some young spirit beasts to contract. However, there is also a difference between the purchased spirit beasts and the spirit beasts in the beast's nest, both in terms of talent, potential, and so on. The latter is better. Just as the crowd was showing off individually, Yixuan walked over with a confident face. And on top of her hands, there was a walking chicken lying on top of her hands, and that walking chicken was none other than the frost phoenix that Lang Yueyao had her eye on. While Lang Yueyao was shocked because of the mighty pressure released by Jiang Yan, the walker chicken sneaked out of that area and ended up being contracted by her. Li Yixuan, am I reading this right? You actually contracted a walker chicken? Yixuan, you have a talent value of 80. How could you contract a walker chicken? It's not a waste of your talent. The many teachers likewise had a hard look on their faces, and there was some hidden displeasure in their hearts. Because the Imperial Beastmaster also had a strict hierarchy: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and divine. Before awakening the talent, the Academy will test the potential of all students, and those with a high talent value will be comfortable on the path of the Imperial Beasts. In terms of talent, Li Yixuan was ranked second amongst the Academy. Yixuan, you're confused, you. Hey! Seemingly sensing the malice of the crowd, the ground-walking chicken violently opened its eyes, then raised its head to the sky and let out a long cry. This sound, clear and pleasant to the ears, seemed to penetrate through the layers of clouds and fog, going straight up into the sky, and the sound was so loud that it caused the entire academy to be shaken. At this moment, the crowd instantly widened their eyes, their mouths slightly open, their eyes filled with disbelief. The many teachers and deans of the academy were even more unabashedly ecstatic in the next second after their surprise. It's phoenixing? Ha ha ha. There's no mistaking it. It's the phoenix song. I didn't expect that this is still a spirit beast with a phoenix bloodline. Hearing the 4 words phoenix bloodline back, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, and then quietly hid their contracted spirit beasts behind their backs. At this moment, the crowd realized that the spirit beasts they thought were powerful were not worth mentioning in front of this walking chicken. After all, that was the phoenix bloodline, second only to the dragon bloodline, and the initial rank was god level. After chirping up to the sky, the gobbler slowly went to sleep. Li Yixuan proudly raised her head and walked to the square amidst the envious eyes of the crowd. The many teachers looked at each other and made a big decision in their hearts. Such a genius should never be snatched away by someone from another academy. One must know that there would not be more than 20 Imperial Beast Masters in the entire Xia Kingdom who could contract a divine-level spirit beast. After being surprised for a long time, the crowd suddenly thought of something and turned to look towards the entrance of the beast's nest. Li Yixuan contracted a divine-grade spirit beast. What about Lang Yueyao? The 2 geniuses of the academy, Li Yixuan and Lang Yueyao. Especially Lang Yueyao, her talent value was as high as 99. A super genius amongst 10,000. What kind of spirit beast could such a genius contract? Under everyone's expectant gaze, Lang Yueyao slowly walked out of the beast's nest. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred, and the original azure sky began to gradually turn into a dark gray. In the sky, thunder rumbles, dark clouds are pressing down, as if the end of the world is coming, and a mysterious force is surging in the clouds, signaling the coming change of the world. The black thunder clouds began to converge rapidly, and gradually it formed a vaguely black dragon. The crowd looked up at the horrifying spectacle and began to breathe heavily. Even the spirit beasts they were holding curled up into their arms in fear. Seeing this scene, Dean Wulin fell back a breath of cool air, his face becoming extremely grave, his heart shocked. This is a heavenly vision. He had only seen this vision twice in his life. The first time was when I met someone else's contracted divine beast, and the second time was today. And this time, the vision was unknown how many times more powerful than the last one. Could it be that Yu Yao has contracted a spirit beast that is even more powerful than a god level? Chapter 3. Love Incubated. Wrapped? Dean, is this the legendary heavenly vision? Wulin nodded heavily, and it was simply hard to hide the ecstasy on his face. However, he suddenly thought of something and his expression immediately became serious. All those guys must have been unable to sit still as well. No matter what, we mustn't let these guys poach Yu Yao. Yes. Meanwhile, after seeing the vision in the air, Lu Tianlong, the headmaster of one of the 4 great academies, Tianlong Academy, really couldn't sit still. A vision from the sky, and this sense of oppression. But I haven't seen it in a long time. Dean, today is the contract ceremony of the 9 Heavens Academy. Will there be anyone? Lu Tianlong laughed a little and said, let's go. Go to the 9 Heavens to get together. Songlan Academy, Dean's room. Seeing the vision in the air, Dean Xiaoyun quickly got up and rushed to the 9 Heavens on his spirit beast. Such a horrible vision is not often seen. At this time, the outskirts of the Summer Kingdom. One of the 10 strongest men of the Summer Kingdom, Li Yiwu, was shocked in his heart after seeing the vision in the air. What a terrifying vision. It's hard to believe that another divine beast has descended. Interesting, Spectre. Let's go and check out the action. In the next second, Li rushed towards the vision on his spirit beast. Such a vision, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. I'd like to see what kind of a spirit beast it is. Just a few seconds after Li Prowler rushed out, the other powerful people of the Summer Country had ridden their respective spirit beasts to the 9 Heavens. The horrifying vision lasted for quite some time before it gradually dissipated. Immediately afterward, the crowd swept their gazes towards the entrance of the behemoth's nest. In the midst of everyone's expectant gazes, Lang Yueyao slowly walked out of the beast's nest while holding the dragon egg. At this point, she was still blissfully unaware of what was happening. Upon seeing the egg in Lang Yueyao's hand, everyone was dumbfounded. How could she risk so much to contract a spirit beast egg that hadn't even broken its shell yet? It's hard not to believe that it's the offspring of some powerful spirit beast inside. Even the knowledgeable Wu Lin was unusually shocked. In all his years of living, he had never seen a spirit beast egg that could trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. No, it can't be. Long before this, in order to avoid the trainees from being injured by the spirit beasts, he had specially entered the nest of the giant beasts to check it out, and did not find any abnormalities. So this is exactly. The moment they saw the spirit beast egg, the many powerful people hovering in the air froze for a moment. What was even stranger was that they couldn't feel any powerful aura within this egg, and they couldn't even peek out what kind of race it was. Just as everyone was confused, one of the trainees screamed and suddenly understood something. I know, the vision just now wasn't attracted by Lang Yueyao, but by Li Yixuan. It's the spirit beast in Li Yixuan's hand. Wow! His words instantly woke up everyone in the academy. So, it turns out that it's like this. It's because that phoenix sound just now attracted the heaven and earth anomaly. I told you. How could a broken egg trigger such a terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon? That is to say, the one contracted by Yixuan is a divine spirit beast with a phoenix bloodline. So it's only natural that it would be able to trigger a vision. Seeing that a few people had spoken out of turn, Wu Lin's mouth twisted in anger. These melons. Why are they talking out of their asses here? Upon hearing the words Phoenix bloodline, those powerhouses who had come to watch understood. Turns out they were misidentifying the protagonist. If it's a spirit beast of the Phoenix bloodline, it would make sense that it could summon such a vision. Humph. I told you. How can an egg summon a heaven and earth phenomenon? Several deans of other academies were showing envious eyes, hating Wu Lin in their hearts. This guy Wu Lin is really lucky. In the face of the crowd's praise as well as envious eyes, Li Yixuan proudly raised her head. She is very much enjoying the present such. She then made a provocative gesture towards Lang Yueyao. I didn't expect a Lang Yueyao You actually went and contracted a dead egg. What a waste of such a good talent. Seeing the spirit beast egg in Lang Yuyao's hand, Wu Lin lamented, his eyes filled with disappointment. Hey, Yu Yao. This is the spirit beast you contracted. Lang Yueyao, who had just stepped out of the beast's nest, was still unaware of what had happened and only nodded faintly. Yes, Dean. This is my spirit animal. Wu Lin nodded, his heart already mostly cooled. All right, I respect your choice. Hearing those words, Wu Lin wanted to die. Generally speaking, as long as the spirit beast egg that has completed the contract will directly hatch. But now it does not, that can only mean. What she had contracted was a scrap egg of inferior grade, and it was still questionable whether she could even hatch a spirit beast. Such a great talent wasted on a dead egg. Hey! At this moment, Wu Lin had completely given up on Lang Yueyao in his heart. Hearing this, Li Yixuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lang Yueyao, I thought you could have contracted some amazing spirit beast, but it turns out to be a dead egg. At this time, a few students standing beside Li Yixuan even more disdainfully voiced out in agreement. That's right, since the contract has been completed and the egg hasn't hatched yet. What's a dead egg if not a dead egg? Upon hearing the mocking voices of the crowd, Lang Yueyao just frowned tightly as she looked at the walking chicken in Li Yixuan's hand. She laughed helplessly in her mind. Sure enough, it's still the same as the last one. In the last life, this mist frost phoenix was likewise optioned Li Yixuan. However, in this life, I have found a spirit beast that is even more terrifying than the phoenix. When she thought of this, Lang Yueyao laughed coldly and said indifferently, contracting a divine grade spirit beast isn't much of a big deal. Seeing Lang Yueyao's indifferent attitude, an anger rose in Li Yixuan's heart, and he immediately spoke. In that case, do you dare to bet with me? Lang Yueyao frowned. What are you going to bet on? Li Yixuan slowly raised his finger. 1 month later, you and I will duel, and the loser leaves the academy. Hearing this, the crowd present instantly became silent. Wu Lin and others looked at each other, just wanted to speak out to stop. But this time, fine, I accept, Lang Yueyao said extremely seriously. Seeing that Lang Yueyao agreed, Li Yixuan clapped her hands in excitement. Well, that's what you said. I'm a genius who contracted a divine phoenix. You're just a loser who contracted a dead egg. In a month's time, I'm going to show the world who the real genius is. As the crowds left, word began to spread farther and farther that the two would duel in a month. Dormitory. Lang Yueyao's good girlfriend Shinran said with hatred. Yueyao, you. How could you be so confused? Why did you go and eat an egg? In response, Lang Yueyao just smiled faintly. You'll know in a few days. Shinran lamented and shook his head helplessly. Yu Yao, even if it can hatch, it's still just a low-grade waste spirit beast. Lang Yueyao, however, said with firm eyes, I believe in my choice. Immediately after, Lang Yueyao couldn't wait to purchase some of the things needed to hatch the spirit beast eggs. To hatch a spirit beast egg, 3 essential things were needed: a device to hatch the spirit beast egg, the right amount of nutrient liquid, and the contractor's sentinel power. She first put the dragon egg into the incubation device, followed by dropping in some nutrient solution, and then finally used the power of the imperial beast to incubate it. Gradually, the temperature inside the egg began to rise, and Jiang Nian instantly felt like he was wrapped in an incomparably warm and soft environment. It's like Twin Peaks through the ears. This feels pretty marvelous. It just always feels weird somewhere. Chapter 4. Is it a male or a female? Never mind. Go little yo-yo. The warmth gradually made Jiang Nian forget about it. But soon, he instantly woke up as a rich energy entered the egg. What a pure energy. Hurry up and absorb it. With that, Jiang Nian began to absorb that pure energy. Experience value plus 0.1. Experience value plus 0.1. Experience value plus 0.1. As the experience value continued to increase, Jiang Nian was getting closer and closer to breaking his shell. In this way, Lang Yueyao used the same method to incubate for 3 consecutive days, and finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, the egg showed signs of breaking its shell. Gating. Seeing that the dragon egg was continuously showing cracks, Lang Yueyao's heart was ecstatic and her face was even showing an excited smile. Going to break the shell? No one will ever know what she's been feeling these past 3 days. Anxious, scared. Within these 3 days, she had continuously used the nutrient solution and the power of the imperial beast to incubate the dragon egg. but there had been no movement. At that moment, she really began to wonder if she had made the right choice. Good thing she didn't give up and kept using the power of the imperial beasts and her heart and soul to hatch. Finally, at noon on the third day, a crack appeared in the dragon egg. Little guy, I'm betting all my hopes on you. Come on, don't let me down. At this time, inside the dragon egg, buzz. Jiang Yan was still absorbing nutrient solution until his experience value reached the upper limit. Rank LV 150-50 capped. The level has reached the upper limit, and it will be automatically upgraded to level 2 for you. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. Your level has increased to 2, and you have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Jiang Yan exulted. Extraction. He wondered what effect this second one had on the golden words. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase Infinite Devouring. Infinite Devouring Gold. Devour anything with aura, flesh and blood. Get random rewards after digestion. The stronger the target is, the more generous the rewards are. Random rewards, including but not limited to basic attribute points, talents, words, skill points, evolution points, etc. Seeing the effect of this second gold phrase, Jiang Yan was stunned. I can actually get random rewards, and so many of them, even skill points. Worthy of a gold phrase, it's really against the odds. Seeing that the level on the panel had finally become level 2, Jiang Yan became even more excited. Finally, we can get out. The next second, he broke out of his shell. After breaking his shell, Jiang Yan looked around excitedly. He now wanted to know more about what this woman named Lang Yuao actually looked like. It looks like it's in the girls' dormitory. Holy and black silk. Just as Jiang Yan was shocked, a pair of slender jade hands picked him up directly from behind. Jiang Yan, I'm going? What the hell? After seeing Lang Yuao's appearance, Jiang Yan's eyes froze as he watched. I go, this appearance. It's simply the school flower level ah. Even though it's turned into a spirit beast, being contracted by a beautiful schoolgirl doesn't seem too bad. Seeing Jiang Yan successfully hatched, Lang Yuao was unusually excited and hurriedly picked him up to watch him carefully. Little one, what a way to keep me waiting. Since Jiang Yan had just broken out of his shell, he looked slightly distressed. Wet black scales still with a little bit of egg liquid, 2 small horns protruding from his head, large golden eyes revealing a majesty that should not be underestimated, wings still a translucent film, claws grasping in the air, the tips of his claws like obsidian semi-tickling. And in the center of its right paw, there was a blurry piece of dragon totem. After clearly seeing Jiang Yan's appearance, Lang Yuao was ecstatic. Surprisingly, it's a pure dragon race. She had originally thought that it would be enough to hatch a spirit beast with a dragon bloodline, but she hadn't expected to actually hatch a pure dragon. Wait, this color. Surprisingly, it's black. Even for the dragon race, there is also a difference between the strength of the bloodline, and the color of the body is the simplest way to tell the difference. Blue, red, white, purple, gold. She also remembered that in her previous life, she had seen a divine grade imperial beast master harnessing a golden dragon that was unrivaled in the entire world, and was known as the first person to harness a beast. But that's only gold. And what is this black bloodline? Hardly. It's stronger than gold. When she thought of this, Lang Yuao happily took Jiang Yan into her arms. You've really surprised me, little one. Ginger Neen. It's so soft and smells so good. Is this the treatment of a spirit beast? This is too good to be true. It's simply the peak of the dragon body. Lang Yuao hurriedly wiped its body clean, followed by placing the beast meat purchased in advance in her hand. Generally speaking, imperial beasts are the weakest after birth and need to consume some meat to replenish their energy. By the way, little one, you're hungry. The moment he saw the beast meat, Jiang Yan's eyes instantly glistened. He was kinda hungry now. Jiang Yan swallowed a mouthful of water, and with difficulty picked up a piece of beast meat with his fleshy dragon claws and gnawed on it. After devouring the beast's meat, the system's beep sounded out. Devour beast flesh 1. Gain +1 life value limit. That's nice. Eating and increasing random base attributes. While Jiang Yan was feasting on it, Lang Yuao checked its attributes. Spirit animal name ND. Contractor Lang Yuao current proximity 5. Race. Arachnid. Bloodline. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Level. LV. 2. Life value. 102. Defense 6. Magic 102. Attack 7. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. After taking a thorough look at Jiang Yan's attributes, Lang Yueyao's small face was shocked and her entire body was confused. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. It's actually the highest grade Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Doesn't that mean that this little guy has a bloodline power that is comparable to that of an ancestral beast? And this extremely low probability has actually appeared in this little guy's body. Moreover, this little guy is only at level 2, but his basic attributes are so unbelievable. And he also has an ancestral dragon bloodline, so his potential in the future will be even more terrifying than her as the master. Thinking about this, Lang Yueyao was so excited. She secretly vowed in her heart that no matter what the cost, no matter how hard it was, she would raise this little guy properly. Lang Yueyao's eyes grew softer and softer as she watched Jiang Yan eat, revealing an ant-like smile. It's lovely. By the way, you don't have a name yet, hey? What's a good name for you? Wait, I'm supposed to see if you're a male or a female first. Ginger Years. Chapter 5, Novice Copy, Drop Strike. Holy. That's so direct. I wasn't ready for that. See Lang Yueyao that a pair of slender jade hand is towards their attack. Jiang Yan gripped the mouth of the beast meat hurriedly forward to run to. However, for the 2 dragon steps it took, it wasn't as fast as Lang Yueyao's reaching out. Hey! Don't run, little one. Lang Yueyao reached out and directly lifted Jiang Yan up. Let me see. She came closer with a wicked grin on her face. Yeah, it's actually a male. Lang Yueyao covered her small mouth in some surprise. Jiang Yan. It's over. This dragon's innocence is gone. Well, in that case, you'll be called Xiao Yao. How about that? Lang Yueyao said with interest. She was very happy with the name she had come up with. She looked at Jiang Yan expectantly. Hearing the name Lang Yueyao had given himself, Jiang Yan cocked his head in thought for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Hey, okay. Seeing Jiang Yan agree, Lang Yueyao immediately and happily hugged him up. Xiao Yao, when you fill up your stomach, I'll take you to a copy to upgrade. In response, Jiang Yan nodded his little head and picked up a piece of beast meat on the table and ate it. In the moment, fill your stomach first. Devour beast flesh 1. Gain life value limit +1. 5 minutes later, Jiang Yan touched his full stomach, then let out a dragon burp. Eat and drink. It's time to work. Seeing that Jiang Yan had filled his stomach, Lang Yueyao hurriedly picked it up then rushed out of the dormitory. Xiao Yao, let's go. The copy is about to open. 9 Heavens Academy, Replica Square. The Replica Square at this time had already been overcrowded, and their respective teachers were organizing the class to enter the replica in an orderly manner. Imperial Beast copies. In the academy there is a strict division of levels. Low-level Imperial Beasts want to enter the high-level copies must be extremely cautious. The level of the Imperial Beasts and the copies entered have a great relationship. Killing the Spirit Beasts in the replica will gain experience value, and there is also a small probability of being able to burst out other precious things. During these 3 days, the trainees who had contracted Spirit Beasts were all assigned among the classes. Yixuan, who has contracted a god-level Spirit Beast, is naturally the object of competition, and a few teachers even fought over it. In the end, it was only when Wu Lin intervened that Yixuan was allowed to enter the first class. That's because the first class is a gifted class, and those who are able to enter the first class are the best in the school. As for Lang Yueyao, who had contracted a dead egg, she was pushed back by her teacher in various ways, and in the end, there was no way to make up for it before she was put in class 9. The teacher of the 9th class was a woman in her 30s named Su Xiaoyan. Where's Yu Yao? Hasn't she come yet? She looked in the direction of the dormitory with some worry. As soon as her words were spoken, a few loud-mouthed students immediately scoffed. Teacher, in my opinion, she has no face to come. That's right. She's probably still incubating that dead egg right now. Haha. That's a lot of perseverance. Facing the ridicule of the class, Lang Yueyao's good best friend Shinran was just about to angrily dislike her back when she realized that at that moment, Lang Yueyao was holding a spirit beast and walking over this way. Yu Yao! Shinran ran over excitedly. When she saw that one spirit beast in Lang Yueyao's hand, her entire body was taken aback. Yu Yao, this is... That egg successfully hatched. Lang Yueyao nodded and carried Jiang Yan to the very back of the class. The crowd burst out laughing the moment they saw the spirit beast in Lang Yueyao's hand. Ha ha ha! Lang Yueyao, This is the spirit beast that hatched out of that dead egg. What is this, a quadruped? It couldn't be that the dead egg didn't even hatch out a spirit beast, and you just bought one at a random stall. Ha 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 ha. In the face of the crowd's mockery, Lang Yueyao only sneered in her heart, because they had never seen a real dragon race at all, so how could they have seen a young baby dragon? In the world of imperial beasts, the dragon race was a supreme existence. Not to mention the 9 heavens, even the entire Xia kingdom might only have one Xiao Yao. How could you, a bunch of loners, know how powerful Xiao Yao is? Seeing that the people had arrived, Su Xiaoyan coughed twice and said, "Since everyone has arrived, let's enter the copies in order." Considering that it's everyone's first time entering a replica, there are 5 types of replicas this time around, and each one will last for 3 hours. After 3 hours, everyone will be forcibly teleported out. Oh yeah, one more thing. Suddenly thinking of something, Su Xiaoyan pointed to the electronic screen at the back. That is used to measure the score. As long as you guys kill every spirit beast in the middle of the replica, you will get the corresponding score. Fractions you can't see yourselves, only those outside can see them. There will be very generous rewards for those who rank in the top 10 in terms of scores. Cheers everyone. Understood. After the crowd responded in unison, they began to pick their respective copies. Lang Yueyao did the same, as she walked up to a replica, which was clearly written on the electronic screen above her. Name of Copy Valley of Rubble. Copy level 07. Copy difficulty simple. Copies of small monsters, mountain-piercing rats, stone-rolling beasts, etc. Just this one Xiao Yao. Lang Yueyao decided on the copy. This subplot is a little more difficult than the other 4, but the points earned are also a little more rewarding. She's going to hit these people hard in the face. Just like that, Lang Yueyao led Jiang Nian into the middle of the copy. Swish! After entering the copy, Jiang Nian excitedly surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, it was in the middle of 2 low rocky mountains. The surrounding rock walls were covered with wind erosion in all directions, and various kinds of debris were scattered in the ground. You, come on, it's up to you. Jiang Nian nodded, and a dragon roar resounded throughout the shattered stone valley. Roar! Immediately after that, a mountain-piercing rat protruded from the ground and attacked Jiang Nian. The moment she saw the mountain-piercing rat appear, Lang Yueyao hurriedly reminded, "You, be careful. It's a mountain-piercing rat. It can make holes." Hearing Lang Yueyao's prompt, Jiang Nian's moving wings dodged the mountain-piercing rat's attack. Seeing that the attack falls short, the mountain-piercing rat is about to burrow into the ground. Seeing that his prey was about to burrow into the ground, Jiang Nian rushed over and yanked the mountain-piercing rats, but with a single stretch of his dragon claw, followed by yanking it straight out. Trying to run? In the next second, Jiang Nian's other dragon claw directly pierced through the body of the mountain-piercing rat. The defense of the mountain-piercing rat was only 4, while Jiang Nian's attack was 7, so the former couldn't carry it at all. Life value 100. Kill the mountain rat. Gain experience +3. Hearing the sound of the replica, Lang Yueyao excitedly waved her fists. Yes, Yoshi, you're amazing. Come on. We only have 3 hours. Ride it out. After killing a mountain-piercing rat, several more mountain-piercing rats burrowed out of the ground, and there was even one with a higher rank than Jiang Nian. Just as well, let's do it all at once then. Jiang Nian moved his dragon claws, followed by a dragon roar up to the sky. The might of the ancestral dragon bloodline on full display. The bloodline suppresses and all things submit. Chapter 6. Rat King? I'm a dragon. Roar. This heavenly dragon roar instantly shocked the mountain-piercing rats that were preparing to attack. The current Jiang Nian was still only in his juvenile years, so the ancestral dragon pressure wasn't that powerful, but it was still more than enough to deal with these low-grade spirit beasts. Under the dragon's roar, everything submits. Those mountain-piercing rats let out fearful cries and curled up into a ball to kneel on the ground one after another. This scene really stunned Lang Yueyao, who was at the side. Good. What a terrifying ancestral dragon bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that he had signed a contract with Xiao Yao, I'm afraid that with that dragon's roar just now, it wouldn't just be those mountain-piercing rats that would be injured. Moreover, Xiao Yao is still in the juvenile stage and hasn't finished growing up yet. When it grew up, that would be the true ancestral dragon pressure. As such, it also reinforced her determination to properly nurture Jiang Nian. Taking advantage of those mountain-piercing rats' fear, Jiang Yan hurriedly walked up to kill them one by one. Kill the mountain rat. Gain experience +3. Kill the mountain rat. Gain experience +3. After killing so many mountain-piercing rats, you should be able to gain quite a bit of experience value. Jiang Yan faintly said in his heart. System. Check the panel. Name. Jiang Yan. Race. Dragon. Contractor. Lung Yueyao, current affinity 5. Rank. LV. 22150. Note. When level 5 is reached, the first evolution can be opened. Life value. 107. Defense. 6. Magic. 6. Attack. 7. Evolution points. 0. Skill points. 0. Skill tree open after level 4. Evolution tree open after reaching level 5. There's already a gold phrase. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Infinite Devouring. 21 experience points already? Not bad. I'll be able to upgrade again soon. Jiang Yan said excitedly. In that case, let's devour the meat of these mountain-piercing rats in the meantime. I just don't know if it's any good. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan picked up a piece of minced meat on the ground and chewed on it. Wow, that's awful. Just after taking the first bite, Jiang Yan almost threw up. Is this what dragons eat? Hey, forget it. At least you get a reward. Seeing that Jiang Yan was about to continue his mouth, Lung Yueyao hurriedly ran over and said, Xiao Yao, don't eat it yet. I'll process it for you. Immediately after that, she took out a small heating device from among her storage ring. Just put the meat in it and it will be able to heat up automatically. The trainees here basically had one in their hands, which not only allowed the spirit beasts to replenish their strength, but also in case of emergencies. After the pangolin meat was heated, it did taste a lot better than before. Here, Yoshi, eat it. You're still young now, you just need to eat more. The dragon's claw received the meat roasted by Lang Yueyao, and Jiang Yan immediately cast a grateful look. What a schoolgirl, so thoughtful. Devour beast meat pangolin 1. Gain +1 defense limit. Oh, I can't believe I gained defense this time. Not bad. Devour beast meat pangolin 1. Gain +1 defense limit. Kong Nin's rapid feeding brings its defense to 11 points. Right at this moment, Lung Yueyao suddenly felt a strange movement in the earth. The ground rose and fell, as if there was something moving rapidly under the ground. No good. Xiao Yao. Be careful. Another spirit beast has appeared. Wow. As soon as she finished her words, a huge-sized mountain-piercing rat rushed out from the ground. This mountain-piercing rat was more than twice the size of the previous mountain-piercing rat, and its sharp claws were even sharper. This is Mountain-Piercing Rat King. Since she had the memories of her previous life, Lang Yueyao was quick to the identity of this spirit beast. This is a mountain-piercing rat king. Xiao Yao, be careful. The restricted level of the replica is level 7, and this mountain-piercing rat king is also level 7. Hearing Lang Yueyao's voice, Jiang Yan raised his spirits. Even though he was a dragon, this mountain-piercing rat king in front of him was level 7, so he still couldn't be careless. Just as Jiang Yan was sizing up the mountain-piercing rat king, the latter launched an attack. It rushed to Jiang Yan's face and attacked wildly with its sharp claws. Rip, rip, rip. Jiang Yan kept dodging while taking this opportunity to strike the mountain-piercing rat king's back with a claw. However, due to the fact that it only had 7 points of attack and the mountain-penetrating mouse king had 11 points of defense, coupled with the hard skin on its back, Jiang Yan's attack didn't have a very good effect. Life value 7. Seeing that Jiang Yan's attacks were fruitless, Lang Yueyao, who was watching the situation from outside the arena, discovered the weakness of the mountain-piercing mouse king. Xiao Yao, attack its stomach. That's its weak point. Hearing this, Jiang Yan dodged the attack while looking at the mountain-piercing rat king's stomach. Sure enough, the skin there was bare and devoid of any armor. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan attacked the stomach of the mountain-piercing rat king with a dragon claw. But in this instant, the mountain-piercing mouse king opened its defensive stance, and it immediately curled its stomach into a ball, defending itself against Jiang Yan's attack. Holy, it's still going. While Jiang Yan was shocked, the mountain-piercing rat king immediately unfolded his body, then his sharp claws violently attacked his back. Rip! It had 10 points of attack, and coupled with its sharp claws, it immediately caused a few more bloody claw marks to appear on Jiang Yan's back. Life value 25. Yoshi. Seeing that Zhang Yan was injured, Leng Yueyao cried out in worry. But the next instant, something that made her stare in disbelief happened. In the next second, the wound on Zhang Yan's back was recovering at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and in just a few breaths, it was back to its original state. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Extreme recovery, immortality. Life value plus 25. Feeling that the wounds on his back had completely recovered, Zhang Yan couldn't help but lament. This ancestral dragon bloodline is truly heaven-defying. This recovery speed is too fast. Leng Yueyao was even more surprised as she covered her small mouth, her heart pounding. Is this Xiao Yao's ancestral dragon bloodline? It's terrifying. In that case, even if he doesn't have the advantage in terms of rank, Xiao Yao will still be able to fight against the Rat King with his superb recovery ability. In the next second, she thought of a way to fight the Rat King. Yoshi, use your recovery ability to sell a break, then find a chance to attack its stomach. Zhang Yan nodded and turned to run. That mountain-piercing Mouse King immediately chased after Zhang Yan when he saw him fleeing. Seeing the latter revealing an opening in his back, he attacked again with his sharp claws. Life value 25. But this time Zhang Yan had prepared for it. And the instant he used his back to take the attack hard, he turned around and used his dragon claw to slice through the mountain-piercing Rat King's stomach. Rip. Life value 50. Zhang Yan's dragon claw was no less sharp than the sharp claws of the mountain-piercing Rat King. And when this claw went down, the latter's stomach directly opened a large mouth. Body suffered a heavy blow. Through the mountain Rat King has no heart to fight. Turn around to be drilled into the ground. Xiao Yao. Don't let it escape. Leng Yueyao's words had just fallen when Zhang Yan made his move. A claw directly piercing through the former's stomach. Life value 43. The king of the mountain-piercing rats. Dead. Seeing that the mountain-piercing Mouse King was killed by Zhang Yan, Leng Yueyao's entire body jumped up in excitement. Yoshi, you're great. One must know that the mountain-piercing Rat King was a full 5 levels higher than Xiao Yao. Kill the Rat King. Gain plus 30 experience. Rank LV 25150 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will be automatically upgraded to level 3 for you. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. You have leveled up to level 3 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Chapter 7, Boss? Experience Pack. It's possible to extract gold words again. Extract. Zhang Yan said excitedly. Ding. Congratulations on your gold phrase Absolute Penetration. Absolute Penetration Gold. Each attack has an 80% probability of ignoring any of the target's defensive skills, armor, and can directly attack the target's body. I'll go. A gold phrase that can break armor. That's great. Zhang Yan said excitedly. With this new gold phrase, if he ran into the mountain-piercing Rat King again, he could decimate it by directly attacking its back. Just one more level and I'll be able to unlock the skill tree, and one more level and I'll be able to start the first evolution. Zhang Yan couldn't wait to wave his dragon claw. Seeing Zhang Yan kill the mountain-penetrating Mouse King, Leng Yueyao happily ran up and picked it up. Yoshi, you did a fantastic job. She gave Zhang Yan a hard kiss on the cheek. Kangnin. He. It feels so good to be a spirit animal and get to stick it to the school girl. Little Yo-Yo, I will go through fire and water for you, Leng Yueyao said as she handled the body of the mountain-penetrating Mouse King. Yoshi, wait a minute, I'm going to make something to treat you. Because of her rebirth, Leng Yueyao was very experienced in the means of handling spirit beast corpses. She immediately judged which beast's meat was edible and which things had some value. The hard skin on the back of the king of the mountain-piercing rats was able to be sold in the market, but as for the rest, there was no good recycling value. After handling the meat of the mountain-piercing Rat King, Zhang Yan feasted on it again. Devour Beast Meat King of Pangolin Rats 1. Gain defense limit plus 2. Devour Beast Meat King of Pangolin Rats 1. Gain skill point plus 1. I can't believe I have skill points, that's great. At this point, an hour and a half had passed since the copy opened. On the plaza, the points on the electronic screen were being constantly refreshed, but the first place remained unchanged, always far ahead. Li Yixuan, 17 points. Seeing Li Yixuan's score, the many teachers all nodded in satisfaction, their eyes full of appreciation. Oh, 17 points. Yixuan has already pulled away from second place by 10 points. The higher the level of the spirit beast you kill, the higher the score you will receive. Then again, Yixuan is only just one step away from being a trainee Imperial Beast Master. Yes, if this little ninny is cultivated more in the future, she might become a master, or even a Grandmaster level Imperial Beast Master. Hee, Lu Ming. But Yixuan is in your class. You must cultivate him well. Lu Ming, Li Yixuan's homeroom teacher. Lu Ming said confidently as he held up his glasses with a smile on his face. A gifted beast-robbing genius like Yixuan. I naturally have to do my best to cultivate him. As for the other genius, we'll have to ask our class teacher Su Xiaoyan. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of the crowd instantly converged on Su Xiaoyan's body. Wu Lin lamented, his heart bursting with speechlessness and loss when he thought of what had happened earlier. Hey, it's a shame. Just then the point standings changed dramatically. Look, the rankings have changed. A familiar name rushed quickly up the ladder, and in the blink of an eye it was in second place. It was also only 1 point away from the first place winner, Li Yixuan. Lang Yueyao, 16 points. Seeing this familiar name, the crowd was in an uproar, and they couldn't even somewhat believe their eyes. Just now the second place is obviously still a trainee called Li Mingliang, how a blink of an eye on. And that score. 16 points. Lang Yueyao, 16 points, am I right? How is this possible? Even if that dead egg hatched a spirit beast, it's impossible to obtain this score. It's hard to believe that she used some kind of speculation. Otherwise, how could she have gotten 16 points? If one low-grade spirit beast was 1 point, then this was 16 spirit beasts. The teachers were shocked in their hearts and were all a bit puzzled. Dean, this? Seeing this score, Wu Lin was likewise very surprised. Could it be that the dead egg that Yu Yao contracted hatched an epic-level spirit beast? However, what they didn't know was that the reason why they were still 1 point short was because Lang Yueyao had wasted a lot of time preparing food for Jiang Yan. In the copy, after killing the mountain-penetrating Rat King, Lang Yueyao and Jiang Yan soon encountered the Rolling Stone Beast. These types of spirit beasts were very flexible in their movements, and they all appeared in groups capable of throwing stones to attack. When the man and beast reacted, they were already surrounded by dozens of Rolling Stone Beasts. Xiao Yao, be careful. These are Rolling Stone Beasts. They will utilize stones to attack. Hearing Lang Yueyao's prompt, Jiang Yan used his dragon claw to slap the flying rocks out while dodging the attack. The debris was not a threat to it, but it was really a bit annoying. By killing you all, I'll be able to gain a large amount of experience value. These attacks from the Rolling Stone Beast couldn't break Jiang Yan's skin at all. Instead, they were broken one by one with his dragon claws. Bam! Kill Rolling Stone Beast. Gain experience value +4. Kill Rolling Stone Beast. Gain experience value +4. Slaying the Rolling Beast. These Rolling Stone Beasts all turned into piece after piece of rubble scattered on the ground after their death, which made Jiang Yan very depressed. Turning to stone, wouldn't that make it impossible to devour? Just when Jiang Yan was still depressed, those broken stones unexpectedly began to rapidly converge together and finally turned into a huge spirit beast. Lang Yueyao's small face was startled, and she hurriedly reminded, Xiao Yao, be careful. This is a giant stone beast. It's the evolved form of those Rolling Stone Beasts. It can throw rocks as a means of attack, and its defense has been drastically enhanced. Jiang Yan was slightly surprised. Evolved form? No wonder the size has increased quite a bit. Hey, once I finish off your big guy, I'll be able to level up to 4 and unlock the skill tree. As he thought of this, Jiang Yan took the initiative to attack. If it was any other spirit beast after encountering in the boulder beast, it would only be helpless. After all, the latter possessed a boulder as a defense, and unusual attacks simply didn't work. But in Jiang Yan's possession of the golden word of absolute penetration, this monolithic beast's formidable defense was a nullity in front of him. As this claw fell, the life value of the monolithic beast directly dropped by half. Life value 30. Just as Jiang Yan was about to attack again, the monolithic beast directly raised the rocks on the ground and smashed them towards him. Xiao Yao! Get out of the way! Lang Yueyao shouted excitedly. That's when the advantage of Kong Nin's small size was shown. He quickly fluttered his wings to avoid the rock's attack and seized the opportunity to strike back. Rip! Life value 30. Even if your attack is high, it's still useless if you can't hit this dragon. Seeing his attacks being dodged, the monolithic beast was enraged and kept attacking Jiang Yan without using rocks. but they were all dodged by him one by one. Xiao Yao. Attack the glowing orb in front of it. Those are its eyes. Leng Yueyao reminded. After receiving Leng Yueyao's hint, Jiang Yan saw the opportunity to slap a claw at the boulder beast's eyes. Life Value 40. Chapter 8 First Evolution. Monolithic Beasts. Dead. Kill Megalithic Beast. Gain experience plus 30. Rank. LV. 37055 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will be automatically upgraded to level 4 for you. Your values have been increased by a small amount. Skill tree is open. You have leveled up to level 4 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Jiang Yan rejoiced. Finally level 4. I can extract gold words again. Extract. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase Taiku Dragon Flame. Swift Dragon Flame Gold. Able to fire extremely high temperature flames from its mouth with a burning effect. The strength of the flames will increase with the level. Seeing the effect of the gold phrase, Jiang Yan rejoiced. Hey! Finally an active offense skill. The skill tree is also open. Let me see what's so marvelous. System. Check the skill tree. Jiang Yan can't wait to check out the skill tree. He couldn't help but be startled when he saw the pitch black panel. This place was like a huge world tree. Everything was in pitch black, and the various branches dazzled Jiang Yan's eyes. It nudged one of the branches with its dragon claw. Split chop. Required skill points 15. I can't believe it takes so much. Forget it. Take your time. Right now I only have 1 skill point. Let's light up the most basic skills first. Afterwards, Kong Yung tapped the first branch of the skill tree. Ding. 1 skill point deducted. Skill Dragon Claw Tier Level 3 skill is successfully lit. Skill levels are divided into 9 levels from 1 to 9, and the higher the level, the more powerful the skill unleashed. Dragon Claw Tear 15 LV1. 20% chance to inflict a bleed effect on the target, loses 1% of life per second for 10 seconds. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown time is 8 seconds. Dragon Claw Tier requires 3 skill points for the next evolution. Seeing the system's introduction, Jiang Yan felt very surprised because this Dragon Claw Tier was actually able to continue upgrading. Will it become even stronger if it continues to light up further down the line? Looks like there's more skill points to get. After seeing Jiang Yan strike down the giant stone beast, Leng Yueyao let out a long breath. Phew. Looks like my worries were redundant. Xiao Yao's strength is simply ridiculously strong. Just then, 2 palm-sized books suddenly appeared flatly beside the corpse of the giant stone beast. Huh, what's this? Curious, Jiang Yan walked up and grabbed it with his dragon claw, then sized it up. Seeing the book in Jiang Yan's hand, Leng Yueyao excitedly waved her small fists. This is Experience Book. Xiao Yao, this is good stuff. Experience books, which enable spirit animals to gain experience value, thus helping them level up. Experience books are categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and the higher the level of experience book, the more experience you can gain. Of course, high-level experience books are very expensive. Although these experience books could be exploded from spirit beasts, the probability was very low. We're too lucky for that. Xiao Yao. Open the experience book. It will help you level up quickly, Leng Yueyao said. Jiang Yan nodded his head, then flipped open the experience book in front of him. Swish! The next second, the beep sounded. Successful use of low-level experience book. Gaining experience value 20. Successful use of low-level experience book. Gaining experience value 20. Holy! 2 experience books directly increased the experience value by 40. Ding! Rank. LV. 455-55 capped. The level reaches the upper limit, and it will be automatically upgraded to level 5 for you. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. Evolution tree is open. Your level is raised to level 5. Opening the first evolution. Evolution time is about 10 minutes. Is it finally time to start the first evolution? Somehow I'm a bit nervous. As the system's voice fell, Jiang Yan suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness, followed by curling up his body and lying down on the ground. Yoshi, what's wrong with you? She had just stepped forward, but she realized that Jiang Yan was already surrounded by a flash of white light. This is the sign of evolution. Xiao Yao is going to evolve. At this time, 2 hours of time had passed since the copy opened. Most of the trainees had already left their copies. They hadn't stayed for the full 3 hours. mostly because the spirit beasts were injured and couldn't fight anymore. AI, it's a pity that my spirit beast is injured. Otherwise it wouldn't have come out so early. Me too. Those monsters in the replica are too tough. One wave after another. They don't give a chance to catch their breath at all. AI. It looks like the scoreboard is out of my league again this time. The crowd bemoaned the fact that they had arrived at the square and then looked at the scoreboard in front of them. When they saw the top two in the standings, they were instantly taken aback. What? How can this be possible? Lang Yueyao is actually in first place. Wow! The crowd present immediately clamored, their eyes widening in vain, as if a thunderbolt had exploded in their heads. In their impression, this first-place position would only be Li Yixuan's alone. After all, she was a divine spirit beast with a contracted phoenix bloodline, and achieving first place would not be an easy task. But why? Lang Yueyao is now in first place. Didn't she contract a dead egg? How did that happen? Moreover, that number of points was still 5 points ahead of Li Yixuan. I didn't see it wrong. How could Lang Yueyao be number 1? I don't know. Can't it be that that dead egg hatched a spirit beast even more powerful than the phoenix bloodline? It's too weird. What happened in the middle of the copy? Shatterdale. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and without the influence of external forces, Jiang Yan successfully completed his first evolution. Evolution complete. Completion of the first evolution. Rewarded with evolution points 1. Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes and felt the changes after evolution. After completing his first evolution, Jiang Yan's size increased a bit. His limbs also became much stronger, and his wings were gradually covered with a thin layer of scales from the translucent ones at the beginning. Is this what it feels like after evolving? It's marvelous. Feeling the changes that had occurred in his body, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to check the system panel. Check the panel. Name: Jiang Yan. Race: Dragon. Contractor: Lang Yueyao. Current affinity 10. Rank: LV 5060. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value: 115. Defense: 15. Magic: 10. Attack: 15. Evolution points: 1. Skill points: 0. Skill: Dragon Claw tier. Already has a golden phrase. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Infinite Devouring. Absolute Penetration. Taiku Dragon Flame. Check the evolution tree. Chapter 9. Questioning? This is the strength of the dragon race. After checking the evolution tree, Jiang Yan found that the evolution tree had as many branches as the skill tree, but they were all gray and hadn't been lit up yet. Now there's a little evolution point. Let's see what we can light up. Jiang Yan also sighed very helplessly after checking out the branches of the various evolutionary trees. All of these directions are extremely powerful, but that's too many evolution points required. It's better to take it one step at a time, so let's light this up first. Ding! Deducted 1 evolution point. Successfully lit the branch of the evolution tree Scale Armor Defense. Scale Armor Defense 15 LV1. When lit, the defense will increase dramatically, and there is a chance to bounce back a portion of the attacks dealt by the target. Consumption. This is a passive that does not require any magic consumption and has a cooldown of 7 seconds. The next evolution of Scale Armor Defense requires 3 evolution points. This isn't bad. It can drastically improve my defense. You have leveled up to level 5 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. It's nice to be able to extract a gold phrase once again. It's great. Extract. Jiang Yan laughed. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the gold phrase Beast Language Proficiency. Beast Language Proficiency Gold. Proficiency in various beast languages. Able to understand the language of spirit beasts. Seeing the effect of this gold phrase, Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh a little. Oh, that gold phrase is kind of interesting. Being able to understand the beast language might be of great use in the future. Lang Yueyao beside her immediately had a bright smile on her face after seeing Jiang Yan's evolution complete. Xiao Yao, you've evolved successfully. Seeing Jiang Yan's evolved appearance, Lang Yueyao hurriedly lifted it high in the air before taking a closer look at it. Xiao Yao, you've gotten heavier, and the scales on your body have become harder than before. Jiang Yan shook his wings and burrowed into Lang Yueyao's arms. He. The beautiful schoolgirl's shoulder is so warm. This feels too comfortable. This is simply the peak of Dragonborn. Just then, There was the sound of a copy about to close. 30 minutes until the copy closes. Xiao Yao. The copy will end in half an hour. Let's take advantage of this time to work harder and kill a few more spirit beasts. Zhang Nian nodded and waved his dragon claw with a fighting spirit. Immediately afterward, the one man and one beast bloodied almost all of the spirit beasts in the middle of the shattered stone valley in a crushing manner, and their points were also increasing rapidly. When there were still the last 10 minutes left in the copy time, Yixuan confidently left the copy with his spirit beast. She thought to herself that this first place was already a sure thing, so there was no need to waste any more time. Just in time. She had just stepped out of her copy and was noticing the crowd staring blankly ahead. In response, she enjoyed the feeling of being in the spotlight. Humph. Easy peasy, right, Blue? She patted the go-go chicken on her shoulder, and that walker chicken responded very enthusiastically to Yixuan. Well, I just don't know what kind of reward this first place can get. Just as she was confidently preparing to ask Wu Lin for her reward, she casually turned around and saw the rankings on the scoreboard. What? I can't believe I'm in second place. How is this? How is this? At this moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. How could he be in second place when he had brought his spirit beasts to kill in the middle of the copy? Who is this first place winner? Her gaze slowly traveled upward, only to see an unexpected name. Only now did she realize that what the crowd was looking at wasn't her at all, but Lang Yueyao on the scoreboard. First place, Lang Yueyao, 40 points. And as time goes on, those points go up. How is this possible? How could Lang Yueyao be number one? Even if that dead egg she contracted successfully hatched, it would still be an elite-level spirit beast at best. How could it possibly take first place? There must be something wrong with this. Unable to believe the facts in front of her, Yixuan finds Wu Lin and explains the situation. Dean, there must be something wrong with the copy. Otherwise, how could she take first place? However, in the face of Yixuan's accusations, Wu Lin shook his head very helplessly. For the device in his hand showed that the copy did not show any problems. The copy didn't present any problems. I'm also very curious as to what she did to get first place. It's already about equal to 40 spirit beasts if you go by the score. Even though Wu Lin had already said so, Yixuan still didn't believe that Lang Yueyao was able to get so many points. She must have cheated, or how else might she have gotten such a high score? At this time, the class teacher, Lu Ming, came over and patted her shoulder. There's no need to hurry, Yixuan. The copy will be over soon. If she's really found to be cheating, when the time comes, not only will her scores be cancelled, but she'll also be given a severe punishment. Seeing that Lu Ming had already decided that Lang Yueyao was cheating, Su Xiaoyan frowned a little and said with great displeasure, Lu Ming, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. It's a bit too early to jump to conclusions now. Lu Ming sneered and said, if this isn't cheating, what is it? Whether it's cheating or not, you know yourself. Su Xiaoyan, you. Seeing that the two were going to continue to argue further, Wu Lin frowned and let out a low growl. That's enough of this bickering. Just wait until Yu Yao comes out and ask. When there were the last 5 minutes left on the clock, Shinran and the others left the copy as well. Desperate to know their scores, they looked back. When the few people saw that the person who ranked first on the scoreboard was Lang Yueyao, they were all taken aback. How could this be? The first place isn't even Yixuan, but Lang Yueyao? Seeing this ranking, Shinran was happy for Lang Yueyao from the bottom of her heart. Humph. Didn't you guys look down on Yu Yao's spirit beasts? What else do you have to say now? This might be cheating. You're the one cheating. How could Yu Yao do such a thing? Shinran said angrily. Just as several people were arguing, the copy time ended and Lang Yueyao and the others who were still in the middle of the copy were teleported out. Buzz! Is it time? After teleporting out, Lang Yueyao took a deep breath, inexplicably a little nervous. After killing so many spirit beasts, I don't know how many points I can rank. Xiao Yao, a bit nervous. We won't count down, right? Lang Yueyao nervously rubbed Zhang Nian's little face. As long as it's not a countdown, as long as it's not a countdown. With that in mind, she turned to look at Chapter 10, Climbing to the Top, being questioned about being open. Lang Yueyao turned around in fear and was shocked when she saw the name of the first place on the scoreboard. First in the points list, Lang Yueyao, 48 points. Seeing her name appear on the list, Lang Yueyao froze for several seconds before gradually reacting. Hey! Me? First? Xiao Yao. We're actually number one. For such an outcome, it was obviously long expected by Jiang Yen. He excitedly waved his dragon claw a bit. That's natural. We don't look at what level spirit beasts we've killed. A level 7 mountain-piercing rat king and a level 7 monolithic beast. If this level of configuration were to be encountered by others, wouldn't it just blow up? Confirming her ranking once again, Lang Yueyao was overjoyed. The bottom of her eyes looked like they were dipped in honey. Wow, Yoshi, you're great. It's all because of you. Hey, I must make it up to you tonight.
Kangnin.
Compensation. It should not be too. Just as Jiang Yan was still in the middle of a beautiful fantasy, Shinran ran over excitedly. Yu Yao, you're number one on the scoreboard. That's too strong. Huh. This little guy seems a little different from before, as if he's grown up quite a bit. Lang Yueyao nodded and said proudly, Xiao Yao, it's awesome. Even, just as Lang Yueyao was speaking, the unwilling Li Yixuan gritted her teeth and said, Lang Yueyao, you must have cheated. With this stupid spirit beast of yours, how can you possibly win first place? And this spirit beast of yours looks like nothing I've ever seen before. Li Yixuan took a careful look at Jiang Yan, and his face became more and more ugly. She had also seen numerous spirit beasts, but the one in front of her she had never seen before. But even so, how strong could a spirit beast hatched from a dead egg be? At most it would be epic level. How could a trashy epic level spirit beast surpass one's divine level? It's absolutely impossible. In the face of Li Yixuan's making something out of nothing, Lang Yueyao immediately changed her face. That's because you've seen so little, it's normal that you haven't. Moreover, my spirit beasts can be many times more powerful than yours. You're not qualified to talk about it like that. Li Yixuan. You. Lu Ming grinned, a sinister glint flashing under his eyes. Yu Yao. It's not that we don't believe you. It's just that we really haven't even seen this spirit beast of yours before. How about this, you go into the copy again, and this time, if you can come out successfully, we'll assume that you didn't cheat. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyan was directly enraged. Lu Ming, what kind of joke are you playing? Why don't you say that you'll let Li Yixuan get another copy? The battle that Yu Yao and her spirit beasts just went through, now letting them go back down to the copy, what's the difference between that and asking for their own deaths? In response, Lu Ming simply spread his hands indifferently. If not, then it means she cheated. Su Xiaoyan. You. Seeing that the two were going to continue to argue further, Wu Lin frowned and stood out. There. I'll make my own decision on this matter, so you guys should stop arguing. Come to my office for a moment for the top 10 of the scoreboard, and I will distribute your respective rewards. Everyone disperse. Make sure to properly cultivate your respective spirit beasts. Yes, the crowd dispersed after responding. On the way back to their dormitories and classes, they were still talking about the results of this replica. There were most people who thought that Lang Yueyao had exploited a loophole in the copy to get this first place. Her first place doesn't even count. There was a small portion that believed that Lang Yueyao had gotten the first place this time around by virtue of her own strength. As the crowd left, Shinran beamed, feeling very unfair for Lang Yueyao. The dean is really something too. Li Yixuan is already like that, and he didn't say anything about giving her a disciplinary action. Lang Yueyao smiled and shook her head. It doesn't matter. I don't care what others think. At that moment, Su Xiaoyan, who had calmed her anger, smiled and walked forward, expressing her recognition of Lang Yueyao's strength. Yu Yao, teacher believes in you. In her eyes, Lang Yueyao had never been the type of person to sneak around. Thank you, Mr. Su. Lang Yueyao smiled and expressed her thanks before leading Jiang Yan to Wu Lin's office. At this moment, in the middle of Wu Lin's office, the people had already gotten their respective rewards and were leaving. Facing the disgruntled Li Yixuan, Wu Lin hurriedly spoke out to comfort her. Yixuan, don't be discouraged. Your potential is obvious to all of us. You are now the face of the 9 heavens. Cultivate this spirit beast well, and don't let me down. Tell Lu Ming if you need any resources. I've already instructed him. Upon hearing this, Li Yixuan's anger subsided before she left the office satisfied. Thanks, Dean. I'll try my best. Humph, Lang Yueyao, even if you win first place, so what? The resources of the academy are on my body. A month from now, I'm going to make you roll out of the 9 heavens with a loss of face. 5 minutes after Li Yixuan left, Long Yueyao came to Wu Lin's office. Dean. Wu Lin nodded, carefully sizing up Zhang Yan. Yu Yao ah. Is this your spirit beast? Long Yueyao nodded. Yes, Dean, it's called Xiao Yao. After observing for a long time, Wu Lin's stretched brows suddenly tightened. Yu Yao ah, also not afraid of your joke. This world's spirit beasts I have not seen 1,000, have seen 800. But this spirit beast of yours. And I never saw it. What it really is. Long Yueyao gently stroked Zhang Yan's head, and the words that came out were what caused Wu Lin's face to change drastically. You is a juvenile dragon. Hearing the word dragon, Wu Lin sucked in a breath of cool air, somewhat unable to believe the words she uttered. Hiss dragons? Yu Yao, you're not joking with me, right? You know, the dragon creatures have never seen a single one, even in the entire Xia kingdom. How could a spirit beast of this level appear in a dead egg? AI, Yueyao, your joke is a bit too big. Wu Lin cried and laughed as he shook his head, clearly not believing Long Yueyao's words. A dead egg can hatch a dragon creature? Are you kidding me? Hey, it seems that this girl is struck, have appeared to fantasize. That was the supreme dragon race. How could it be willing to be contracted by a human? When he thought of this, Wu Lin's only remaining sliver of expectation for Long Yueyao was also completely shattered at this moment. Hey, forget it. He lamented and took out the reward for the first place in this scoreboard. It's a prize for first place. 100 herb cream, affinity potion, experience fruit, defense amulet. 100 herb cream can help spirit beasts recover from injuries quickly. Affinity potion. When consumed by a spirit animal, it is able to increase its affinity with the Imperial Beastmaster by a small amount. Experience fruit. Spirit beasts boost a small amount of experience value when consumed. Defense amulet. Spirit beasts are able to resist one low-level attack when equipped. Experience fruits, like experience books, are able to quickly help spirit beasts increase their experience value. It's just that the experience fruit is relatively easy to obtain, and the boost to the spirit beast's experience value isn't as significant. Receiving the reward given by Wu Lin, Long Yueyao thanked him. Thank you, Dean. Look, Yoshi. This is the reward we got. Not bad. Zhang Yan subconsciously swallowed his saliva after taking a glance at what Long Yueyao was holding. There's good food again. As he was about to extend his dragon claw to get it, a huge movement suddenly appeared behind Wu Lin. Chapter 11, Living Together. Bathing together? Roar. Hearing a roar from behind Wu Lin, Long Yueyao subconsciously glanced behind him. Ha! Dean, this is… Hee. This is my spirit beast. Wu Lin laughed, then gave way, only to see a giant thing slowly come out from behind him. It was a tiger, but it was bigger than a normal tiger, with streamlined muscles covered in dark golden fur and carrying dark patterns like natural runes. The vertical pupils were like molten gold, and there was a golden mark between the eyebrows that seemed to have a third eye. The moment it came out, the surrounding actually exuded tinges of lightning power. Hisses! The moment she saw this tiger, Long Yueyao covered her little mouth in a small surprise. Dean, could this be the divine grade spiritual beast Shen Thunder Divine Tiger? Wu Lin laughed and shook his head, an undetectable disappointment showing in the bottom of his eyes. Hee. It's the Shen Thunder God Tiger, all right, just barely reaching quasi-divine beast. He had put in very much effort and hard work for this Shen Lei Divine Tiger, but it was a pity that the Shen Lei Divine Tiger was not talented enough and could only barely reach the level of a quasi-divine beast. Wu Lin smiled and shook his head, then continued, I named it Heaven's Fury. This guy doesn't like strangers, so I let it stay in my office. Long Yueyao thoughtfully nodded. Right at this moment, the Shen Thunder God Tiger let out a low roar, the beast's pupil staring dead-on at Zhang Yan in Long Yueyao's hand. Zhang Yan also seemed to sense something, lazily opened his eyes. Oh, there's even a baby tiger here. Shen Thunder God Tiger. Roar. Boy, owes it to you, does he? In an instant, the Shen Lei Divine Tiger that felt mocked took a slow step forward, and a powerful pressure immediately erupted from its body. Wow! Seeing his spirit beast's sudden anger, Wu Lin immediately frowned and chided. Heaven's Fury. Due to having learned the golden phrase of beast language proficiency, Zhang Yan was naturally able to understand what the Shen Thunder God Tiger was saying. Just you. An unimpressive little tiger. How dare you clamor with this dragon here? In the next instant, Zhang Yan let out a low roar and flew into the air, the ancestral dragon pressure completely erupting at this moment. Boom! It was a duel between a spirit beast and a spirit beast. Lang Yueyao was startled by this scene, but she quickly reacted. Yoshi? This is the Xian Thunder God Tiger demonstrating to Xiao Yao. Just as Wu Lin was about to make a move to stop it, the ancestral dragon pressure emanating from Jiang Yan's body completely suppressed the Xian Thunder God Tiger. With just a low roar, the Xian Lei Divine Tiger, which was still high and proud just a moment ago, was like an eggplant that had been hit by frost as it lay on the ground. And Wu Lin, who had completed the contract with it, instantly empathized with it. His entire body was overwhelmed and his breathing immediately became rapid. This is... Seeing Wu Lin's face become more and more ugly, Lang Yueyao hurriedly carried down Jiang Yan, who was flying in the air. Okay, Yoshi. Only when he heard Lang Yueyao speak did Jiang Yan put away the ancestral dragon pressure within his body. No, I'm sorry, Dean. Xiao Yao is too naughty. Please forgive me. Wu Lin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the panic in his heart. No, it's fine. Well, then, I'll go back to my dormitory first. Okay, there you go. Just like that, Lang Yueyao left the dean's office with Jiang Yan. When she left, Wu Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat on his butt in the chair. Sky Fury. What the hell just happened? And at that moment, the Xian Thunder God Tiger exhausted all of its strength before slowly climbing up from the ground. Its eyes were full of fear, and it let out a fearful guttural low growl. After leaving the dean's room on the way back to the dormitory, Lang Yueyao inquired about the situation just now. Xiao Yao, was that dean's divine beast demonstrating at you just now? Jiang Yan, who was hiding in Lang Yueyao's arms, nodded, then used his claws to gesture something in the air. Although it was extremely abstract, Lang Yueyao still understood what he meant. Haha, I knew my little you was the best, but still, it's the next best thing. After all, it's the dean's spirit beast, so it'll be troublesome if it gets hurt. Jiang Yan nodded his little head. I guess there won't be a next time. After being shocked by my pressure, that stupid tiger definitely won't dare to be arrogant in front of me. After the one man and one beast returned to the dormitory, the sky was already getting dark. The dormitory was a two-person system, and besides Lang Yueyao, there was also her good girlfriend Shinran. As soon as Lang Yueyao returned to the dormitory, Shinran excitedly ran over and hugged her. Yu Yao, you're really great today. You ruthlessly slapped Li Yixuan's face. I've long looked at her with disdain. Isn't it just contracting a divine grade spirit beast? What's there to be proud of? Lang Yueyao smiled sweetly. Hee, it's all because of Xiao Yao. Upon seeing Jiang Yan, Shinran's eyes lit up with a soft smile. Wow, it's so cute. Can I hold it? Hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately raised his head high and proud. This dragon is very high-strung. But then again, a little hug wouldn't hurt, would it? Hey! Seeing the saliva flowing out of the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth, Lang Yueyao gave a cold snort and hammered its head. Humph! What a little colorful dragon. But you're the one who got the big credit today, so I'll help you take a nice relaxing bath. Jiang Yan, wash shower. No? Happiness came so suddenly. 5 minutes later, the outfit that Lang Yueyao had changed into caused Jiang Yan's dragon blood to become boiling. She was only wrapped in a towel, and she smelled faintly of body odor, and her skin was as smooth as jade. A head of long, shiny black hair was draped behind her. Her legs were slim and slender, and her pale skin revealed a healthy flush. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan's eyes went straight. I'll go. Is this something a dragon should see? It was the millionth time he had felt how wonderful it was to become a dragon. In the next second, Lang Yueyao held Jiang Yan and walked into the bathroom where the hot water was warmed up. Bathroom. I'll be damned. Don't touch it. Xiao Yao, don't move. Ouch, yuck. The water is splashing all over me. An hour later, after coming out of the bathroom, Shinran was already asleep. Lang Yueyao suddenly thought of something and let out an ouch. Oops, what should I do? I forgot to buy a nest for spirit beasts to sleep in. She glanced back at the dragon's red-faced ginger year. You, just bear with me for a night, and I'll go buy you a nest tomorrow. Kong Nin. Ha! Just when Jiang Yan was still shocked, Lang Yueyao had already hugged him and laid down on the bed. Yoshi, good night. Feeling the body temperature of the young girl as well as the faint scent of her body, Jiang Yan's heartbeat instantly spiked. Smells good. How am I supposed to sleep? When he raised his head to look at Lung Yueyao, he found that the latter was already deeply asleep. Seeing her sleeping, Jiang Nian swore in his heart. Don't worry, little Yo-Yo. I'll definitely help you ascend to the top of the first Imperial Beast Master. Chapter 12. Apprentice Beast Master. Day 2. Lung Yueyao and Shinran got up early with their respective spirit pets before arriving at the classroom of Class 9. On their way here, Jiang Nian also became good brothers with Shinran's spirit beast, the Mo Leaf Beast. Instead of being best buddies, it's more like big brother and little brother. Jiang Nian is the big brother and Mo Leaf Beast's little brother. Jiang Nian patted his chest confidently and said, "From now on, big brother has your back." The Mo Leaf Beast looked at him with a look of adoration. Classroom. With all the people in Class 9 present, Su Xiaoyan coughed twice before placing a blue-colored crystal ball on the classroom desk. Ahem. Everyone must have gained some understanding with their respective spirit beasts after the last replica experience. Today is to test how much spirit power everyone is still short of being a trainee beast master. When the spiritual power value on the crystal ball reaches 100, it proves that everyone is qualified to become a trainee Imperial Beast Master. Hearing Su Xiaoyan's description, the crowd nodded excitedly. Yes, Sensei. The key to becoming a trainee Beast Master is the spirit energy value, which can be gained by fighting with spirit beasts. A beast master who takes a rare item that increases his or her spiritual power can also increase his or her spiritual power. Only this type of item was extremely rare. Even if it was auctioned, without a few 100,000 it simply couldn't go down. Becoming a trainee Imperial Beastmaster is the first step on the path of an Imperial Beastmaster. Upon becoming a trainee Imperial Beastmaster, you will be awarded the trainee badge. If you have a trainee badge, you can get a discount when you go to the Gobblers Guilds in different parts of the world. The higher the level of the Beastmaster, the richer the rewards you can enjoy. Then, after Su Xiaoyan recounted the precautions, she let the crowd line up in order to test. A male student walks up and places his hand on the crystal ball. Buzz! In the next instant, a faint glow erupted from the crystal ball. Spiritual power value, 37. Seeing his spiritual energy value, that student lamented, his eyes filled with loss. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyan hurriedly consoled. Oh, no need to be discouraged. The road of the Imperial Beast Master is supposed to be long and arduous. Cheer up. Teacher believes that you will be able to become an excellent Imperial Beast Master in the future. Thanks, Miss Su. I'll try my best. Hearing Su Xiaoyan's encouragement, that student felt better. As the tests continued, one by one the many students in the class completed them. The highest psychic power value that has appeared so far is only 67, which is still gladly reached. In the end, there was only Lung Yueyao left who hadn't completed the test yet. Yueyao, go for it. Shinran waved her little fist to cheer for Lung Yueyao. Aha! Lung Yueyao took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the testing platform. The crowd under the stage then began to talk. I've heard. Li Yixuan from Class 1 became a trainee Imperial Beast Master 5 minutes ago. Yeah. I heard she's planning to head to the Forest of Initials right now to complete the final trial. Hey, is this the gap between a genius and an ordinary person? My spiritual power value is only 17. It's fine. Isn't there someone else to pad the back? The man smiled teasingly, looking at Lung Yueyao with ill will. Don't you guys look down on people la. Yuyao has definitely become a trainee Imperial Beast Master. Shinran retorted with an exasperated cross of her arms. Humph, becoming a trainee Imperial Beast Master? Don't joke. Just how can she? Wow. However, before that person could finish his words, he only saw a flash of extremely intense white light suddenly erupt from the podium. The white light was abnormally flickering, so bright that the crowd couldn't even open their eyes. What? This is… Exactly. As the white light faded away, the crowd rushed to check the numbers on the crystal ball. But it didn't matter if they didn't look. As soon as they looked, the crowd immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, their eyes wider than light bulbs. Spiritual power value, 100. I'll go. Did I read it right? 100 spirit power value. She's become a trainee Imperial Beast Master. How is this possible? How did she become a trainee Imperial Beast Master so quickly? It's still reasonable for Li Yixuan to become a trainee Imperial Beast Master, but what's with her becoming one as well? Seeing the spiritual power value on the crystal ball, Lang Yueyao heatedly smiled. Hey, expected. Earlier in the day, her spirit power value had already exceeded 80, and with the addition of fighting with Zhang Yan in the middle of the copy, breaking through to trainee Imperial Beastmaster was a matter of course. Congratulations, Yu Yao. You're now a trainee Imperial Beastmaster. However, you still have to complete the final trial before you can do so. Su Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with delight. I understand. Lang Yueyao nodded. In her previous life, she had been stuck on the final trial for half a year. At that time, she only wanted to follow the path of martial arts, so she didn't even put the final trial on her mind and ended up delaying it again and again. Su Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction, then said, "All right, let's get going then. I'll give you details on the other matters on the way. Everyone go to study, and remember to register if you want to go down to the copies to practice." Yes, the crowd nodded, then returned to their respective seats. Just like that, after receiving approval, Su Xiaoyan brought Lang Yueyao out of the Nine Heavens Academy. And on the way, he also inquired about what kind of spirit beast Zhang Yan was. Even though Lang Yueyao had been truthful, the surprised Su Xiaoyan just laughed and didn't seem to believe her. After all, this whole thing was just too shocking. The fact that a supreme dragon race could hatch out of a dead egg is something that I'm afraid no one else would believe. On the way to the initial forest, Su Xiaoyan Lang Yueyao's cell phone sent a list of tasks. Yu Yao, there are 5 items on this list. After collecting them all within 3 days, I will help you apply for the badge of Trainee Imperial Beastmaster. Taking a look at the things on the list, Lang Yueyao nodded. Okay, Mr. Su. Becoming a Trainee Imperial Beastmaster is something you can apply for directly at the Academy. But if you want to progress to a higher level, you'll have to go to the Imperial Beastmasters Guild to receive quests. After about 15 minutes, the two arrived at the outskirts of the initial forest. At the same time, Lang Yueyao looked around and realized that there were surprisingly close to 50 or so Imperial Beastmasters gathered here. Su Xiaoxiao frowned a bit and explained with a somewhat less than stellar face. By the way, these are people from other academies who also have the qualifications to become trainee Imperial Beastmasters before coming here. Yu Yao, after entering the initial forest, be careful with everything. Remember, always stay on the outer perimeter of the forest. Never enter the inner perimeter. Lang Yueyao nodded. Understood. She certainly knew how dangerous this initial forest was. The spirit beasts in the periphery were generally of a lower level, and were most suitable for trainee Imperial Beastmasters to practice. The spirit beasts in the inner perimeter were of extremely high grade, and it was usually only advanced or even master-level Imperial Beastmasters who would enter them. In Lang Yueyao's arms, Zhang Yan sniffed with his nose. He sensed that there were a dozen or so extremely strong auras in the interior of this forest. But none of them were worth mentioning in front of the Supreme Dragons. It's about to get upgraded again, so I'm really looking forward to it a bit. Just as Lang Yueyao was about to enter the initial forest, a familiar figure walked out from the side. Humph, Lang Yueyao, I didn't expect you to come too. Chapter 13, The Master's Task. She turned around and realized that the person who had come was no other than Yixuan, who had also become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster. Seeing Yixuan appear here, Lang Yueyao wasn't the slightest bit surprised, and only faintly returned, "Humph, if you can come here, can't I?" In response, Zhang Yan looked at the woman behind him with a cold face. Although this woman's mouth was a bit cheap, her talent was still there, and it wasn't surprising that she was able to become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster. But the mistake was that you messed with the wrong person. Dare to bully my family's little Yao Yao. I want you to look good. Seeing that only 2 people from the Nine Heavens Academy had appeared, the people from the Heavenly Dragon Academy sneered and mocked. Yikes. I really didn't expect that 2 trainee Imperial Beastmasters could still appear in your Nine Heavens Academy. Let's not all die in the forest instead of completing the trial mission by then. Yo, you're the student who contracted the Phoenix bloodline. I hope you don't die later. I still want to see your spirit beast. Li Yixuan snorted coldly and directly voiced her dislike back. Humph. Better mind your own business. The man skimmed his mouth and didn't say anything. Instead, he placed his gaze on Lang Yueyao's body. Hiss, this woman is not the one who has been making a lot of noise these days. The fact that Lang Yueyao had contracted a dead egg was spread by the crowd, and it quickly spread to the mouths of the various academies. She immediately went from being a mediocre student to a hotly debated character on everyone's lips. No, This kind of jumped-up clown has the nerve to disgrace himself here. Hearing their mocking words, Jiang Yen somewhat couldn't hold back. Mother what are these guys chirping about? He just wanted to use his dragon might to shock these people, but was stopped by Lang Yueyao. It's okay, you. Let them be arrogant for a while now, and wait for a few days before you properly punch them in the face. Hearing this, Jiang Yen's anger gradually subsided, and he nodded his little head. After everyone had arrived, they all brought their respective spirit beasts into the middle of the initial forest. Lang Yueyao was not in a hurry, leading Jiang Yen to follow them at the end into the forest. Upon entering the forest, she checked the 5 items on her list. Let's see. Tricolored deer antlers, blood of the elite spirit beasts, dark wolf's teeth, the core of the dark wolf, concentration flower. Well, it's not that hard to get these things. Okay. Xiao Yao, let's cheer together. Lang Yueyao excitedly waved her small fists. Jiang Yen waved his dragon claw, and his blood had begun to boil. I can't wait to upgrade. Once you reach level 15, you'll be able to open the second evolution again. With the memories of her previous life, Lang Yueyao led Jiang Yen on a quick walk through the initial forest. Soon 1 person and 1 beast encountered the first spirit beast. No, that could no longer be called a spirit beast, but a ferocious beast. Unlike the spirit beasts among the Academy copies, they were more aggressive and target agnostic. They are even more aggressive and will even feed on humans, which is extremely scary. That's Kuzutsuya Bunny. Don't look at it as just a rabbit, but its appearance is extremely oozing, the size of a house rabbit with lime green fur, a few weird vines wrapped around its back, blood-red eyes, and a few fangs. Before Lang Yueyao could launch her attack, that grass vine rabbit charged straight over. Yoshi! Jiang Yen let out a low roar, and Taiku Dragon Flame erupted from his mouth. Boom! The powerful flames instantly covered the grass vine rabbit, burning it to ashes in just a single glance. What was even more terrifying was that the flames were still spreading, and the surrounding bushes and trees were burned to ashes altogether. This terrifying power inexplicably had the immediate feeling of a cannon hitting a mosquito. Kill the Kuzutsuya rabbit. Gain experience plus 7. Not bad. 7 experience points for just 1 little bunny. Jiang Yen nodded in satisfaction. It seems that this rabbit's level isn't low, but it's a pity that it's burnt to ashes and there's no way to eat it. After seeing Jiang Yen spewing out flames with such a terrifying power, it really dumbfounded Lang Yueyao on the side. Wow, Yoshi, when did you learn to breathe fire? This power, it's terrifying. Jiang Yen raised his head triumphantly, then gestured in the air with his dragon claws. Lang Yueyao looked seriously at Jiang Yen's description. Oh, you mean you gained this skill after upgrading? Generally speaking, the probability of obtaining skills from Spirit Beast upgrades is extremely low, and you usually rely on skill books to obtain skills. Xiao Yao is really lucky. Could it be the influence of the ancestral dragon bloodline? Hey, with this skill, we'll be able to run roughshod over the initial forest. Just as Lang Yueyao was getting excited about this, a ferocious beast suddenly attacked. Phew! It shot a ball of pitch-black colored mud towards Jiang Yen, but fortunately, the latter reacted in time to fly into the air and dodge it. Jiang Yen turned his head and realized that there was an additional grayish-brown turtle not far away. Holy! This turtle is doing a sneak attack. Seeing this situation, Lang Yueyao hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Xiao Yao, be careful. It's a thick armored turtle. Judging from the pattern on its back, this thick armored turtle is at least level 10. It has high defense. Aim your attacks at its head if possible. Jiang Yen nodded and immediately began to pay attention. Since it's level 10, it's sure to pop out some good stuff. I can't use the swift dragon flame. If it burns to ashes, then I won't have anything to eat. When he thought of this, Jiang Yen immediately shifted his attack strategy. Phew! At that moment, the thick armored turtle opened its mouth and shot out another ball of pitch-black colored mud. Perhaps it was because it didn't have a high speed itself, causing the speed of this mud to be extremely slow as well, and it was easily dodged by Jiang Yen. In the next second, seizing the opening in the thick armored turtle's attack, Jiang Yen rushed forward to aim a claw at its head. Dragon claw tearing. Just in the next second when the dragon's claws were about to fall, this thick armored turtle instinctively sensed the danger and actually shrunk its head back. Swish! This caused Jiang Yen's claw to directly miss. I go? There's still a way to hide like that. All right, if I can't hit your head, Can I still not break your turtle shell? Zhang Yan saved up his strength and struck towards the thick armored turtle's shell. Absolute penetration. Under the absolute penetrating golden word, the thick armored turtle's proud shell was like paper mache. Click, 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 bang. As this claw fell, the thick armored turtle's shell directly exploded. Armor 100. Life value 45. It was a pity that this hit didn't trigger the bleeding effect of the dragon claw, or else the life value could have been deducted even more. Wow, Xiaoyao, great job, Lang Yueyao said excitedly. Without the defense of the turtle shell, Zhang Yan's next claw directly hit its back. Rip! As this claw went down, the thick armored turtle's back was instantly torn open with a huge gash, and blood gushed out. Life value 55. Thick armed turtle. Dead. Chapter 14. There's perspective, just you messing around? Kill thick armored turtle. Gain experience plus 35. Looking at the thick armored turtle on the ground that was furiously spraying blood, Zhang Yan couldn't help but lick his lips. Hey! I haven't eaten this turtle meat yet, so I can have a good taste of it now. Yo, not bad. Still have 35 experience points. Check the panel. Name, Zhang Yan. Race, dragon. Contractor, Lang Yueyao. Current affinity 13. Level, LV, 545-60. Note, when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value, 115. Defense, 15. Magic, 10. Attack, 15. Evolution points, 0. Skill points, 0. Skill. Dragon Claw tier. Evolution. Scale Armor Defense. Already has gold words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Infinite Devouring. Absolute Penetration. Taiku Dragon Flame. Beast Language Proficiency. Not bad. At this rate, I'll be upgrading again soon. Zhang Yan excitedly waved his dragon claw. Seeing the thick armored turtle being killed by Zhang Yan in a single move, Lang Yueyao's eyes flashed with excitement. Wow, Xiaoyao. Your attack is so high now that you can even break the shell of a thick armored turtle. The level 10 thick armored turtle couldn't even block Xiaoyao's claw. Is this the power of the dragon race? I really dare not imagine how terrifying this little guy would be if he grew up. While Lang Yueyao was shocked, Zhang Yan swung his wings to the long dead thick armored turtle. He pointed to the flesh on the thick armored turtle. Eat it while you can. The meat won't taste good when it's completely spoiled later. Seeing the saliva flowing from the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth, Lang Yueyao instantly understood what it meant. Haha, what a little glutton for punishment. I'll do it. This thick armored turtle still has a lot of things on it. If you collect them, you can sell them for money. Lang Yueyao collected all of the large pieces of turtle shells left behind by the thick armor. These turtle shells can be used to make armor, which can be worn on the body of the Imperial Beastmaster to increase his defense, and can also be used to exchange for money. After doing this, Lang Yueyao put the remaining turtle meat into the heating device. It didn't take long for the aroma to waft out. Smelling a gust of meat, Zhang Yan didn't let his guard down, but always surveyed his surroundings. This meat smells so good it can definitely attract other ferocious beasts, so we don't have to waste time looking for it. As expected, just as Zhang Yan thought, as time passed, the smell of meat wafted around. The ferocious beasts everywhere were attracted by the fragrance and rushed toward Zhang Yan's side. Lang Yueyao, who was roasting the meat, also noticed the difference at this time. Huh! It's hard to believe that the fragrance of this meat attracted the ferocious beasts. Before she could react, a flaming bristled porcupine came straight out of the bushes. Flame-bristled porcupines, larger than normal porcupines, have backs covered in burning crimson bristles. Hey! There's food coming to the door again. Zhang Yan immediately both eyes. A dragon claw swung toward its head, but I didn't expect that this flame-bristled porcupine's temper was equally hot. Roar! Instead of dodging in any way, it built up the fire energy in its body and collided with Zhang Yan. Boom! Scale Armor Defense. The moment Zhang Yan was attacked, the Scale Armor Defense triggered. Defense triggers and then rebounds some of the Flame Bristle Porcupine's damage. Flame Bristle Porcupine Life Value 25. Kong Nin's Life Value 5. Seeing that the Flame Bristle Porcupine's life value had only been reduced by so little, Zhang Yan was slightly surprised. This pig's defense is so powerful. It's even thicker than that turtle just now. Just as he was shocked, He only saw the flame-bristled porcupine shaking all over, and the flaming spikes behind him seemed to have automatic tracking and shot over towards Jiang Yan. Lung Yueyao hurriedly reminded, Xiaoyao, be careful. This is the flame-maned porcupine skill. If you're accidentally stabbed, it may trigger a burning effect. Jiang Yan nodded, already having a countermeasure in mind. Since it's not good to hide, let's destroy them all. Only to see him open his mouth wide and spew out an extremely powerful flame from his mouth. The flames covered an extremely wide area, so that they clashed with those terrifying spikes. Rip! But in just an instant, all those spikes behind the porcupine turned into black ashes. These spikes were indeed extremely aggressive, but compared to the real dragon flame, they were not worth mentioning at all. The spikes on the back of the flame-bristle porcupine were not only a means of attack, but also an armor of defense. Now that he didn't have this layer of armor, it was even easier for Jiang Yan to get his hands dirty. He quickly rushed forward and immediately used Dragon Claw Tear after the cooldown expired. Rip! With this claw, the entire skin behind the flame-bristle porcupine's back was torn apart, instantly dropping most of its blood. Life value 47. At that moment, the bleeding effect of the skill was suddenly triggered, and the 20% probability was relatively low, but it wasn't nothing. The flame-bristle porcupine's life value is rapidly being deducted. Life value 1. Life value 1. Oh! The bleeding effect, coupled with the severe injuries, the flame-bristle porcupine collapsed to the ground in no time. Seeing that it still had a breath left, Jiang Yan rushed up and added another kick. Flaming-maned porcupine. Dead. Kill the flaming-maned porcupine and gain plus 29 experience points. Rank LV 574-60 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically be raised to level 6 for you. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. You have leveled up to level 6 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Extract. It's time to extract the golden words again. What is it this time? Jiang Yan had some expectations. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the golden word Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight Golden. After using the Eye of Insight, you are able to see the level of the spirit animal, information, and information of various items, etc. Holy! Isn't this perspective? Jiang Yan was ecstatic. He suddenly had a bad idea. Eye of Insight only works on spirit animals and items. After seeing this reminder, Jiang Yan's thoughts instantly disappeared. Che, I thought I could. However, being able to see your opponent's information in advance is already very heaven-defying. Hey, now it's time for a full meal. Let's see what kind of abilities we can gain by devouring this flame-bristle porcupine. It picked up a large piece of the flame-bristle porcupine's meat on the ground before flying to Lung Yueyao's side. Well. Xiaoyao, you worked hard. All this meat is yours. Jiang Yan picked up the roasted turtle meat on the ground even before taking a bite. Another ferocious beast rushed over toward this side. No, I just want a bite of meat. Is that so hard? Xiaoyao. Be careful. Another ferocious beast is coming, Lung Yueyao said. Jiang Yan had turtle meat in his mouth, then pointed to the porcupine meat on the ground and around. Haha. Fine. Leave this place to me. Lung Yueyao laughed helplessly. Preserving food is one thing, the other is taking care of these invaders. Jiang Yan said, Come on, my experience packs. Chapter 15, The Dark Wolf King. Just in time. Let me see how powerful this Eye of Insight is. Jiang Yan used his Eye of Insight to watch the information of those ferocious beasts around him. Name of beast. Venomous Tooth Snake. Life value 100. Level 8. Attack 12. Defense 11. Speed 16. Skill Venom Spray. Names of ferocious beasts. Seeing the detailed information of the many ferocious beasts, Jiang Yan was happy. That's great. And the skills are showing. Okay. Then let's start with you, little snake. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan moved quickly and arrived in front of the venomous tooth snake with a wave of his wings. Seeing Jiang Yan appear, the poisonous Fang snake subconsciously initiated its skill, and a stream of purple venom shot towards the front. Jiang Yan did not dodge, but used his wings to beat this venom away in the air. Life value 1. Life value 1. You have entered the poison state for 5 seconds. Hearing the sound of poisoning coming from the system, Jiang Yan didn't pay any attention to it, but rushed straight to the toothed snake and used his dragon claws to directly yank it up and tear it in half. Rip. Life value 100. Kill poisonous tooth snake. Gain experience value +8. Get snake tooth 1. Serpent's teeth. Secretion of some toxin that paralyzes people or spirit animals. After killing the poisonous Fang snake, those surrounding ferocious beasts are leaning towards Lang Yueyao rapidly. Zhang Yan is not grading, and directly shot a dragon flame in the past. Boom! Wherever the dragon flames passed by, all the things that were affected were turned into ashes in a moment, along with those ferocious beasts. Its levels generally didn't exceed level 10, and it simply couldn't carry the power of the swift dragon flame. Kill ground hedgehog. Gain experience +8. Kill. To gain +9 experience value. Gained experience. With this wave of skill coverage, Zhang Yan directly gained 30 experience points. Dare to try to sneak up on my little yo-yo? You guys are really tired of living. The ferocious beasts charging in front were instantly killed in seconds, and the remaining ferocious beasts immediately stopped in their tracks, their eyes looking at Zhang Yan in the air in terror. In the next second, those remaining ferocious beasts fled and rushed into various parts of the forest. Zhang Yan shook off the blood from the dragon's claws. This should stop it for a while. Xiao Yao. The meat is already cooked, come and eat it. Lang Yueyao waved her hand towards Zhang Yan in the air. Hearing this, Zhang Yan flew over with a swish, then picked up a piece of roasted turtle meat and nibbled on it. That battle just now caused his stomach to be hungry now. Devour beast flesh thick armored turtle 1. Gain defense limit +2. That's great. It fills your stomach and increases your strength. After finishing the meat of the thick armored turtle, Zhang Yan brought the meat of the flame bristled porcupine into his mouth. Devour beast meat flame bristle porcupine 1. Gain attack power limit +3. Devour beast meat flame bristle porcupine 1. Gain skill point +1. Devour beast meat flame bristle porcupine 1. Gain +1% flame damage boost. I'll be damned. Piggy is awesome. He even popped a little skill point. Even if the meat is delicious, it also gives so many rewards, not bad. Zhang Yan chewed the cooked meat in his mouth with satisfaction. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, went to dispose of the flame bristle porcupine carcass. The flame bristled porcupine's level was a bit higher than an ordinary ferocious beast, so there would be a very small probability that it would be able to explode a beast core. Only this time, unfortunately, the flame bristled porcupine didn't burst out a beast core. Lang Yueyao was slightly disappointed. There are no beast cores. Xiao Yao, let's rest here for the night. There will be dark wolves by nightfall. Zhang Yan nodded and began to help Lang Yueyao pack up the corpses of the surrounding ferocious beasts. As the sky quickly darkened, Lang Yueyao took out the small tent she had prepared in advance from her storage ring and set it up. With the blood of so many ferocious beasts left here, the dark wolf will definitely smell it. Lang Yueyao was a bit worried. If it was just 1 or 2 dark wolves, that was fine, but if it was more than 10 or more, that would be extremely problematic. Not to mention the Dark Wolf King, which was an elite-level ferocious beast. Seeing Lang Yueyao's worried look, Zhang Yan flew forward and rubbed next to her face. Don't worry, little yo-yo. Everything is with me. Whatever Wolf King it is, if it dares to come, I'll let them have no return. Whether it's strong or weak, it's still a piece of meat when it comes to me. Go, little Yao, it's up to you tonight. Lang Yueyao took a deep breath before giving Zhang Yan a kiss on his forehead. Kangnin. Where's Dark Wolf? Hurry up and come out. I can't wait. Just as Zhang Yan was thinking this, a sharp wolf howl came from the surroundings. Ow! Lang Yueyao said. Xiao Yao, they're coming. Xiao Yao. The Darkness Wolf King is different from other Darkness Wolves. It's much larger and has a moon-type marking on top of its head. As long as we kill it, the other Dark Night Wolves will scatter in all directions. Zhang Yan nodded his little head. Got it. Catch the thief first, right? Just as the two of them were talking, the Shadow Wolf King slowly walked out from the middle of the woods, while it was followed by nearly 20 Dark Night Wolves. At this moment, the dark fur of that Dark Wolf King almost blended in with the night color, with only its pupils burning with ghostly blue flames signaling its existence. And it also had a palm-sized, moon-shaped mark on top of its head, that this was the symbol of the Wolf King. This is the Dark Wolf King. Zhang Yan surveyed the Dark Wolf King in front of him, then immediately used his eye of insight to view its information. Name of beast: Dark Wolf King. Life value 100. Rank 15. Attack 48. Defense 39. Speed 41. Skills: Claws of Darkness, Blessing of the Moon, Call of the Wolves. After reading the Dark Wolf King's information clearly, Jiang Yan was a bit shocked. It's worthy of being an elite-level ferocious beast. It's actually level 15, and this value is not at all the same concept as the ferocious beasts we encountered before. That's good. I'll definitely get more rewards after I finish you off. Jiang Yan swung his wings and slowly arrived in front of the shadow wolves. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, took out an energy protection shield from amongst her storage ring and then placed it in front of her. Swish! The protective shield immediately came into play and surrounded her. This was one of the essential things for an Imperial Beastmaster to have when fighting in the wild. After all, these ferocious beasts wouldn't show mercy just because you were a human. If the Imperial Beastmaster was injured during a spirit beast battle, it would be a devastating blow to both sides. In this way, the spirit beasts could just go ahead and fight. After confirming that Lang Yueyao was safe, Jiang Yan's last concerns disappeared. That's when the Dark Wolves started to attack. Ow! Only to see the Dark Knight Wolf King roared up to the sky, and several Dark Knight Wolves around them rushed toward Jiang Yan as if they were crazy. Chapter 16: Wolf vs. Dragon. A battle without suspense. Just in time. I'll kill you little wolf cubs first. Jiang Yan is not the slightest bit afraid toward one of the Dark Knight Wolves and then directly rushed over. The speed of the Dark Wolf was fast, and the moment it saw Jiang Yan it opened its bloody mouth and bit up. Fortunately, Jiang Yan reacted in time and immediately dodged to avoid it, then circled around behind him and struck his back with a claw. On this occasion it did not use a skill, but a normal claw strike. After all, using a skill requires a little bit of magic, and having consumed a lot of it before, plus not having recovered from it in a short period of time, it's better to use it sparingly. But even a normal claw strike still caused considerable damage to the Dark Wolf. Life value 50. Losing so much life value at once. It seems that these Dark Wolves aren't of a high level. I'm afraid the only difficult one is that one Dark Knight Wolf King. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan slapped the half-blooded Dark Wolf in front of him to death with a single claw before charging towards the Wolf King. Kill Dark Wolf. Gain experience value +8. But he hadn't flown far before several more Dark Knight Wolves frantically tore towards the air, attempting to directly drag him down. These guys are a pain in the ass. With no other choice, Jiang Yan had no choice but to spew out his swift dragon flame, burning all of those pesky Dark Knight Wolves to ashes. After seeing Jiang Yan's terrifying strength, those Dark Knight Wolves had begun to subconsciously retreat backward in fear. Only the Wolf King was still standing, letting out a guttural hissing sound. In the next second, the Dark Wolf King leapt high into the air, followed by raising his sharp claws and dropping them violently towards Jiang Yan's position. The Dark Wolf King's size was extremely large, and its attack range was also increased quite a bit compared to an unusual Dark Wolf. As this claw fell, Jiang Yan subconsciously dodged to the left, but he didn't expect to be scraped through the skin. Life value 8. This attack is surprisingly so wide-ranging. It seems we have to be careful. Fortunately, the ancestral dragon bloodline had a strong recovery ability, and only a few seconds apart, the wound on his right wing was back as good as new. Life value +8. In the next second, the Dark Wolf King suddenly appeared behind Jiang Yan, leaping high up to make another claw. Seeing this, Lang Yueyao, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, hurriedly shouted out a reminder. Yoshi, watch out! It's behind you! Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan violently turned around and used the skill the instant he swung his dragon claw. Boom! In the next second, the dragon claw and the wolf claw clashed together. For a moment, the two were surprisingly indistinguishable from each other, and that powerful impact instantly set off a gust of wind, sending the surrounding Dark Knight Wolves flying one by one. But soon, with Jiang Yan's power, the Dark Wolf King gradually fell into the wind. A mere coyote dares to fight me for power. Wow! As soon as Jiang Yan exerted his power, the Dark Wolf King was sent flying out as a whole, retreating 3 or 4 meters before stopping. But even so, it only lost a small amount of its life value. Dark Wolf King life value 3. After being sent flying by a few meters, that Dark Wolf King didn't seem to die. A pitch-black energy quickly converged on top of its right paw. By the looks of it, this guy is going to use a skill. In that case, let's do it the hard way. Zhang Yan wasn't the least bit afraid and gathered all the power in his body on top of the dragon claw on his right side. After all the forces from both sides had converged, the Dark Wolf King took the lead in launching an attack. Swish! Its figure jumped quickly, arriving in front of Zhang Yan in just 2 steps. Roar! Under a roar, it raised its wolf paw towards Zhang Yan and slapped down hard. And Zhang Yan had no intention of backing down at all, raising his dragon claw to meet him. Boom! This attack was even more intense than the previous collision, and in an instant, sparks flew everywhere, lighting up half of the night sky. This high-intensity collision lasted for tens of seconds, and in the end, it was Zhang Yan who gained a certain upper hand. The Dark Wolf King was once again blown away, this time crashing into a large tree before coming to a stop. Dark Wolf King life value 15, and Zhang Yan fell backwards several lengths before stopping, still somewhat injured. Life value 10. Luckily, it possessed an extreme recovery ability, and these injuries were nothing at all. Life value plus 10. Seeing that the Dark Knight Wolf King was repelled, Lung Yueyao shouted in excitement. Good job, Yoshi! But in the very next second, the injuries sustained by the Dark Wolf King unexpectedly began to slowly recover. As the moon-shaped mark on top of its head emitted a shimmering light, the injuries on its body began to gradually recover. Dark Wolf King life value plus 3. Shadow Wolf King life value plus 4. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yan looked up at the moon in the sky. This guy is absorbing the energy of the moonlight. That should be its skill. Xiao Yao. It's absorbing the energy of the moonlight. Don't let it recover. Lung Yueyao hurriedly reminded. After Zhang Yan nodded his head, the swift dragon flame in his mouth quickly gathered and sprayed towards where the Dark Wolf King was. I thought that the Dark Wolf King would dodge to avoid it, but I didn't expect it to directly summon a nearby Dark Wolf to block in front of him. Wow! The Dark Knight Wolf in front of him immediately burned to ashes after being attacked by the swift dragon flame. This move was something that Zhang Yan did not expect. I'll be damned. This guy is actually blocking the knife with his own kind. He had thought that the Dark Wolf would dodge so that he could take advantage of this to attack. But he didn't expect this guy to be even more desperate and use his own kind to block the blade. And after having this momentary respite, the Dark Wolf King's life value had also been restored to 100 points. Only the price paid was that the Dark Wolves that followed it were burned to ashes. But in the next second, the Dark Wolf King began to howl into the night sky, seemingly summoning his kind. Ow! And trying to summon wolves. Naturally, Zhang Yan would not give it such an opportunity, quickly flying right above the Dark Wolf King, followed by another shot of swift dragon flame. The Dark Wolf King reacted quickly and kept jumping around to dodge, but that played right into Kong Nin's scheme. First, he used the swift dragon flame to block the Dark Wolf King's position, forcing it into the middle of a corner where it couldn't retreat, and then he would kill it with a single strike. The Taiku dragon flame possessed a searing effect, so it didn't dissipate so quickly when it landed on the ground, but instead would form a wall of fire. Under the obstruction of the wall of fire, the position in which the Dark Wolf King was moving was quickly compressed, and soon reached a point where it was impossible to retreat. Let's see where you're going to run now. Zhang Yan quickly moved to the back of the Dark Knight Wolf King, followed by another claw full of power toward its back slapped down. This claw directly hit the Dark Wolf King's back. The gold phrase absolute penetration is triggered again the moment the attack is triggered. Absolute penetration. Each attack has an 80% probability of ignoring any of the target's defensive skills and armor, and can directly attack the target's main body. This time, the attack directly ignored the Dark Wolf King's defense and hit its body solidly. Life value 70. Chapter 17, Popping the Reward. With this claw, the Dark Wolf King directly dropped more than half of its life value. Only such a result Zhang Yan is still somewhat unsatisfied. Originally his claw was directly thinking of taking the life of the Dark Wolf King. Did not expect that this guy actually still has 30% of the blood volume. I can't believe I'm still alive. Come and try again. I don't believe you can still carry one of my claws. This time, Zhang Yan kept a memory and didn't use the swift dragon flame. After all, if he burned the Dark Wolf King to ashes, then he wouldn't get any rewards. Little Yo-Yo still had to do a quest with it, so she couldn't burn it to ashes. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his back, the Dark Wolf King cried out in agony. Moonlight's recovery was no longer able to keep up with the speed of its injuries. Life value plus 3. Life value plus 4. The Dark Wolf King looked up at Zhang Yan in the air, and a flash of deep fear unexpectedly appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Roar! It roared in anger and made a last stand. Swish! Only to see the Dark Wolf King as crazy pounce towards Jiang Yan, followed by a high leap. Humph! Asking for death. Jiang Yan snorted coldly and raised his dragon claw to take the Dark Night Wolf King's life. Unexpectedly, the cunning Dark Night Wolf King jumped onto a tree at this time, and then shifted the direction of his attack, charging out towards Lang Yueyao, who was not far away. I'll go. How dare you take a shot at my little Yao Yao? You're really tired of living. Seeing the Dark Night Wolf dynasty rushing towards Lang Yueyao, Jiang Yan cursed in his heart before rushing towards the former. Luckily, the Dark Wolf King had suffered a very serious injury, and his speed gradually dropped, and after a while he was caught up by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan saved up his strength and clawed at the Dark Wolf King's head. Life value 39. This claw went down and directly bisected the Dark Wolf King's head. Dark Wolf King dies. Slaying the Dark Wolf King gains plus 69 experience points. Level LV 6 160 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically be raised to level 7 for you. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. You have leveled up to level 7 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Another upgrade? Extract. Congratulations on acquiring the gold word Power Deprivation. Power Deprivation Gold can randomly deprive the target of a skill with a probability of 30%. The deprived target is unable to use the skill a random one, and there is a 10% probability that the target will permanently lose this skill. After deprivation, you can use this skill, and the time limit for the skill is 1 day. Mode of deprivation. Touching. Gold word cooldown. 1 day. Looking at the newly acquired gold finger, Jiang Yan was slightly surprised. Being able to strip skills, this gold phrase is kind of interesting. It means that by touching the opposite side you can deprive him of a random skill and use it for yourself, and there is also a 10% chance that the target will lose this skill forever. Not bad. A gold phrase for meeting strength. After understanding the gold words, Jiang Yan checked the systems panel again. Name, Jiang Yan. Race, Dragon. Contractor, Lang Yueyao current affinity 15. Rank, LV 780-100. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value 130. Defense 30. Magic 20. Attack 31. Evolution points 0. Skill points 1. Flame damage 1%. Props Snake Tooth 1. Skill Dragon Claw Tier. Evolution Scale Armor Defense. Already has gold words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency, Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation. Not bad. After this upgrade, the various attributes have increased by so much. Together with the demonic beasts that we killed earlier, plus this batch of Dark Night Wolves, there are just 20 experience points left until the next upgrade. By the way, little Yo-Yo, Jiang Yan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked over towards Lang Yueyao. Having witnessed the scene where the Dark Wolf King's head was exploded, I wonder if little Yo-Yo could withstand it? However, Jiang Yan still underestimated Lang Yueyao's ability to endure. Seeing the red blood flowing on the ground as well as the corpse of the Dark Night Wolf King, Lang Yueyao just made a rather unpleasant smelling expression. What an awful smell. Right. Let's see if the Dark Wolf King has popped out any beast cores. In her previous life, she had seen too many of these scenes, so she was not surprised to encounter them now. Lang Yueyao stepped out of the protective circle after confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, then looked around on the ground. Seeing that Lang Yueyao didn't have any fear, Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. Little Yo-Yo is so brave. Heh. Well, then I'll help find the beast core as well, and then we'll eat wolf meat. Luckily, under the search of 1 man and 1 beast, a stone-like object with a glowing red light was finally found in the middle of a pool of blood. Found it! Lang Yueyao was delighted and hurriedly picked up the beast core. That's 1 task list completed. Immediately after that, Lang Yueyao collected the Dark Night Wolf King's teeth, as well as the puddle of blood on the ground. That would make 3 of the tasks complete. Finally, you can find the antlers of the tricolored deer as well as the concentration flower. Then the quest is complete. Subsequently, with Jiang Yan's assistance, Lang Yueyao scavenged all the valuable things on the Dark Night Wolf King. Dark Wolf King pelts, teeth, these are all valuable items. Hey, Yoshi, you're great. Even the elite level Shadow Wolf King isn't your opponent, ah. Hearing Lang Yueyao's praise, Jiang Yan proudly raised his head. Hey, that's a must. It's only been 1 day. There are still 2 days left. In these 2 days, maybe I can complete my second evolution. After this battle was over, Lang Yueyao made a delicious meat steak out of the remaining meat from the Dark Knight Wolf King in order to treat Jiang Yan. After seeing the sizzling meat steak, Jiang Yan craved for it. After a great battle, it's finally time to fill your stomach. Here, Yoshi, you're hungry. Receiving Lang Yueyao's meat steak, Jiang Yan immediately ate it. Devour Beast Meat Dark Wolf King 1. Gain +7 attack power. Devour Beast Meat Dark Wolf King 1. Gain speed +8. Devour Beast Meat Dark Wolf King 1. Gain skill point +1. Devour Beast Meat Dark Wolf King 1. Gain +1 evolution point. Devour Beast Meat Dark Wolf King 1. Obtain the skill, Claws of Darkness. That's great, you get to eat meat and get rewards at the same time. Eek, it's even a new skill. Ginger Neen. Check it out. Skill Dark Claws. Skill level, Level 2. Skill description. A claw-type skill that deals 15 points of damage directly upon hitting the target, and increases the damage by 10 points when in the blackout state. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown time is 15 seconds. This seems to be the skill of the Dark Wolf King. Luckily, it's a claw type, so it's barely usable. After eating and drinking enough, the sky dawned. Lang Yueyao embraced Jiang Yan for a nap before embarking on a search for tricolored deer horns and condensed spirit flowers. Chapter 18, Contest for Antlers, the Ancestral Dragon's Mighty Pressure. The concentration flower was able to help spirit beasts stabilize their moods well and was not considered rare. But the tricolored antlers, however, were a more precious item. Compared to those cruel beasts, the tricolored deer was a very docile spirit beast. But because of this, it was often surrounded and killed by other beasts. The important reason was because of its antlers. There was a strange energy in the tricolored deer's antlers, and as long as you absorbed it, you would be able to drastically increase your strength. One person and one beast then searched for half a day in the outskirts of the initial forest, and just when they were about to give up, they finally... Tricolored deer were spotted not far from a pond. The moment she saw the 3 colored deer, Lang Yueyao hurriedly carried Jiang Yan into her arms to avoid him making any noise. Shu you, don't make a sound. Tricolored deer are very sensitive and will lose their way at the slightest sound of movement. We've been looking for it for so long. We mustn't let it get away again. Jiang Yan nodded, his actions slowing down. One person and one beast just tiptoed, leaning step by step towards the tricolored deer that was drinking water. But just as Jiang Yan seized the opportunity and prepared to strike, a bright light suddenly appeared on the opposite side and attracted his attention. It seems that people from other academies are also eyeing this tricolored deer. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lang Yueyao was ready to act. Yoshi, it's up to you. Let's just take its antlers if we can, don't hurt its life. There's really no way to do it. Just do it your way. Unlike other ferocious beasts, the tricolored deer was relatively docile and did not do much harm to humans. Jiang Yan nodded, then pointed across the room with his dragon claw. Looking along with Jiang Yan's dragon claw, Lang Yueyao saw people from Tianlong Academy on the opposite side of the lake also ambushed in the grass. That's people from the Heavenly Dragon Academy. They actually have their eyes on this tricolored deer as well. Xiao Yao, this time it's up to you. The 3 colored antlers must not fall into the hands of these guys. Jiang Yan nodded his head heavily and had begun to build up his momentum, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, the 2 of them, Zhou Tong and Song Hongkai, had also discovered Lang Yueyao in the grass across the street. Hongkai, look, there's someone on the other side eyeing this tricolored deer too. Hiss, why does this woman seem to be from the 9 Heavens Academy? Che, the people from the 9 Heavens Academy are all trash. Don't bother. Zhou Tong disdainfully skimmed his mouth, not putting Lang Yueyao in his eyes at all. I'll get the tricolored deer's attention later, then force it over to your side, and when you get the chance, just kill it and take the antlers off. Understood. After distributing the tactics, Zhou Tong took the lead. Do it. He rushed out of the bushes and commanded his spirit beast, the flaming tiger, to charge towards the tricolored deer. Tiger, go! Roar! After the flaming tiger roared, it ran wildly towards the tricolored deer. Sensing the danger coming, The tricolored deer immediately ran towards the bushes on the left side, but what it didn't know was that Song Hongkai had already sneaked around there. Phantom bats go! Song Hongkai commanded his spirit beast to launch an attack on the tricolored deer. Just saw a pitch-black colored bat flying into the air, followed by a gust of infrasound waves emitted from its open mouth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The infrasound attack was so wide that the tricolored deer had no time to dodge before it was hit. Strangely enough, it didn't suffer any injuries on its body, only that it started to walk shakily, as if it had been drinking ecstasy, and then collapsed straight to the ground. Got it! Seeing the tricolored deer fainted on the ground, Song Hongkai was overjoyed and hurriedly greeted Zhou Tong over. Got it! Seeing that the two had already gotten their hands on him, Lung Yueyao, who was hiding in the bushes at the side to watch the situation, hurriedly said, Yoshi, come on now. The mantis is catching the cicada. The yellow bird is at the back. It's our turn. Jiang Yen nodded and smiled badly in his heart as he rushed towards the two Zhou Tongs. Lung Yueyao slowly stepped out of the grass before placing the protective shield at her feet. Seeing the suddenly appearing Jiang Yen, instead of feeling scared, the Zhou Tong duo laughed and taunted. Ha ha ha! If you want to be this last yellow bird, you guys have to have that strength too. That's right. Hurry up and take your punk spirit beasts and get lost. We can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, my flaming tiger is not a vegetarian. As soon as those words fell, the flaming tiger beside Zhou Tong bared its teeth and took a step towards Jiang Yen. Seeing the arrogant appearance of the two, Jiang Yen immediately used the Eye of Insight on those two spirit beasts. Name of beast: Flaming Tiger. Level 9. Attack 15. Defense 12. Speed 10. Skill Flame Claw. Name of beast: Phantom Bat. Level 8. Attack 11. Defense 9. Speed 15. Skill Sonic Attack. After seeing the information about these two spirit beasts, Jiang Yen was directly amused. No, those who don't know would think that these are two divine-level spirit beasts. How dare you clamor in front of me with this rank? Jiang Yen slowly flew towards the high altitude, followed by an extremely powerful ancestral dragon pressure erupting from his body. Everything submitted under the pressure of the ancestral dragon's might. This was even more so for these two ordinary grade spirit beasts. Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the bodies of the two spirit beasts. The flaming tiger was pressed by that invisible pressure to the point where its limbs were directly pressed against the ground, its bones emitting unbearable cackling noises as a whimper squeezed out of its throat. And the phantom sound bat flying in the air was crushed to the ground by that pressure in just an instant, unable to move at all. This is the terror of bloodlines. Seeing that their spirit beasts were suppressed and unable to move in just one look, the two Zhou Tongs were confused. What? What just happened? Flame Tiger, what are you doing on the ground? Hurry up and get up for me. Hearing Zhou Tong's order, the flaming tiger forcibly supported itself and tried to stand up. But the bloodline suppression was right there, and even if it tried its best, it couldn't resist. What the hell is going on here? It's only a waste spirit beast. What kind of tactics were used? Zhou Tong, don't panic first. Don't panic first. This must be that woman's tactic. Let's get the antlers first. Oh! Song Hongkai just wanted to go get the antlers after finishing his words, but due to his spirit beast being in a suppressed state, it caused his state to start becoming extremely unstable as well. It was only at this moment that Song Hong felt an extremely heavy boulder pressing down on his shoulders, weighing him down to the point where he couldn't breathe at all. Song Hongkai, are you alright? You! Just as Zhou Tong finished his words, he himself was enveloped by that pressure, and his breathing became rapid. This is the pressure. It's actually so terrifying. Could it be from that one trashy spirit beast in front of us? How is this possible? How could a spirit beast hatched from amongst dead eggs release such a terrifying pressure? Just as Zhou Tong and his two friends were having doubts and resisting with all their might, Lung Yueyao had already quietly gotten hold of the tricolored deer's antlers and brought it to a safe place. Xiao Yao! The three colored antlers have arrived. Let's go! Chapter 19, Xian Ice Jiao. She hastily waved her hand towards Jiang Yen in the air. Only after seeing Lung Yueyao's gesture did Jiang Yen slowly retract the pressure radiating from his body before flying to her side. Let's get out of here. I guess the rest of the Sky Dragon Academy will be arriving soon. Just like that, Leng Yueyao took Zhang Yan and hurriedly left the place. Only after Zhang Yan had left for a while did the Zhoutong duo gradually catch their breath and come over. Mother, what the hell is going on here? Aren't all the people from the Nine Heavens Academy losers? How come this woman's spirit beast is so terrifying? How would I know if you ask me? Hurry up and find the next tricolored deer while you have time. Okay. Next time you meet this woman, you must be more careful and never fall into her trap again. The two cursed and left the place with their spirit beasts. At this moment, Leng Yueyao, who had gotten the tricolored deer, ran all the way to a safe place before stopping. He. Now that the 3 colored antlers are in hand, all that's missing is the god-condensing flower. Little Yao, your ancestral dragon bloodline is just too powerful. The overly excited Leng Yueyao hugged Zhang Yan in her arms and kissed him decisively.
Gangnin, he.
In the remaining half a day, Leng Yueyao led Zhang Yan around and finally found a condensation flower in the grass next to a bush. Phew! Finally found it. Now our mission is accomplished. 2 days have passed and 1 day remains. Spend the rest of this day upgrading my little Yao properly and getting some delicious food. Leng Yueyao stroked Zhang Yan's head favorably. Zhang Yan, of course, expressed his strong approval. It's great to have both upgrades and good food. Just as the man and beast were about to make their move, a hissing sound of a ferocious beast could be heard from a short distance away. The ferocious beast's voice was extremely loud, shaking the entire outskirts of the initial forest and startling the other ferocious beasts as well. Hee. It's very strange, hey. Even if it's an elite-level ferocious beast, it can't emit such a strong hissing sound. Xiao Yao, how about it? Should we go and take a look? Leng Yueyao inquired about Zhang Yan's opinion. After all, now that the quest had been completed, if Zhang Yan didn't want to go there, she could still bring him along to kill ferocious beasts outside to gain experience points. Zhang Yan glanced at the place where the ferocious beast was hissing, and the bloodline in his body unexpectedly produced a slight fluctuation. Although it was an extremely subtle fluctuation, it was still felt by him. A hint of bloodline fluctuation? Could there be my kind there? Well, in that case, let's go check it out. Afterwards, Zhang Yan nodded and then pointed not far away. Good. Then let's listen to Xiao Yao. Let's go take a look. But this hissing is so loud. The people from the other academies must have heard it as well. We have to be careful. Zhang Yan nodded. With that, the 1 man and 1 beast carefully traveled to the place where the foreign beast was hissing. The more they walked, they realized that the trees around them were getting busier and busier, and there were fewer and fewer ordinary-level ferocious beasts. Such a situation is very wrong. Xiao Yao, I have a very ominous feeling. I feel like we're in the initial forest right now, approaching the inner circle. Whatever. Now that we've gotten this far, we have to check it out no matter what. Leng Yueyao took a deep breath and carried Zhang Yan deeper. The further she walked, she realized that the air around her was getting colder and colder, even to the point where the ground was appearing to freeze. After about 50 meters out, the environment had changed drastically. The surrounding trees had all completely frozen. Everything was frozen, and it was as if this place was an icy land. To think that the initial forest even has a place like this. Zhang Yan looked around with some curiosity. Xiao Yao, be careful. Something's not quite right here. Just as Leng Yueyao carefully surveyed her surroundings, a Xian ice jiao walked out of the frozen cave, only to see that the Xian ice jiao was about 20 meters long. The scales on its body were as translucent black and blue as metaphysical ice. The eyes of the jiao were silver white, and the top of its head had unformed ice crystal dragon horns, which looked oppressive. That's the Xian ice jiao. Leng Yueyao was surprised. I didn't expect that there would be a Xian ice jiao here. Seeing Zhang Yan's confused eyes, Leng Yueyao thoughtfully explained. The Xian ice jiao is the evolution of a high-grade snake or python-type spirit beast, and their evolution is extremely difficult, so it's not a good idea for them to be eaten by their own natural enemies. The fact that this Xian ice jiao has evolved to this point speaks volumes about its luck and strength. Hearing Leng Yueyao's explanation, Zhang Yan then understood. Jiao-type spirit beast. No wonder this guy has a trace of dragon bloodline in his body. And Zhang Yan seemed to sense something and looked into the cave not far away. There seemed to be a few very faint auras there, and there was even one that wasn't weaker than the Xian ice jiao. Could it be that there is more than one Xian ice jiao? Just as Zhang Yan was in doubt, The extremely subtle sound of scuffing grass appeared again on both sides of it. I knew these guys were going to come along for the ride. And here they are. Tian Long Academy, Song Lan Academy, and others have all arrived here, and even Li Yixuan has appeared nearby. Upon seeing that it was a Xian Ice Jiao, they were all shocked. Generally speaking, the Xian Ice Jiao will only attack ferocious beasts or humans that enter its territory. That hissing sound just now, could it be that another ferocious beast has entered its territory? The situation was just as they thought. The Xian Bing Jiao had just stepped out of the cave when two eagle-type ferocious beasts flew over in the air. That's Blizzard Eagle. Lang Yueyao was startled. The Blizzard Eagles were likewise evolved spirit beasts that naturally fed on snakes, and could be said to be the natural enemy of the Xian Ice Jiao. Now that two of them had even appeared at once, that Xian Bing Jiao was going to be in trouble. Xiao Yao. Let's wait and see what happens later, Lang Yueyao said. By the time they both lose, we'll step in and pick up the slack. Zhang Yan sensed something and pointed inside the cave, then used his dragon claw to gesture in front of Lang Yueyao. The intelligent Lang Yueyao immediately understood what he meant. Xiao Yao, you mean to say that there is a nest of little Xian Ice Jiao inside the cave? Zhang Yan nodded. The Xian Bing Jiao had a trace of dragon bloodline in its body. He wouldn't sense it wrong. In that case, wouldn't he be the oldest ancestor of these Xian Ice skulls? Hiss, this is a bit difficult. Can't watch your own children and grandchildren being slaughtered at will. Seeing Zhang Yan's dumbfounded look, Lang Yueyao instantly guessed what was going on in his mind and twirled around with a smile. Don't worry, Xiao Yao, later on. If the situation is not right, we'll see the timing to step in and help. Zhang Yan nodded repeatedly, his heart very happy. Little Yo-Yo is really the best, able to read my mind. You mean there are Xian Bing Jiao's eggs in the cave? That's right. My spirit beasts can't sense anything wrong. The man nodded confidently. It's just a few eggs. It's not worth a few dollars. A fat man skimmed his hand in disdain. Hearing this, Shun Leshan of Songlan Academy angrily slapped him. What the hell do you know? If the eggs of the Xian Ice Jiao were taken and sold, do you know how much they would be worth? $1 million. Chapter 20, Stealing the Scale Eggs. I'm the mole. I'll go. It's worth so much money. The crowd rejoiced, instantly smelling the smell of money. We'll sneak into the cave later while they're fighting. For now, let's wait and see what happens. Understood. At that moment, a blast eagle hovering at the head of the cave finally couldn't hold back and took the lead, only to see it let out a long cry, and then it swooped down at high speed, attacking straight towards the Xian Ice Jiao. The Xian Ice Jiao also didn't retreat in the slightest, slowly opening its mouth and spitting out countless sharp ice spikes from within. Swish, swish, swish. However, in the next second, the blast eagle's body began to rotate rapidly, turning into a high-speed gyroscope, directly dissolving all of the Xian Bing Jiao's attacks. All of the cold ice spikes fired by the Xian Ice Jiao were bounced off and shot in all directions. But that wasn't all. The blast eagle frantically waved its wings to launch dozens of powerful wind blades. Although the Xian Ice Jiao had a huge body, it was exceptionally agile, and with a heavy fling of its tail, it broke all those wind blades into pieces. And at that moment, the other blast eagle that was waiting for its chance in the sky made its move. It circled around to the back of the Xian Bing Jiao, quickly swooped down, and violently pecked off a large piece of the ice like scales on the back of the Xian Bing Jiao. Hiss! When his back was suddenly attacked, the Xian Ice Jiao cried out in pain and hurriedly used its dorsal tail to viciously whip towards that blizzard eagle. But the blast eagle dodged the attack with a dodge as if it had prepared for it, and then launched dozens of powerful wind blades. Swish, swish, swish. The Xian Ice Jiao didn't dare to be careless, so it hurriedly turned its head and opened its mouth, spitting out countless sharp ice spikes. Pop, pop, pop. The ice spikes and the wind blades collided together, and due to the ice spike's superior numbers, they gradually destroyed all the wind blades released by the blast eagle. And that's not all. Those dozens of sharp ice spikes toward the air of the blast eagle at great speed. Wow! The blizzard eagle did not dodge, but instead placed its wings in front of its body, followed by a fierce swing, which he formed an impenetrable wall of wind in front of him. Yang, yang, yang. The defense of the wind wall was very powerful, all but blocking those ice spikes. At this moment, another blizzard eagle saw the opportunity to dive down and viciously left a wound on the Xian Bing Jiao's body. The scales on the back of the Xian Ice Jiao were torn open with a huge gash, and blood flowed out. Jiang Yan, who was hiding among the bushes, lamented at the sight. Hey, sure enough, we still can't beat it. Eagle-type spirit beasts are already heavenly overcome snake-type spirit beasts, not to mention that there are two of them now. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Yan turned his head to look at the people from Tianlong Academy. Seeing that the Xian Ice Jiao has fallen into the wind, it's time for those foolish fellows to make their move. As expected, just as Jiang Yan thought, two of the trainees were ecstatic in their hearts after seeing the Xian Ice Jiao fall into the wind. Here's your chance. The two of them directly rushed out despite Shen Leshan's dissuasion. These two idiots! Shen Leshan cursed angrily, immediately restraining the impulsive few beside him. The two just rushed out the next second, only to see the surrounding temperature suddenly lowered. Countless broken ice began to quickly converge on the body of the Shenbing Jiao. Swish! Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying force of cold ice erupted from the Xian Ice Jiao's body. The ice power spread extremely fast, and everything involved was frozen into ice sculptures, and the two who had just rushed out were no exception. They were trying to run back as they felt the chill that hit them, but it was too late. No, don't, ah! The terrifying power of cold ice instantly froze the two people into an ice sculpture. The two blast eagles, on the other hand, used their high-speed movement to fly into the air, dodging the cold air. This is why the blast eagle is the heavenly emperor of the snake spirit beasts. Their speed was extremely fast, and even if a creature of the Shen Ice Jiao's level wanted to attack them, it would be extremely difficult. Seeing the two people frozen into ice sculptures, Shen Letian and the others had cold sweat on their foreheads. Luckily, we're farther away from the range. I'm afraid we'd be frozen into ice sculptures if we were any closer. Wait a little longer. It's not time to strike yet. After dodging the Shen Ice Jiao's attack, those two blast eagles began their unceasing frantic attack. And since the Shen Ice Jiao had been guarding the entrance of the cave, causing its movement to be restricted, it had been attacked. Finally, after experiencing round after round of attacks, the Shen Ice Jiao's body was already covered in scars, and there was almost no good piece of skin left. Here's your chance, go. Get rich. Seeing that the time had come, the crowd led by Shen Letian quietly circled around to the side and then entered inside the cave. Lung Yueyao was about to move forward when a cold snort of disdain came from Yixuan's side. Humph. A bunch of idiots, simply asking for death. Why, you want to go and die too? If you die, our bet in a month's time will be automatically voided. Yixuan faintly skimmed his lips, still choosing to wait and see what happens. Apparently, she also sensed another not-so-weak aura at that cave. Lung Yueyao just gave her a faint look before slipping into the middle of the cave with Jiang Yan in her arms. Li Yixuan laughed coldly in his heart, as if he had already thought of the tragic situation after Lung Yueyao's death. Humph, idiot. Just wait for Mr. Su to come and collect your corpse for you. There's actually a Shen Ice Jiao in there. The cold cave. Only a Shen Ice Jiao that was already in a state of near death was hovering inside, and there were 6 Jiao eggs that had yet to hatch beside it. After entering the cave, upon seeing that there was still a Shen Ice Jiao inside, Shen Letian and the others had goosebumps falling all over their bodies. Mother why is there another one in this cave? Wait, it seems to be seriously injured. Ha ha ha, this is great. He immediately ordered his spirit beasts to attack the injured Shen Bing Jiao. It's all yours. The few people behind him likewise did the same, ordering the spirit beasts to attack the Shen Bing Jiao while they went to grab the Jiao eggs. Seeing the sudden intrusion of a human, the severely injured Shen Ice Jiao was just about to attack, but was attacked by other spirit beasts. Now it is already dying. Able to resist the attacks of those spirit beasts is already the limit, and it is simply powerless to attack. Greedy Shen Lutian and the others rushed forward and picked up one of the Jiao eggs on the ground and rushed out toward the cave entrance. The stuff is here. Pull out. The moment the Jiao egg was picked up, the Shen Ice Jiao that was fighting the 2 blast eagles outside the cave immediately realized something. Hisses. It rushed madly inside the cave entrance, but the 2 blizzard hawks kept interfering with it. That frantic attack caused the Shen Bing Jiao to have no spare strength to return to the cave again. At this time, inside the cave, Lung Yueyao stopped in front of Shen Letian and the others. Stop, you thieves. The moment he saw Lung Yueyao, Zhou Tong's face became extremely ugly. It's you again. Shen Letian frowned a bit. Fiercely, he said, it's none of your business. Get the hell out of here. At this time, in the back of the crowd did not notice, Zhang Yan came to the dying Shen Bingjiao in front of that one. Hey, forget it. It's the only way to save you. Who made me your oldest ancestor? Chapter 21. This is my son and grandson. And you are worthy to rob him? Just in the moment of Zhang Yan's hesitation, the Shen Ice Jiao seems to have sensed something violently raised its head. The icy blue vertical pupil locked onto Zhang Yan, and instead of launching an attack, it let out a mournful wail before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Hey! Zhang Yan sighed, bit through his dragon claw, and dropped a drop of blood onto the dying Xian Bingjiao. Since there is a hint of dragon bloodline, then this method should work. Drop! After the blood landed on the Shen Ice Jiao, it was absorbed by it in just one instant. Buzz! The next second, something miraculous happened. Zhang Yan's blood quickly merged into the Shen Ice Jiao's wounds, and immediately afterward, its wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scales that were shed grew back. The originally lax eyes gradually regained their clarity, and the cold ice breath in the body changed from a hint at the beginning to a surge now. In just 10 seconds or so, the Shen Bingjiao that was on the verge of death just a moment ago had now fully recovered. Moreover, the current Shen Ice Jiao was even more powerful than its previous peak strength, and seemed to have arrived at an unprecedented peak. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Terrifying as it is, it raised its head in shock and looked incredulously at Zhang Yan in front of it. It felt an extremely powerful pressure from among Zhang Yan's eyes, and that pressure came from the depths of its soul, the purest bloodline suppression. In the next second, the Shen Ice Jiao slowly rose and lowered its head to Zhang Yan. This was the highest courtesy for a spirit beast to show submission. Thank you, Elder. I will never forget your great favor. In response, Zhang Yan just casually waved his paw. No need to be polite. My master made me do it. Hearing these words, the Shen Bingjiao's clear pupils were filled with shock. Just who is so bold as to dare to take the honorable you as a spirit beast? Zhang Yan didn't explain too much, but pointed at the entrance of the cave. That's just not something you should know. Go on. It's time to make those people pay. Remember, the maiden standing over there at the mouth of the cave, you must not hurt her. The Shen Bingjiao nodded its head, and a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. Yes. At the cave entrance, one of the trainees could no longer hold back in the face of Lung Yuiao's obstruction. Mother Shun Letian, what are you wasting words with this woman? Go on. Tear her up. Just as the man commanded the spirit beasts to prepare to strike at Lung Yuiao, the next second, swish! A bloody mouth descended from the sky and directly swallowed the man alive. Seeing the people around them directly being swallowed alive, the rest of them were directly dumbfounded. What the hell? Their eyes looked back in horror and realized that the Shen Ice Jiao that was on the verge of death just now had miraculously resurrected at this moment. How is this possible? Didn't this Shen Ice Jiao die? How did it come back to life? Iron-winged lion. Quick! Attack! In panic, the crowd hurriedly commanded their spirit beasts to attack. But attacks of their level simply couldn't do any damage to the Shen Ice Jiao. Those spirit beasts' joint attacks didn't even knock the scales off the Shen Ice Jiao's body, and the latter just lightly slammed his tail, and that terrifying force directly blasted those spirit beasts out of the cave. After killing several spirit beasts with just a single fling of his tail, the crowd from Zhonglan Academy were all just dumbfounded. One of them shouted like crazy, and after throwing the auger egg he was holding on the ground, he fled out of the cave with a roll. He thought that he would be able to escape by escaping from the cave, but he didn't expect that he would be targeted by the blizzard hawk in the air just after taking 2 steps. The man became a meal in the mouth of the blizzard hawk before he could regain his senses. The goal of the blizzard eagle is precisely those auger eggs inside the cave, and now that they have been preempted by humans, how can they not be angry? The people inside the cave couldn't care less, throwing down the auger eggs and then fleeing out with a crawl. Those who were lucky escaped to the outskirts of the initial forest, while those who were unlucky became a meal in the mouth of the blizzard eagle, and died a rather miserable death. Seeing the crowd around him fleeing one by one, Shun Letian threw the auger egg in his hand with a reluctant heart. The moment the Shen Ice Jiao caught the Jiao egg, he escaped inside the cave with his spirit beast. After escaping from the cave, he couldn't help but curse lowly. Mother what the hell is going on here? Wasn't that Shen Ice Jiao almost dead? Why did it suddenly resurrect again? Forget it. Hurry up and leave this hellhole first. After all, he didn't want to become a meal in the mouth of the blizzard hawk like those people before him. In a matter of minutes, only Leng Yueyao was left inside the cave. He. It seems that Xiao Yao's ploy has succeeded. I just don't know how exactly it made the Xian Ice Jiao come back to life with full blood. After driving Shen Let in and the others away. After receiving Jiang Nian's signal, Xian Bingjiao rushed out of the cave to help her husband. Leng Yueyao, on the other hand, ran to Jiang Nian's side with an excited face. Xiao Yao, you're too powerful too. What exactly did you use to be able to bring the Xian Ice Jiao back to life with full blood? Jiang Nian looked proud and made a move to cross his arms. Seeing this scene, Leng Yueyao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come on, let's go outside and help. Outside the cave, the male Xian Ice Jiao had already been attacked by the blizzard eagle, and its body was only left in half. Just as it was about to be pecked to death by the blast eagle, the female Xian Bing Jiao rushed out of the cave. Hisses. This Xian Ice Jiao's current strength was even more terrifying than it was at its peak, and the cold aura that swept out from just one appearance suppressed those two blast eagles. However, those two blizzard eagles were not yet dead, and began another constant harassing attack. Hisses. At this time, that Xian Ice Jiao seized the opportunity, and a cold ice fling went over, instantly slapping one of the blizzard eagles into serious injury. The remaining blast eagle was still unwilling until Jiang Nian stepped out of the cave and then let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. Roar! This dragon roar completely made that blizzard eagle lose its will to fight. Although their spiritual intelligence was not high, the bloodline in their bones indicated that the spirit beast in front of them was definitely not to be messed with. Swish, swish! And with that blast eagle escaped with its injured mate. At this moment, that male Xian Bing Jiao only had one breath left in at the moment. The female Xian Ice Jiao rushed over and tried to use her cold ice power to heal her injuries. However, the injuries it had sustained were too severe, and these weak cold ice powers were simply not enough to recover. There was no way out. The Xian Bing Jiao swayed its body to Jiang Nian's face and bent its head to the ground. Elder, please also make a move to save it. I, for one, am willing to offer my beast core to Senior, said. The Xian Bing Jiao actually took the initiative to offer his own beast core. Leng Yueyao couldn't bear it and bit her lip. Xiao Yao, it's so pitiful. Please save it. It can't be helped, since little Yo-Yo said so. Jiang Nian helplessly spread his dragon claws. Immediately, he came to the Xian Bing Jiao that was about to swallow its breath, and dropped a drop of his own dragon blood on it. Chapter 22. Inside the cave, making a profit. A drop of blood fell, only to see something magical happen the next second. The miracle was staged again. The injuries on that one dying Xian Bing Jiao began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the half of the body that had been destroyed began to grow gradually. The pupils of Leng Yueyao, who had witnessed this scene with her own eyes, were startled, and a faint surprise surfaced in the bottom of her eyes. Whoa! It actually recovered immediately. Xiao Yao, a drop of your blood is actually so powerful. Jiang Nian looked up proudly. That's for sure. It's the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. Not to mention that they still had a trace of dragon bloodline in them. Recovering from their injuries was inevitable. If there were a few more drops of blood, it was possible that these two Xian Bing Jiao could directly undergo a third evolution. After a few minutes had passed, that male Xian Ice Jiao had completely recovered, and its strength had even reached its peak. Seeing her mate recover, the female Xian Ice Jiao repeatedly knelt towards Jiang Nian to express her gratitude. Many thanks, Senior. We will never forget your renewed kindness. The recovered male Xian Ice Jiao hastily knelt beside Jiang Nian after feeling his strength reach an unprecedented peak. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Jiang Nian waved his hand indifferently. There's no need to be concerned about casual things. The two Xian Ice Jiao passed a message to Jiang Nian with their eyes after making eye contact. Elder, please come with us to the caves. We have something to present to you, Elder. This item may not mean much to you, but your partner may need it. Okay, I'll go inside with you guys. Jiang Nian then flew to Leng Yueyao's side and used his limbs to express the intentions of the two Xian Ice Jiao. So that's fine. Led by the two Xian Ice Jiao, Leng Yueyao and Jiang Nian were brought deep into the cave. Leng Yueyao looked at the wall in front of her that was sealed with ice, and really didn't see any clues. Is there something here? Just as she was puzzled, the Xian Ice Jiao smashed the wall in front of her into pieces with one head. Wow! Seeing that there was another more open space inside the walls, Lung Yueyao was a bit surprised. Huh, there's even a space in here? She slowly walked into the space inside with Zhang Nian in her arms. This is… After walking in, the scene in front of him really shocked Lung Yueyao. Cold iron ore. I can't believe there are so many. Cold iron ore, or that only grows out of extremely cold lands. This kind of ore was more rare, and not only could it help cold and ice spirit beasts increase their strength and experience value, but more importantly, it could also make armor. This armor would greatly increase the defense and be able to better protect the Imperial Beastmaster if he was allowed to wear it. If the spirit beasts were allowed to wear it, not only would it increase their defense, but it would also increase the power of cold ice. More importantly, it can greatly reduce the opponent's speed when facing an attack. And now, this cold iron mine is a full mine. Xiao Yao, so much cold iron ore. Now you have your armor. Lung Yueyao hemmed and hawed and hurriedly walked forward, using a special method to continuously collect those cold iron ores. Just as Lung Yueyao was busy, that male Xian Ice Jiao brought over a spirit herb that was emitting an icy blue light. One could only see that the spirit grass was crystal clear. The leaves were as sharp as ice crystals, and the veins of the leaves were flowing with a light blue spirit liquid, just like dragon saliva dripping and condensing. Elder, this is a small token of our appreciation. Please do accept it. Seeing that one spirit grass, Zhang Yan was a bit puzzled. What a powerful cold ice power. This is… Just as Zhang Yan was about to inquire, Lung Yueyao's scream answered his doubts. Xian Ice Dragon's ambergris. There are even rare spirit herbs of this level here. Xian Ice Dragon ambergris grass. Zhang Yan was puzzled. Lung Yueyao's eyes revealed a trace of shallow smile, unable to hide the joy that overflowed into her words, and she hurriedly explained. Xian Ice Dragon's ambergris usually grows in the depths of 10,000-year-old glaciers or near the land of extreme cold, often surrounded by powerful ice-based ferocious beasts guarding it. It is the core material for ice-based snakes, or pythons and other spirit beasts to break through their bottlenecks. Not only that, it works wonders for healing burns caused by fire damage. As for why Lung Yueyao was so clear about the effects of the Xian Ice Dragon's saliva grass, it was because she had possessed a bead of it in her previous life. However, at that time, her spirit beast wasn't of the cold ice type, so she resold it. It was also only after selling it that she realized that this Xian Ice Dragon's ambergris actually had more uses. It can be set on a weapon after special treatment and will give the weapon a freezing effect, and after grinding the leaves into powder, it can be used as a talismanic seal material to draw powerful cold ice formations. In short, it has many uses and there is no doubt about its preciousness. After hearing Lung Yueyao's description, Zhang Yan glanced back at the two Xian Ice Jiao. Oh? I didn't expect the spirit herb to be so rare. Just, are you sure you want to gift the spirit herb to me? The two Xian Ice Jiao nodded, their voices unusually resolute. Yes, Elder, please do take it. But don't you still have to rely on it to evolve? Zhang Yan asked. With a drop of senior's blood, we no longer need this bead spirit grass. In that case, well then, I'll take it. Zhang Yan nodded and didn't refuse, accepting the bead of Xian Ice Dragon's saliva grass. After carefully observing it, he handed that Xian Ice Dragon ambergris grass to Lung Yueyao. Yoshi, what does this mean? Zhang Yan hastily expressed it with body movements. Lung Yueyao was shocked. You mean that they are going to gift this bead of Xian Ice Dragon's saliva grass to me? Zhang Yan nodded. Lung Yueyao was a little less than forthcoming, but when she saw the two Xian Ice Jiao's determined eyes, she still agreed. All right then, I'll take it, thank you. After thanking the two Xian Ice Jiao, she hurriedly saved the Xian Ice Dragon's ambergris grass. This type of rare spirit herb has to be preserved in a special way, or else its value will be greatly depleted. Wow! This trip was really rewarding. Just as Lung Yueyao was excited, she suddenly thought of something and let out an ouch. Oops. Darn it. 3 days are almost up. Xiao Yao, we've traveled so far this time. Even if we step up our efforts to rush back now, it's definitely too late. What to do with this? Hearing this, Zhang Yan was also anxious. I'll go. I forgot about this whole trial thing. How am I supposed to make it back? Don't worry, senior. I can take you and your partner back. In the next second, the male Xian Ice Jiao gently placed Zhang Yan and Lung Yueyao on top of his head, then rushed out of the cave like lightning. Meanwhile, the last half hour was left for the 3-day appointment. Li Yixuan, who had acted in advance, was the first to return. Yixuan, have you seen Yu Yao? Su Xiaoyan asked hurriedly. Li Yixuan spread his hands and replied indifferently. See, I'm afraid that it has now become a meal in the belly of the Xian Ice Jiao. Chapter 23, Riding the Augur, Miraculous Survival. Hearing those 3 words, Su Xiaoyan froze for a moment. Xian Bing Jiao. You guys have encountered the Xian Ice Jiao? As Li Yixuan waved his hand, he explained indifferently. Not only did I encounter it, I witnessed a great battle. It's just that Lang Yueyao was too greedy and went to steal the Jiao egg of the Xian Ice Jiao. I'm afraid that there's not even a corpse left now. Hearing Li Yixuan's words, Su Xiaoyan spoke out to veto her without even thinking about it. She knew Lang Yueyao's character very well. The latter was definitely not the kind of person to steal small advantages. Moreover, how could she risk so much to steal the Xian Ice Jiao's egg when she knew she was undefeated? Absolutely impossible. Yu Yao wouldn't be this kind of person. Teacher Su, I know you don't believe me. Time will tell. Li Yixuan smiled indifferently and didn't explain too much. Not coming out after such a long time. Lang Yueyao, I don't believe you're still alive. A few minutes later, Shun Letian ran out in a sorry state on his own spirit beast. Phew, heck, finally escaped. The road to escape was a thrilling one, encountering more than 10 demonic beasts along the way. If he hadn't been more familiar with the path of the initial forest, I'm afraid he would have been buried in the belly of a ferocious beast by now. Shi Tianrui, the tutor of Tianlong Academy, immediately walked up and asked when he saw this wretched appearance of Shun Letian. Latte, what on earth is going on? How did you become such a mess? Shun Letian panted heavily, and only after slowing down for a while did he tell the details of what they had encountered. After hearing about the loss of 3 trainees, Shi Tianrui's face swished and sank before becoming more and more ugly. This trial is under his full responsibility, and now there are 3 trainees lost in the belly of the ferocious beasts. This matter, if the dean knows, I'm afraid he'll lose his mentorship. Just as he was still thinking of what he could do to make up for it, the few remaining students from Tianlong Academy ran back. It was horrible, almost impossible to come back. Damn. I'll never go get involved in a battle between ferocious beasts again. This is killing me. Looking at the few people who escaped and came back, Shin Lutian hurriedly walked forward to calm them down. And just at that moment, the few people from the Zhonglan Academy fled back in haste. Their appearance was even more wretched than that of the people from the Heavenly Dragon Academy, and all of them carried some blood on their bodies. Zhonglan Academy likewise lost a few trainees. The tutor of the Zhonglan Academy sighed helplessly and didn't blame them. Instead, he comforted. Su Xiaoyan's heart was in her throat when she saw this scene. She now believed that what Li Yixuan said was true. They really went to snatch the eggs of the Xian Bing Jiao. Then, wouldn't Yueyao also be? As time ticked by, Su Xiaoyan looked at the not-so-distant place with a worried face. On the side of Tianlong Academy, there was never any sign of Lang Yuyao's figure, and Zhou Tong was happy in his heart. Humph! That arrogant woman finally died. She deserved it. Song Hongkai also revealed a gloating smile. That's right. I didn't expect that woman to be even greedier than us. I guess she's dead in the belly of the Xian Ice Jiao now. Serves you right. The last 10 minutes of the 3 days were left, and the forest not far away remained frighteningly calm. The glimmer of hope in Su Xiaoyan's heart was gradually dashed. She is very clear about how horrible the strength of such beasts as the Xian Ice Jiao is, and if she meets it, she still has the power to fight. But Lang Yueyao was still just a student now, and it was difficult to deal with even an ordinary-level elite ferocious beast, not to mention the Xian Ice Jiao. Hey! Mr. Su, am I right?
Li Xuan Lauga.
Teacher Su, the time is almost up now. Let's see how you're going to deliver when you go back this time. Lu Ming gave a disdainful laugh. With only the last 3 minutes left on the clock, Su Xiaoyan bit her lip, intending to turn around and leave. But at that moment, a sudden movement appeared in the middle of the forest not far away. Swish, swish, swish. It was so loud that the crowd could hear it clearly. It was as if there were reptilian creatures frantically rushing across the ground. What kind of movement is this? Shi Tianrui frowned and immediately summoned his spirit beast and shielded the group of trainees behind him. Everyone back off. Something's coming our way. The crowd instantly turned pale at the sight and frantically retreated towards the back. I'm going. It can't be that Xian Ice Jiao that found its way here. No, it's not likely, is it? The crowd's expression became more and more grave, ready to deal with the sudden battle. Swish! In the next second, that Xian Ice Jiao violently rushed out of the initial forest. Holy heck! It's really this Xian Ice Jiao. No, it's not just stealing a few of its eggs. Why do we have to chase it so far? Mr. Shun. That's it. That's the one who killed our trainee. Shun Ledian did not reply, but stared at the Xian Ice Jiao in front of him with a grave expression. Because the sense of oppression that this Xian Bing Jiao gave him was too sufficient. Now that's some trouble. Later on, I'll hold this Xian Ice Jiao back, and you guys find a chance to run. Teacher Shin, even you are no match for this Xian Ice Jiao? Shun Letian and the others were stunned. What a waste of words, Shi Tianrui scolded. In the next second, the Xian Bing Jiao slowly raised its head. Just when everyone thought it was ready to launch an attack to fight it, an unexpected scene happened. Only to see that a human was actually appearing above the Xian Ice Jiao's head, and that human was holding a spirit beast in his arms. The people who saw this scene were stunned, looking at each other with the same shocked look on their faces as their brains became blank. A few seconds later, Su Xiaoyan even screamed as she took a thorough look at the human on top of the Xian Bing Jiao's head. Yu Yao. He rubbed his eyes, repeatedly determining if that person was Lang Yueyao or not. In the end, she was certain of one thing: Yu Yao was not dead, and as for why she appeared on the head of the Xian Bing Jiao, it was unknown. It was the Xian Bing Jiao that sent Yu Yao out of the initial forest? With this thought in her mind, Su Xiaoyan herself couldn't help but burst out laughing. How can this be possible? That's a Xian Ice Jiao. Seeing that Lang Yueyao did not die, Li Yixuan's face turned extremely ugly. How can that be? How can she not be dead? And what's with that Xian Ice Jiao? How could it listen to her so much? It wasn't just Li Yixuan who was shocked. Zhou and the others all looked like they had seen a ghost. Holy living hell, this woman isn't even dead. How did that Xian Ice Jiao listen to her so much? What the hell is going on here? Just as everyone was confused, Lang Yueyao gently patted the Xian Ice Jiao's head. Well, big guy, we're here. It's going to be hard on you this time. Xian Bing Jiao lowered its head and gently placed Lang Yueyao on the ground. Senior, your help will never be forgotten by the Xian Ice Jiao clan. If you need any help in the future, you can come to the Cold Ice Cavern, and my clan will do its best. Good. Zhang Nian nodded. We'll go back when those cold iron ores run out. After all, there was a mountain of cold iron ore in that cave. Wouldn't it be a shame to not use it up? Xian Ice Jiao. Greetings to Senior's Greatness. Chapter 24. Becoming a Trainee Beastmaster. After sending Lang Yueyao and Zhang Nian safely to the place, the Xian Ice Jiao returned to the cave. Personally watched the Xian Bing Jiao left. The crowd only gradually came back to God. Lang Yueyao let out a long breath. Her heart was finally much more solid. Phew! Counting the time we can make it. This time it's really thanks to little Jiao. It's really fast. If not for it, we would definitely be late again. Let's go, Yoshi. When I get my trainee Imperial Beastmaster badge, I'll go buy you delicious food. Lang Yueyao patted Zhang Nian's head. Hearing the 3 words delicious, Zhang Nian's eyes instantly lit up. Hey, that's great. Just like that, Lang Yueyao held Zhang Nian and walked to Su Xiaoyan. Mr. Su, we shouldn't be late, right? It wasn't until Lang Yueyao came closer that Su Xiaoyan gradually came back to her senses and shook her head hastily after glancing at the time. No, there's still the last 3 minutes. That's good. Lang Yueyao nodded, then took out the items on the list of items one by one. Mr. Su, take an inventory. Everything on the task list is complete. Oh, there's no rush. It's not too late to see it on the way back. Su Xiaoyan laughed, not to mention how happy she was in her heart. Hey, this little ninny really has the means. Just don't know what method she used to be able to make that Xian Bing Jiao so obedient. Seeing that Lang Yueyao came back safe and sound, Li Yixuan was displeased in her heart. Che, Lang Yueyao, you're really lucky that you can survive like this. Even if you used a special method to control that Xian Ice Jiao, it's useless. After a month, the loser will only be you. Confronted with Li Yixuan's mockery, Lang Yueyao frowned tightly and replied indifferently. That's going to disappoint you. Li Yixuan snorted coldly and turned away decisively. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a deep look at Lang Yueyao before leaving as well. She's actually able to control the Xian Ice Jiao. It seems like we need to investigate it properly. After all, he wanted to make sure that Li Yixuan would be able to finish off Lang Yueyao a month later. He was the tutor of the first class of the academy, a genius that he had devoted all his efforts to cultivating, but he could not even stand up to a waist that had contracted a wasted egg. Then he would not have to do his job as a tutor. After Li Yixuan left, the crowd left the outskirts of the initial forest one after another. On the way back, the extremely depressed Shi Tianrui casually asked about Lang Yueyao. "Tell us how you lost to that woman." At this time, Su Xiaoyan, who had been speeding along all the way, had already arrived with Lang Yueyao and returned to the Nine Heavens Academy. "Yu Yao, I checked just now, the stuff is fine. You've worked hard these past few days. Go back and get some rest. No surprises? Tomorrow your trainee Imperial Beast Master badge will come out down." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Lang Yueyao laughed happily. "Oh, go get some rest." "Aha." Lang Yueyao stretched, then led Jiang Nian back into the middle of the dormitory. "Phew, Xiaoyao. This trip to the trial is really tiring. My body is dirty. I'm going to take a bath to relax." Ginger Neen. "I feel tired too, but I have a feeling it's going to get even more exhausting next." Evening. Lang Yueyao, who was lying on the bed, let out an ouch, suddenly forgetting something big. "Oops. Xiaoyao. I forgot to buy you a nest for your spirit beast to sleep in again." Jiang Nian. What more nooks and crannies? With a flap of his wings, he habitually flew to Lang Yueyao's bed. Seeing this, Lang Yueyao couldn't help but laugh a little. Little colorful dragon. Early the next morning, Su Xiaoyan came to the dormitory to give Lang Yueyao the process trainee Imperial Beast Master badge. "Yu Yao, congratulations. From now on you are a trainee Imperial Beast Master." "Wow, thanks Mr. Su." After thanking Su Xiaoyan, Lang Yueyao held that trainee Imperial Beast Master badge in her hand and observed it properly. With this badge, she would have many amenities at the academy. "Hee hee. Go for it, Yu Yao. Teacher is optimistic about you. Another thing is that before your strength is reached, make sure not to take on the tasks of a junior Imperial Beastmaster."
Su Xiaoyan reminde.
Once you take the mission, you have to complete it within 5 days' time. If you don't complete it, then you have to wait 6 months before you can take it again. That's a lot of time to waste if you go back and forth. The rank of the Imperial Beastmaster was very strict, and the difficulty of the quests taken on by each step up would increase by more than one, but correspondingly, the time would be much more lenient. Hearing Su Xiaoyan's exhortation, Lang Yueyao nodded her head. "Thank you, Mr. Su." After getting the trainee Royal Beast Master badge, Lang Yueyao took Jiang Nian and left the Nine Heavens Academy. Now that she had so much cold iron ore in her hands, she naturally wanted to create a set of defensive equipment out of it. And just as she was on her way to the forge, she accidentally met Shinran. "That's right, Xiao Ran. Come with me to the forge workshop. I'm going to give you a good thing." "Huh? What the heck?" Shinran queried. "Gee, you'll see when you get there." With that, the two partnered up and went to a nearby forge. This forge workshop was the largest one in Spirit Abyss City, and countless people came to his house to forge equipment every day. You need to inform the front desk of your raw materials and the equipment you want to forge, and then the front desk will follow your request to choose a forger who can forge this equipment. The forge master profession is also a very popular profession in the world of the Imperial Beasts. They had a strict hierarchy, divided into 1 to 9 ranks, and the higher the rank, the more skillful the forger was. Looking at the familiar everything inside the workshop, Lang Yueyao instantly recalled the events of her previous life. In her previous life, she often came to this forge workshop, only it wasn't to forge equipment, but to sell it. "It's still so familiar." She murmured a low murmur, then made her way to the front desk of the workshop. The front desk of the workshop was a very nice lady. Seeing Lang Yueyao walking over after the two of them, she hurriedly went up to greet them politely. "May I help you?" Lang Yueyao said. There's some cold iron ore here to build a few sets of equipment." "Cold iron ore?" Hearing this, the receptionist flashed a small flash of shock. It wasn't that she was shocked at the rarity of the cold iron ore, but that she heard Lang Yueyao say that she wanted to build a few sets of equipment. Building a piece of equipment and building a set of equipment, this is a completely different concept. A set of equipment that includes chest armor, shoulder armor, leg armor, head armor, and boots. This set of equipment would cost a few hundred cold iron ores at least. Could you please specify exactly how many sets of equipment are to be built?" Lang Yueyao slowly raised 3 fingers. "Then let's build 3 sets first." Three sets." The receptionist was shocked. and the conversation between the two of them happened to be overheard by the workshop supervisor who was passing by. Hey, there's a lot of everything in these days. One sentence to build 3 sets of equipment, all made of cold iron or this cow skin is blowing up to the sky. Chapter 25, The Cold Iron Mine? I have a mine. Elon, your eye for reading people isn't good either. Why do you receive everything? Look at her. She's not too old to have a big mouth. Do you think she can pull out that much cold iron or? The name of the person who said this was Sue, who he was the same as Elon, but was the supervisor of the forge workshop. It's just that because he's a bit higher up, he often just pressurizes these employees under his hand. In the face of Sue, whose accusation, Elon didn't know how to reply for a moment. This. Shinran beamed and crossed her arms in anger, immediately voicing her theory. Hey, why are you like this? How can you look down on people like this? Sue laughed, the sense of mockery in his words not diminishing in the slightest. Oh, it's not that I look down on people. You see, the people who come to this forge workshop are all either rich or noble, and I don't think it's strange for them to have to say this. But you, both of you are just a student anyways, and you, Sue pointed to the trainee Imperial Beast Master badge on Lang Yueyao's chest. You've only just reached trainee Imperial Beast Master too. It takes 400 cold iron ores to build 1 set of cold ice equipment, and 1,200 if you build 3 sets. Would you, a trainee Imperial Beast Master, have so much? Sue said this in a very loud voice. The people in the middle of the forge workshop were also immediately attracted by his words. What, he's going to build 3 sets of ice-cold equipment? Holy, did I hear you right, 3 sets? That's 1,200 cold iron ores needed. Oh, don't think about it. This looks like a rich kid. Just as the crowd was still speculating about Lang Yueyao's identity, a sharp-eyed person noticed that she was wearing the uniform of the 9 Heavens Academy. That's not right. She's wearing the uniform of the 9 Heavens Academy. Oh, this is going to be hilarious. Seeing that man's arrogant attitude made Jiang Nian very upset. Arrogant hammer, if you were a spirit beast, you would have turned into my roasted beast steak long ago. Humph, dog-eyed guy. I'll see how you get hit in the face later. Facing Sue's aggressiveness, Lang Yueyao didn't get angry but said in the calmest of words. First, I didn't deal with you just now, and this matter is not under your jurisdiction. Secondly, if I take out this 1,200 cold iron ore, then what should you do? Sue clasped his hands on his chest and sneered, not taking what Lang Yueyao said seriously at all. Humph, if you can take out these 1,200 cold iron ores, I'll get the hell out of here. Upon hearing this, Elon quickly waved his hand. The joke is a little too big. Chief Supervisor Sue. This is unnecessary, right? But instead of accepting Elon's kindness, Sue scolded her fiercely. Humph, you too. You don't even have that kind of eyesight, what else? When this is over, you're outta here. Elon's face instantly turned white, feeling like the sky was falling. Sue skimmed his mouth and stared at Lang Yueyao with an unkind gaze. Take out your 1,200 cold iron ores. At this moment, everyone's gazes converged on Lang Yueyao's body. Feeling the eyes of the crowd watching, Shinran leaned over and said, Yueyao, how about? It's okay. It's only 1,200 cold iron ores. It's a small thing. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly, followed by taking off the storage ring on her hand under the gaze of the crowd. Wow! In the next second, a cold iron ore was scratched out from among the storage rings. 1, 2, 10, 100. Wow! As more and more cold iron ore was poured out, Sue was directly dumbfounded, and the smile that was grinning at the corner of his mouth froze. This. The crowd also turned from watching the show at the beginning to them, exclaiming in surprise every dozen or so cold iron ores that appeared. So much so that in the end, the entire forge workshop turned into an exclamation of surprise. Whoa. I'll go. So many cold iron ores. How much must it be worth? Fart, this thing just can't be measured in terms of money at all. Besides, do you think that if she can take out so many points of cold iron ore, her family will still lack money? There, that makes sense. Oops, this is a kick in the teeth for the forge workshop. Oh, there's a good show coming up next. And this scene also really stared at Shinran beside Lang Yueyao. Her expression changed from hesitation to disbelief at the beginning, and in the end it turned directly into shock. My God, Yueyao, you... Where did you get such cold iron ore? Long Yueyao smiled mysteriously and came to her ear and whispered. Hey, I'll sneak you a secret. I still have a mine of cold iron ore like this. Oh no, not mine exactly, it's Yu's. Oh, not Yu's friends. Oops, I can't tell. Shinran. Huh. Hearing this, Shinran was even more confused. I can't believe this little guy got it, my god. No, you guys just went out for 3 days and got a mine of cold iron ore. There's a good chance, bring me along next time. Haha. Next time for sure. Long Yueyao smiled faintly. She coughed twice to regain her composure, then said to the stupefied Su Hu, how about an inventory? It wasn't until the icy cold air covered the entire forging workshop that Su Hu gradually came back to his senses. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in death. Just order it. I don't believe you happen to have 1,200 of them here. The unbelieving Su Lake actually picked up the cold iron ore on the ground and counted it piece by piece. 15 minutes later, Su Hu had counted until his hands cramped, and there was still half of the cold iron ore left to count. Elon on the sidelines helping with the counting. That's 1367 now, plus the one next to it. It's estimated to be no less than 2,000 pieces. I know. I don't need you to remind me. The corners of Su Hu's mouth twitched, and he almost didn't pass out directly. Since there's no problem with this cold iron ore, then you can fulfill the bet. Long Yueyao and Shinran flashed to the sides to make way for Su Hu. You! Su Hu took a deep breath, and his clenched fists suddenly loosened. Leave a thread today and we'll meet again someday. Don't be so desperate in everything. Long Yueyao said indifferently. That's not necessary. After you go out through this door, I don't think I'll ever see you again. Su Hu? You! Don't think that just because you're a student of the 9 heavens that you can act recklessly here. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Su family. Hearing the word Su family, the crowd that had been jeering a moment ago now immediately became silent. Can't tell. He's even a member of the Su family. The Su family? Is it powerful? A man asked, scratching his head. Someone beside him immediately explained, you don't even know the Su family? The 4 great families of Spirit Abyss City, the Su family, the Yin family, the Zheng family, and the Yi family. These 4 families, they have absolute say in Spirit Abyss City. Oops, forget it. I can't explain it clearly with you. Seeing that Su Hu was now refusing to admit that he even wanted to use his power to suppress others, Long Yueyao's face instantly turned cold and gave Jiang Yan a look. Yoshi! Seeing Long Yueyao's eyes, Jiang Yan quickly flew into the air. I've had my eye on this guy for a long time. Chapter 26, Intermediate Copy. Lost City of Kings. Be quiet. Just roll out when I tell you to roll out. Where's all the nonsense? Jiang Yan slowly reached into the air, and the breath in his body gradually began to climb. Seeing this scene, Su Hu completely panicked. His shivering body kept retreating backwards. What are you doing? This is a forging workshop. There's no room for you to mess around. You guys, what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and stop him for me. A bunch of useless things. Su Hu roared at Elon and the others behind him. However, Elon and the others just looked at each other and just watched, without the slightest intention to step in and help. Because they are also extremely upset with Su Hu in private, they can't be too happy to see him suffer today. Seeing that a few people were still standing dumbfounded, Su Hu became even more furious. You guys wait for me. Wait for me to tell the Su family head to make sure to make you. However, before Su Hu could finish his words, he was directly picked up whole by Jiang Yan with a dragon claw. Put me down, you stupid beast.
Su scolded.
Jiang Yan casually glanced at him, came to the door, and then heaved him out. Get the hell out of here. If little Yo-Yo hadn't given me permission, I would have spat you to death with a mouthful of dragon flame. Jiang Yan revealed a disdainful look. Su Hu was furious. You. Good 9 Heavens Academy, right? Good. I'll remember you guys. You'll just wait to bear my wrath. Seeing that Su Hu still wants to chatter here, Jiang Yan immediately opened his mouth wide, and the Taiku dragon flame in his mouth began to rapidly converge. Seeing the flames in Jiang Yan's mouth, Su Hu then fled the place with a roll. You wait. Che. The Su family. How cocky is the Su family? Jiang Yan waved his hand disdainfully, then returned to the forge workshop. At this time, the crowd within the forge workshop was stunned. They also didn't think that this woman would actually have the guts to throw out the Su family. Even if it is one of the 4 major academies, the 9 Heavens Academy still has some gaps compared to the Su family. One of them said with 2 glowing eyes. What a fierce girl. I think I kind of like her. The crowd listening to this immediately rolled their eyes. Oh, see one, love one, right? Elon sighed and said, although Su who has a little bit of a broken mouth, he is indeed a member of the Su family, I am afraid that it doesn't matter. If there are any subsequent problems, just have him come directly to the 9 Heavens Academy to find me. Lang Yueyao said indifferently. In his previous life, when the beast tide came, the many clans in Spirit Abyss City were fighting desperately, and only the Su clan chose to run away from the battle. A family like this staying in the middle of Spirit Abyss City is a scourge. Elon cried and laughed, shook his head, and put away all those cold iron ores on the ground. Well, then, let me help you with the follow-up first. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly. Okay, please. After about 10 minutes, everything was done. Then please come here in 3 days to pick up your equipment. Yes. Lang Yueyao nodded and left the forge workshop with Shinran. When the two had left a few minutes later, Elon immediately reported everything that had happened to the president of the forge. After hearing the cause and effect of this matter, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows with interest. Oh, you mean to say that a student from the 9 Heavens Academy casually pulled out 1,200 cold iron ores? Yes, President. I was wondering if she could be one of those family members. Well, build those 3 sets of cold ice armor as well as you can, and remember to notify me in advance when she comes to pick up the armor next time. It's the president. Yao, you're really going to give me that set of cold ice armor? Shinran was filled with incredulity. That's for sure. Lang Yueyao laughed. Ooh, Yao, you're too good to me. I have nothing to repay but my body. After saying that, Shinran cried and came to Lang Yueyao's side. Haha. All right, you go back to your dormitory first. I'm gonna go on a copy trip with Xiao Yao. Be careful. After bidding farewell to Shinran, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Yan to the entrance of the academy copy. Side levels are categorized as low, medium, high, hard, nightmare, and hell. The low-level ones were called spirit beasts, and the intermediate level upwards would be called ferocious beasts. The higher the copy went, the higher the level of the ferocious beasts inside would be. Xiao Yao, are we still going to lower-level copies this time? Jiang Yan looked at the distribution of copies in front of him, and he pointed his finger at the map of the intermediate copies. Low-level copies are too meaningless, intermediate-level copies are challenging, and moreover, the experience value gained from intermediate-level copies can be more. Intermediate copy, good. Then intermediate. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and chose the intermediate-level copy. Afterward, Lang Yueyao gently touched the screen in front of her with her hand. Buzz. Intermediate copies begin screening. Screening complete. This time your copy is The Lost City of Kings. Copy name: City of Lost Kings. Copy level: 1525. Copy monsters: orcs, desert messengers, etc. Passing condition: need to kill the copy boss. Choice: is the copy open? Xiao Yao, how about this? Lang Yueyao asked. Jiang Yan nodded. Good. Then it's Lost King City. Lang Yueyao smiled and touched the screen with her right hand once again. Buzz. It is detected that your spirit beast's level has not reached the requirements of the copy. Please choose to enter with caution. Right-o. Xiao Yao is only level 7 now. Just as Lang Yueyao hesitated over this, Jiang Yan touched the screen with his paw. Ding. Open copy. The next second, a black portal appeared around her. It's okay. I'm invincible. Jiang Yan waved his claws. Well then, be careful with everything. After checking the contents of the storage ring, Lang Yueyao led Jiang Yan into the portal. After Lang Yueyao entered the portal, the people next to her were shocked after seeing that she was entering an intermediate-level copy. I'll go. Did I read it right? Lang Yueyao is playing an intermediate-level copy? An intermediate-level copy. Isn't that only for beginner Imperial Beast Masters to enter? She's so arrogant. She just became a trainee Imperial Beast Master. No, hasn't dared to go down to an intermediate-level copy for a day yet. Before long, the matter of Lang Yueyao entering the intermediate-level copy reached Wu Lin's ears. What? Yu Yao is also too arrogant. How could she go down to the intermediate-level copy? The ferocious beasts of intermediate level copies are at a minimum of level 15, but her spirit beasts are only, hey, this is big trouble. At this moment, after entering the teleportation portal, Leng Yueyao and Jiang Yan were teleported to a barren and boundless desert. The moment he saw his surroundings, Jiang Yan was confused.
No?
Where did this come for me? Is this still the country? Desert? The wilderness? Being teleported into the middle of the desert was clearly out of Leng Yueyao's expectation. Huh. This copy doesn't seem to be quite the same as what I imagined. Hey. While Leng Yueyao was still observing her surroundings, Jiang Yan had already begun searching for the nearby ferocious beasts. Whatever, since we're all here, let's finish the second evolution here. Chapter 27, Crazy Evolution. Just as Jiang Yan was looking around for the ferocious beast, the scorpion that had been hiding under the sand attacked it. Swish! Fortunately, Jiang Yan reacted in time and hurriedly flew into the air to avoid the attack. I'm going to do a sneak attack. It's really not martial arts. Seeing that Jiang Yan was under attack, Leng Yueyao hurriedly warned, Xiaoyao, be careful. This is a desert poison scorpion. Their toxin is extremely strong. Once attacked by it, it may cause nerve paralysis and thus immobilization. After saying that, Leng Yueyao hastily activated the shield. Entering the intermediate copy, protecting your own safety is the first element. If the Imperial Beastmaster was harmed, then the spirit beasts would be greatly affected. Jiang Yan whirled around and used his eye of insight to check the information on the desert poison scorpion. Name of beast: Desert Scorpion. Rank: 15. Attack: 50. Defense: 37. Speed: 48. Skills: Sand Piercing, Scorpion Poison, Sand Escape. This information panel is actually a bit higher than the Dark Wolf King. Jiang Yan was startled. Hey, this is even better. After I kill it, the experience value I acquire will become more. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan no longer hesitated, swooped down and launched an attack. His strong and powerful dragon claws directly whistled down. The desert poison scorpion quickly raised both of its chelicerae to clash with Jiang Yan's dragon claw. Bang! Desert Scorpion life value 8. Since he had scale armor defense, Jiang Yan offset most of the desert poison scorpion's attacks. However, being able to counteract attacks does not counteract negative effects. You have entered a poison state. Sustained blood loss for 5 seconds. Life value 1. Life value 1. Life value 1. In the face of the system's prompting sound of deducting blood, Jiang Yan didn't care about the damage. Instead, he once again swung his dragon claws to continuously attack the desert scorpion in front of him. Although this desert scorpion's attack power was high, its defense power was not good. Jiang Yan's successive attacks have caused its life value to start dropping rapidly. In the same way, Jiang Yan's life value began to decrease bit by bit due to the effects of the poisoning. But the rate at which both sides' life values decrease and the amount of blood is just not equal. Desert Scorpion life value 10. Kong Nin's life value 7. Desert Scorpion life value 18. The cornered desert poison scorpion began to use the poisonous stinger on its tail to attack fiercely towards Jiang Yan. Only the accuracy is just not very good. It even tied a few times did not tie, but instead Jiang Yan grabbed the tail, followed by a forceful pull. Rip! Desert Scorpion life value 40. This tug directly yanked off the desert scorpion's tail. Feeling unbeatable, the desert scorpion burrowed into the ground and turned to flee. Wanna go? Looking at the desert in the middle of the target constantly scurrying, Jiang Yan found the opportunity to a pre-judgment position and then ruthlessly shot down. Snap! This slap directly slapped that desert poison scorpion under the desert into pieces. Desert Scorpion 24.
Desert Scorpion 10.
Kill Desert Scorpion to gain plus 70 experience value. Obtain Desert Scorpion's Tail Stinger 1. Rank: LV. 7,150,100 capped. The level reaches the upper limit and will automatically level up to 8 for you. All of your values have been increased by a small amount. You've leveled up to level 8 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words.
Gingernin extraction.
Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Word Master of Chaos. Power stripping gold. 15% chance of putting the target in a state of confusion when attacking or being attacked. Confusion. Enemies in confusion will attack the wrong target, including themselves or random units, for 10 seconds. Oh, it can actually make the ferocious beasts trigger the chaotic state. This isn't bad. It's just that the probability is a bit low. But it's better than nothing. So we can try it out if we have the chance. Jiang Nian was delighted. Check the panel. Name, Jiang Nian. Race, dragon. Contractor, Lung Yueyao, current affinity 19. Rank, LV, 850-120. Note, when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value, 135. Defense, 35. Magic, 25. Attack, 35. Evolution points, 0. Skill points, 1. Flame damage, 1%. Props, Snake Tooth 1, Tail Spike 1. Skills, Dragon Claw Tier, Dark Claw. Evolution, Scale Armor Defense. Already has gold words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Mastery, Eye of Insight, Power Stripping, Master of Chaos. Haha. Another one level up. Keep going, keep going. Jiang Nian was overjoyed, then frantically searched around for the nearby desert poison scorpions. Sure enough, after that desert poison scorpion died, another desert poison scorpion appeared at a distance of 5 or 6 meters. 5 minutes later, the battle was over. This desert poison scorpion was even worse, not even having the chance to run. It was torn in half by Jiang Nian. Ruin it if you want. I wasn't planning on trying scorpion meat anyway. Kill desert scorpion to gain plus 70 experience value. Obtain desert scorpion's tail stinger 1. Level, LV, 8,120,120 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically be raised to level 9 for you. Your values are increased by a small amount. You've leveled up to level 9 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Hey, that's the extraction, cool. Pump. Jiang Nian waved his dragon claw excitedly. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase Infinite Devouring Evolution. Jiang Nian was a bit puzzled when he saw this new gold phrase. Huh. Is it possible for the acquired words to evolve twice? Infinite Devouring Evolution. While the devouring ability remains the same, random rewards are also awarded after killing the target. Random rewards, including but not limited to basic attribute points, talents, words, skill points, evolution points, etc. Note, the probability of obtaining the reward has been increased by 5%, and the current probability is 50%. The probability of killing 100 beasts will increase by 5%. 100. I'll go. This enhanced infinite devouring is actually this strong. After carefully understanding the effects of this infinite devouring, Jiang Nian was stunned. Previously, they were able to devour things with aura to obtain rewards, but now they could obtain rewards for killing ferocious beasts as well. That would increase the probability of evolution points and skill points dramatically. Jiang Nian hemmed and hawed, his heart happy. Keep going, keep going. My experience bag, you guys don't hide. In this way, Jiang Nian frantically searched for ferocious beasts in the neighborhood. Aya, Xiaoyao, don't be in a hurry, fly slower. I can't even keep up, Lang Yueyao said anxiously as she followed behind Jiang Nian. At that moment, Jiang Nian, who was scouting ahead, suddenly realized something and stopped. Rustle. Something is moving slowly under the desert. Stop hiding. It's time to die. Jiang Nian still swooped down as before, then clawed down. He had thought that this time he would directly kill the ferocious beast in seconds. But he didn't think. Desert scorpion life value 2. Kong Nin. How come you only deducted so many life points this time? At the time when Jiang Nian was puzzled by this, the thing under the desert was finally revealing its true face. Chapter 28, Desert Scorpion King? Would it taste better roasted? Wow! Immediately afterward, the entire desert underground began to tremble violently, and an immense and incomparable figure scurried out from the ground. It was a desert scorpion, just its size was not at all on the same level as the ones it had encountered before. This desert scorpion was roughly 20 meters in size and had a stinger mark on the top of its head. After seeing this scene, Jiang Nian was directly dumbfounded. Holy! It's a scorpion? It's a ING scorpion. Lung Yueyao's face changed slightly as she hurriedly reminded, Xiao Yao, be careful. This is the Desert Scorpion King. Its toxicity is so powerful that every part of its body's skin is poisonous. So don't make a rash move. In her previous life, she had met the Imperial Beastmaster who had contracted a Desert Scorpion King. That man was extremely powerful, and his Desert Scorpion King had awakened the ability to spread poison. In just one appearance, its toxicity covered hundreds of meters around it. Whether it was a beast or a human who inhaled the poisonous gas, they were in a state of constant blood loss and weakness. Xiao Yao, be careful. Lung Yueyao's eyes were filled with worry. After all, the current Zhang Yan was only level 8, while this one Desert Scorpion King was level 23. That's a full 15 levels of difference. Knowing that every time a spirit beast rises a level all its abilities will increase a bit, this 15-level gap, how is this supposed to make up for it? Hearing Lung Yueyao's reminder, Zhang Yan hurriedly checked its information. But it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. It's a shock. Name of beast: Desert Scorpion King. Life value: 100. Level: 23. Attack: 87. Defense: 134. Speed: 99. Talent: Born Poisonous. Skills: Sandstorm Tail Needle, Quicksand Trap, Poison Fog Spray. Holy! That base number is on the verge of breaking 100 in 3 categories. It looks like this guy is an extremely difficult opponent, but Zhang Yan moved his dragon claws and began to become inexplicably a bit excited. After killing you, I don't know if I can directly break through level 10. When he thought of this, Zhang Yan swung his dragon claw and rushed forward. Absolute penetration. Dragon claw rip. The Desert Scorpion King hissed and swung its huge chelipeds to clash with Zhang Yan's dragon claw. Seek death. Boom. Kong Nin's life value 15. Desert Scorpion King life value 5. In just one collision, Zhang Yan felt the powerful force of the Desert Scorpion King. This scorpion is really powerful. I didn't realize that I was still at a disadvantage even after using my skills. Humph, big deal, it's just like this all the time against each other. I have the power to deprive and master of chaos. The 2 gold words, just trigger it once and you're dead for sure. Just like that, Zhang Yan didn't have the slightest intention of retreating, and despite the fact that he had been withholding more blood than the Desert Scorpion King, he still launched a frantic attack. The Desert Scorpion King likewise retaliated in the strongest way possible. Ha ha ha. Dare to get tough with this king. Looking for death. I'm going to tear you in half and use it to sacrifice my children and grandchildren. Boom. Pop. Kong Nin's life value 17. Desert Scorpion King life value 8. Kong Nin's life value 23. Desert Scorpion King's life value 11. Finally, after Zhang Yan's continuous attacks, he counted on triggering the effect of the Master of Chaos. Ding. Trigger Master of Chaos. Target has entered a state of chaos. Finally triggered. Zhang Yan was so happy that he broke away from the battle and hurriedly flew into the air. After disengaging from the battle, the powerful ancestral dragon bloodline in his body began to help Zhang Yan recover from his injuries. Life value plus 5. Life value plus 10. Life value plus 17. Although Zhang Yan had already left the battlefield, in the eyes of the Desert Scorpion King, the former had been fighting it. The Desert Scorpion King kept swinging towards the front, and even used its skills. The tail pin on his back quickly stood up and started stabbing at high speed towards the blank ground in front of him. Lung Yueyao, who saw this scene not far away, was confused. What is this Desert Scorpion King doing? Xiao Yao has already left. Why is it attacking at a blank spot? In this haphazard attack, the Desert Scorpion King began to inadvertently attack itself. Desert Scorpion King's life value 10. Zhang Yan, who had recovered his life value, didn't stay idle as he circled around to the back of the Desert Scorpion King. Swift dragon flame. Roar. Then, an extremely strong jet of flame shot out, directly hitting the Desert Scorpion King and triggering a scorching effect. Desert Scorpion King's life value 22. After being attacked, the Desert Scorpion King immediately broke away from the chaos. Aw, hot. It burns my king. Desert Scorpion King's life value 1. Desert Scorpion King's life value 1. Desert Scorpion King. Seeing him break away from the midst of the chaos, Zhang Yanlong's mouth twitched. I'll be damned. Looks like you can't attack while it's in a state of confusion, so it'll be disarmed. You short worm. I'm going to stomp you. The Desert Scorpion King was completely enraged and spewed out a large amount of poisonous mist from its mouth. This poisonous fog had a large spreading range and was also powerfully corrosive. Even though Jiang Nian had dodged quickly, he was still affected a little by the poisonous wave. Hiss la la la. Kong Nin's life value 17. Holy. It's even intensely corrosive. It's good that little Yo-Yo is in a safer place, so there's no need to worry about her. Seeing that Jiang Nian was unexpectedly unharmed, the Desert Scorpion King immediately red-warmed. For S sake, have the guts to fight this king head-on. Jiang Nian said with a speechless face. Idiot. Let's talk about it when you can hit me. You seek death. Just as the Desert Scorpion King was about to continue its attack, it glanced over and saw Lang Yueyao not far away. Just now. I've been concentrating on dealing with this brat. I can't believe I didn't realize there was another human here. This human must be this kid's royal beastmaster. I'll slaughter her first. Suddenly, the Desert Scorpion King reversed the object of its attack and started charging towards Lang Yueyao. Seeing that the target of the Desert Scorpion King's attack turned to Lang Yueyao, Jiang Nian instantly became anxious. I'll go, you're tired of living. Dare to make a move on my little Yao Yao. Swift Dragon Flame. He hurriedly chased after him, and a shot of Swift Dragon Flame hit the Desert Scorpion King once again. Desert Scorpion King's life value 22. Ah, if you want me to die, then I'll have to drag a human with me. The Desert Scorpion King quickly inserted its Caliceri into the desert, and immediately the ground began to shake violently. Rumble! Immediately after, a huge vortex appeared underneath the Desert Scorpion King's feet, and this vortex also spread towards Lang Yueyao at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yao, catch me! Lang Yueyao shouted. Not advancing but retreating, rushing towards the front with all her might, Jiang Nian instantly understood and flew towards Lang Yueyao as fast as he could. Just a few seconds before the quicksand was about to engulf Lang Yueyao, she leapt forward just in time to be caught by Jiang Nian in the air. Yoshi, that's great! Jiang Nian smiled and hurriedly brought Lang Yueyao to a safe place. Upon turning back to look, he found that the Desert Scorpion King's entire body was being scorched by the flames, and his life value was being rapidly lost. Desert Scorpion King's life value 1. Desert Scorpion King's life value 1. Finally, after 5 seconds it was burned alive, if not outright roasted.
Desert Scorpion King, D.
Kill the Desert Scorpion King and gain 144 experience points. Chapter 29, Anticlimactic Ability Partial Gigantization. Kill the Desert Scorpion King and gain 144 experience points. Obtain Desert Scorpion King's Tail Stinger 5. Obtained Desert Scorpion King's Core 1. Obtain Sand Hidden Amulet Decoration 1. Obtain Secret Key 1. Get Skill Book Sandstorm 1. Level LV 10,144,140 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 10 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You've leveled up to 10 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. I'll be damned. I didn't expect the scorpion to explode with so many rewards. Jiang Nian didn't rush to check the gold words, but first checked these acquired props. He had the eye of insight, so he was able to clearly understand the basic information and functions of these props. Props. The Amulet of Sand Hidden. Type of prop. Decoration. Source. Inside the Desert Scorpion King. Description. Improves evasion and concealment in sandy environments. Being able to enhance the ability to dodge and hide. This prop can be very useful in the middle of the current copy. Jiang Nian smiled. Props. Secret Realm Key. Prop type. Key. Source. Inside the Desert Scorpion King. Description. It can open a hidden copy of the desert or obtain the Scorpion King's treasure. Oh, secret key. Hidden copy or Scorpion King's treasure? Jiang Nian immediately surveyed the surroundings. It seemed like a good investigation around the area was needed, and if we could find where the scorpion was hiding its treasure, it would be a real profit. Skill book. Sandstorm. Skill level 3. Source. Inside the Desert Scorpion King. Description. Summons a raging sandstorm that sweeps across the battlefield, continuously inflicting earth damage and lowering the hit rate of all enemies within its range. Note. Enhanced effect in desert terrain, with possible additional slowing or vision obscuring effects. That's a good skill to learn. It might even work wonders in the middle of the desert. It was only after learning about all of these props that Zhang Yan began to draw the gold words for this time. Extract the golden words. Congratulations on obtaining the golden word partial megalomania. Partial enlargement. Selectively and instantly enlarges a part of the body to obtain a localized enhancement effect. The giganticization effect will increase as the host's level increases. Note: will enter a weakened state after 3 minutes. Localized enhancement time: 3 minutes. Cooldown time: 5 hours. After seeing the ability of this golden word, Zhang Yan suddenly thought of something. Good man, this ability. 3 minutes real man, right? Only, why does it always feel like there's a bit of a weirdness somewhere with this ability? Ahem. It's better to stop messing around. Now that the level has come to 10, the values have all gained a significant boost. I just don't know how much. Check the panel. Ding. Name: Zhang Yan. Race: Dragon. Contractor: Lung Yueyao. Current affinity 20. Rank: LV 10-4-160. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value: 140. Defense: 70. Magic: 60. Attack: 70. Speed: 20. Evolution points: 5. Skill points: 6. Your level has reached 10, rewarded with evolution points 5 and skill points 5. Props: Snake Teeth 1, Tail Spike 1, etc. Skills: Dragon Claw Tier, Dark Claw. Skill Book Sandstorm 1. Evolution: Scale Armor Defense. Already has gold words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring Evolution, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency, Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation, Master of Chaos, Partial Gigantization. I'll be damned. The base stats have been boosted by so much, and there's an extra one, and there's a lot of evolution points and skill points too. Good. Then let's find some time to light up the branches of the skill tree and evolution tree. Zhang Yan was overjoyed. Just then, Lung Yueyao worriedly ran over to hold him in a hug. You, how's it going? You're not hurt, are you? Zhang Yan shook his head, then slowly spread out his 2 dragon claws. The left dragon's claw was the beast core of the Desert Scorpion King, while the right was a key to unlock the secret. Beast core, this is a key. Lung Yueyao's face changed slightly as she immediately realized that this was definitely not an ordinary key. In his previous life, he had also encountered such a key when entering a copy with his demonic beast. At that time, she relied on this key to find a door, and when she opened it, it hid many precious medicinal herbs and ordinary beast cores and so on. This is good stuff. Xiao Yao. Absorb this beast core. It should increase your experience value by quite a bit. Zhang Yan nodded, then quickly absorbed that Desert Scorpion King's beast core. Successfully absorbed the Desert Scorpion King's beast core. Gaining experience value plus 30. Gain plus 10 attack power. Gain plus 10 defense. Gain magic plus 10. Not bad. The basic attributes have been enhanced again. Xiao Yao. Let's hurry and look around this neighborhood to see if there are any doors or other things that can be opened. Lung Yueyao said. Zhang Yan nodded his head and quickly flew into the air and began to look around. Lung Yueyao, on the other hand, searched underground, trying to find the mechanism to open the gate. And during this time of searching in the air, Zhang Yan checked the skill tree and the skill tree again. Dragon Claw Tier requires 3 skill points for the next evolution. The next evolution of Scale Armor Defense requires 3 evolution points. After a brief moment of thought, Zhang Yan decided to level up Dragon Claw Tier first. After all, this skill is really smooth to use, and the attacks get stronger when you level up. Ding! Deducted skill points 3. Successfully upgraded Dragon Claw Tier. Dragon Claw Tier 25 LV1. 40% chance to inflict a bleed effect on the target, loses 3% of life per second for 15 seconds. Consumption: 1 point of magic. Cooldown time is 6 seconds. Dragon Claw Tier requires 6 skill points for the next evolution. With 3 skill points left, Zhang Yan lit up other skills. Ding! Deduct skill point 3. Light up skill Dragon's Blood Boiling. Dragon's Blood Boiling, automatically activated when Dragon Spirit Beast's life value falls below 30%, or forcibly activated by actively consuming life value. Consumption: consume life value to turn on. Note: if you passively activate Dragon's Blood Boiling, for every point of life value consumed. Attack power plus 10 points. Active on plus 5 attack power for every 1 life point consumed. The reason he lit up this skill was simple, and that was because of the ability to work with the ancestral dragon bloodline. This skill relied on burning blood to gain combat power, and the ancestral dragon bloodline provided powerful recovery. Wouldn't that make it a perpetual motion machine? As for evolution points, Zhang Nian did likewise, after using the remaining ones to unlock other branches. Deducted evolution points 3, successfully upgraded scale armor defense. Chapter 30, The Orc with the Big Belly? Scale armor defense 25 LV2. When lit, defense will increase dramatically and bounce back a portion of attacks dealt by the target by 45%. Note: when defending, there is a 30% chance that the opponent's attack will be absorbed and converted into your own attack. For every 1 damage absorbed, you will increase your attack by 1 point. Consumption. This is a passive that does not require any magic consumption and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. The next evolution of scale armor defense requires 6 evolution points. And then, Zhang Nian deducted another point of evolution and lit up a new branch of the evolution tree. Deduct evolution points 1, light up branch flight. Flight 15 LV2. Increases one's flight speed by 5% when lit. Consumption. Thought the passive does not require any magic consumption and does not have any cooldown. Flight speed is still extremely important in the middle of a battle. After using up his skill points and evolution points, Zhang Nian's strength had another wave of great improvement. While searching for the entrance to the cave, he also ate the flesh of the Desert Scorpion King. Since the Desert Scorpion King had already been roasted by the Swift Dragon Flame, the texture of the flavor was surprisingly still unexpectedly good. Devour Beast Meat Desert Scorpion King 1. Gain plus 15 attack power. Devour Beast Meat Desert Scorpion King 1. Gain speed plus 10. Devour Beast Meat Desert Scorpion King 1. Gain plus 25 defense. Devour Beast Meat Desert Scorpion King 1. Gain skill points plus 3. Devouring Beast Flesh Desert Scorpion King 1. Talent, Born Poisonous. Ouch, eating meat and a talent. That's great. Let me see. Name of talent. Born Poisonous. Talent level. Level 3 maximum 9. Source of talent. Within the Desert Scorpion King. Description. When attacked, there is a 38% chance that the opponent will enter a state of continuous poisoning. Poison state. 1 point of life value will be lost every 1 second, and the poison state lasts for 15 seconds. Note: poisoning can't be stacked continuously, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. It can put the opponent into a poisoned state. Zhang Nian was delighted. It's not bad later on if you trigger the poison status during a fight, you might be able to make your opponent bleed to death straight away. Then, under the constant searching of the 1 man and 1 beast, a trace of a cave-like opening was finally found 100 meters to the southwest. Well, wouldn't it be a little too dangerous to rush in like that? Xiao Yao, can you widen this hole a bit more? Lang Yueyao said. Understood. Leave this little matter to me. Zhang Nian nodded his head, followed by a quick flap of his wings, setting off a gust of wind. The huge gusts of wind soon blew the sand away from the entrance of the cave, and eventually a hole appeared that allowed humans to pass through. This is it. Yoshi, let's go in. Lang Yueyao took out a torch from amongst her storage ring and immediately carried Zhang Nian into the cave. The cave was frighteningly quiet. Apart from the sound of Lang Yueyao's walking footsteps, there was almost no sound at all. 1 man and 1 beast walked in the darkness for I don't know how long, and finally, they came to an extremely wide area. Xiao Yao, we're here. This should be the right place. Lang Yueyao curiously surveyed the surroundings, and after a while she spotted a huge stone door not far away. Just as she was about to run up to her, Zhang Nian sensed something keenly. There's something up ahead. She flew to the front to stop Lang Yueyao, then pointed ahead with her dragon claw. Xiao Yao, do you mean to say, there is something in front of you? Zhang Nian nodded and cautiously flew forward. Buzz! As he flew to a point where he was still 20 meters away from the stone door, for bright red lights suddenly appeared in front of him. No good. As soon as she felt bad, she pulled Lang Yueyao and hurriedly retreated backwards. In the very next second, an immense and incomparable wooden stick came down hard from the sky. Boom! I'm going. Luckily I dodged in time. What the hell is this? Zhang Nian let out a breath and frowned forward. Only after the dust and smoke cleared did Jiang Yan see clearly what kind of creature was standing in front of him. This is orcs. Except why does this belly feel so big? Jiang Yan and Leng Yueyao were both shocked. Orcs. Xiao Yao. These are orcs. They don't have a high level of spirituality, but they have strong attack and defense. And once they've identified their target, they'll only stop when they've killed their opponent. In his previous life, when Spirit Abyss City encountered a beast tide, these orcs were the vanguard and rushed to the front. Their level was extremely high and their skin was so thick that the spirit beast's attacks couldn't even break through their defenses. But they all have an Achilles heel, which is not very good eyesight. Xiao Yao, listen to me. These orcs don't have good eyesight. They rely on their sense of smell to judge their targets. When you find the right opportunity, you can attack them directly in the head. That's their weak point. Jiang Yan nodded heavily. Understood. After saying that, Leng Yueyao found a safe place to hide, and then surrounded herself with a protective shield. The shield would better shield her information from the orcs who could not locate her. Only after seeing that Leng Yueyao was safe did Jiang Yan begin to fight at ease. Only just as it was about to strike, another pair of red eyes danced rapidly in the darkness not far away. Next! Boom! Another orc fell from the sky and hit the ground hard, and the weapon in that orc's hand was a shield. Kangnin. I'll be damned. 2 orcs. Interesting, now there's a fight. I've had scorpion meat. I've never tasted this orc meat. The Eye of Insight. Name of beast. Orc. Life value. 100. Level. 25. Attack. 134. Defense. 150. Speed. 83. Gift. Extraordinary sense of smell. Skills. Berserking, precision throwing, brute force punching. At this time, the orc with the stick in his hand smelled Jiang Yan's flavor. It rushed forward and smashed hard. Jiang Yan dodged and dodged, then quickly retaliated with a dragon claw. Just as he was about to hit the orc in the head, the latter suddenly withdrew his stick and blocked it. Hey! This guy's perception is pretty strong. Swift dragon flame. Roar. Jiang Yan also did not immediately used the ancient dragon flames. In the next instant, the shield-wielding orc rushed in front of him, then raised his shield high to block Jiang Yan's flames. The orc immediately behind him threw the stick in his hand hard at the right opportunity. Swish! The speed of the stick was extremely fast and precise, so Jiang Yan couldn't dodge in time and only had to use his dragon claw to slap it out. Life value 3. Good guys. They can even play with each other. Double teaming. In the Taiku Dragon Flame's searing effect was very good, and in just a few seconds, a large portion of the shield in that orc's hand was burned away. Leng Yueyao, who was observing the battle at the back, excitedly waved her small fists. Good job, Yoshi. Come on, Yoshi. Finish off these 2 orcs so I can make you a good meal. Chapter 31. Double kill orcs. Taste the flavor. Little Yo-Yo just said to attack the heads of these 2 orcs. In that case, let's do this. After Jiang Yan thought of a strategy in his mind, he began to charge towards the orc holding a wooden stick. That orc wasn't the least bit afraid either, and immediately used his skill Savage Charge. It barreled over in a lumbering manner towards the direction Jiang Yan had flown from, and the stone pillars it encountered on its way were all smashed into powder in a matter of moments. The orc's attack looked powerful, but that hit rate was just too low. Jiang Yan's size was relatively small, and it was flying in mid-air, so it very easily dodged the orc's attack. Snap! The orc couldn't dodge and crashed headfirst into the stone wall in front of him. Orc Life 5. The powerful impact sent it into a brief state of vertigo, and it began to cover its head and keep shaking. Seizing this moment, Jiang Yanma came behind it and then used part of the tremendous art. Wow! In the next second, Jiang Yan's right-hand claw was more than several times larger than before. Its physique was nearly half the upper body of an orc. This time, really shocked himself. Holy! I didn't realize it could get this big. Leng Yueyao, who saw this scene behind the stone pillar, covered her small mouth in surprise. Wow, it's huge! What a big dragon claw! Ah! When did Xiao Yao possess such a skill? After a second of surprise, Jiang Yan swung his giant dragon claw and struck hard towards the orc's head. But I didn't expect that the orc to suddenly wake up at that moment, spinning into a bizarre stance of defense. That is to make a shield out of one's stomach. RIP. Orc Life Value 40. Ginger Neen. Ha! The scene really shocked him. Surprisingly, he can still use his stomach to defend, and this claw only reduced his life value by 40. How thick is this defense? Too bad that didn't even trigger the bleeding effect. Although the powerful claw did not kill the orc outright, its stomach split open with several huge cracks. Wow! Scarlet blood plus various organs began to gradually flow out. Zhang Yan simply did not have time to care about this, but was ready to launch again into. But what he had just done had caused the other orc to become angry. Roar! Only the orc with the shield roared, and the moment he threw the shield, he swung a punch towards Zhang Yan. Swift Dragon Flame. Zhang Yan immediately used the Swift Dragon Flame to burn the flying shield into ashes, then used his giganticized dragon claw to clash with the orc's fist again. Kong Nin's life value 15. Orc life value 30. Both sides were losing blood, but obviously the orcs were losing more. Luckily, the move went down and triggered the bleeding effect of Dragon Claw tier. Orc life value 3. Orc life value 3. Just as Zhang Yan fought against this orc, the injured orc behind him turned on berserkerization. Roar! Its eyes became red, and it seemed to have forgotten about the pain as it began to attack its surroundings indiscriminately. Xiao Yao! Watch out for dodging. That orc has entered a berserk state, Leng Yueyao hurriedly reminded. Hearing Leng Yueyao's reminder, Zhang Yan sent the orc in front of him flying with a forceful swing, then hurriedly flew to higher ground. But that berserked orc had gone crazy. It kept picking up those huge pieces of broken rocks on the ground and started throwing strikes towards Zhang Yan in the air. Zhang Yan once again used partial giganticization, making his wings immense and then shielding them in front of his body. Snap! Kong Nin's life value 0.5. Kong Nin's life value 0.5. The rocks don't do any damage, but they can still be a bit annoying once there are more of them. Immediately after that, Zhang Yan opened his wings, then swung them with force, bouncing off the flying rocks. It made its wings smaller before making its right claw huge, then slammed it towards the only injured orc. It raised the boulder to strike back, but it was smashed on the spot, so it had to block the half-ruined stick in front of it again. But this time, the wooden stick was instantly shattered, and the orc was directly slapped into the ground. Life value 55. Kill orc. Gain experience value plus 150. Obtain orc's wooden stick 1. Obtained orc's core 1. Gain plus 1 skill point. Gain plus 1 evolution point. Rank LV 10,184,160 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 11 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You've leveled up to 11 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Zhang Yan was not in a hurry to extract the gold words, but first intended to settle this orc in front of him. After that orc died, the remaining orc immediately entered the berserk state at the sight of the situation. Seeing this, Zhang Yan didn't ink and immediately entered the state of burning dragon blood. Lifesteal 1. Attack power plus 5. Lifesteal 1. Attack power plus 5. As his life value continued to decrease, Zhang Yan's attacks began to increase rapidly. The orc hissed and swung its huge arm towards Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan swung his dragon claw and chose to go hard, but in just a single glance, that orc was instantly killed in seconds. Kill orc. Gain experience value plus 150. Obtain orc's shield 1. Obtained orc's core 1. Gain plus 1 skill point. Gain plus 1 evolution point. There's no rush to extract the golden words. Let me slow down first. Zhang Yan's dragon claw began to change back into its original form, then entered a weakened state. She breathed heavily and slowly flew down through the air. This weakened state is still a bit hard to top, and my stomach is immediately hungry again. Seeing that Zhang Yan had resolved the 2 orcs, Leng Yueyao immediately rushed forward to check up on its condition. Yoshi, how's it going? Are you okay? Zhang Yan made a crying face and then rubbed his stomach. What a little glutton for punishment. So, are you trying to taste the meat of these orcs? Zhang Yan nodded repeatedly. Honestly, I haven't tried this orc meat yet. Leng Yueyao smiled favorably before gently touching Zhang Yan's head. Good. You're the one who got the big credit today, so I'll show you my handiwork. Leng Yueyao settled Zhang Yan into a good position, then took out her tools and picked out the orc's parts, cutting off a piece of the most exquisite meat. Immediately afterward, various tools were pulled out and the delicious cutlets began to be made. In her previous life she knew these devices like the back of her hand, so making meat and stuff was no big deal at all. While Lung Yueyao was cooking, Jiang Nian's physical strength gradually recovered. Phew, stamina restored. Time to extract the golden words. There's really some anticipation. I wonder what the golden words will be this time. Chapter 32, The King's City in the Desert. System. Extract the golden words. Congratulations on obtaining the gold phrase billion-dollar blitz. Billions of strikes gold. Each attack has a probability of triggering a strike. The current strike probability is 10%, and the damage inflicted on the target after the strike is doubled. Note: the probability of bludgeoning is capped at 100, and for every 10 ferocious beasts killed, the bludgeoning rate is increased by 5%. A gold phrase that increases the probability of a bludgeon. This is somewhat useful, except that this initial probability isn't very high. However, Jiang Yan didn't care about this. After all, as long as he killed every 10 ferocious beasts, the blitz rate would increase by 5%. As long as the more you kill, sooner or later, the blitz rate will reach 100%, and by then, every attack will be a blitz and it will also deal double damage, so it won't be a messy kill. Nice one, system. Open the panel. After experiencing this great battle, Jiang Yan couldn't wait to check his panel. Name: Jiang Yan. Race: Dragon. Contractor: Lung Yueyao. Current affinity 22. Rank: LV 11,174,180. Note: when level 15 is reached, the second evolution can be opened. Life value: 140. Defense: 105. Magic: 70. Attack: 95. Speed: 30. Evolution points: 1. Skill points: 3. Props: Serpent's Tooth 1, Tail Spike 1, Orc Stick 1, etc. Skills: Dragon Claw Tear 2-5, Claws of Darkness, Dragon Blood Boil 1-5, Skill Book, Sandstorm 1. Talent: Born Poisonous. Evolution: Scale Defense 2-5, Flight 1-5. Already has gold words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring Evolution, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency, Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation, Master of Chaos, Partial Giganticization, Billions of Blows. Hey, not bad. The base value has increased quite a bit more this time, and there's still 6 experience points left to level up another one. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed, and in passing, he also learned the Sandstorm skill book. This was a desert environment after all, and one more desert-based skill never hurt. And just then, Lung Yueyao had already roasted the orc's meat almost to the point where the aroma came out. The aroma of roasted meat could be smelled from a great distance away, and Jiang Yan's mouth was watering with gluttony. Lung Yueyao walked over with a tender and juicy meat chop. Here, Yoshi, you're hungry. Jiang Yan nodded his head in a hurry, a few tears glistening in his eyes. It's still little Yo-Yo who's the best to me. No, I have to hurry up to level 15 to complete my second evolution so I can surprise her. Jiang Yan thought as he took the cutlet and then ate it. Devour beast flesh. Orc 1 gains plus 50 life. I'll be damned. I can't believe I added so much life value. Jiang Yan was shocked. Oh, it's not even necessary to think about it. The meat looks like it belongs to that big-bellied orc. After seeing Jiang Yan finish this pork chop, Lung Yueyao smiled and handed over another piece. Here you. Eat slowly, there's no rush. There's plenty of meat. Kong Nim. Crunch. Sound made while eating. Devouring beast flesh. Orc 1 gains plus 29 experience points. Devouring beast flesh. Orc 1 gains plus 24 attack power. Devouring beast flesh. Orc 1 gains plus 31 defense. Devouring beast flesh. Orc 1 gains talent. Extraordinary sense of smell. Jiang Yan, growling, huh? I can't believe there's still a talent. Gazi eating. Name of talent: Extraordinary sense of smell. Talent level: Level 3, maximum 9. Source of talent: Within orcs. Description: Increases the sense of smell by 50%, leaving the enemy with no place to run through his extraordinary sense of smell. Special: You can tell if an elixir, etc., is in a poisonous state by smelling it. That's that orc's talent, yo. It can actually tell if an item is poisonous or not. It seems that the orc was too stupid to realize what the talent was really for. Rank: LV 11,203,180 capped. The level reaches the upper limit and will automatically level up to 12 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You have leveled up to level 12 and have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Jiangnian. Woohoo, level 12 now. 3 levels away from opening the second evolution. Congratulations on obtaining the golden word fusion. Word fusion gold. You can now access the number of gold words gained. And when the number of gold words reaches 3, you can turn on word fusion once. Note: the first fusion will result in the appearance of a mythological phrase, and the probability of subsequent fusions will decrease in order. The probability of fusion can be increased by special props. Mythological words? Jiang Nian was shocked. This gold phrase was already so heaven-defying, so just how strong should a mythological phrase be? It means 3 chances to draw, and afterward exchange it for a mythological phrase. It doesn't look bad. So let's try it first. There's nothing to lose anyway. Jiang Nian nodded contemplatively. He was now extremely curious to know what was so marvelous about this mythological phrase. Okay, rest is almost over. Time to see what's secured behind this door. After eating and drinking, Jiang Nian slowly stood up. At this time, Lang Yueyao has also rested more or less. Holding Jiang Nian took the key and came to the place in front of the big door. Yoshi, are you ready? Jiang Nian nodded heavily, starting to become a little agitated. Lang Yueyao took a deep breath and inserted the key into the hole before twisting it with force. Ka-ching! Only a click was heard, as if something had been touched, and the gate slowly opened. A person and a beast with excitement toward the inside, but when they entered this only to find the situation was not at all what they thought it would be. This is... Just as Lang Yueyao was surprised, the door behind her had already closed. They had missed their best chance to get out. There is a treasure hidden here and there, complete with an ancient desert city. All of the buildings here were made of sand, and although they were very brilliant, they always revealed a sense of eeriness. Lang Yueyao was surprised while hastily surveying her surroundings. I didn't realize there was such a light behind this gate. Jiang Nian's gaze, on the other hand, was dead set on a desert throne not far away. He was able to vaguely sense that on top of that throne once sat a very strong aura. Could it be that little Yo-Yo and I have entered a hidden copy? Little Yo-Yo said before that there would be a very small probability of being able to enter a hidden copy above an intermediate level copy. The hidden copy's ferocious beasts are of a higher level, but their rewards are also quite generous. Lang Yueyao also seemed to realize that something was wrong and stopped after taking 2 steps. Xiao Yao, we're entering the Lost King City. Be careful. Her words had just finished, only to see a strange movement above the empty throne not far away. Chapter 33. The Desert Monarch, Orhus. You watch out. Something's coming. Lang Yueyao frowned tightly for a moment as she hugged Jiang Nian and retreated to a safe position. In the next second, one could only see the sand converging and dust flying on top of that throne not far away, and soon a silhouette converged. The silhouette was around 30 years old and looked like a man. His whole body was sandy gray and his head was lowered, revealing eeriness. Entering the city of Lost Kings. Has encountered the hidden boss, the monarch in the Lost King City? Orhus. Sure enough, Xiao Yao, we've encountered a hidden boss. Lang Yueyao's face gradually became grave. She was well aware of the strength of this hidden boss. In her previous life, she had also had the misfortune of entering a hidden copy with that one spirit beast. It was only that the spirit beast in the hidden copy was extremely strong, and after only a few rounds of fighting, her spirit beast was seriously injured. Luckily, she had already achieved great success in her martial arts at that time, and that was how she managed to kill that hidden boss. It's true. This is going to be a fight. Jiang Nian laughed in his heart, and instead of having any fear, he became somewhat excited. Since it was a hidden boss, the experience value it gave must be very high. Take this guy out, and I can definitely complete my second evolution. Just as Jiang Nian was thinking this, the copy boss slowly raised its head, and a scepter appeared out of thin air in its hand as well. Whoever trespasses on the territory dies. Xiao Yao. I don't know much information about this hidden boss. You must be careful. If it had been any other hidden boss, she would have been able to give Jiang Nian the most help by informing him of his weaknesses, but this boss she had never seen before in her previous life, and even her abilities were completely unknown. Xiao Yao. I will observe its weaknesses as soon as possible. Lang Yueyao's eyes were firm. Zhang Nian nodded and swung his wings in front of Orhus. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, hid in a safe location and started observing Orhus, trying to find out its weaknesses. At this time, Zhang Nian is using the Eye of Insight to check out Orhus information. Name of beast: Desert Monarch Orhus. Life value: 500. Level: 30. Attack: 201. Defense: 244. Speed: 196. Talent: Sanding. Skills: Sand Funeral, Sand Regeneration, Form Shift. It really deserves to be a hidden boss. 500 life value is the first time I've seen it. We don't understand its attack methods yet, so let's use a shot of Swift Dragon Flame first to probe the reality. When he thought of this, Zhang Nian slowly opened his mouth, and the Taiku Dragon Flame in his mouth violently sprayed out. Wow! In the face of Zhang Nian's attack, only to see Orhus slowly raise the scepter in his hand. Wow! In the next moment, a strange yellow energy was released from the scepter, which quickly transformed and eventually changed into a powerful desert wind. Buzz! That desert wind surrounded the swift dragon flame at an extremely fast speed, then assimilated it into the surrounding sand blocks. To be able to turn my swift dragon flame into sand, this ability is a bit interesting. Zhang Nian was stunned and hurriedly brought the previously seized sand hidden amulet with him. It was now a desert environment, and this item could improve his ability to dodge and hide in a sandy environment. After neutralizing Zhang Nian's attack, Orhus quickly launched a counterattack, only to see his body quickly vanish under the throne and disappear, and in the next second, he appeared on the stone pillar to the left of Zhang Nian. Yoshi, watch out! He's on your left. Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Zhang Nian hastily dodged. However, Orhus' speed was extremely fast, and he quickly dodged to Zhang Nian's face, followed by a scepter swing. Zhang Nian's reaction is also very fast. Immediately used the dragon claw to return fire. Bang! Only, Orhus's life value didn't decrease as a result of this, but rather, Zhang Nian felt something different on the dragon's claws. There's something odd about this scepter. He hastily swung his wings, then stepped back. At that moment, he was surprised to find that his dragon claws had turned the color of sand and earth. I'll be damned. It's hard not to. In the next instant, Zhang Nian's dragon claw completely turned into a puddle of sand. Kong Nin's life value 30. The ability to make the body sandy? That's scary. Now we've finally met our match. Buzz! When Zhang Nian started to rapidly help him recover from the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body, after he lost his dragon claw, that terrifying recovery ability allowed Ning Zhang Nian's dragon claw to fully recover again after 3 seconds. Kong Nin's life value plus 30. Seeing Zhang Nian's arm restored as it was, Orhus revealed a very puzzled expression. Apparently, even he had never seen such an ability. But the next second he snapped back and used his skills, only to see him slowly plant the scepter in his hand on the ground, and everything around him began to become sharply distorted. Countless sands and earths converged around his circumference quickly, gradually forming an ocean of sand. When he saw Orhus waving his hands, the ocean of sand was paving the way towards Zhang Nian to kill him. If we get swept into the middle of this sea of sand, it'll be terrible. Zhang Nian immediately turned around and ran towards the deepest part of the lost city. At this moment, Lang Yueyao was concentrating on observing the breakthrough in that sea of sand. Even a skill that is so strong that it covers the entire map must have its weak points. Sure enough, under Lang Yueyao's desperate search, it really did let her discover a different place. Xiao Yao. There's a vortex point in the center of this sand sea. That's the breaking point. You have to attack that place with all your strength. You'll be able to break the sea of sand. Trust me. Hearing Lang Yueyao's voice in his heart, Zhang Nian immediately stopped and turned to look. Sure enough, there was a very small swirling point right in the center of that sea of sand. Part of the immensity cooldown is up, so it's finally ready to use. Zhang Nian was delighted and hurriedly giganticized his dragon claw before using dragon blood boiling again. Buzz! Lifesteal 1. Attack power plus 5. Lifesteal 1. Attack power plus 5. As Zhang Nian's life value was depleting, his attack power began to increase rapidly. Just as that ocean of sand was still 1 meter away from him, Zhang Nian quickly struck out to attack that one swirling point. Wow! After hitting the vitals, the sea of sand began to dissipate, and Orhus lost just as much life. Orhus life value 70. Taking advantage of this time of maximization, Zhang Yan launched a fierce attack. He now had the power to strip, Master of Chaos, 2 gold words, and if he triggered one of them, Orhus would surely die. Orhus picked up his scepter from the ground and rushed forward to fight Kong Nin. Orhus's ability to sandify was still unbelievable, but the recovery ability of Zhang Yan's ancestral dragon bloodline wasn't something to sneeze at either. Kong Nin's life value 30. 3 seconds later. Kong Nin's life value 30. His arm grows back immediately within 3 seconds of being sanded, and this activates the Dragon's Blood Boiling passive. Dragon's Blood Boiling. Plus 10 points of attack power for every 1 point of life value consumed. With this terrifying attack power added, Zhang Yan seized the opportunity to slap a claw at Orhus' head. Orhus couldn't dodge in time and had his head cut off straight away. Orhus life value 231. Chapter 34, Crazy Level Crossing, Killing a Hidden Boss. Seeing that Orhus had his head torn off, Long Yueyao cried out in excitement. Yoshi, you're great. No one could appreciate the excitement she was feeling right now. But Zhang Yan, who was still in the middle of the battle at this point, was not careless, but instead made another claw at Orhus's abdomen again. Swish! But a few seconds before the claw fell, Orhus's body fled backwards in a bizarre gesture. Want to run? Zhang Yan sneered and quickly flew over. As he was about to continue his strike, a bizarre scene occurred. Seeing all that sand around them began to surround Orhus at a very fast speed. It's using the sand to recover from its injuries. Orhus life value plus 100. Humph. I've already guessed that you would use the surrounding sand to restore your energy. Zhang Yan grunted coldly and began to attack Orhus non-stop. Orhus was recovering at the moment, and those sands around him seemed like they had a consciousness, and began to continuously block Zhang Yan's vision. Bugger off, all of you. The angry Zhang Yan spewed out Taiku Dragon Flame to incinerate those surrounding sands. And in that moment of obstruction, Orhus's head had grown. Orhus life value plus 55. Recovered? So what? Facing the recovered Orhus, Zhang Yan wasn't the least bit weak, and used the advantage of being partially gigantic to start launching an indiscriminate attack on it. Orhus similarly used the sand to transform into a strong and powerful arm to collide with Zhang Yan. Boom! They kept exchanging blows like this 5 or 6 times, and finally, the word effect triggered, and it's still 4. Power deprivation triggered. Successful deprivation, depriving Orhus of his skill, regeneration of sand. You can use sand regeneration, and the skill has a time limit of 1 day. Master of Chaos triggers. Orhus has entered a state of chaos. Dragon Claw Rip trigger. Orhus enters the bleeding state, losing 3% of its life value every second for 15 seconds. Scale Armor Defense triggered. Part of the damage dealt by Orhus has been rebounded. Hearing the voice coming from the system, Zhang Yan was ecstatic. For effects triggered in a row, great. After the power is taken away, Orhus is out of sand regeneration for a day. Then it can no longer regain its life points. In a state of confusion, Orhus began to attack indiscriminately, the scepter in his hand constantly waving. Wow, wow! Only these were ineffective attacks, and it hurt itself. Orhus life value 30. Immediately after that, the bleeding effect of Dragon Claw tier was triggered. Orhus life value 3. Orhus life value 3. Orhus life value 3. Its life value began to drop rapidly, and it even all went straight down to 247 points. Zhang Yan wouldn't let go of this perfect opportunity. He took advantage of Orhus' confusion and quietly circled around to its back. I don't believe that you can still carry my Taiku Dragon Flame this time. Boom! Another shot of swift Dragon Flame slammed out, hitting Orhus directly. Orhus life value 119. Without the protection and regenerative power of the sand, Orhus immediately went into a burning state. Orhus life value 7. Orhus life value 7. Orhus life value 7. With the various effects stacked on top of each other, Orhus was down to his last 100 life points. But even so, Zhang Yan still didn't let his guard down, because the Eye of Insight saw that Orhus had 3 skills, but it had only used 2 from just now until now. There's another skill, shape-shifting. What exactly does this skill mean? This guy definitely has a backhand. It's better to be careful. Buzz! Partial immobilization skill time has expired. Just as Zhang Yan thought this in his heart, Orhus' body began to change dramatically. Buzz! Orhus's body began to rapidly grow larger, and there seemed to be an extra wave of manic energy within its body, bursting its skin, and gradually it was actually turning into a giant sandworm. Seeing this scene, Lung Yueyao's heart was shocked. Damn it! The hidden boss has entered the second stage. Yoshi, this is the second stage of it. Zhang Nian nodded his head, the guard in his heart dropping quite a bit. 3 skills, this is finally all together? Switching forms? This look rather has no vigor as before, it's become ugly. While Zhang Nian was spitting in his mind, Orhus, who had turned into a giant sandworm, opened his bloody mouth and rushed over. Luckily, Zhang Nian had lit up flight before and flew much faster, dodging the attack with a flap of his wings. Orhus attacked in vain and then disappeared directly into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Playing the disappearing act with me again. Zhang Nian was speechless. It was a good thing that Zhang Nian had eaten the flesh of an orc earlier and gained the ability to smell superhumanly. Even though Orhus was hiding in the sand, he still sensed its location accurately. Over here. Zhang Nian swooped down and slammed against a sandy spot. Orhus' life value 50. Algernon's life is 50. Buzz! With this claw, Orhus was left with only 50 life points, but part of Zhang Nian's giganticization ended as well. Localized enhancement time. 3 minutes. Cooldown time. 5 hours. Damn it. The skill time is over. It was so close. Zhang Nian couldn't help but complain. Wow! At that moment, Orhus burrowed out from another spot beneath the sandy soil. However, only the upper half of its body was left, and the lower half of its body had just been attacked by Zhang Nian and had been left in the sand forever. Taking advantage of the fact that he still had a few seconds before his weakened state, Zhang Nian swung his dragon claw and collided with Orhus. Kong Nin's life value 36. Surprises always come out of nowhere. $1 billion blast effect triggers, doubling the damage. Orhus life value 60. 10% strike probability, now it's finally triggered. It just feels good to have a lot of gold phrases. Finally, the blitz effect was triggered, and Zhang Nian was so excited that he had even forgotten that he was now in a weakened state. Overjoyed, he fell straight through the air. Yoshi! Lung Yueyao rushed forward to catch Zhang Nian firmly in her arms. Her eyes were filled with shock and delight. But more than that, she was heartbroken. It really did, and Yoshi killed the hidden boss. This hidden boss was at least level 30, while Xiao Yao was only level 12 right now. A level crossing hit. It's 18 levels over. Xiao Yao, you killed the hidden boss, you're my savior. Don't worry. When this copy is over, I'll make it up to you. She happily hugged Zhang Nian, her eyes slightly moist and, fool, it's us together. Zhang Nian laughed. At that moment, the sound of the end of the copy rang out. Algernon's life is 0. He's dead. You have successfully killed the hidden boss, Desert Monarch Orhus, and cleared the hidden copy. Congratulations on your title, Lone Ranger of the Desert. After equipping this title, your full attributes increase by 20% in any desert copy and are no longer affected by terrain. Chapter 35. Getting Too Big to Hold. Hearing a mechanical voice coming from the copy, Leng Yueyao and Zhang Nian's faces were filled with delight. Yoshi, we got an achievement, hey. Only killing a hidden boss will get you this kind of achievement. Xiao Yao, you're too good. At this time, Zhang Nian, who was lying in Lang Yueyao's arms, gradually recovered his physical strength. Being able to obtain the achievement was certainly a pleasure, but he was now more concerned about how much experience value he would gain after killing Orhus. Kill Orhus, gain experience value plus 640. I'll go. It really deserves to be a hidden boss. It gave so much experience value at once. It's worth killing several orcs. Zhang Nian was ecstatic. The second evolution is finally coming. Kill Orhus, gain experience value plus 640. Receive the Sandlord's Staff of Orhus 1. Obtained Orhus's Beast Core 1. Get the Desert Heart. Gain skill points plus 5. Gain evolution points plus 5. Obtaining the certificate of the Sand Sea Unknown Key. Acquired talent. Sanding. Rank. LV. 12,663,200 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 13 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You have leveled up to level 13 and have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Just as Jiang Nian was about to check out the loot, system beeps rang out one after another. Rank LV 13,463,220 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 14 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You have leveled up to level 14 and have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Rank LV 14,242,240 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 15 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You have leveled up to level 15 and have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Detected that your level has increased to 15. Opening the second evolution. Evolution time is roughly 2 hours. Jiang Nian was ecstatic. Level 15. Finally, it's time to evolve for the second time. In the next second, Jiang Nian only felt a wave of drowsiness come over him, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. And the very next second after he fell asleep, a huge white light slowly surrounded his entire body. This is Little Yao's second evolution. Leng Yueyao rejoiced. Buzz! Immediately after Orhus died, a portal appeared in front of its throne. As long as you walk into this portal, then you can successfully pass the copy of the Lost King City. Now that Jiang Nian was in the critical stage of his second evolution, Leng Yueyao didn't rush out of the copy and place the protective shield around him. She didn't want anything that could interfere with Jiang Nian's second evolution. Usually there's a 2.5-hour waiting period after the copy ends. As long as Xiao Yao completes his second evolution within 2.5 hours, then it won't be much of a problem. Well, take advantage of this period of Xiao Yao's evolution. I'll look for any treasures around. Leng Yueyao excitedly rubbed her small hands together and began to look around the Lost King City. The hidden boss had already been resolved, so there was no danger in this copy. Leng Yueyao was very talented in this aspect of finding treasures, and it wasn't long before she really found the treasure that Alhaz had hidden. There are not many treasures, for in all, when Leng Yueyao's eyes instantly glittered with excitement after seeing these 4 treasures, her breathing became rapid all of a sudden. It's the crown of sand, she exclaimed. Only some runes were engraved on that crown, revealing an ancient aura. In her previous life, when she was practicing around, she encountered a royal beast master in the middle of a desert that existed without boundaries. The royalty took a liking to her beauty and attempted to her him for himself. However, his level and the level of his spirit beast were both relatively low, and he was defeated within a few moves. But then he took out the crown of sand, and after wearing the crown of sand, he was able to drive all the spirit beasts in the middle of the desert. Only, even so, he was still defeated, and the crown of sand was buried in the desert along with the... I didn't expect to go around in circles to meet here. Leng Yueyao smiled. In that case, I'll take it without ceremony. The crown of sand can only be worn by humans, and if a spirit animal wears it, it will be revolted. After putting away the crown of sand, Leng Yueyao set her eyes on the hourglass to the side. This is the sand funnel of time. My God, how could this place have a treasure of this level? Leng Yueyao was stunned. She knew very well that the ability of the hourglass of time was extremely heaven-defying. One of them, Time Rewind, can rewind time within 100 meters to 3 minutes ago. It doesn't cost you anything. The only thing is that the cooldown is long and takes 3 days to recover. The second, Time Acceleration, enables the flow of time to be accelerated for a specific object or area. After using Time Acceleration, it likewise takes 3 days before you can continue to use it a second time. What was even more terrifying was that these were still 2 of the currently known abilities of the Sands of Time Funnel, and there were even more unbelievable abilities that hadn't been uncovered. If the only drawback is that only humans can unleash its powers, that's why Orhus hid it here. Treasure levels are categorized as common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. The Crown of Sand and the Sand Funnel of Time were both legendary grade treasures, and treasures of this level were extremely rare even when placed in an auction house. Once it was circulated, it was likely to be wildly popular with the crowd, and the value of just one piece was likely to exceed several billions, if not more. Leng Yueyao was shocked for quite a while before she put these 2 treasures away. Not bad, not bad. To be able to harvest these 2 legendary grade treasures, this time is too profitable. As for the 2 remaining treasures, one was the desert armor that Orhus had once used, and the other was a spatial anchor point. There was nothing special about the desert armor, except that it was a bit more powerful defensively, being able to defend itself against some of the enemy's attacks with sand. Spatial anchors, ability to place an anchor in a random place, can teleport to the vicinity of the anchor. The downside is that it's a disposable prop, and it's gone after one use. However, Lang Yueyao didn't mind it, and after inspecting it, she put it away through and through. The desert armor can be sold to buy good food for you, and the spatial anchor points can be used in a pinch. She then searched around the palace some more, and only came to Jiang Yan's side after confirming that there weren't any treasures. At this moment, Jiang Yan was completely surrounded by white lights, and those white lights in turn took the shape of an egg. What surprised Lang Yueyao was that this white egg was even bigger than the sandworm that Orhus had turned into. My god! It's huge! Aya, what if Xiao Yao becomes this big and can't be hugged later? Chapter 36, Second Evolution, Terrifying Changes. Outside the 9th Heaven Academy. A full 3 days had passed since Lang Yueyao entered the replica, and during those 3 days, Su Xiaoyan had come to wait at the entrance of the middle extreme replica every day. However, these 3 days passed by in a flash. Lang Yueyao did not have the slightest intention to come out, which could make Su Xiaoyan anxious. During this period of time, Wu Lin would also come to the entrance of the replica from time to time to take a look. Today he came to the entrance of the replica as usual and found that a lot of people had already converged here. Wu Lin was a bit puzzled. What are all of you doing gathered here? Is there something important? Seeing that the dean had arrived, the crowd hurriedly greeted him and then gave up a seat to explain. Today is the day that Yixuan is going to make his copy. So we came to take a look. Yeah. I heard that her spirit pet level has reached level 11 and is extremely powerful. That's right. I once fought her and lost without even lasting 3 rounds. Ugh. Upon hearing the crowd's descriptions in a variety of ways, Wu Lin then nodded thoughtfully. Oh. AI. This girl. Is a bit too competitive. Wu Lin shook his head with a bitter smile, naturally knowing what Yixuan had in mind. This girl is also too eager. Wouldn't it be more prudent to rise a few more levels? She does, however, have the credentials, being able to contract a divine spirit beast that had awakened the Phoenix bloodline. What else was there that she couldn't do? Cross-level kills, this was already a family affair. Well, even if she encounters a ferocious beast that is 5 levels higher than herself, this girl will still be able to deal with it easily, right? Under the gaze of all the people, Yixuan opened the intermediate level copy in triumph. Humph. Lang Yueyao didn't expect you to be so unaware of your own strength. Intermediate level copies aren't something people like you can challenge. The bet in a month's time. It looks like you won't be able to make it to the appointment. Meanwhile, there were still the last 3 minutes until Jiang Yan's evolution was complete. Lang Yueyao also felt at this time surrounded by white light, Jiang Yan is undergoing radical changes. Wow. There's some anticipation of what exactly it will become when it wants to evolve. His eyes glittered with anticipation. Even though Yo is already handsome as he is now, he still wants to know what he'll look like when he gets bigger. As the last 3 minutes ticked by, Jiang Yan's evolution came to an end. Buzz!
Gating.
Only a click could be heard, and as the evolution time ended, the white egg that surrounded Jiang Yan split open with a huge crack. Click, click, click. 1, 2, 3 seconds later, the white egg completely exploded, and Jiang Yan, who had completed his second evolution, finally broke out of his shell. Wow, so big! Little Yao, you, how did you become so big? Lang Yueyao covered her small mouth in surprise and shock. She had thought that Jiang Yan's size would increase quite a bit after evolution, but she hadn't expected it to become this big. Jiang Yan under the eyes of Lang Yueyao. Jiang Yan's limbs became thick and powerful, his claws elongated and sharpened, and the membrane of his wings had been covered with a layer of hard and unparalleled black scales, and the scales on his body became even darker, with blood like dark golden lines vaguely flowing in the texture of each scale, looking very oppressive. The angles on the head become more imposing, sharp bone spurs protrude from the spine, and the tail becomes longer and more powerful. The body size directly grew to 30 meters, completely undergoing a great metamorphosis. After the evolution was completed, Jiang Yan was shocked by the huge changes that occurred in his body. She looked down at Lang Yueyao and realized that the latter had become like an ant. I can't believe how big I've gotten. Ding. Evolution complete. Completion of the second evolution. Rewarded with evolution points 10. Completion of second evolution, bonus talent, size control. You can control your body size as much as you want, but the maximum size will not exceed the current one. As a result of completing the second evolution, your stats have undergone a great boost. Currently, your base stats are at their highest. If you want to continue to improve, you need special materials to make a breakthrough. System, View Panel. Jiang Yan couldn't wait to check out the panel. He wanted to see just how far his stats had grown. Name, Jiang Yan. Race, Dragon. Contractor, Lung Yueyao. Current affinity 30. Rank, LV, 15 to 260. Note, when level 35 is reached, the third evolution can be opened. Life value, 999. Defense, 999. Magic, 999. Attack, 999. Speed, 999. Evolution points, 16. Skill points, 8. Props, Serpent's Tooth 1, Tail Spike 1, Orc's Wooden Stick 1, Sand Sovereign Staff of Orhus, etc. Skills, Dragon Claw Tear 2-5, Claws of Darkness, Dragon Blood Boil 1-5, Skill Book, Sandstorm 1. Talent, Born Poisonous, Sanded, Evolution, Scale Defense 2-5, Flight 1-5, already has gold words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring Evolution, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Proficiency, Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation, Master of Chaos, Partial Gigantization, Billion Strikes, Word Fusion. After seeing his base stats, Jiang Yan's entire body was confused. No, this data? Ah? A moment ago he hadn't understood the statement that the base data had reached its maximum, but now he understood it thoroughly. It's really worthy of the dragon race. These figures are too unbelievable, and I've only completed my second evolution now. I really don't know just how strong the data will be after completing my third evolution. You'll have to obtain materials if you want to continue your breakthrough. So it looks like it's little Yo-Yo's job again. Jiang Yan smiled. Oh, you can also control your size at will. This talent is really a bit heaven-defying. This is a great deal of money for a copy trip. Just as Jiang Yan checked his system panel, Lang Yueyao similarly checked his data. Wow, this base value. Xiao Yao, your values are all 999 now. Hey, this is too scary. At this moment, Lang Yueyao's heart was in a state of shock. Xiao Yao, truly worthy of being the supreme dragon race. This terrifying stats. I'm afraid that no demonic beast of the same level will be able to surpass him. Xiao Yao, you've gotten so big now. I can't even hold you anymore. Lang Yueyao beamed her little mouth, looking a little lost. Hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately used the size control and changed his size back to his original form. Hee. Xiao Yao, can you control your size at will? Lang Yueyao was surprised. Jiang Yan nodded. It's certainly very handsome when you get bigger, but then you won't be able to get together with little Yo-Yo. Ahem. Tiny is cute too. Seeing that Jiang Yan had changed back to his original form, Lang Yueyao excitedly hugged him in her arms and intimated him. Right, the copy time is almost up. Xiao Yao, let's go out. Chapter 37, The Shock of the Crowd. Good. Jiang Yan nodded. After being in the copy for so long, I don't know how many days have passed outside. Just like that, Lang Yueyao left the copy of the Lost King City while holding the diminished Jiang Yan in her arms. At this time, the Nine Heavens Academy. Yixuan had already selected an intermediate-level copy, and the teleportation portal next to him had already opened. Just a second before she was about to enter the copy, a teleportation portal suddenly appeared at the leftmost intermediate copy entrance. Buzz! The moment the portal appeared, the crowd's eyes were immediately drawn to it. Why did a portal appear there too? It seems like someone came out from inside the copy. That person couldn't be Lang Yueyao. Hee. How can that be? How many days have passed? Maybe she's already dead in the copy. While the crowd was talking, Lang Yueyao walked out of the copy holding Jiang Yan. Wow, Xiao Yao, we're out. It's still good to be outside in the air, Lang Yueyao said happily. After coming out, Jiang Yan began to breathe in the fresh air outside. It's not their fault. After all, that copy was filled with sand, and it smelled pungent with a faint odor of blood. Seeing that Lang Yueyao walked out from inside the intermediate level copy safe and sound, the crowd that had been murmuring a moment ago now immediately became silent. After a long time, it was Su Xiaoyan who took the lead and said, "Yu Yao, are you all right?" Lang Yueyao shook her head. "Thanks to Mr. Su's concern, I'm fine." Su Xiaoyan complained a bit. "Hey Yu Yao, you're too eager. You've only just reached trainee beastmaster now. How can you go down to an intermediate level copy? Besides, this little guy's level isn't enough. This. Don't look at Su Xiaoyan being in such a hurry." But she was worried for Lang Yueyao from the bottom of her heart. She had only just become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster and had a promising future ahead of her. If she died in an intermediate level copy just because of her own arrogance, that would really… However, it was good to see that Lang Yueyao was safe and sound. Her hanging heart was finally put down. "Yu Yao, don't do that in the future. It's too dangerous," Su Xiaoyan said with some anger. Lang Yueyao's face reddened and she nodded with some embarrassment. "Okay, Mr. Su. I know. Thank you for your hard work." This time it was indeed she who owed some consideration. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Yao was a dragon, I'm afraid that if she encountered a hidden boss, she wouldn't be able to get out. The delighted face of Yixuan, who was preparing to enter the copy, immediately turned gloomy. How can that be? She actually came out safe and sound. Humph, it's just luck. Nothing great. Blue, let's go. She patted the wayward chicken on her shoulder. It was just that, after completing an evolution, that walker chicken had now metamorphosed and had vaguely taken the form of a phoenix. After cursing fiercely in his heart, Li Yixuan entered the intermediate level copy with his spirit beast. However, at this time, the eyes of the crowd were on Lang Yueyao's body. After a small surprise in his heart, Wu Lin hurriedly walked forward. "Yu Yao, is everything all right?" Lang Yueyao shook her head. "Thank you, Dean, for your concern. I'm fine." Wu Lin nodded his head, and then his eyes turned to Jiang Yen. Buzz! He suddenly realized that the latter's aura had undergone a sea change long ago at this time. Hiss, what's going on here? This little guy is completely different from that feeling I had the last time I saw it. This sense of oppression. It actually makes even me feel a pang of fear. What kind of spirit beast was this little guy? Could it be that he was really a dragon like Yu Yao said? This? No. It looks like I'm going to have to look for information and do some research. If this little guy is really a dragon, then my 9 Heavens Academy will definitely leap to the top of the 4 academies. Well, if it's really a dragon, then it must be protected. If the onlookers were to learn that the dragon race had appeared in the 9 heavens, not to mention Spirit Abyss City, I'm afraid that even the entire Xia Kingdom would set off a bloody storm. Wu Lin lamented and hurriedly waved his hand to dismiss the crowd that was watching. All right, everyone disperse. What's it like to gather here? Seeing Wu Lin give the word, the crowd then scratched their heads and dispersed in all directions. "Yu Yao, you've worked hard. Go back to the dormitory and rest first." "Okay, Dean." Lang Yueyao nodded and dragged her tired body back to the dormitory. "Phew, I'm so tired. I need to get some rest." Lang Yueyao tiredly lay on the bed. Jiang Yen yawned, got down and fell asleep. It was also true that he was a bit tired from these days of continuous fighting, and it was time to take a good rest. Back in the dormitory, Shinran put the double meal he had bought in advance on the table. "Yu Yao, you're too impulsive. You've only just become a trainee Imperial Beastmaster, and you dare to challenge an intermediate level copy. It's a good thing you're okay, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do." Lang Yueyao heatedly smiled and sat up with a whoosh, the corners of her mouth slightly rising. Hey, I'm not confident in Xiao Yao's strength." Happily, he said, "That's right, 2-0. It's good that this little guy is overpowered." "Hey, Yu Yao, why do I feel as if this little guy isn't quite the same as before?" Shinran plopped down on the bed and took a closer look at Jiang Yen. He. "Wait until later and you'll know. Little Yao can be awesome." When mentioning Jiang Yen, Lang Yueyao's eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction. "Hey, by the way, Yu Yao, your January appointment with Li Yixuan is still half a month away." Lang Yueyao nodded her head and clenched her fists tightly. "Humph. This guy dares to look down on my Xiao Yao. After half a month, I'm going to let her know who's the boss. Woo-hoo. It's your kind of dominance that's wanted. You're hungry? Eat something." Shinran laughed. After resting for a while, we still have to go inside the forge to get the armor." At this moment, Su Hu, who had been driven away, was leading the Su clan's people to cause trouble inside the forging workshop. Humph. I told you I'd be back. Where's the woman? Why hasn't she come yet? Su Hu smiled coldly and questioned the shivering Elon in front of him. Su Hu, you, don't go too far. This is a forging workshop. Su Hu spread her hands dismissively, not taking her words to heart in the slightest. Humph, so what if I pick a fight here? It's hard to believe that old Manhwa would still dare to go directly to the Su family's trouble. Elon, how dare you say that about the chairman? Seeing that Su Hu was going to continue to dislike him even more, the taller Su family member next to him immediately came out and said, well, that's enough nonsense for now. Let old man left come out. You guys aren't qualified to speak to me yet. As for you, now immediately go to the Nine Heavens Academy to notify that woman. If you don't arrive within 10 minutes, you know the consequences. With no other choice, Elon gritted his teeth and left the forge workshop, rushing to the Nine Heavens Academy. The others immediately informed Zhou Chengtian of this matter when they saw this. Dean, the Su family came to cause trouble inside the workshop, you see. Zhou Chengtian, who was busy in the dean's room, slowly put down the work on his hands, and a flash of stern color flashed in his eyes. Humph. Su family, what a big row. Chapter 38. The Su family? The Su family is so hairy. Dean, Zhou Chengtian coldly smiled, and immediately put down the work in hand. Let's go. Even the Su family head doesn't dare to be so arrogant inside my forging workshop. I'd like to take a look. Who is this? Yes, Dean. Hearing Zhou Chengtian's words, that person also instantly came to his senses and immediately led the way in front. Before long, Zhou Chengtian came to the front desk of the forge workshop. The tall middle-aged man named Su Feng was the helper that Su Hu had found, and was likewise his cousin. Old man Zhou, you're not tired of harboring in that Thai workshop all day. My brother had an accident in your place. You have to give me an explanation. I also heard that the woman built 3 sets of cold armor in your place. A sly glint flashed in Su Feng's eyes. The fact that he came here to help Su Hu out was one thing, and more importantly, it was to get those 3 sets of cold ice armor. Give me those 3 sets of cold ice armor, and this matter will be settled. Hearing this, Zhou Chengtian laughed instead of being angry. These 3 sets of cold ice armor do not belong to my forge workshop. So for me to hand it over to you, that's never going to happen. Besides, you just blatantly came to my forging workshop to look for trouble like this. Is it the Su family head's intention or your own? Zhou Chengtian's words were like a needle that ruthlessly pierced into Su Feng's heart. Su Feng's color instantly turned ugly. That's because what Zhou Chengtian said was completely correct. Because these 3 sets of cold armor were extremely of great interest. That was why he had hidden from the Su family head to come to the forging workshop specifically. The value of this set of cold ice armor was already as high as 3 million, 2 sets to keep for their own wear, and 1 set to take to sell. Wouldn't this be a blood profit? With his own name of the Su family, Zhou Chengtian must not dare to go against him. However, he did not expect that this elaborate design of his was broken by Zhou Chengtian with a single sentence. Damn, this guy really isn't that gullible. Seeing Su Feng's face becoming more and more ugly, Zhou Chengtian continued. If I inform the Su family's family head of this matter, you should know what kind of consequences there will be.
Su Feng.
Su, who was exasperated. You stop pretending here, Zhou Chengtian continued. Su Hu, it was under your family heads pleading that you were allowed to work inside this forging workshop in the first place. Now you have the nerve to clamor in front of me. Su Hu? Zhou Chengtian was dumbfounded at the two of them, and for a while he didn't know how to reply. Just then, Elon managed to find Lang Yueyao. This young lady, you must be careful. The Su family is not that easy to deal with. Lang Yueyao laughed a little and gave Ran a comforting look. It's okay. Xiao Yao. We must teach this guy a good lesson this time. Jiang Nian nodded heavily, a murderous intent already flashing in his eyes. This Su family is really ungrateful, and it happened to disturb me when I was sleeping soundly. It just so happens that little master I'm hungry, so I'll take you 2 spirit beasts as appetizers first. Seeing Lang Yueyao appear, Su Hu immediately revealed a teasing expression. Yo, finally. Cousin, that's the woman. Su Feng turned around in the moment he saw Lang Yueyao. He was immediately mesmerized by her. Yo, what a beautiful person. I didn't think that there would be this kind of superb goods in the school of the 9 heavens. After seeing Lang Yueyao's stunningly beautiful appearance, Su Feng's heart moved to a crooked mind. Tell you what, as long as you're willing to stay with me for one night, we'll forget about what happened before. How about 3 sets of cold ice armor you can take as well? Cousin, you? Su, who still wanted to say something, and was immediately glared back by a cold look from Su Feng. Su Feng raised his eyebrows towards Lang Yueyao. How about it? Think about it. It's your honor to be my Su Feng's woman. As soon as he heard these words from Su Feng, the anger in Jiang Yan's heart skyrocketed. Damn. This person dares to hit Xiao Yao Yao's idea. Look at me. Just as Jiang Yan was about to make his move, Lang Yueyao gently patted his head. Xiao Yao. There's no need to rush. We have ways to clean him up. She took a deep breath and initiated a duel towards Su Feng. Don't bother. If you can beat me in a duel, it's up to you. Hearing the word duel, Su Feng's eyes immediately revealed ecstasy. Ha ha ha. That's great. Su Feng sneered in his heart. Just waiting for you to say this. How dare you fight my spirit beast with this 4-legged waste of a spirit beast? Let me teach you what real fighting is. After I beat you into submission, I'll make you my woman willingly. Beauty. I'll be waiting for you outside in the dueling arena. Put on your cold armor and don't say I didn't give you a chance. Su Feng led Su Hu out of the forging workshop with a big smile. Only after the two of them had left did Elon rush over. Miss Yu, how can you agree to this scoundrel's demands? His spirit beast is an epic frost spider. It's very powerful. At this time, Zhou Chengtian took out the 3 sets of cold ice armor that he had made. I'm sorry. This matter started because of us. After this matter is over, we will definitely give you satisfactory compensation. This frost armor is able to resist attacks very well, and after wearing it, your chances of winning will increase greatly. Lang Yueyao waved her hand in rejection. Let's put it away for now. There's no need for that yet, right, Yoshi? Jiang Yan nodded his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In Spirit Abyss City, there were a dozen or so dueling arenas set up, and some of the competitive Imperial Beastmasters would enter them to spar. Some high-level or even master-level Imperial Beastmasters in Spirit Abyss City would also sometimes spar in the middle of the dueling arena. Only their every cut duel inside the arena is full. After all, who do not want to see a master-level fight? This kind of scene is not often seen. Soon, the matter of Lang Yueyao and Su Feng's duel spread into the Nine Heavens Academy. Some of the students who were watching rushed non-stop to the dueling arena where the two were. Hey, now there's something to watch. Hiss, if I'm not mistaken. That person seems to be someone from the Su family. Well, there's no mistaking it. Lang Yueyao actually dueled with the Su family. It's just crazy. Yueyao, cheer up. You must defeat this asshole. Shinran directly ignored the disgusted eyes of the surrounding crowd and pulled her voice to cheer Lang Yueyao. I say Shinran, are you all right? How can you still cheer her on if you don't go and discourage her? A Class 9 student asked with tears in his eyes. Don't you guys look down on people. That little guy in Yu Yao's hands is awesome. He's very strong. Strength? Then, isn't that just a 4-legged statue? The crowd was speechless. Che, you guys will know later. Shinran skimmed her mouth and stopped arguing with the crowd, instead concentrating on cheering for Lang Yueyao. Not a moment later, the people from the Heavenly Dragon Academy were also attracted in by the boisterous atmosphere in the middle of the dueling arena. They originally wanted to get together and leave, but they stopped again when they saw that the person in the dueling arena was Lang Yueyao. It's this woman. Chapter 39. Slap the hero to pieces. What bad luck. How could I meet this woman in this place? Seeing that Lang Yueyao would actually appear in the dueling arena, Shun Lu weather-cursed. The few people next to him who were on good terms with him asked uncertainly, Latte, what the hell is going on? It couldn't be that you were salivating over someone's beauty, went after them and didn't catch up, and got rejected, right? The man raised his eyebrows with a bad smile. That's right. Looking at this woman's appearance, she's more or less a schoolgirl level. The corners of Shin Lishan's mouth twitched, and he was furious. What are you all thinking? If it wasn't for the people here messing around with it, I'd probably be rich by now. Forget it. This woman is probably crazy too. How dare she duel with someone from the Su family? Let's go. Let's go see the fun. Shin Letian laughed badly and led a few people to a spot on the dueling stage. Perhaps it was because of Lang Yueyao, causing the dueling stage that was empty a moment ago to now be almost overcrowded. With such a pretty beauty in the dueling arena, it's good to come and watch the fun. The dueling arena. Lang Yueyao stood on the stage reserved for Imperial Beast Masters, while Zhang Yan stood in the center of the dueling arena. The two of you go together, Lang Yueyao said indifferently. Hee hee. Beautiful girl, what a big mouth. So you like two people?
Su Feng grinned.
At the sight of Lang Yueyao's cold appearance, an evil fire inexplicably surged in his heart. This woman, after I tear your spirit beast into pieces, let's see how I'll temper you then. Su, whose face shivered as he stood on the Imperial Beast platform. Humph. You brought this on yourself. Seeing Su Feng's filthy expression, Zhang Yan couldn't wait to claw his way up and tear his mouth apart. Damn. If I can get you out of this dueling arena alive later, I won't believe Ginger. Su Feng waved his right hand and an empty box the size of a palm appeared in his hand. This is a specialized prop capable of storing spirit animals. If one spirit animal was large, it could be stored in the Imperial Beast space if it wished. The only downside was that the spirit beasts that entered the Imperial Beast space would grow slower in intimacy with their Imperial Beastmaster. Ignorant woman. Let's show you what a true spirit beast is. Come on out. Frost Spider. As Su Feng's words fell, a spider whose body was covered in a ghostly blue armor appeared on the dueling field. One could only see jagged ice crystal protrusions growing from the joints of that frost spider, and its 8 slender jointed limbs glowed with a metallic cold light. The moment the frost spider appeared, the entire dueling arena was assaulted by a cold current. The crowd all winced. Holy! Is this an epic level spirit beast? Just one appearance and I felt its terrifying aura. It's really worthy of being an epic level spirit beast. It's actually able to change its surroundings. In the midst of the crowd's sound of surprise, Su Hu also summoned his spirit beast from the Imperial Beast space. Ghost Face Moth. It was a rare grade spirit beast, and its body was a ghostly face made of human illusion, which looked very bizarre. The crowd was shocked. 2 against 1. Oh, I didn't realize that this beauty is quite arrogant to be 1v2. That one epic spirit beast alone can already decide the winner. And this is one more what's left to fight for? What's this to fight with? With that spirit beast that isn't even as tall as me? The man smiled disdainfully. Amidst the jeers of the crowd, Zhang Yan struck out, only to see its wings spread out, then violently fly into the air, its size rapidly increasing. Talent? Size control. A shocking energy erupted from within Zhang Yan's body. Its size began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. Eventually, a giant dragon with a body length of over 30 meters appeared in front of the crowd. Its wings spread out to cover half of the sky, and the dragon's might pressed on everyone's nerves like substance. Its terrifying size was even more so when it flew in the air, covering half of the dueling arena as if it were covering the sky. Seeing Zhang Yan's size suddenly become so huge, the crowd was dumbfounded. The frost spider, which they thought was of a large size a moment ago, was now surprisingly so small in front of Zhang Yan's eyes. It's almost like ants.
No.
Is this right? This? How did the size of the 4 unimaginables become so big? Holy, how would I know if you asked me? At this moment, the crowd was in a daze, their eyes looking at Zhang Yan in the air in horror. If what the frost spider brought them just now was shock, then what Zhang Yan brought them was fear from the depths of their souls. At this moment, Su Feng and Su Hu, who had witnessed Zhang Yan become bigger, were directly dumbfounded. What is this? The corners of Su Feng's mouth twitched and his entire body went numb. No. How would I know if you ask me? Frost spiders. Come on, attack. Hearing Su Feng's order, the frost spider just launched its attack. But it was obvious that Zhang Yan's movements were faster. He didn't even bother to use his eye of insight to check the frost spider's information. He just used his dragon claw to make such a hard swipe towards the ground. Boom! As this claw fell, the entire dueling arena was shaken, and the powerful impact caused the ground to instantly crumble. A huge crack began to appear in all the surrounding walls from not being able to withstand that impact. This claw went down as if it was going to shatter the entire impenetrable dueling arena. In the face of the gusts of wind coming at them, Shen Latte and the others hurriedly placed their shields under their feet, which prevented them from being blown away. What the hell is this? Latte, you once said you had a problem with this woman? Shen Lishan's expression became extremely comical at this time. Don't end to say it again. This woman is too scary to provoke. This woman's spirit animal obviously wasn't this big before, but it was only a few days ago. How did... At this moment, the center of the dueling arena. After the smoke around them gradually cleared, this dueling arena was already filled with the shadows of frost spiders and ghost-faced moths. That's right, Jiang Yen directly slapped these two spirit beasts into spirit beast fragments with a single claw. Kill frost spider. Gain experience value plus 113. Kill frost spider. Gain attack power plus 23. Attack power has reached the upper limit and cannot be further improved. Need to make a breakthrough. Kill frost spider. Gain plus 33 defense. Defense has reached its limit and cannot be further improved. Need to make a breakthrough. Kill ghostface moth. Gain experience value plus 99. Kill ghostface moth. Gain speed plus 18. Speed has reached the upper limit. Cannot continue to improve. Need to make a breakthrough. Hearing the voice coming from the system, Jiang Yen didn't feel any joy. Just two reptiles. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Roar. His roar resounded through the entire sky, and the entire spirit abyss city was shaken. No, it can't be. My frost spider is an epic spirit beast. How could it be killed by a four-legged unlike you? The undeterred Su Feng was still constantly searching for traces of the frost spider within the dueling arena, until the contract between him and the frost spider was completely severed, and in a twinkling he saw pieces of the spider on the ground. Chapter 40, Can change big and small, that's not. Seeing the pieces of his spirit beast on the ground, Su Feng was so angry that he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. When the frost spider dies, he likewise takes some degree of damage. Su, who was even more pale and sat on his butt. His mouth kept chanting, "No, it can't be, it can't be. How could my ghost-face moth be gone just like that? How is this possible?" On the dueling stage, after seeing the two spirit beasts killed by Jiang Yen with a single slap, Shinran excitedly waved her fists. "Wow! Great job, little guy. That's the way to teach them a good lesson. How about it? I told you that this little guy is awesome, and you guys still don't believe me." She looked at the surrounding classmates in triumph. The crowd in Class 9 couldn't say a word at this point, only shock in their eyes. From this moment on, they would never dare to underestimate Lang Yueyao again. And for such a result, it was obviously all within Lang Yueyao's expectations. She smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Yen in the air. However, at this moment, Jiang Yen still had a ferocious gaze, staring dead on at the two Su Fenglian who hadn't come back to their senses yet. "Xiao Yao, it's hard to believe that you want to." Lang Yueyao, who had a heart of gold, instantly understood what he was thinking. Could it be that this little guy is jealous? The airborne Jiang Yen's aura increased instead of decreasing, and that terrifying suppressive force instantly enveloped the heads of Su Feng and the two of them. The two people who sensed that something was not quite right said with horror on their faces, "Wait, what are you doing? We lost this match. From now on I won't look for trouble from you. Isn't that enough?" Lang Yueyao pointed at Jiang Yen in the air, then said with an icy face, "You should talk to my spirit animal, not me. I think you should know this. Those who step into the dueling arena live or die." Su Feng had completely lost the arrogance he had earlier at this time, and was itching to kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Even his strongest spirit beast had been slapped into pieces. How could this be a fight? Damn it, as long as I make it back alive today, I'll be sure to tell the head of the family what happened here. This woman's spirit beast must not be simple, and the family head must know its identity. When the time comes, let the head of the family step in and capture it along with this woman. I won't believe it. When he thought of this, Su Feng immediately pushed out Su Hu, who was beside him. "I was also fooled by this kid in this matter. If you have a problem, you go to him. It has nothing to do with me." Su Hu, "Cousin? No, this, cousin. You don't have to screw people over like that. We don't have to be afraid. In front of so many people, I don't believe this stupid beast still dare to kill." Roar. However, Su Hu's words had only just reached the halfway point when Jiang Yen directly roared out an extremely strong stream of compressed air from his mouth. The moment that terrifying airflow enveloped Su Hu's body, the latter immediately exploded into a mist of blood. Su. Seeing Su Hu being killed in front of his eyes, Su Feng's entire scalp directly exploded. How dare you really? If you dare to kill me, just wait to bear the wrath of the Su family. If I die, The family head will definitely sell your stupid beast inside the black market. The corners of Jiang Yan's mouth shivered. Yaya, how dare you to threaten me? Roar. Another roar. The compressed airflow immediately covered Su Feng, and the next second,
No.
bang! Su Feng's entire body exploded into a mist of blood and died. The two were casually killed in seconds, and Jiang Yan didn't have any ripples. If you can apologize obediently, I might even consider sparing your life. But if you dare to hit little Yo-Yo, then you won't want to leave here alive. The Su family? The Su family is nothing, he said with disdain in his heart. The crowd didn't react as they watched two Su family members die in the dueling arena. None of them had thought that this spirit beast would actually dare to lay hands on the Su family. Su family is dead. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to see this mess. Still looking at a hammer, hurry up and go. If we let the Su family come to ask for punishment, then we'll be in deep. Yeah. Hurry up. Just pretend you weren't here today. Wow. Within a few breaths, the crowd inside the dueling arena was almost gone. Zhucheng Tian, who was standing at the highest place, sucked in a breath of cool air after witnessing this scene. His gaze was dead set on Jiang Yan in the air, as if he had thought of something. This spirit beast's strength is so terrifying. It's definitely not an ordinary spirit beast. Besides, it looks like this. I seem to have seen it in some ancient book before. AI. It looks like we have to go back to the books again. Zhucheng Tian shook his head helplessly. Elon said with a somewhat embarrassed face. Chairman, although these two people are not dead enough to be spared, they are after all members of the Su family in case. Zhucheng Tian hesitated and said, your what if is not impossible. But so what? You've seen the strength of this little girl. Befriending her is not the right choice. Besides, the Su family doesn't have the ability to declare war on me right now. Zhucheng Tian made this decision but did a lot of thinking. Although this forge workshop of his was not comparable to those topmost forces, after all, it had made friends with quite a few strong people after so many years of operation. Moreover, these powerhouses were extremely close to him. So if the Su family really tore their faces off, the victory or defeat was still unknown. I'll go back to the forge to get ready. I'll make sure to invite this girl back later. Yes, President. In the dueling arena, after seeing Su Feng and his two men explode into a cloud of blood mist, Jiang Yan's heart was relieved a bit. Phew, that's much more comfortable. He slowly became smaller, then returned to Lang Yueyao's side. He stretched out his dragon claw and jabbered in front of Lang Yueyao, making a bunch of movements. It was like saying, these two guys went too far, so I taught them a lesson. I didn't realize they were so unforgiving. I just blew on them and they hung up. Seeing this desperate attempt to explain by Jiang Yan, Lang Yueyao was amused. Haha. Well, let's get going. We still have to go back and get the well-made cold ice armor. Lang Yueyao laughed sweetly. For some reason she was unusually happy. Jiang Yan nodded his head and leapt into Lang Yueyao's arms. He. It's still warm in little Yo-Yo's arms. Finally I can get a good night's sleep. When you're rested, you can smoke this mythic word with word fusion. Thinking about it, Jiang Yan fell asleep. By this time, Lang Yueyao had already left the dueling arena with Shinran and returned to the forge workshop under the guidance of Elon. Shinran was still babbling on about Kang Yan's performance just now. Wow, Yuyao. The little guy is too powerful too. How did it suddenly become so big? He. It's a secret, Lang Yueyao said with a hefty smile, keeping it mysterious. Shinran raised an eyebrow and made a bold guess. Does it mean that this little guy can change his size at will? Oh ho! Then wouldn't that be a good idea? She said with an impishly wicked smile. Lang Yueyao blankly glanced at her without a good mood. Aya, what are you thinking really? Haha. Just kidding. Shinran laughed. Chapter 41, Breakthrough Material. The two of them just jostled all the way to Zhucheng Tian's office. Zhucheng Tian laughed a little and placed those 3 pairs of well-made cold ice armor in front of Lang Yueyao. Here's your customized cold armor. Check it out, little girl. Lang Yueyao nodded without being polite and went up and carefully examined it. After all, the most important thing about the cold ice armor was the defensive attribute. If there was a slight deviation or tampering in the making of it, it could be extremely fatal in the course of a battle. Fortunately, after checking it over, Lang Yueyao didn't find any problems. This armor is very well made. What Lang Yueyao didn't know was that these 3 pairs of armor were personally handcrafted by Zhuocheng Tian, and the quality was naturally different. Oh, that's what we were supposed to do. By the way, I still don't know your name, little girl. Lang Yueyao slept and said, My name is Lang Yueyao. This is Shinran. We are both students of the 9 Heavens Academy. As for it, well, it's my spirit beast, little Yao. Lang Yueyao gently stroked the sleeping Jiang Nian in her arms with her hand. Zhuocheng Tian laughed a little and inquired tentatively. Hee hee. I see. This spirit beast is very rare. I just don't know what kind it is. That's a bit of trouble I can't inform. Lang Yueyao refused. Zhuocheng Tian heart of those small thoughts she certainly know. If he was told about this matter of Xiao Yao being of the dragon race, it was inevitable that he would use some crooked thoughts. Even though these little troubles Xiao Yao might not be afraid of, but it's better to be careful in everything. After all, dragons were still too rare. Zhuocheng Tian nodded and didn't continue to pursue the matter. But he suddenly thought of something else and was about to open his mouth when Lang Yueyao saw this and hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, I have a set of armor here that I'm not using at the moment. Is it convenient to sell it? Of course. Can you take it out for me to see first? Zhuocheng Tian immediately brightened up. Lang Yueyao nodded, then took out the set of desert armor that she had obtained from among the intermediate-level copies. The defensive power of this set of armor is not as good as the cold ice armor. There is no use in keeping it for the time being. It would be better to sell it for money to buy something for Xiao Yao to eat. The moment he saw the desert armor, Zhuocheng Tian was shocked for a small moment in his heart, then asked, It's a brand new piece of desert armor? And you surely want to sell it? That's right. And I was wondering how much I could get for it if I sold it? Zhuocheng Tian first carefully examined the condition of this set of desert armor, then gave an accurate figure. 2.86 million. That's the highest price I can offer. So many. Lang Yueyao covered her small mouth in surprise. She had expected to sell for $1 million at the most, but not that much. Hey, now you has a taste for it. Right, while we're at it, take a look inside the forge workshop to see if there are any breakthrough materials that Xiao Yao needs. Name, Jiang Yan. Race, dragon. Contractor, Lang Yueyao, current affinity 33. Level, LV, 15-260. Life value, 999, requires breakthrough material life stone. Defense, 999, requires the breakthrough material stone of fortitude. Magic, 999, requires the breakthrough material stone of magic. Attack, 999, requires breakthrough material attack stone. Speed, 999, requires the breakthrough material stone of extreme speed. It's the need for 5 stones that can break through. Lang Yueyao pondered. She had never really seen these 5 breakthrough stones before. Even in her previous life she had never heard of them. In her previous life, she was so focused on cultivating her martial arts that she wasn't that attentive to the upgrades and breakthroughs of her spirit beasts. At the time of the final beast tide, that spirit beast seemed to have just broken through level 50, and its highest attack power was only about 700. Excuse me, is there a life stone here? Lang Yueyao inquired. The stone of life? That's a marvelous item that can increase the life value of spirit beasts by a large amount, Zhuocheng Tian said in surprise. Curiosities that can have a direct gain on spirit beasts are generally extremely precious. If you really need it, check out the auction house. Lang Yueyao, auction house? At the mention of the auction house, Lang Yueyao instantly thought of something that happened in the auction house in her previous life. Okay, thanks for the information. I'll take my leave then. After saying that, Lang Yueyao was ready to leave with Shinran. But at that moment, Zhuocheng Tian took out a sign with numbers printed on it from under the drawer and handed it over. Oh, if you really want to go to the auction house, this token will be useful. Lang Yueyao didn't take it in the first place. Frowning her pretty eyebrows, she asked, This? I'm afraid this won't work. Nothing to be solicitous is not adulterous theft. This left into the day in the end. What is the idea? Seeing that Lang Yueyao seemed to have misunderstood something, Zhuocheng Tian hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong. It's just an auction house room number. It has a separate box and a bit wider view. Yueyao, since it's the chairman's goodwill, let's just accept it. Before Lang Yueyao could say anything, Shinran took that number plate with a hand. Thank you, chairman. Seeing this, Lang Yueyao could only accept Zhuocheng Tian's good intentions. Well then, I'll take it. After leaving the forging workshop, Lang Yueyao viciously pinched Shinran's waist. Ran, you're too quick with this. I was just about to say no. Shinran let out an ouch. Ouch, it's okay. It's just a room number anyway, so I won't take it for nothing. Take a good rest for today. How about I accompany you to the auction house tomorrow? Tell you a secret. Oh, my mom is working inside the auction house. Lang Yueyao was delighted. Really? Right, I almost forgot. Shinran's family has some connection with the auction house. How could I forget such an important thing? Shinran jiggled the key to the dormitory door triumphantly. That's for sure, La. If you need anything, go back and let me know. I'll have my mom look into it tonight. Ran, thanks. It's a small thing. I'll go back to my dorm and clean up. Don't you want to get food for the little guy? That would be a pleasure. Lang Yueyao arrived at a place outside of the Nine Heavens Academy where spirit beast meat was purchased. Some imperial beast masters would bring their hides and corpses here to sell after killing ferocious beasts. Well, I don't know what Xiao Yao likes to eat, so let's buy a little bit more of both. Hi, I'd like to. Half an hour later, Lang Yueyao returned to the dormitory with a large bag of meat. These meats are processed, cooked and ready to eat straight away. Bed. After smelling the aroma of those beasts' meat, Jiang Nian quickly woke up. I'm going? I just woke up and there's so much good food. Hey, you is hungry. This is for you, eat it. Jiang Nian's eyes were glowing and he immediately jumped off the bed, then picked up the meat tray on the table and nibbled on it. Well, still little yo-yo is the best for me. Devour beast meat 1, gain experience value plus 33. Devour beast meat, gain attack power plus 10 attack power reaches the upper limit. Cannot continue to improve. Need to make a breakthrough. Looks like we have to find a way to break through. Staying stuck like this isn't a solution. In that case, I'll go ahead and smoke the mythic word. Chapter 42, Mythological Words. Echoes of the Dragon's Abyss. Jiang Nian took a deep breath and opened the system. System. Turn on word fusion. Ding. You have 3 gold words. You can turn on word fusion once. Do you want to turn it on? Jiang Nian. Turn it on. Ding. Fusion. Integration in progress. Fusion complete. Congratulations on obtaining the mythological phrase. Echoes of the Dragon Abyss. Jiang Nian. I'll be damned. The name of this gold phrase sounds extraordinary. The excited Jiang Nian immediately checked the information on this mythological phrase. Mythic lexicon colorful. You can use a special secret technique to resurrect dead dragons. Although the description of this mythological phrase was very brief, the ability was extremely heaven-defying. What? To be able to resurrect dead dragons. Jiang Nian hurriedly continued down the page, checking out more information on the mythological words. Mythological entries in color. The conditions for resurrection are extremely harsh and important. 1. Collect the star sand of dragon souls scattered all over the world, which possesses certain memory fragments of the dragon race. When encountering dragon soul star sand, there will be a special induction. 2. Collect enough dragon soul star sand to view the summoning location with the dragon god's pupil. 3. The summoning ceremony must be performed on the night of the full moon, and the blood of the summoner must be used to open the dragon abyss formation in order to be fully resurrected. Note: after resurrection, the resurrected person will be completely at the beck and call of the summoner. If there is any disobedience, the resurrected person will never be able to regenerate, and his/her soul will be imprisoned for eternity. After thoroughly understanding the effects of this mythological phrase, Jiang Nian's expression could no longer be described as shocked. And Lang Yueyao on the side was also very puzzled when she saw him suddenly stop halfway through his meal. What's wrong, you? Is it that this cutlet is not to your liking? Only when he heard Lang Yueyao open her mouth to speak did Jiang Nian gradually come back to his senses before shaking his head. Lang Yueyao laughed. That's good. Jiang Nian gnawed a bite of the meat steak in his hand, and his heart was shocked. Is this a mythological phrase? It's really heavenly enough. Earlier, I heard little Yao Yao say that the dragon race in the Imperial Beast world was extremely rare and supreme. It was certainly not the only dragon race in this world of Imperial Beasts. It might be 100 or 1,000. If you bring them all back to life, is the world of Imperial Beasts going to enter the Jurassic Age? At that time, not to mention the entire Spirit Abyss City, not even the entire Xia Kingdom, or even the entire Imperial Beast world, there would be no one stronger than little Yao Yao. Although, Little Yo-Yo is now strong. He, at that time, Little Yo-Yo will definitely become the #1 Imperial Beast Master. What else could a human who was able to master so many dragons be if not the first Imperial Beast Master? Okay, in order for Little Yo-Yo to become the #1 Imperial Beast Master, work hard, and also for me to be able to harvest a Dragon Clan Jr. soon, work hard. The way Zhang Nian waved his dragon claws in a combative manner made Lang Yueyao confused. Hee. What's wrong with Yoshi today? Why did he wake up from a nap and become so happy? Shinran raised an eyebrow and said with a bad smile, "This little guy couldn't be dreaming of a mother dragon, right?" Lang Yueyao was surprised. "No way."
Gingernin.
This woman. Zhang Nian gave her a look of contempt. "Aya, Yuyao. This little guy is still despising me. You quickly clean it up. All right? I'll write down the materials for Xiao Yao's breakthrough and then I'll trouble you," Lang Yueyao said as she wrote down the materials needed for Zhang Nian's breakthrough. "Yeah. Let's see what's there," Zhang Nian excitedly said. "Wow. Little Yao Yao is so thoughtful. Even the materials for my breakthrough are almost ready. By the way, I also gained quite a few evolution points and skill points before. Let's see what we can light up this time." As he thought about this, Zhang Nian checked the skill tree and evolution tree. There weren't many skill points, only 8, but there were 16 evolution points. Deducted skill point 6. Successfully upgraded Dragon Claw tier. Dragon Claw tier 3-5 LV3. 60% chance of inflicting a bleed. Effect on the target loses 9% of life per second for 30 seconds. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown time is 3 seconds. Dragon Claw tier requires 12 skill points for the next evolution. After thinking about it for a while, he first lit up Dragon Claw tier, and then used his remaining skills to light up new skills. Deducted skill point 2. Successfully illuminated skill Sonic Roar. Sonic Roar 1-5 LV1. Interrupts enemy spellcasting chance, dealing 30 points of damage with a stun mark, and decreasing the hit person's resistance to dragon power by 50% for 3 days. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown time 7 seconds. The next evolution of Sonic Roar requires 3 skill points. These 2 skills are more practical and then offensive. As for the other skills need too many skill points, can only be lit later. As for the evolution points, since there were more of them, Zhang Nian lit up many useful branches. Deducted evolution point 6. Successfully upgraded Scale Armor Defense. Scale Armor Defense 3-5 LV3. When lit, defense will increase dramatically and rebound a portion of attacks dealt by the target by 65%. Note: when defending, there is a 45% chance that the opponent's attack will be absorbed and converted into your own attack. For every 1 damage absorbed, you will increase your attack by 5 points. Consumption. This is a passive that does not require any magic consumption and has a cooldown of 3 seconds. The next evolution of Scale Armor Defense requires 12 evolution points. Deducted 1 evolution point. Successfully illuminated Fang Injection. Venomous Fang Injection 1-5 LV1. When lit, secretes a slight amount of paralyzing venom from the dragon's fangs. Consumption. 1 point of magic. Cooldown is 1 second. Deducted evolution points 9. Successfully lit up the Thunderstorm Dragon's Tail. Thunderstorm Dragon Tail 1-5 LV1. The dragon's tail is capable of releasing powerful lightning, dealing 261 points of fixed damage to the target, with a 30% chance of paralyzing the target, rendering it unable to act. Note: if the target has a lower lightning resistance attribute, 534 points of damage can be dealt and the paralysis time is extended. Consumption. 10 points of magic. Cooldown time 60 seconds. After running out of skill points and evolution points, Zhang Nian lamented. "Hey! I didn't think it would run out so quickly." By this time, Shinran had finished his call and inquired ahead of time. "Yu Yao, we're in luck. There are 2 of these 5 things in the auction tomorrow. Happily and gladly." He pointed his finger at the Stone of Life and the Stone of Attack. Suddenly thinking of something, though, her expression became a little embarrassed. That, there is, only the price of these 2 items may be that little bit expensive. It's okay. I have some money in my hand right now, and then there are some rewards from the duplicates, so I can get a lot of money if I sell them. You. Please take care of her first. I'm going to the school store. After saying that, Lang Yueyao left the dormitory. Yeah. I love playing with this little guy. After seeing Lang Yueyao leave, Shinran smiled and rubbed his hands together as he walked towards Jiang Yen.
Kangnin.
No, woman, you. What the hell do you want? Little one, are you a boy or a girl? Let me Kong. Hey, holy. Don't touch it. Woman, you, your hand. Where are you touching it? Chapter 43, The Lively Auction. Before long, Lang Yueyao had exchanged all of the useless things she had on hand for money from inside the store. Plus, she was a trainee Imperial Beastmaster, and there would be some discounted items when redeeming them which could add some value. These things came down to a total exchange of about 3.64 million, and with the 2.86 million from selling the desert armor, there was now a total of 6.5 million on hand. As long as no one comes to mess up, this money should be able to auction off the materials for Xiao Yao's breakthrough. When she got back to the dormitory, she saw Shinran lying on the bed and then Jiang Yen stepping on her back. You woman, how dare you make a move on this dragon? Let's see if I don't stomp on you. I'll stomp. Only Jiang Yen didn't use his power, just bouncing on Shinran's back quite normally. If she really used her power, I'm afraid this woman would have been trampled into meat paste by now. On the contrary, Shinran didn't have any discomfort on her face. Instead, she felt an inexplicable pang of comfort. Yu Yao, look at this. This little guy can even massage people. So good. Jiang Yen was speechless. This woman. Forget it. This dragon won't bother with you. Jiang Yen rolled his eyes without any good humor, then leaped forward and jumped onto Lang Yueyao's bed. Haha. Well, get some rest early. I've already changed the money. Let's leave tomorrow. Good hey. The night was uneventful, and the next morning, the two of them arrived early at the Spirit Abyss City's auction house. Among Spirit Abyss City, there were many auction houses, which were good places for many Imperial Beastmasters to taunt and make money. Only some of the high-end auction houses were membership-based, only members could enter them to auction, and ordinary people needed to spend enough money for a certain number of amounts to be promoted to membership. It was good that this auction didn't require membership. As long as one registered and reported, one could enter it. Early in the morning, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Yen and Shinran inside the auction house. Seeing everything familiar in the field, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, remembering something that happened in her previous life. It was really impulsive then too. It turned out that in her previous life, she had participated in an auction and encountered a treasure that could greatly break through her strength. At that time, the impulse got the better of him, and for some reason he clashed with the people from the auction, which resulted in opening up a big battle. Hey! Just as Lang Yueyao was lamenting, Shinran's mother, Ji Qing, walked over. Xiao Ran, is this your friend? It's the first time Mom has seen it. Yeah, Mom. Her name is Lang Yueyao. She's my best friend. Shinran said happily. Right, Yu Yao? Didn't Chairman's would give you a plaque yesterday? Oh yeah. Lang Yueyao hurriedly took out the piece of sign given by Zhua Chengtian. In the next second after seeing the sign, Ji Qing's pupils shook slightly. This sign? Mom, what's wrong? What's wrong with the sign? Ji Qing shook his head and explained while leading the way. He, if I'm not mistaken, this pediatric sign was given to you by the Forge Guild's president, Zhua Chengtian. With this token, not only do you have an exclusive room, but you'll get special privileges for attending any Spirit Abyss City auction. There's even a 20% discount at the final checkout.
Yixuan whispered.
Hearing Ji Qing's description, both of them were shocked. They never thought that this room sign given by Zhua Chengtian would be so dignified. Shinran was surprised. Huh? So powerful. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, smiled helplessly. I told you why he was a little weird that day, so he wanted me to owe him a favor. Hey, never mind. I'll take the sign anyway. However, a 20% discount at checkout would be nice. Under Ji Qing's lead, they quickly arrived at the room on the second floor. The place was really superb. Not only did it have a wide view, but the tables were set up with a variety of snacks. Jiang Yen licked his lips and jumped on the table and gobbled it up. Hey, if there's something to eat, then I'm welcome. Ji Qing said, well, the auction will start in 5 minutes. I'm going to go backstage to help. Oh yes, Xiao Ran. There will be many more big shots coming to the auction this time, so remember to never clash with them. Okay, Mom, we got it, gladly said. Jiang Yen, who was eating, heard the two talking. Big man. Harm, as long as they don't come and rob me of the materials for my breakthrough. With 5 minutes to spare before the auction was due to start, the crowd made their way into the arena. Most people chose their seats on the first floor, while a very small number of people headed to the second floor. There are the deans of the remaining 3 major colleges, and people from some families, especially the Su family, inside a box on the second floor. Su Wonhan, the head of the Su family, was sitting inside the box with his legs crossed high, then asked with a serious face, "Find out." At that moment, a tall middle-aged man in a suit beside him reported, "Family Master, we found out that it was a woman named Lang Yueyao from the Nine Heavens Academy who killed the 2 Su Feng brothers." He told Su Wonhan the whole story. The person sitting next to Su Wonhan was named Su Yang, the second in command of the Su family. He is the most vocal person below Su Wonhan. Humph. It's not good for these 2 idiots to mess with anyone but Zhou Changtian. And to have lost to a woman, what 2 losers? That butler tentatively asked, "Master Yang, do we need to investigate this woman?" "No need. Heck, after this auction is over, I'll personally make a trip to the 9 heavens. It's really turned against the heavens, even daring to kill people from our Su family." Su Wonhan nodded in agreement. "Well, good." 2.5 minutes later, a black-robed man walked into the dueling arena and arrived at a second-floor box. Even though he wore a black robe and tried his best to conceal his appearance, he was still unintentionally seen by some people with a heart of gold. "I'll go. Isn't that Huangfu Ling, one of the top 10 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom? Holy, it seems like it's really him. Surprisingly, even he has come to participate in this auction. So there must be something good in this auction. Wait, isn't that Spirit Abyss City's 100 Battles war god? Huoluo? It's said that he has no defeats in the death battle arena among the black market, and his strength is extremely terrifying. There are a lot of bigwig-level characters coming to this auction. This is a blessing for the eyes." With many characters having arrived, the auction officially began. "Xiao Yao, the auction is starting." "Aha!" Lang Yueyao nodded and carried the eating Jiang Nian to the front of the box. Jiang Nian chewed the food in his mouth while scanning inside the auction house. He could clearly sense that there were a dozen or so not-so-weak auras inside this auction house. It was only that their spirit beasts were all in the Imperial Beast space right now. The auction began, followed by a beautiful woman in a cheongsam alluringly walking up to the auction stage. "Oh, I've kept you all waiting. This auction has officially begun. First, please present our first auction item." Chapter 44. Scrambling for the Stone of Life. With that cheongsam woman's command, only a groove slowly began to rise in the center of that stage, and a small, delicate box was placed right in the middle of that groove. "Oh, everyone, this is our first auction item today. Allow me to introduce you to..." Immediately afterward, the cheongsam opened the box, which contained what was mainly a palm-sized black fruit. "Everyone, this item is called the Underworld Fruit. A shadow spirit beast will have a certain probability of awakening the shadow talent after devouring it. Of course, if it's not a shadow system spirit beast devouring it, it can also increase its experience value and combat power by a certain amount. Starting price 10,000. Each increase shall not be less than 2,000. Everyone please bid." As soon as those words were said, the crowd under the bleachers raised the cards in their hands and began to jump up and down. Some of them were contracted to shadow-type spirit beasts, so this piece of spectral fruit was still a very big boost for spirit beasts. 10,000. 12,000. 14,000. After 3 minutes of intense bidding, the spectral overfruit eventually landed in the hands of a fat man for $32,000. Inside the box on the second floor, seeing the crowd of people bidding fiercely on the stage, Xian Ranyao was slightly puzzled. "Hee, can just an ordinary spectral fruit be sold for such a high price?" Lang Yueyao smiled faintly before explaining. "Of course you can't. Xiao Ran, pay attention to that cheongsam woman's words, actions, and movements." It was then that Shinran focused on the cheongsam woman. That cheongsam woman's dress and demeanor are very enchanting, and every action is like a well-designed general seducing those men under the stage. "I see. That's what it's called. Seeing color and throwing money around." Lang Yueyao laughed and said, "Moreover, some of them don't really want this underworld fruit. They're just deliberately raising the price. I can only hope that when we shoot the life stone later on, these guys won't come and mess up." "Gladly," she nodded. I hope so, bunch of nasties." The auction had only been going on for about 40 minutes, and nearly a dozen items had already been auctioned off, and among them were 2 rare beast cores. This beast core also managed to cause the 3 great academies and 4 great families, and even Huang Fu Ling to similarly participate in the fight. In the end, this beast core was auctioned off to Huang Fu Ling for 3.45 million. Seeing this, the others could only stare dryly, not daring to have any thoughts in their hearts. You can't beat them, you can't rob them, what else can you do? As for the other beast core, it was auctioned off to Su Wonhan for 3.21 million. AI, what a pity. This wasn't even shot. A man lamented. The one next to him said with a bitter smile, just be content. That's the Su family? You're comparing your financial strength with someone else's Su family? Hey! That being said, it was easy to say that the Imperial Beastmaster wanted to earn money, but it was also difficult to say that it was difficult. It will be relatively easy for a high-leveled Imperial Beastmaster to earn money. They were able to go down to higher-level copies to enter some dangerous places to kill ferocious beasts to obtain beast cores and other precious things on the beasts to exchange for money. And as for the low-level Imperial Beastmasters, they were able to enter some low-level copies. Even if you could obtain beast cores this way, the price and quantity were right there, and a 10-to-1 ratio was still too low. When the auction was about 50 minutes old, Lang Yueyao finally waited for what she wanted, only to see the Chongsam woman slowly open the box in her hand, then said with a smiling face, "Oh, everyone, this object is called the Stone of Life. After absorbing it, not only can it boost a large amount of base life value for the spirit beast, but more importantly, it can serve as a one-time protection when the Imperial Beast is on the verge of death. Moreover, some special spirit beasts must also need it to break through the upper limit of their life value. The Stone of Life, starting price 30,000. Each increase shall not be less than 3,000. As the Chongsam woman's words fell, someone immediately started bidding. I'll give you 30,000. I'll give you $33,000. Che, 33,000 and you want to buy such a precious life stone. I'll offer 42,000. The steward next to him cast an inquiring look. Family master, look at. Su Wonhan shook the red wine glass in his hand and said carelessly, raise the price then, there's a lot of eyes on this stuff. Butler, yes. Saying that steward quickly raised the auction card in his hand and then said loudly, 1 million. Wow! Once this price came out, the entire room was instantly silent, and the crowd on the first floor turned their heads in unison to look at the Su family's box. I'll go. The Su family has struck again. Does this still let people live? Hey! Bidding on the auction among the bigwigs. Let's just take a look. Seeing the Su family make a move, most people gave up bidding. Still some people who were undeterred gritted their teeth and quoted the price. 1,000,003. The butler said indifferently, $1,300,000. As soon as that price came out, there was another outcry in the room. Well, this is completely hopeless. Everyone laughed bitterly. Second floor box. Shinran tapped the table several times in anxiety. Yueyao, the people in that box are going to grab the life stone with us, hey? Lung Yueyao just smiled faintly, then raised the sign in her hand and said, $10,500. This life stone was still relatively precious, and it was normal for someone to bid on it. Seeing that someone actually dared to bid against the Su family, the crowd let out a gasp of surprise and hurriedly looked in the direction from which the voice came. I'll go. Who is the person in that box? How dare you grab something with the Su family? No. Why did I hear what sounded like a girl bidding just now? I heard what sounded like a girl too. Seeing that there was actually someone else carrying out the bidding, Su Wonhan laughed a little. Oh, it's fun again. The butler next to him understood, then held up the sign in his hand again. 1,700,000. Lang Yueyao said indifferently, $2 million. This stone of life she must aspire to. Butler, $2,100,000. Lang Yueyao, 2,200,000.
Kangnin.
No, then who's that guy in the opposite box? Such a mess. This price raising wasn't even a sincere desire for this life stone. Instead, it was more like price gouging to make things happen. Damn it. Don't let me know who it is. The final price was set at 2.97 million when the bidding kept going like this for a minute. After Lang Yueyao had raised the price all the way to 2.97 million, that butler did not make another sound. Seeing that he had reached a result he was satisfied with, Su Wonhan said with a smile, well, we're just here to have some fun. There's no need to grab things from people, the main event is still to come. Yes. Hearing Su Wonhan's order, The butler then slowly retracted his body. Seeing in no one bidding, the Cheongsam woman asked again. So, are there any more bids now? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The entire room was silent, and it was obvious that no one was really willing to pay a high price for this life stone. Well, in that case, let's congratulate the young lady. Chapter 45, there's a thrill. Let's congratulate this young lady for successfully bidding on this life stone. Hearing the Cheongsam woman's applause, Lung Yueyao then let out a long breath. Phew! Luckily, I thought someone would continue to raise the price at this last minute. Xiao Yao, you have the first stone for your breakthrough. Oh, Lung Yueyao said happily to Jiang Yan, who was at the side. Jiang Yan nodded, but he wasn't that happy, because if it wasn't for the people in the opposite box who had raised the price indiscriminately, they clearly could have purchased this life stone at a much lower price. Humph. I hope that guy won't mess up the next auction. This is the money that little Yo-Yo got from exchanging so many things, these millions of dollars spent in a few words, so that Jiang Yan is a little heartbroken. He secretly resolved in his heart that he would help Lung Yueyao make more money in the future. After the life stone was auctioned off, the auction took a break for roughly half an hour. And during this half an hour's time, Ji Qing came to Lung Yueyao's box with an exquisite little box. Ran. This is the life stone you've captured. Thank you, Auntie. After receiving the life stone, Lung Yueyao handed over the card containing the money. Ji Qing smiled and said, Oh, there's no rush. You guys must still have something to shoot. Just settle the bill together at the end. Lung Yueyao nodded her head. Well, good. At this time, Shinran secretly pulled Ji Qing to the side and then asked in a low voice, Mom, can I ask who was in that box? Ji Qing helplessly spread his hands, indicating that he could do nothing about it. Xiao ran. Mom can't tell you this. The information of the people in the second floor box is confidential. But usually most of the people who can be in the second floor box are powerful in Spirit Abyss City, so you guys should be careful. Okay. Shinran nodded, a little disappointed. Hey, I was thinking of inquiring about who was bidding against you, Yao. Soon after the break came the second round of auctions. Taking advantage of the lull in the auction, Lung Yueyao handed the life stone in her hand to Jiang Yan. Xiao Yao, hurry up and absorb this life stone. Jiang Yan nodded and took the life stone. As soon as the stone was absorbed, the life value limit would be broken. In the next second, he began to absorb the powerful energy emanating from the stone of life. Absorbing life stone, progress 1%, 2%, 3%. Just as Jiang Yan absorbed the life stone, the other stone needed appeared in the Cheongsam woman's hand. Oh, as you can see, this is the same type of spirit stone as the life stone that was auctioned off just now. This item is called the Stone of Attack, and by the same token, its absorption can raise the base attack power of a spirit beast. The same material that some spirit beasts use to break through the upper limit of their attack power. And the more important point is that it has almost no side effects. The starting bid is $30,000, and each increase shall not exceed 3,000. I'll give you 40,000. I'll give you 50,000. When the price came to the half-millionth, Lung Yueyao raised her sign. 1 million. Wow! Once this price was quoted, none of the people present were bidding. Holy! It's that box again. Oh, the big boys compete. We'll just watch the show. Fair enough. I'd like to save some money for the next stuff. Seeing that no one from the crowd under the stage was raising the price, Lung Yueyao's heart snickered. Yes, but just as the Cheongsam woman was about to make her announcement, Horo spoke. 2 million. The crowd was shocked. Holy hollow struck. His imperial beasts are spirit beasts known for their ferocity. This stone of attack will surely be a great enhancement to his spirit beasts. It would be strange if he doesn't go and grab it. Who cares? We'll just have a good time. The crowd spread their hands, clearly not intending to participate in the next bidding. Seeing Horo make a bid, Shinran was furious. Agu. This time it's not the guy from that box. It's actually this guy. What a nuisance. Lung Yueyao glanced at Huoluo on the opposite side and continued to bid. $2.5 million. Huoluo sneered. $2,800,000. Lung Yueyao. $3 million. Horo? This woman. Seeing that Lung Yueyao bid 3 million, Huoluo did not follow the bid at first. He originally wanted to use the price to pressure Lang Yueyao until she didn't dare to bid. But he didn't expect Lang Yueyao to be so determined. This stone of attack was certainly important for his enhancement, but the auction wasn't even close to the end yet. If you spend all your money on this stone of attack, then the later auction, Che, just a piece of trashy stone, let it go. Huoluo disdainfully skimmed his mouth and sat his butt back in his seat, no longer continuing to raise the price. Just like that, Lang Yueyao managed to take the second Jiang Nian's breakthrough material, the stone of attack. Phew, that was a shocker. 5 stones of breakthrough. Now that we have 2, the next step is to find a way to get the remaining 3. At this time, Jiang Nian's breakthrough was nearing its end. Absorbing life stone, progress 98%, 99%, 100%, successfully absorbed the stone of life. Life value limit increased. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Nian let out a long breath. Phew, finally broke through the life value limit. Xiao Yao, the attack stone has arrived as well. Lang Yueyao laughed. As for the remaining 3 stones of breakthrough, we'll have to look for them. Let's go. Aha! Just like that, Lang Yueyao led them out of the box on the 2nd floor and then found Ji Qing. Oh, the stone of attack is here. Thank you. There's enough money in this card. Lang Yueyao took the stone of attack and then handed over the card. After deducting the money left from the auction, Lang Yueyao left the auction house. Before leaving, Ji Qing kindly reminded, Xiao Ran, you and your friend must be careful on the way back. There's no fighting allowed inside the auction house. That's the rule. But after leaving the auction house, those guys will press on. Don't worry, Mom, we know. After bidding farewell to Ji Qing, on Lang Yueyao and the girls' way back to the Nine Heavens Academy, there were indeed some guys who couldn't hold back. These people had been following Lang Yueyao since she left the auction house, and now they were finally waiting for a good opportunity. Hey, no one's here. Just in time to do it. Swish! After a few people signaled with their eyes, they immediately surrounded Lang Yueyao and the girls front and back. 2 great beauties. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Be a good boy and hand over the stone of life and the stone of attack, or else we'll make it hot. A few middle-aged men with scarred faces gave a strange cry. One of the junior brothers licked his lips, his gaze lewdly sizing up Lang Yueyao and Shinran's bodies. Boss, these 2 little beauties are strangely beautiful. It's too bad that they died, or else. Scar stroked the bearded fork in his face and laughed strangely. Of course, if you are willing to serve us well, you can still consider sparing your lives. Chapter 46, Bones from the Ancient Battlefield. Hey, how come there are always these unenlightened guys? Shinran rubbed her head somewhat breathlessly. Who is not good to rob, but to come to intercept this little guys. This is not picking a light in the toilet looking for death. Seeing this indifferent expression on Shinran's face, Scar started to become a bit excited. Yeehaw, still pretending to be unruly with me here. Boss, leave this one of yours to me. Let's see how I'll teach her a lesson later. That junior brother rubbed his hands together with a lewd face. Lang Yueyao also shook her head somewhat helplessly. Yoshi, just watch it. Jiang Nian laughed a little, then flew towards Scar's man. Scar didn't laugh in anger at the situation, not putting Jiang Nian in his eyes in the slightest. Yikes. And you're thinking of fighting back. Beauty. This spirit beast of yours doesn't look too good, ah. Jiang Nian frowned a bit, and a dragon roar spewed out directly. Roar. The roar had an extremely strong impact, and the moment it touched Scar it blew his entire body away, and in the end it was set directly into the wall. Scar died without even summoning a spirit beast, and the little brother next to him hadn't even reacted yet. What the hell? Big brother. They swallowed tremblingly, then looked back with panicked eyes to find that Scar had been set into the wall with all his limbs broken. Damn, we've met a tough opponent. Hurry up and do it. Seeing this, the junior brother next to him was just about to make a move when he was directly slapped out by a dragon claw from Jiang Nian. Jiang Nian's attacks were able to directly kill epic-level spirit beasts in seconds, let alone these unprotected robbers. This claw went down, and the man directly shattered into 3 sections, looking extremely miserable. Those juniors who witnessed this scene were directly stunned. In all the years they had been in this business, they had never encountered such a ruthless character. This isn't a spirit animal. It's the king of hell. What the is this? You stay back. Ah! The overly fearful ones even forgot to summon the spirit beasts in the royal beast space before they were slapped to death by Jiang Nian. Slap after slap. After settling these people, Jiang Nian patted the blood on his hands. Che, with this much strength you still want to come and rob my master. Jiang Nian disdainfully skimmed his lips before seizing all the storage rings in those people's hands. These people must not have done this too often, and there must be a lot of good stuff in their storage rings. Jiang Nian ran back to Leng Yueyao with the stuff in his ass. Yo, you're quite smart. You know how to harvest the loot. Shinran praised with a thumbs up. Leng Yueyao smiled. Alright, these bad guys must not have done this much in their spare time. We can be considered to have done something for the people. Let's go. Go back and see what treasures they have in their storage rings. Luckily, the rest of the journey was uneventful, and the three of them returned to the Nine Heavens Academy safely. In the dormitory, Leng Yueyao gave Jiang Nian the attack stone under auction. Xiao Yao, absorb this attack stone first. Jiang Nian nodded no and took the stone of attack, then began to absorb it. Absorbing life stone, progress 1%, 2%, 3%. While Jiang Nian was absorbing the stones of attack, Leng Yueyao checked the contents of those robbers' storage rings. What surprised him a bit was that there was quite a lot of stuff in it. Most of them were the cores of some ferocious beasts, as well as a lot of experience books, and quite a few precious props. This is the Blood Moon Horn. This is a rare item that will have a probability of dropping after killing a ferocious beast. Instead of a prop, it was more like a ferocious beast summoner. Blowing the horn on the night of the blood moon will lead to a special event phase that summons the Beast King, who will be rewarded with a large amount of rewards after killing him. However, because these people were not strong enough, even if they obtained this equipment, they did not have the guts to blow it up. I didn't realize these guys still had some good stuff, even the Misty Lantern. It can illuminate a 50-meter area in the mist and dispel poisonous fog, but the oil needs to be mixed with the body fluids of the moonlight jellyfish. What made Leng Yueyao more concerned was that there was even a piece of bone similar to a spirit beast inside. Huh. How disgusting. How can there still be bones in here? Shinran pinched her nose to show a disgusted expression. Leng Yueyao, however, frowned her eyebrows. It was because she vaguely sensed that a strong aura actually remained above the bones. While she was still puzzled, the next second, buzz! Leng Yueyao's soul was actually bizarrely brought into the broken bone. This is... She looked around the room, only to see a spine-chilling sight. This place seemed to be a huge ancient battlefield, with white bones piled up all around, undead everywhere, and ghostly fires floating around, revealing an extremely eerie atmosphere. Here is this... Swish! Just as something suddenly occurred to her, her thoughts were instantly pulled back to the middle of the dormitory. Returning to her senses, Leng Yueyao realized that Shinran had been anxiously tapping her shoulder. Yuyao, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Leng Yueyao hurriedly patted her right hand and comforted her. It's okay. I just slipped out of my mind for a moment. Aya, you scared me to death. I didn't respond to how I called you just now. I thought you were possessed. Shinran let out a long breath. Well, don't worry, I'll be fine. Leng Yueyao responded with a smile on the surface, but in her heart, she sucked in a breath of cool air. There's absolutely no mistaking it. That's the ancient battlefield. It was an extremely dangerous place, and in her previous life she had traveled there because of some chance. Although the ancient battlefield is full of opportunities, but it is also full of dangers. If she was not strong and tough at that time, I am afraid that she would have died long ago. Immediately afterward, several horizontal and vertical marks appeared on the surface of that piece of bone. By the looks of this, it should be the map of the ancient battlefield. Well, wait until the 1-month appointment is over. Maybe we can take Xiao Yao there to have a look. By this time, Jiang Nian had also finished absorbing the stone of attack. Attack stones being absorbed. Progress 98%, 99%, 100%. Successfully absorbed the stone of attack. The attack power limit has been increased. Hehehe, not bad. This raises the attack cap as well. Jiang Nian was happy. By the way, there are still some rewards for defeating the Desert Monarch last time that I haven't seen yet. When he thought of this, Jiang Nian summoned the system panel to check the last props. Scepter of Sand of Orhus 1, Beast Core of Orhus 1, Heart of the Desert, Certificate of the Sea of Sand Unknown Key. The Scepter of Orhus can be fused with the Heart of the Desert. Oh, and fusion? Fusion. As Jiang Nian's words fell, Orhus's Sand Sovereign Staff fused with the Desert Heart. The scepter was forged from Quicksand's secret gold. Its surface was covered with ancient runes, and a constantly rotating desert heart was suspended at the top. Jiang Yan then immediately used his eye of insight to view the scepter's full information. Holy! This is Chapter 47, Su Yang's Powerful. Name of weapon: the Staff of the Sand Lord of Orhus. Type of weapon: scepter. Rarity: legendary. Attack power: 130 points of physical damage plus 96 points of magic damage. Durability: 1000. Characteristics: waving the sand staff can summon a sandstorm that can engulf enemy targets or change the terrain. Note: plus 30% damage to beast enemies. Exclusive skill: ground vein control. Able to sense underground water sources and mineral veins, capable of draining them instantly, turning the oasis into a dead zone. Skill 2: life devouring. Can convert the powerful energy of the desert heart, trapping the enemy in the middle of a river of sand and turning their flesh and blood into sand grains to nourish the power of the scepter. Special note: the Sand Sovereign Staff of Orhus can be used by both spirit animals and humans. After seeing the basic information of Orhus Sand Sovereign Staff, it could excite Jiang Yan. This base stats were against the heavens, and even if the ability was powerful, it could also be used by spirit beasts. That's great. Little Yo-Yo should love this prop. Hee. After I find a chance to get my hands dirty, I'll give this scepter to Little Yo-Yo. Immediately after that, Jiang Yan checked out the Orhus Beast Core. Since this beast core was more precious, he didn't perform the absorption. Although he was able to boost his experience value by a great deal after absorbing this beast core, but what if there was a greater need for it in the future? This last oddly shaped key made Jiang Yan a little puzzled. Certificate of the Sand Sea Unknown Key. Unknown? It seems to be a key that can unlock a hidden map somewhere. Map fragments. 05. Jiang Yan whispered in his heart. The key to the hidden map. Looks like we need to keep an eye out in the future. Seeing Jiang Yan's frozen-in-place appearance, Lang Yueyao asked with some concern. Xiao Yao, how are you feeling? There's no discomfort anywhere in your body, right? Jiang Yan shook his head and made a strong move. Haha, that's good. My little Yao is the best. There are quite a few experience books here, so absorb them all. Lang Yueyao handed Jiang Yan all 10 of the seized experience books. There were 3 mid-level experience books and 7 low-level experience books, which added up to a lot of experience. Jiang Yan took the experience books and left 3 of the intermediate ones for himself, giving the remaining 7 low-level ones to the delighted Mung Leaf Beasts. After all, it was his little brother, so he still had to take care of him. The Mo Leaf Beast just looked at Jiang Yan adoringly. Jiang Yan patted its head. All right, this is a little gift from Big Brother to you. This is just nowhere. There will be more stuff in the future. Hurry up and get stronger. The Mo Leaf Beast nodded happily and began to absorb the experience book. Jiang Yan smiled and began to absorb the experience book as well. Successfully used the intermediate experience book and gained experience value 100. Successfully used the intermediate experience book and gained experience value 100. Not bad. We'll be upgraded again soon if this keeps up. Well, counting the time, it seems like we'll be dueling with Li Yixuan's woman soon. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Yan licked his lips. I just don't know, is that phoenix meat good? At this time, after the auction ended, Su Yang arrived at the Nine Heavens Academy alone. Only just as he arrived outside the school, he was stopped by 2 security guards at the gate. Stand. May I ask if you are? Su Yang didn't bother to reply, walked up and heavily slapped the 2 of them on their shoulders. Wow! Those 2 security guards suddenly went black and directly fainted on the ground. Che! This is the security of the Nine Heavens Academy. What 2 losers? He just swaggered into the 9 heavenly colleges. Su Yang didn't bother to look for it and walked straight to the square before roaring. Wulin, come out and meet me. This roar was so loud that half of the Nine Heavens Academy could hear it. I'll go. Who is this? So arrogant that he dares to call our dean by his name. This is too arrogant. Let's go check it out. After hearing the voice, the crowd rushed to the square. But when they saw that the person coming was Su Yang, they immediately became silent. At this moment, Wu Lin, who was still looking for information in the dean's office, was suddenly startled by this roar. This voice? Why is it so familiar? Could it be? He didn't dare to hesitate and whirled to the square. Su Yang. The moment he saw Su Yang, Wu Lin's face became a bit gloomy. The Su family and the Nine Heavens Academy had originally been at odds before. The previous few students had been repeatedly suppressed by the Su family when they were practicing, and there were even dozens of students who had died at the hands of the Su family as a result. Wu Lin had tried to tear his face off with the Su family many times, but he was, after all, the dean of the Nine Heavens Academy. This life of his own is nothing, but he is afraid that the Su family will not speak of martial virtue to the students of the academy. Su Yang, what are you doing here? You are not welcome in the Nine Heavens, Wu Lin said in a deep voice. Wu Lin, why are you so angry? No matter what, we are old friends, Su Yang said with a smile. I repeat, you are not welcome in the Nine Heavens. Leave immediately. Wu Lin's voice was low, and the Xian Thunder God tiger next to him let out a guttural hiss. After so many years, this tiger still looks the same. It really hasn't changed at all. Su Yang didn't have any fear. Instead, he flicked a ringing finger. Swish! In the next second, an immense and incomparable figure appeared behind him. Just see the figure body length of about 10 meters more than is a snake, but with ordinary snakes is different. The scales on its body were flame-colored in the front half of its body, while the back half of its body was ice blue, and to the surprise of the crowd, it had grown 2 heads. What kind of spirit beast is this? It's a snake type spirit beast, but why does it have 2 heads? At this moment the crowd was confused. In their impression, snake spirit beasts will only exist in a head. But it was not only the many trainees who were shocked. Even Wu Lin revealed a rare look of horror. This guy, he actually made the spirit beasts evolve. Now that's some trouble. There were likewise grades amongst the divine beasts, with the least being quasi-gods, then demigods followed by divine beasts. And this 2-headed snake in front of him had now reached the level of a demigod beast. This 2-headed snake has not evolved before. The skybreak can still be 50-50 with it, but now, seeing the terrified look on Wu Lin's face, Su Yang's mouth grinned a smug smile. It took me a lot of work to get it to complete an evolution. Okay, I'm not going to bull you. A woman called Lang Yueyao from your academy killed 2 of my Su family members. Tell her to get out, Wu Lin said in a deep voice. Then it was also you, the Su family, who provoked them first. I don't care about that. That woman has to pay for killing my Su family. Frost and ashes. Only to see Su Yang's words fall. The 2-headed snake next to him immediately erupted with a terrifying invisible pressure. Boom! The spread of that pressure was extremely wide, enveloping the watching cadets in just a few moments. Su Yang, you've had enough. Chapter 48, I killed the man, is there a problem? That's enough from you. This is the 9 Heavens, not your Su family. Heaven's fury, the angry Wu Lin roared, and the Xian Thunder God tiger next to him also erupted a terrifying pressure, and the 2-headed snake collided together. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted the moment the 2 pressures collided together, and in just a few seconds, the trees of the 9 Heavens Academy were uprooted, and even the plaza was destroyed beyond recognition. Under that terrifying pressure, the many trainees only felt a wave of dizziness and breathlessness, as if their bodies were filled with lead. If not for the Xian Lei Divine Tiger's pressure to resist, I'm afraid they would have broken all their organs by now. Good. How terrifying. Is this the pressure of a divine-level spirit beast? No, don't be afraid. With Dean here, we'll all be fine for sure. Yes, Dean will definitely defeat this arrogant guy. Right now, even the cadets who had good talent and strength in the school could only pin their hopes on Wu Lin under this terrifying pressure. Some defiant trainees tried to summon their spirit beasts to resist, but the next second, the spirit beast had just been summoned and was severely injured, not having the slightest chance to fight back. No, we're no match at all. This guy's spirit beast is too strong. Su Yang looked around and said with fierce eyes, Wu Lin, don't waste your energy. Tell that woman to get out and I won't hurt these brats. Humph. Fight if you want to. Wu Lin's face sank. This was because, in that instant just now, he had violently sensed that the Heaven's Fury's pressure was gradually diminishing. A cold smile flashed across the corner of Su Yang's mouth. Hey, it's still the same foul temper as before. Just as well. Today I'll let you know what the difference between a quasi-god level spirit beast and a demigod level spirit beast is. Meanwhile, Lang Yueyao had just brought Jiang Yin out from inside the store. How about it, Yoshi? This should be enough for you. Jiang Nian nodded repeatedly as he chewed on the chunks of meat in his mouth, holding a large pile of delicious food in his hands. Enough! Enough to eat sound of chewing. Just as they were about to return to their dormitory, the sounds of battle suddenly erupted from the square. There's the plaza! Is someone fighting in the square? Xiao Yao, go, let's go see! Just like that, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Nian to the square, but when she arrived at the periphery and saw the scene in front of her, she was stunned on the spot. This is exactly. The square that was previously intact was now in ruins. Many students were unconscious. Wu Lin was kneeling on one knee with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and the Xian Lei divine tiger beside him was similarly covered in blood. On the opposite side of the room, Su Yang was similarly injured, only compared to Wu Lin, those injuries were not worth mentioning. Wu Lin, after so many years, how come you haven't even made any progress? You still have the same old moves. I'll turn around and leave now if you call that woman out. Wu Lin spat out a mouthful of bruised blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Miscalculated. I didn't expect a demigod-level divine beast to be so powerful. In that case, I can only… Just as Wu Lin was about to offer his own killing move, Lang Yueyao brought Jiang Nian over. Dean, what the hell is going on here? In order to prevent Su Yang from recognizing Lang Yueyao, Wu Lin did not say her name. You, what are you doing here, go? But even so, Su Yang still found some clues from amongst Wu Lin's worried eyes. It should be you, right? You're the one who killed Su Hu and Su Feng. What are you? Lang Yueyao asked in a faint voice. You don't need to know what I am. Come with me. Su Yang had almost identified the target. Yueyao, run away, you're no match for him. Wu Lin stopped in front of Lang Yueyao with a flash. Dean, this whole thing started because of me. How can I run away from it? You! Su Yang laughed out loud and clapped his hands, saying, well, it's good that you dare to admit it voluntarily. At that moment, Jiang Nian had just managed to finish what was in his mouth, and then said arrogantly to that two-headed snake, I killed the man, problem? Spirit beasts were able to communicate with each other, so Frost Embers quickly understood what he said. Master, it was this four-legged statue that killed them. The level of tacit understanding between Frost Embers and Su Yang was extremely high, so one person and one beast were considered to have a heart-to-heart. Oh, so it's this four-legged creature that did it. Fine. Then let's take the man and the beast back together. Hisses. Frost and Ashes nodded. The pupil of the beast is full of disdain. It simply looked down on this small in front of him. For unusuals, come with me. Jiang Nian smiled disdainfully as his breath began to gradually climb. No, it's just a loach. Do you really think you're a dragon? And you deserve to talk to me like that. Xiao Yao. Be careful. Don't hurt everyone. Lang Yueyao instructed. Dean, I'm sorry, but the plaza may have to be redecorated. Wu Lin? What? Just as he was at a loss, Jiang Nian's size rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, the little dot that was just a moment ago had now turned into a huge giant. Its body shape was so large that even the ice and fire two-headed snake with a length of tens of meters was like a loach in front of it. Seeing this, Wu Lin's eyes widened in horror. His head buzzed, and his entire body felt as if it had been frozen. Yu Yao, this is… dragons, he said in shock in his mind. He had seen the dragon race in an ancient book when he was checking out the information in his room earlier. The appearance of this little guy after he transformed was 8% similar to the dragons I just saw inside the book. There was absolutely no mistaking that this was the dragon race. The supreme dragon race. This is surprisingly true. Holy heck, what Yu Yao said before was true. The emotional Wu Lin couldn't help but explode in his mind. Luckily, he had checked the ancient books. Otherwise, it would have been a real regret. Because before Lang Yueyao had said that her spirit beast was a juvenile dragon, only then he did not believe. I didn't expect I can still see a real dragon race in my lifetime. It's not a waste of my life. Nowadays, the pace of the Imperial Beasts world is too fast, and everyone is bringing their spirit beasts to upgrade. So they simply don't have the leisure time to read any books. This indirectly leads to the dragon's appearance being almost unseen. Even if they encountered a real dragon race, they would only be unable to recognize them. After seeing this scene, even the knowledgeable Su Yang was dumbfounded at the moment. What the is this? Just by glancing at Jiang Nian in the air, he felt a deep sense of oppression and was even a little breathless. That oppression comes from deep within the soul. Woman, I didn't realize how much I had underestimated you. But what's the use of spirit beasts being light and big? It's real hard power that's needed. Frost ashes. This one's all yours. However, after the words fell, the twin-headed snake of ice and fire on the side made no movement, because the behemoth in front of him counted as his ancestor. Chapter 49, You're on your knees before I've even made a move? The ice and fire two-headed snake just stood there dumbfounded, not daring to make any extra movements on its body. Seeing this, Su Yang angrily shouted, Frost ashes, what are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up and get on me? But even though his words had reached this point, the ice and fire two-headed snake was still looking into the air with frightened eyes, its body unable to stop trembling. The dragon race had a natural bloodline suppression of snake-like creatures, a suppression that went deep into the marrow of the bones, and in front of the dragon race it really didn't have a single word. Even though it had barely reached the demigod level, it really wasn't good enough at all in front of a true dragon. Because dragons are often born at the demigod level. At this moment, the trainees who had gradually recovered looked up at the huge object in the air, their mouths unable to close in surprise. An immediate sense of giant object phobia surged through everyone's mind. People tend to panic and get scared when confronted with creatures that are 100 times bigger than they are. No, what is this? This size? I feel like I'm going to suffocate. I've never seen a spirit beast like this before in all my life. A young girl wearing glasses said with a horrified face. Is this a dragon? When they heard the word dragon, the people in the room were baffled. What do you mean dragon? It can't be? How could it be a dragon? That's a legendary spirit beast. Hearing the seething voices of the crowd around her, the young girl also began to somewhat distrust her own judgment. I am not sure. I just feel that it's somewhat similar to the dragons in a book I read before. How is this possible? This guy hatched from a dead egg. There's absolutely no way he's a dragon. That's right. How can a dragon hatch from a dead egg? Even though the truth was right in front of them, they still didn't want to believe it. Most importantly, they can't accept one thing: dragons can hatch from a dead egg. At this moment, Jiang Yan, who was flying in the air, looked at the ice and fire two-headed snake below him with cold eyes. If we really counted by seniority, this guy would have to call himself an old ancestor. Just a loach. How dare you clamor in front of your ancestor? Get down on your knees and sing your conquests. Roar. Sonic roar. With Jiang Yan's roar, coupled with his own ancestral dragon bloodline, a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire heaven and earth. In just an instant, countless spirit beasts only felt that the bloodline in their bodies had been suppressed tremendously, and their bodies could not control themselves as they fell to their knees in the direction of Jiang Yan. Even the two-headed ice and fire serpent, which was a demigod level, and the Shen Thunder God Tiger, which was a quasi-god level, both submitted under that pressure. Seeing this scene, Su Yang's face was as pale as paper and his lips trembled as if he had seen a ghost. What the is this? My frost embers is at the level of a demigod. How could it submit to a four-legged statue? Could it be that the spirit beast? It's the dragon of legends. Su Yang was shocked. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Only the supreme dragon race could release such a terrifying pressure. Damn. I didn't expect that there would be a dragon race in a waste of a 9 Heavens Academy. No, we have to report this matter to the family head in a hurry. Frost embers withdraw.
Su Yang shouted.
But now the ice and fire two-headed snake has been completely suppressed by the ancestral dragon pressure. Cannot move half a step. Even get up is a problem.
Mutter er.
He let out a low curse, surprisingly abandoning his spirit animal before turning around and running towards the outside of the school. This is the Dragon Clan. When I inform the family head about this, let him bring people to besiege the 9 Heavens Academy. If this dragon is captured and then domesticated at that point, the Su family would definitely become the most powerful family in the entire Xia kingdom. When he thought of this, Su Yang's smile became more and more crazy. Seeing the former suddenly turn around and flee, Wu Lin hurriedly shouted towards the air. Little one, don't let this guy get away. Since we're going to take a shot, we're going to have to make things worse. This guy must have recognized this little guy as a dragon race. He must not be allowed to escape back. Otherwise, the Su clan would definitely send another person. However, in the face of Wu Lin's order, Jiang Yan was indifferent until Leng Yueyao spoke, and only then did he make a move. Yoshi, Don't let him get away. Jiang Yan nodded, and with a flap of his wings, he rushed forward while also kicking up a gust of wind. Seeing Jiang Yan chasing towards him, Su Yang let out a low curse, then hurriedly took out a cursor. Just a second before he was about to crush the cursor, the Jiang Yan dragon roared faster. Roar! Under this roar, all of Su Yang's organs were shattered, and the cursor in his hand fell to the ground.
No, no.
Snap! As the light cone shattered in response, Su Yang's heart completely died. The intense pain coming from his body made him unable to support himself any longer, and he finally collapsed on the ground, spitting out blood and died. In the end, Su Yang paid for his arrogance with his life. Seeing Su Yang being yelled at by himself, Jiang Yan let out an ouch. Oops, it's over. Too much power. Forget it. This guy dares to have crooked thoughts about little Yo-Yo. Just hang up. Almost forgot. Here's another one. After thinking of something, Jiang Yan shrunk his body, then arrived in front of the ice and fire two-headed snake. Honestly, I'm tired of all the other meats, and I've never tasted snake meat. He licked his lips. Hearing this, that two-headed ice fire snake continuously kowtowed towards the ground in an attempt to get Jiang Yan to let himself go. Old clan. It's me who has no eyes. Please spare me this time. Spare you. Aiding and abetting, damn it. Just as Jiang Yan stretched out his dragon claw and was ready to result in the life of this two-headed ice and fire snake, it hurriedly opened its mouth. Old ancestor, please still leave you and I alive. I've been following that guy for many years and know quite a bit of information about the Su family. In order to show my loyalty, I would like to offer my beast core to old ancestor. With that said, the ice and fire two-headed snake took out his beast core. Seeing this, Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Well, then I'll give you a chance to change your ways. Get lost and don't let me see you again. But instead of leaving, the two-headed ice fire snake was willing to follow Jiang Yan. Old ancestor, now that the man is dead and the contract is broken, I have no place to go anymore. Please still accept me. I would like to clear all the obstacles ahead for old ancestor. Well, Jiang Yan hesitated a little. This two-headed snake is stupid, but the strength is not bad. Stay as a little brother is not bad. Well, I don't really care. I have to ask my master for permission. Jiang Yan looked at Lang Yueyao behind him. Old ancestor, please convey this for me and leave the rest to me. Okay. Jiang Yan nodded his dragon claws and withdrew the pressure covering the square. Without that pressure looming over them, the crowd was able to catch their breath. Phew. Finally I can breathe. Yeah. I was really suffocating just now. It felt like I had a 1,000-pound stone pressed on me. Hey, where's that provocative Su family member from earlier? The crowd looked around before realizing that Su Yang had become a corpse. Jiang Yan brought that two-headed ice and fire snake to Lang Yueyao, then described what happened with his dragon claw. Chapter 50. Harvesting little brother. Call me Brother Yu from now on. After reading Jiang Yan's description of what happened, Lang Yueyao looked at the two-headed ice fire snake behind him with some surprise. Ah, so that's it. Well, if you don't find it troublesome, Xiao Yao, I don't have any problem with it. Lang Yueyao said after thinking for a while. After all, this double-headed ice and fire snake is still very rare. If today will be let go will be left if. Maybe it will join another clan, and then it will be a problem too. Seeing Lang Yueyao nod her head in agreement, the two-headed ice fire snake was overjoyed. Old ancestor, you, is this your master's approval? Jiang Yan spread his hands helplessly. Forget it. Since little Yo-Yo has said so, you can stay by my side. The two-headed ice fire snake was ecstatic and hurriedly knelt towards Jiang Yan continuously. Thank you, elder ancestor. All right, in the future, stop calling me old ancestor and call me Brother Yao. Jiang Yan spread his hands. This name will really age him if he keeps calling it. Okay. Lao Zhu, oh no, you. The two-headed ice fire snake nodded happily, then shifted, turning into a small palm-sized snake. Jiang Yan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yo, you can still get bigger and smaller? The ice and fire two-headed serpent leapt forward and jumped onto Jiang Yan's dragon claw. You won't be in trouble if your body gets smaller. Jiang Yan smiled. Count your heart. Wu Lin, who saw this scene from the side, was already not surprised. The dragon race was originally the oldest ancestor of the snake-type spirit beasts, and it was extremely normal for this ice and fire two-headed snake to submit now. He coughed twice and fed the herbs for his injuries into the mouth of the Xian Thunder God Tiger. With the help of the herbs, the Xian Thunder God Tiger's injuries began to gradually recover. Wu Lin lamented and took it back into the Imperial Beast space. Heaven's fury. It's been hard on you. Go back and rest. It was then that the many teachers who had heard the loud noise arrived. Dean, what's going on here? The many teachers who arrived were stunned at the sight of this ruin in the square. Is this scene? A ferocious beast army fighting over. How to become so wretched? Many teachers hurriedly searched for their respective students amongst the ruins. Luckily, most of the students only suffered minor injuries, and a few fell into a coma, which did not result in death. That's
Su Yang.
on the other side of the square's ruins. They instantly recognized Su Yang, who had long since broken on the ground. Su family. Wu Lin gathered the many teachers together and then briefly recounted what had happened. Only Zhang Yan is the matter of the dragon race, he did not say. This was a major event that could alarm the entire Xia kingdom, and before Zhou Xiao had the absolute ability to defend himself, he absolutely couldn't tell anyone about the dragon clan. You know, there are countless people who want to get the dragon race, even the people of other countries are eyeing it. If they let them know that the dragon race appeared in the 9th heaven, the 9 heavens will die. Even Spirit Abyss City would be implicated. As for the matter of killing Su Yang, he was originally thinking of helping Zhang Yan hide it. But this scene was witnessed by many of the students present, and it would be a bit inappropriate to lie again. Afterward, Wu Lin took a deep breath, then said with a grave expression on his face, "No one is allowed to say anything about everything that happened here today. You have to control the students under your hands. If today's matter dares to be publicized everywhere, just don't blame me." "Yes, Dean." The many teachers nodded heavily. "All right, all of you take your respective students to heal your wounds, and we'll talk about restoring the plaza afterward. And nothing, don't let these little brats blindly get together." Wu Lin was very unhappy in his heart. Yes, a few nodded, dutifully accepting the criticism and leaving with their respective students. "Yu Yao, come with me to the office. I have something I want to say to you." "Okay, Dean." After Lang Yueyao followed Wu Lin to the office, the latter immediately turned on the soundproofing device. "Now, no one will hear our conversation inside this room," Wu Lin said in a deep voice. He laughed bitterly and shook his head, amused at his own ignorance. "Yu Yao, I have to apologize to you first." "Dean Yu, what are you doing? There's no need for this at all." Lang Yueyao hurriedly went forward to help him up. Wu Lin let out a long breath, his expression becoming very solemn. "This little guy, he's a dragon, right?" Hearing these words, Lang Yueyao froze for a moment, and the Zhang Yan beside her immediately revealed an unkind gaze. Wu Lin laughed and hurriedly explained, "Oh, don't look at me like this. I still go through ancient books when I have time. This little guy's appearance just now after he's grown bigger is 8% similar to the dragon's." Seeing this, Lang Yueyao did not choose to hide anymore. She had spoken to Wu Lin before, only that the latter thought she was joking at that time and didn't believe it at all. "That's right. Xiao Yao is none other than the dragon race." Wu Lin let out a low laugh and said in a leisurely tone, "Don't worry, I'm not playing any crooked thoughts. I just want to remind you. Yu Yao, in this world, you also know how rare the dragon race is. Don't make too much of a fuss before you have absolute strength. Of course, you can come to me with any difficulties you have, and you can feel free to use the Academy's resources." Although the strength that this little guy was displaying right now was already terrifying enough, but after all, it hadn't fully grown up yet. "I'm afraid it will become troublesome if it's targeted by someone with a heart of gold. But if it became a full-body dragon, it would truly be unstoppable, destroying the heavens and the earth with the lift of a hand. At that time, the 9 Heavens Academy would inevitably leap to the top of the 4 great academies, becoming the first super academy to produce a dragon race." Hearing Wu Lin's words, Lang Yueyao naturally understood his small mind. "Don't worry, Dean. I'll definitely train this little guy well. As long as no one takes the initiative to mess with us, Xiao Yao and I won't go looking for any other trouble." I didn't realize that Dean had such a small mind. I hope that I will little Yao properly carry on cultivation. Wait until later when the 9 skies are in distress. Let it out to help. It's just as well, the Academy's resources are huge anyway, so in the future, Xiao Yao won't have to worry about his breakthrough and upgrade materials. "Dean, Please don't worry. I am a student of the Nine Heavens Academy at all times. Hearing these words, Wu Lin instantly became quite relieved. Ha ha ha. Good. Yu Yao, having you say that is enough. Let me know if you have any difficulties in the future. Lung Yueyao slightly curled the corners of her mouth with a slightly embarrassed smile. That is really a little bit of that right now. Wu Lin waved his hand, and even before asking for any materials, he directly agreed. It's a small thing. I'll help you out with any materials you need. There's plenty in the school. Even if the school doesn't have it, I still have plenty in my own resource library. Okay. Thanks, Dean. The bottom of Lang Yueyao's eyes were filled with delight before she handed over the piece of paper with Zhang Yan's breakthrough materials written on it. Wu Lin confidently took the piece of paper, looked down, and then was dumbfounded. Chapter 51. The January date descends. After looking at the 3 things on that paper again, Wu Lin was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. These 3 breakthrough materials are worth $1 million each. This girl, her appetite is too big. Wu Lin smiled bitterly, but he still agreed. No problem. I'll take care of these 3 stones. He. Thanks, Dean. Lung Yueyao happily waved her little fist. Xiao Yao. Quick. Thank Dean for helping us with the breakthrough stone. Zhang Yan made a nodding face towards Wu Lin. Well, can't tell, this guy is quite good. If this guy was just playing some crooked game, he could have tasted what tiger meat tasted like. Seeing as you helped me find the breakthrough stone, I'll step in to help when the academy is in danger in the future. Seeing Zhang Yan listen to Lung Yueyao so much, Wu Lin had a small shock in his heart. Worthy of being a dragon race, to possess such spirituality. Suddenly thinking of something, Lung Yueyao smiled slightly awkwardly. Dean, if it's possible, can you help me collect these 3 stones in 3 days? Oh, and why is that? Wu Lin wondered. In a few days it will be my January appointment with Li Yixuan, Lung Yueyao said in a low voice. Wu Lin was a little hesitant. Now that Yixuan is still in the middle of the intermediate level copy and hasn't come out, if she sees this scene today, will she regret the decision she made at that time? Although the one she had contracted was a divine grade phoenix spirit beast. But, in front of a true dragon race, it was not worth mentioning at all. Hey, okay. Yu Yao, you must be merciful when the time comes. Lang Yueyao nodded her head, and her expression gradually became a bit icy when she said the last. Don't worry, Dean, we're just cutting it proper though. If she's going to lay her hands on me, then I'm not going to sit around and wait for her to die. Wu Lin couldn't say anything more when he saw this. After all, this was a grudge between their younger generation. Hey, all right then. Yu Yao, you go and rest first. As for the Su family, I'll find a way to give them an explanation. Lung Yueyao said, well, Dean, if they are really bullying people too much, my Xiao Yao isn't a vegetarian either. Haha. Well, you go ahead and rest, I'm here. Wu Lin laughed. It's Dean. Lung Yueyao nodded and led Zhang Yan out of the dean's room. After they left, Wu Lin immediately summoned a few homeroom teachers, which included Su Xiaoyan. These are people he trusts. Secretly dispose of Su Yang's body and then redecorate the plaza. If the Su family sends someone, we'll just pretend we don't know anything. They wouldn't dare do anything to us without conclusive proof. Yes. Several people nodded with a grave expression. Wu Lin ordered a few more words. By the way, be sure to keep those little brats' mouths shut, but don't let them talk nonsense outside. Yes, Dean. After ordering the things under his hand down, Wu Lin let out a long breath. Phew, next we'll wait for that guy Yu Han to come. After leaving the dean's room, Lang Yueyao brought Zhang Yan back to the dormitory. The ice and fire 2-headed snake that heard the conversation between the few people leaned over and said in Zhang Yan's ear, Brother Yao, although the Su family is not a good character, they still have strength. The Su family's master is called Su Han. His spirit beast is very mysterious. I've been in the Su family for such a long time, but I haven't seen his spirit beast once. In response, Zhang Yan just spread his hands indifferently. So what, as good as me? 2-headed snake immediately shook his head. That's certainly not true. Zhang Yan said, that won't do. The dragon race has a saying, soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover the earth. Just let them come. Fear the hammer. I'm fearless, your brother Yao. If they dare to come, I'll let none of them return. The 2-headed snake immediately transformed into Zhang Yan's little fanboy. Brother Yu is invincible. Brother Yu is mighty. Jiang Yan said, follow my brother well, and you'll have no shortage of benefits in the future. Okay, Yu. In the remaining half-day, several teachers disposed of Su Yang's body and then went back to work on the reconstruction of the square. After this incident, the attitude of the students of the Nine Heavens Academy towards Lang Yueyao had undergone a sea change. Coupled with the admonitions of many teachers, it was surprising that none of the students told the story of what happened that day. They knew very well what serious consequences would result if this matter were to be shaken out. Time came to the next day. When Su Wanhan saw that Su Yang was late in returning, he sent someone to the Nine Heavens Academy to investigate. But after some investigation, nothing was found. Having no choice, Su Wanhan had to personally come to the Nine Heavens to find Wu Lin. As soon as they met, he inquired about Su Yang. Wu Lin, on the other hand, pretended to understand and asked questions. Anyway, without conclusive evidence, what can you do to me? Seeing that Wu Lin didn't know what he was asking, Su Wanhan's face turned green with anger. Even though he guessed that Su Yang might have died, there was no direct evidence to show that he just died in the middle of the Nine Heavens Academy. He originally wanted to tear his face directly with Wu Lin, but, on second thought, he felt that it was not yet time. The Su family, the Yin family, the Zheng family, and the Yi family, the other three big families, were getting stronger and stronger, and only he, the Su family, was gradually declining. If we were to go to war with the Nine Skies Academy now, if we could overthrow it, but the people from the other three big families would definitely use this to exploit the loophole, and then the Su family would be in danger. After deeply considering the pros and cons of this matter, Su Wanhan then suppressed the anger in his heart. However, he was still undeterred, and after leaving the Nine Heavens Academy, he immediately sent someone to squat in front of the school. He ordered that as long as they were students of the Nine Heavens Academy, all of them would be captured. But this thought of his Wu Lin had guessed it long ago. The next second Su Wanhan walked out of the academy. He ordered the school's gates to be closed and told the students that they were not allowed to leave the school for a few days. This could make Su Wanhan's people go numb with anger. He sent people to squat at the entrance of the Nine Heavens Academy for 3 days and froze without even seeing a single person. There was nothing he could do but put the matter to rest. And during those 3 days, Wu Lin handed over the stone of breakthrough he had obtained to Lang Yueyao. Yixuan managed to walk out from inside the intermediate level copy. After walking out of the intermediate level copy, her strength had taken a qualitative leap, and her whole person had become more confident. But what she didn't know was that just in these few days of her absence, Lang Yueyao's strength had likewise taken a qualitative leap. Successfully absorbed the stone of perseverance, the upper limit of defense power has been increased. Successfully absorbed the stone of magic. The magic value limit has been increased. Successfully absorbed the stone of extreme speed. Speed limit increased. Oh ho! Now all the values have completely broken through. Jiang Yan rejoiced. Counting the time. Tomorrow seems to be the day of the duel with that woman Li Yixuan. I really want to know what exactly will be the reward after eating the phoenix meat. Chapter 52, The Duel, the Beginning. Just as Jiang Yan was still thinking about eating the phoenix meat, the two-headed snake asked curiously, "You, is that guy your enemy?" "Sort of. Anyway, that woman has a pompous look about her. I can't stand looking at her." Jiang Yan skimmed his lips. "Well, do I need to step in and teach her a lesson?" "No need. I'll make a move. Just be responsible for watching the show tomorrow," Jiang Yan said. "Okay, you." At this time, Lang Yueyao walked out from inside the bathroom wearing a cool outfit. She was wearing a cool silk halter nightgown, highlighting the exquisite sexy collarbone. Snow root like soft jade arms graceful. Rounded slender. Jade legs fine snow smooth calves. Xiao Yao. "The bath water is ready. Come take a bath." She waved her hand towards Jiang Yan. Hence the situation. Jiang Yan gave a surprised cry before hastily covering the eyes of the two-headed snake next to him. "Holy, opening lightning strike. Brother Yu, I can't see anything," the two-headed snake said innocently. "No, you're still looking at a DJ. You're not allowed to look," Jiang Yan exasperatedly said. "By the way, I haven't asked you yet, are you a man or a woman?" he asked devilishly. I am a female," the two-headed snake wriggled a bit.
Kangnin.
"What the hell, you're a woman?" The two-headed snake nodded, and for some reason, her body began to grow a little hotter. Yes, you." Jiang Yan coughed dryly, thought for a moment, then let go again. Okay. Brother is going to take a shower. Don't move around here. The two-headed snake nodded meekly. Okay. Okay you. Bathroom. Lang Yueyao gently stepped into the bathtub. Water droplets slid down her skin as she slowly gingerly picked up Jiang Nian and said, Xiao Yao. Tomorrow is the day of the duel with Li Yixuan. Well, feeling a little nervous, Jiang Nian waved his dragon claw, then patted her head. Don't worry, little yo-yo. Since you chose to trust me, then I definitely won't let you lose. What phoenix, what genius. Let everyone know tomorrow. You're that true genius. Seeing Jiang Nian's confident appearance, Lang Yueyao couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Haha, I'm such a fool. My Xiao Yao is so strong now, what am I worried about? Right? Jiang Nian nodded vigorously and then made a strong gesture. Seeing Jiang Nian so lively, Lang Yueyao's gaze gradually became softer and a light smile came through her eyes. I may have used up all my luck in my last life to meet you. Being able to contract you to be my spirit animal is the best decision I've ever made in my life. The night was uneventful, and the time soon came to the next day. Lang Yueyao woke up early and left the dormitory after organizing her equipment. Although Shinran came back late last night, she got up equally early and was even more excited than Lang Yueyao. Yu Yao, go for it. I believe in you. I've long been displeased with that arrogant woman, and I must teach her a lesson today. Lang Yueyao smiled and pinched her cheeks. Okay, let's get out of here. 9 Heavens Academy Dueling Arena. There were more than a few times more trainees than usual today, and they were all sitting neatly inside the dueling arena. The normally empty dueling arena was surprisingly full at this moment. On the second floor bleachers, many teachers looked at the entrance gates on both sides from time to time. The January appointment between Lang Yueyao and Li Yixuan finally arrived today as promised. This time, only people from the 9 Heavens Academy were watching the duel between the two, and Wu Lin did not invite anyone else. This was also to better protect Lang Yueyao. But I'm afraid I won't be able to hide this matter for long after today. In order to protect the safety of the many students, he had set up 2 protective shields at the outer perimeter of the 9 Heavens Academy and inside the dueling arena respectively, so that the fallout from the fight between the two would not hurt the other students. As for those powerhouses and clans in Spirit Abyss City, they didn't care about these things at all. No one cares about a person who has contracted a ruined egg. Finally, after 2 to 3 minutes had passed, Li Yixuan took the lead in the duel. As soon as she walked into the dueling arena, a mountain of cries immediately erupted around her. Although Li Yixuan has been showing up less in recent days, she still has a lot of supporters. Go Li Yixuan! Go Li Yixuan! Show the opposite side your true strength. That's right. Let everyone know that you are the true genius of the 9 Heavens Academy. In the face of the mountain of praise from the crowd, the corners of Li Yixuan's mouth lifted slightly, as if she deserved all of this. And the phoenix on her shoulder that had completed its evolution seemed to have inherited her character, becoming proud beyond measure. I'll go. Is this the sense of oppression of a divine-level spirit beast? Hey, is this the gap between us and the geniuses? Just sitting here in the stands, I already feel the sense of oppression. Hey guys, who do you think will win today's match? A person issued a soul-torturing question. That goes without saying, of course it's Li Yixuan. I don't think so. As soon as his words were said, they were immediately rejected by the people next to him. You guys are the ones who didn't see the spirit beast that Lang Yueyao contracted the other day violently beat up a demigod-level spirit beast. No, I can't say it's a thrashing. It should be a complete crushing. It's a pity that we were all injured in the end, and we didn't see what happened to the spirit beast. I guess it died. Oh my god, really? It's really as mysterious as you guys make it out to be. Several people asked incredulously. What a coincidence. I happened to be in my copy that day, so I didn't see it. Me too. I didn't see that one either. Is it really as awesome as you guys make it out to be? Harm. I'm not bragging, you'll see later. By the way, that spirit beast can also change its size. That size, it's almost as big as more than half of our dueling arena. Really? In the midst of the crowd's voices of skepticism, Lang Yueyao led Jiang Nian into the dueling arena. As soon as she walked into the dueling arena, Shinran in the stands cheered at the top of her voice. Go for it, Yu Yao. Go for it. On the high platform on the second floor, Su Xiaoyan clenched her fists tightly, cheering for Lang Yueyao in her heart. Yu Yao, go for it. Whether or not you can reclaim this title of the first genius of the Nine Heavens Academy, and the dignity that originally belonged to you, depends on today. Seeing Su Xiaoyan's nervousness, Lu Ming appeared calm and unusual, and couldn't help but flirt a little. What? The competition hasn't even started yet, and you're getting nervous here? Su Xiaoyan, I know what's on your mind, but it's useless. Today you will know who is the first genius of the Nine Heavens, who is the first teacher of the Nine Heavens. As the two walked inside the dueling arena, Wu Lin on the stage sighed helplessly before saying in a deep voice, "This duel is on point. As for the bet you made a month ago, it's not good for me to intervene. To be honest, this matter was really hard for him to deal with. Both of them were one in a million geniuses. It would be sad to let anyone go." At that moment, Li Yixuan was disdainful. "Dean, you don't have to be difficult. The weak have no qualifications to stay here. Whoever loses today will leave the Nine Heavens." Chapter 53, Frost Phoenix versus Ancestral Dragon. As Li Yixuan's words came out, Wu Lin could only sigh helplessly. "Hey, okay. Oh Yixuan, you've really looked the other way this time, and I can't help you. If it was another spirit beast that Yu Yao contracted, then the one who won this January contract would definitely be you. But that's a dragon. Dragon Clan versus Phoenix Clan. I never thought I'd see such a great battle in my lifetime." In the dueling arena, Leng Yueyao took a deep breath before faintly saying, "Come on, Li Yixuan. Let me see just how much stronger you've gotten in this month." Li Yixuan rolled her eyes contemptuously, the corner of her mouth hooking into a sneer. "Just with that four unlike you contracted, you dare to fight with my Frost Phoenix? You'll be able to knock you out in 3 moves. Humph, you'll find out soon enough. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want you to live under my shadow forever." Leng Yueyao just laughed lightly before patting Jiang Nian's head. "Little one, it's up to you today." Jiang Nian waved his dragon claw excitedly. He couldn't wait to taste the meat of this Frost Phoenix. "No problem. I've long wanted to taste how this phoenix meat tastes like." After saying that, Leng Yueyao slowly walked towards the Imperial Beast platform behind her. In order to prevent Imperial Beastmasters from getting hurt during duels, dueling arenas are set up with these platforms that only Imperial Beastmasters can stand on. Li Yixuan crossed his arms in front of his chest, and the Frost Phoenix on his shoulder immediately jumped to the center of the dueling arena. "Blue, let this four unimaginable see what real strength is." With that, she took a step back and then leapt onto the Imperial Beastmaster's platform. With both of them ready, this duel finally drew to a close. Li Yixuan waved his right hand and took the lead. "Blue, extreme cold field." "Wow!" As Li Yixuan's voice fell, the Frost Phoenix immediately spread its wings and flew into midair. Immediately after it lifted its wings and swung, a powerful ice energy erupted from its body, and that ice energy spread extremely widely, covering the entire dueling arena in the blink of an eye. However, that wasn't all. The cold ice energy caused a qualitative change, thus causing the entire dueling arena to fall as if it had fallen into an ice cellar, along with everything around it being frozen. It had now become a frozen dueling arena. Although it was said to be protected by an energy shield, the crowd in the stands were still frozen and shivering. This is holy field skills? It's really worthy of being a divine grade spirit beast, to even have such heaven-defying skills. I'll be damned. With this kind of skill being used, it's not like this duel is going to end, is it? Inside the dueling arena. Seeing this icy dueling arena, Jiang Nian couldn't help but smile in his heart. "Yo, that's not bad. You actually have a domain skill. Interesting. This duel doesn't look like it's going to be that boring." Facing the sudden change in circumstances, Leng Yueyao just said with a calm face, "Xiao Yao, it's up to you next." Jiang Nian nodded, then flew into the air as the swift dragon flame in his mouth began to rapidly converge. Affected by the frigid environment, your attack power has been slightly weakened. Affected by the frigid environment, your speed has been diminished by a small amount. Affected by the frigid environment, your cold-resistant attribute has been weakened by a small amount. That's a pretty interesting field skill, but as he leveled up as well as continued to evolve, the power of the swift dragon flame was gradually becoming stronger. In the next second, the swift dragon flame from Jiang Nian's mouth directly blasted towards the center of the dueling arena. Boom! The terrifying flames spread out instantly, immediately melting everything that was frozen around them. Moreover, the range of Taiku Dragon Flame was even greater and it came with a burning effect, and it began to rapidly attack towards that Frost Phoenix. Little Blue, fan it out, Li Yixuan said hurriedly. The Frost Phoenix flapped its wings covered in ice crystals to set off a cold current, which only then extinguished the Taiku Dragon Flame. Just then, Jiang Yan used his Eye of Insight to check the Frost Phoenix's information. Name: Frost Phoenix. Life value: 867. Level: 15. Attack: 843. Defense: 963. Speed: 943. Magic: 631. Field: Extreme Cold Field. Talent: Extreme Cold Mastery. Skills: Ice Cone Piercing, Frost Armor, Breath of Winter, Nirvana Frost Flare, Ice Mirage. Truly worthy of being a divine phoenix. The stat? But you're still too young in front of Little Master. Sonic Roar. Jiang Yan let out a dragon roar and directly attacked the Frost Phoenix not far away. Blue, get out of the way. Even though Li Yixuan had hastily warned, the speed of the sonic roar was so fast that the Frost Phoenix was still affected by the waves on its wings. Frost Phoenix life value 30. Frost Phoenix's resistance to dragon might decreases by 50%. Stun marker 1. When the stun mark reaches 5 points, it can inflict 15 seconds of stun control on the target. However, the Frost Phoenix was worthy of being a divine beast, immediately launching a counterattack the moment it was attacked. Only to see her wings stretch out, countless ice cones made of cold ice immediately appeared around her. Swish! Immediately afterward, those ice cones shot towards Jiang Yan as rapidly as lightning. Jiang Yan gathered some of his power into his twin claws, first slapping the ice cones in front of him into pieces, and the huge wind formed by his twin wings directly blew those ice cones away. In the next second, his figure began to flicker like a ghost and immediately appeared in front of the Frost Phoenix. Seeing this extremely terrifying speed, Li Yixuan's heart trembled and she couldn't help but be startled. What? Surprisingly fast. But what's the point of being fast? My Frost Phoenix is invincible. Xiao Yao, attack on its wings, Leng Yueyao said. Seeing Jiang Yan's rapidly incoming dragon claws, the Frost Phoenix immediately spread its wings wide open before forming a cold ice shield made up of countless shattered ice cones around its body. It's useless. Your spirit beast's attack is so weak that it can't beat my defense. Until now, Li Yixuan still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, and still held a dismissive attitude. Seeing this, Jiang Yan just laughed, and the power on the dragon's claws increased instead of decreasing. Dragon Claw Rip. After using the Stone of Attack, not only did its power complete the breakthrough, but there was also a slight increase in its power. Coupled with the skill effect of Dragon Claw Tier and the Golden Finger of Absolute Penetration, this claw went down, and that Frost Phoenix's proud absolute defense was directly slapped into pieces. Snap! What? Li Yixuan's face instantly changed drastically as he hurriedly said, Blue, counterattack. After receiving the order, the Frost Phoenix roared, and the powerful ice energy quickly converged on top of its wings, violently attacking towards Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was not afraid in the slightest, waving his dragon claw and moved up. Boom! Kong Nin's life value 21. Ding! Dragon Claw Tearing effect triggered. Scale Armor Defense effect triggered. Master of Chaos effect triggered. Chapter 54. Absolute Crushing. Dragon Claw Tearing effect triggered. Bleeding effect has been inflicted on the target. Sustained loss of life value. Frost Phoenix life value 9. Frost Phoenix life value 9. Oh! Scale Armor Defense effect triggered. Bounce effect triggers, rebounding some of the damage dealt by the target. Frost Phoenix life value 10. Oh! Master of Chaos effect triggered. Target is in a state of confusion. Confusion. Enemies in confusion will attack the wrong target, including themselves or random units, for 10 seconds. Hearing the sound that triggered 3 gold words in a row, Jiang Yan was delighted. The chances of triggering after that probability boost are just high. After a moment of elation, he turned and flew into the air. The Frost Phoenix that had entered a state of confusion began to attack uncontrollably and indiscriminately, and even though Jiang Yan had already escaped the range of its attacks, it still kept attacking the front with its ice picks. In the stands, the hearts of the people who saw this scene were filled with doubt. No, what's this? That guy is gone. Why is this frost phoenix still attacking there? Eh? Is it hard to be blind? Big brother, don't make me laugh. A god-level spirit beast would be blinking in the middle of a fight? On the second floor bleachers, some of the more knowledgeable teachers quickly understood it all. If I'm not mistaken, Yixuan's spirit beasts have now entered a state of chaos. However, skills that can put an enemy into a state of confusion are extremely rare. So how did this little guy get it? Lu Ming let out a huh, still with a calm expression on his face. Hee. It's just some small means, no need to care. Earlier in the day, in order to test Li Yixuan's strength, he had found a few talented students in his class to confront him. But the result is, despite the fact that they all used all their strength, they were still knocked down by Li Yixuan in 3 moves. Don't be in a hurry. The good part is only about to start now. Lu Ming smiled mysteriously. Duel. Seeing the frost phoenix constantly attacking randomly there, Li Yixuan also guessed that she might have entered a state of confusion. But instead of any panic, she revealed an evil smile. A skill that puts people into a state of confusion is indeed great, but has no effect on my blue. Only 3 seconds after the frost phoenix entered the chaotic state, his eyes were suddenly replaced by a flash of blue light, followed by an extremely strong burst of rushing energy. Bleeding effect disappears. Lang Yueyao didn't expect it. Whatever negative status my blue suffers from will be immediately lifted after 3 seconds, and it will be transformed into a powerful cold energy. It's time for this boring battle to end. Blue winter's breath. As Li Yixuan's words fell, the frost phoenix began to continuously wave its wings, and with every incitement it made, the surrounding cold air would become a few degrees colder. In the next second, the earth began to frost. The air gradually condensed into ice blades, and the cold energy from the mouth of the frost phoenix converged at great speed. Xiao Yao, be careful. Even though Lang Yueyao had absolute confidence in Jiang Nian, her heart still tightened and she couldn't help but remind him. At this moment, Jiang Nian, who was flying in the air, surprisingly did not have the slightest intention of trying to dodge, but instead made a provocative movement towards the frost phoenix. The frost phoenix was originally a divine beast with a spirit that was not low, so how could it accept being insulted? As the convergence of cold energy in its mouth was completed, the frost phoenix did not hesitate to blast out at Jiang Nian in the air. On the high platform on the second floor, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth, who saw this scene, had already hung up a smile that belonged to the victor. It's over. Under the cold ice, there is no life. That tetrapod is going to be frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing the frost phoenix emit such a terrifying energy shock, Wu Lin only felt a pang of misfortune in his heart, and with a single glance, the several teachers beside him hastily enhanced their protective shield. Hey! I didn't expect this frost phoenix of Yixuan's strength to be so terrifying as well, but hey! In the air, in the face of this terrifying attack from the frost phoenix, Jiang Nian only slowly opened his mouth, and the Taiku dragon flame in his mouth converged at great speed.
Sonic Roar, plus Swift Dragon Flamme.
Roar! Taiku dragon flame versus breath of ice. Flame and ice collide. The moment the two powerful energies collided together, a huge shockwave was formed, which began to spread crazily in all directions. Luckily, with the protective shield, those students in the stands were not affected by this. But even from a long distance away, they could still feel the change in temperature around them. Hot on the left, cold on the right. No, what the hell is going on here? It's not surprising that Li Yixuan's phoenix spirit beast is able to emit such a terrifying attack. But how? Lang Yueyao's spirit beasts can also emit such terrifying attacks. You ask me, who am I going to ask? Does this still let people live? A spirit beast this small had such a terrifying amount of energy within its body, and his own spirit beast was so large in size that the strength it exerted was not as much as 1/10 of someone else's. This doesn't even make sense. At this moment, Li Yixuan's eyes in the dueling arena were filled with disbelief. She had thought that she would be able to easily resolve the battle with just this move, but she didn't expect this for unimaginables even has such strength? Little Blue, you can never lose to this punk spirit beast.
Li Yixuan showed angrily.
However, the ice energy that could freeze everything completely lost its effect in front of the swift dragon flame. The terrifying temperature of the flames melted the cold air released by that energy in a few breaths. The cold energy began to decrease rapidly, and everything around them that was frozen returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. However, this did not end there. As Jiang Yan lashed out, the Swire Dragon Flame directly hit the Frost Phoenix with a crushing force. Shoo! Frost Phoenix life value 213. Seeing that the Frost Phoenix was injured, Yixuan shouted anxiously. Blue! Due to the ancient dragon flame having a burning effect, it caused the Frost Phoenix's life value to continue to decrease. Frost Phoenix life value 15. Frost Phoenix life value 9. Frost Phoenix life value 11. The Frost Phoenix's negative effects gone buff only triggered after losing a lot of life points. Searing effect disappears. Shoo! With a long, agonizing chirp, the cold energy that surrounded his body extinguished the remaining Taiku dragon flame. But before the Frost Phoenix could return to its senses, Jiang Yan had already arrived in front of it. Partial giganticization. Thunderstorm Dragon Tail. Utilizing the ability of partial giganticization, it giganticized its tail and then slammed it down hard towards the Frost Phoenix's head. Pop! The dragon's tail was capable of releasing powerful lightning, and as this tail went down, the Frost Phoenix was directly slapped into the ground. Boom! That terrifying force smashed a large crater in the floor of the dueling arena. Frost Phoenix life value 216. Chapter 55. Bigger than? I'm bigger than you. Blue! Li Xian screamed, suddenly feeling her heart thumping, inexplicably having a bad feeling. She knew very well in her heart that Little Blue's defense was extremely strong. Even the full force of an intermediate-level ferocious beast couldn't hurt it even a bit. Available at... But today, how could he be knocked to the ground by a waste spirit beast? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. You're nothing but a waste spirit beast. How could you possibly unleash an attack with such great strength? As the Frost Phoenix was slapped to the ground by Jiang Yan, the crowd outside the arena immediately erupted in an uproar. I'm going. No. How did Li Yixuan's Phoenix get knocked to the ground by its tail? I didn't even see it. It attacked too fast just now. At that moment, a spectacled teenager who seemed to have seen the outcome said, Hee hee. I told you guys before, right? This spirit beast is not simple. He's even able to hang and hammer the Su family. And you guys are actually convinced that it's a waste spirit beast? Not to mention, don't you guys forget that this little guy can get bigger? Unknown crowd. No, really, you're kidding me. Holy. If I knew the scene was so shocking, I wouldn't have gone on a copy one day. How many scenes have been missed here? Second floor raised platform. Seeing that Li Yixuan was somewhat out of breath from being beaten as much as he could, Wu Lin shook his head with a bitter smile. AI. I hope this girl Yixuan's self-confidence won't be shattered. After Su Xiaoyan, who was next to her, saw this scene, her hanging heart finally relaxed a bit. Phew. I didn't expect that Yu Yao would become so strong now. At this moment, the more she was puzzled in her heart. A spirit beast that could knock down even a god-level Frost Phoenix with one tail. What level is it exactly? Lu Ming. What else do you have to say now? She proudly raised an eyebrow towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was coldly humming. Heh. I didn't expect the students you taught to really have two brushes. But, you really think this is the end? Watch well. You'll soon see just how powerful a divine-level spirit beast really is. The center of the dueling arena. It was only after the smoke in the field cleared that the Frost Phoenix's wretched appearance was displayed in everyone's eyes. At this time, her body was seriously injured, and both sides of her wings were still emanating silk lightning because of Jiang Yan's attack just now. So even lifting up became a problem, let alone flying in the air. Looking at the Frost Phoenix that was injured like this, Li Yixuan was heartbroken. She took a deep breath, her eyes firm, as if she had made up her mind somehow. I didn't expect, Lang Yueyao, you would actually push me to such a point. Lang Yueyao, I have to admit that this spirit beast of yours is indeed very powerful. But you'll soon know what a true god-level spirit beast is. After saying that, Li Yixuan looked at the injured Frost Phoenix and promptly nodded. Blue, it's time to show them what you're really made of. The Frost Phoenix nodded, and then its eyes closed tightly, and the cold ice energy in its body suddenly surged. Nirvana Frostbite. Phoenix Reborn. No good. Xiao Yao. Hurry up and stop it. Lang Yueyao felt a sense of crisis and said in a hurry. Jiang Yan nodded and hit the Frost Phoenix's head with a dragon claw tear. Buzz. But strangely enough, although the Frost Phoenix was severely injured, The cold energy around it grew stronger and stronger, and had even autonomously generated a cold ice barrier around it. Pop! Jiang Yan's claw went down, and the barrier actually stayed put. During skill release invincibility, just as he was still trying to attack, the change suddenly rose. Buzz! The Frost Phoenix's eyes suddenly opened, and the injuries it had sustained were completely recovered. Not only that, the countless cold ice around it began to continuously add to its body, causing its size to begin to multiply. Swish, swish, swish. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In just a few breaths, the size of that ice-cold phoenix grew to 20 meters. What was even more terrifying was that its cold ice energy became even more powerful, and it even all triggered the resonance of heaven and earth, causing hailstones to rain down in the air. Seeing the Frost Phoenix's size become so huge, the crowd didn't return to their senses for a while. It wasn't until the stinging hail and snowflakes slapped them in the face that the crowd gradually came back to their senses. What a terrifying skill to be able to change the surroundings. Even the divine skill of changing the environment has come out. It's time for this duel to end. Seeing that the crowd looked like they had already seen through the outcome, Shinran angrily crossed her arms and complained. What are you guys babbling about? That little guy hasn't even touched his real skills yet. The two-headed serpent who hid in the corner and witnessed it all likewise saw the end. Just another completely different ending. Glancing up at the behemoth in the air, Jiang Yan smiled in his heart. Getting bigger? Interesting. The contemptuous expression on Li Yixuan's face finally disappeared, and there was even a touch more gravity in his eyes. Lang Yueyao, surrender. You can't beat me. The gap between you and me can't be bridged with these petty tactics. Lang Yueyao's pretty face didn't have any look of panic. Instead, she felt a bit amused. Li Yixuan, you don't think you've achieved the ultimate victory, do you? Li Yixuan spread his hands indifferently. Then what else? Do you think you have any chance now? Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and made a gesture to Jiang Yan, who was not far away. Yoshi, it's time to use the killer. Jiang Yan smiled. Understood. Immediately following the next second, Jiang Yan's size also began to suddenly increase. In the crowd's surprised and frightened gazes, his size had completely grown, even completely suppressing the Frost Phoenix. That originally huge Frost Phoenix was now just like a small chicken in Jiang Yan's eyes. Seeing this scene, Li Yixuan directly froze in place, her mouth turning into an O shape. How is this possible? How did this happen? And why did it become so huge in size as well? And, surprisingly, it's even bigger than Blue. Second floor on a high platform. Wu Lin, who had seen this ability of Jiang Yan before, wasn't that shocked, but the many teachers beside him had completely dropped their jaws. Good guy. How can this little guy get so huge too? Could it be? It's also a divine-level spirit beast. Hiss, it doesn't make sense. I've never seen any god-level spirit beast that looks like this. Could it be that I don't have enough knowledge and didn't recognize it? At this point, Lu Ming, who was full of confidence just now, his face became unusually ugly at this moment. How is this possible? The one that Yixuan contracted is a god-level phoenix. How could he be suppressed by this for unlikable? No, it must be a blindfold. It must be. In the air above the dueling arena, looking at the Frost Phoenix in front of him, Jiang Yan sneered. Bastard. You're not the only one who can get bigger and smaller. I can too, and become even bigger than you. Chapter 56. I am the king. Bleachers. Seeing Jiang Yan's appearance after he became bigger, the crowd was directly dumbfounded. Only those who had seen Jiang Yan's appearance before remained calm. No, this is true. I thought you were joking before. How did it get so big? It's even bigger than a phoenix. How would I know if you ask me? I told you a long time ago, didn't I? This little guy is not simple. I think the winner of today's battle is up for grabs. At that moment, an attentive girl suddenly noticed something. And haven't you guys noticed, from the beginning of the battle until now, it was all about it fighting on its own instincts. Lang Yueyao didn't even command it. Hearing what the girl said, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Fine thoughts. Was that spirit beast's spiritual intelligence higher than a human's? This is too horrible. The center of the dueling arena. At this point, Li Yixuan had completely lost her previous calmness, and her expression gradually became somewhat hideous. The situation was now completely beyond her expectations. This battle should have ended a long time ago, And it's amazing that it's turned into what it is now. So what if it gets bigger? Then you're still no match for me. Blue, do it. Ice Phantom. Upon receiving Li Yixuan's order, the Frost Phoenix used its last suppressed means. Swish, swish. Her figure began to gradually become illusory from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3. 3 frosty phoenixes. Lung Yueyao was shocked. What? To think that you can still split. This was something she hadn't expected at all. But even so, she still had absolute confidence in Jiang Yan in her heart. She had always believed that Xiao Yao was the strongest spirit beast and would never lose. Xiao Yao. We don't need to keep our hands off either. Jiang Yan nodded. Finally, I can let go. Li Yixuan waved his hand, causing the Frost Phoenix to unleash its strongest killing move. Blue Winter's Breath. Don't hold back. Shoo! The 3 Frost Phoenixes roared in unison, and the energy in their mouths began to converge rapidly. This was exactly the same move that had gone hard with Taiku Dragonflame before, only this time it was triple the energy. The attack power is directly doubled and increased. Moreover, these 3 Frost Phoenixes appeared in Jiang Yan's 3 directions, forming a triangular situation, leaving him no room to escape at all. Lang Yueyao, it's time to end it. Jiang Yan looked around, his expression gradually becoming excited. So this is your final killing move? In that case, kneel down for me. Roar. With a roar, the ancestral dragon bloodline in Jiang Yan's body was completely activated. Under the ancestral dragon bloodline, all things submit. Even if you are the noble Frost Phoenix, you have to bow down in front of the true ancestral dragon. This roar went straight to the sky, and the terrifying energy broke all the surrounding shields in almost an instant. The teacher in charge of these shields even felt a tightness in his chest and a slight sweetness in his throat. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Lin similarly didn't hold back, and a mouthful of blood spurted out directly. Oh no! The shield is broken. Geez. This guy is too messy. I should have known to let him keep his hands to himself. He had seen the power of the dragon's might once before, but he didn't expect this time to be even stronger than the one before. Under the pressure of this powerful ancestral dragon, all the spirit beasts present began to become shivering, constantly rubbing towards their masters. Where had they ever seen such a big scene? They were scared silly on the spot and their bodies froze in place. This is the kind of pressure a spirit beast can unleash. Kai, are you kidding me? Somehow I feel a little out of breath right now. I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Me too. When Li Yixuan's spirit beast released its pressure before, I still felt fine, but how did it suddenly? What a few people didn't expect was that Jiang Yan's roar caused the entire Spirit Abyss City to tremble for a few moments. Some of the unknown people stopped in their tracks and then looked towards the place where the pillar of light had risen. Holy! What's that pillar of light? No, I don't know. I felt like there was an earthquake just now. Looking at the direction of that pillar of light, it seems like it's the 9 Heavens Academy, right? The 4 great families, the other 3 great colleges. After hearing a loud commotion coming from outside, they all came out of their rooms to watch. At the sight of a terrifying white pillar of light appearing above the 9 Heavens Academy, several people were startled. They both knew exactly what it was. That was a powerful pressure that only spirit beasts above the demigod level could release. The pressure stayed for a long time and eventually formed a pillar of light. Moreover, this pillar of light went straight to the sky and failed to dissipate for a long time. The strength of that spirit beast must have far exceeded the demigod level, or even be stronger. Lu Tianlong, the dean of Tianlong Academy, couldn't sit still for the first time. When did the strength of the 9 Heavens Academy become so powerful? No, I have to go and take a look. Songlan Academy. The 2 deans of Wanxiang Academy also couldn't sit still and rushed out of the dean's office like a bolt of lightning towards 9 Heavens Academy. The family patriarchs of the 4 great academies were likewise the same, and they couldn't wait to find out just what kind of spirit beast could emit a pillar of light like that. At this moment, several strong people who were practicing near Spirit Abyss City were quite puzzled in their hearts after seeing this scene. What's going on? Such a pillar of light will still appear in Spirit Abyss City. That's interesting. Come on, let's turn around and go back to take a look. He patted the spirit beast at his feet. Roar! What Li Yixuan didn't know was that at this moment, countless powerhouses were on their way to the 9 heavens because of that pillar of light. On the dueling arena, Just as the people in the audience were still in a daze, Jiang Yan once again let out a roar. This roar directly shattered the two doppelgangers that the Frost Phoenix had manifested into pieces. What? Li Yixuan was so shocked that she lost her color and her mind became blank. So possible. How could her spirit beast release such a terrifying pressure? Blue, you're a noble phoenix. You definitely can't lose to it. Even though Li Yixuan was already hissing at the top of his lungs, under the pressure of the ancestral dragon, the convergence of energy in the mouth of the ice phoenix began to decrease rapidly, and even somewhat wanted to kneel to Jiang Yan. Not that it meant to, just an instinctive reaction. For such a long time, this was the first time the high-cooled Frost Phoenix had spoken. Crap, move, can't move. Jiang Yan, who was in charge of beast lust language proficiency, immediately read its meaning. You can't be ruled yet, little man. Don't think that just because you're a noble phoenix you can look down on other spirit beasts. There is a spirit beast in this world that is more powerful than you, and that is me, Frost Phoenix. You, what on earth are you? Roar. Just as its words reached its mouth, another ancestral dragon pressure covered its body. Since you dared to strike at me, you should always leave a little something behind as a lesson. Swish! Jiang Yan came to it in a flash and yanked one of its wings with his dragon claw, then violently tore. Chapter 57, winning the first person in the 9 heavens. Rip! This claw went down, and the Frost Phoenix's wings were directly ripped off by Jiang Yan in a hard way. Frost Phoenix life value 669. After losing one of its wings, the Frost Phoenix's blood level plummeted, and coupled with the pressure of the ancestral dragon bloodline, it was quickly down to its last 100 life points. Seeing with his own eyes that his spirit beast had one of its wings torn off, Li Yixuan's entire body was on the verge of collapsing. Blue. No, that's not how it ends. You, what kind of spirit beast are you? What on earth are you? In the face of Li Yixuan's impotent rage, Jiang Yan didn't even bother to look at her. All he wanted to know now was whether the meat of this Frost Phoenix was good or not. This Frost Phoenix is after all a divine beast level. Even if it loses a wing, it's no big deal. It can still grow back by repairing it later. The Frost Phoenix that had lost one of its wings had its battle power greatly reduced, and its size began to rapidly become smaller, and it soon turned into its original form. Coupled with Jiang Yan's powerful ancestral dragon pressure, it quickly lost all of its fighting ability and fell into a coma. Looking at the unconscious Frost Phoenix, Jiang Yan shook his head helplessly. Is this the end? The Phoenix clan is indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that you've met me. Swish! Jiang Yan shrunk and changed back to his previous form. He excitedly took that Frost Phoenix wing and ran to Leng Yuyao's face to show it off. Hey, hey! This is my trophy. Seeing this scene, Li Yixuan's eyes were filled with anger. Leng Yuyao, you've gone too far. Leng Yuyao frowned and said in a deep voice, Li Yixuan, this is all your own doing. In this case, her answer was extremely strong. She didn't think you had done anything wrong at all. If it had been my little you that was at a disadvantage, I do not feel that you would have let it go like that. If it was Xiao Yao who was at a disadvantage just now, I'm only afraid that this woman would have just laid her hands on me, so that I would never have a chance to turn around. Even if the dean asked about it, all she needed to say was that it was just a slip of the tongue just now and that she would pay attention next time. Besides, the Phoenix was a divine-grade spirit beast. Even if it lost a wing, with its powerful bloodline power, it would be able to recover back sooner or later. Li Yixuan, this duel between us is divided. You lose. Seeing that Leng Yuyao had won the duel, Shinran was thrilled to death. Yu Yao, you're fantastic. The corners of her mouth rose high as she kept showing off to the students around her. How about that? My best sister is awesome. I told you all a long time ago that she would definitely win this duel, but you still didn't believe me. Well now, crowd. The crowd was speechless, not knowing what to say for a moment, or so shocked that they didn't know what to say. In their hearts, Li Yixuan had always been the first genius of the 9 Heavens Academy, the #1 person in the academy. But today, it was such a #1 person in the academy who was defeated by a person who had contracted a wasted egg, and the defeat was extremely complete, without even the slightest chance to fight back. They even have such a doubt in their hearts, whether that spirit beast has not used its full strength yet. After a long time, one of the trainees lamented, finally accepting the facts in front of him. Hey, I didn't expect it. Li Yixuan actually lost. I was very optimistic about her before. Who says it isn't the genius who contracted a divine grade spirit beast, the first person in the academy to become a trainee imperial beast master, and just like that, he lost. Do you guys remember that bet from earlier? Whoever of the two of them loses, the loser has to leave the academy. Hearing the man's reminder, the crowd remembered there was such a thing. Today's duel is to leave the academy alone. Li Yixuan is leaving. That's not good. If she leaves, then who am I going to chase after? A chubby teenager scratched his ears. A few people immediately revealed a look of contempt. Get lost. Then you leave the academy as well. Never mind then. I just have a little crush on her. Fatty laughed awkwardly. Really? Why don't you go plead with the dean? The skinny guy next to him raised an eyebrow and nudged him. I'm sure I can't do it alone. There's more or less drama if we go together. While the crowd was discussing, Wu Lin in the stands wasn't much surprised by the outcome. She recognized Li Yixuan's strength, but, in the end, there was some price to pay for youthful frivolity. The winner of this duel is Lang Yueyao. Hey, Yixuan. I'm sorry you lost. Lost? I lost. Unable to accept the truth, Li Yixuan's demeanor became somewhat dazed. The words you lost were like a nightmare that lingered in her head for a long time. She hated to admit such an outcome. She'll lose. How can she lose? She was a 1 in a million genius. How could she possibly lose at the hands of a loser? It wasn't until a drop of the Frost Phoenix's blood dripped onto her hand and she felt the icy coldness that she came out of her world. Blue, let's go. She left the dueling arena with the Frost Phoenix in her arms. Right at this moment, the deans of the 3 major academies came to the Nine Heavens Academy right above them at almost the same time. They had rushed across as fast as they could, but they hadn't expected the pillar of light to disappear anyway. Looking at the dueling arena that had become ruins at their feet, all 3 of them were shocked. The dueling arena has been destroyed like this. It seems like a big battle really happened here. Well, that's definitely it. I just don't know where the hell that divine beast is. While the 3 of them were looking around, Wu Lin utilized a flying scroll to get himself into the air. Yeah, what brings you 3 here? Xiao Yun gave him a blank look. Wu Lin, you're pretending to understand, aren't you? What the hell was that pillar of light just now? Wu Lin immediately put on a questioning attitude. A pillar of light? Where is there a pillar of light? Why don't I see it? Those 3 guys were pretty fast, and luckily that little guy transformed just in time. Situl Wan, the dean of the Wanxiang Academy, laughed. Hey, you guys really think we didn't see it, don't you? Just as Situl Wan and Wu Lin climbed into conversation, Lu Tianlong had already frowned and started to beat up the duo of Li Yixuan and Lang Yueyao. Is it these 2? After he looked at the Frost Phoenix in Li Yixuan's hand, his thoughts instantly returned to a month ago. That day, when Li Yixuan was contracting the divine grade phoenix, he was also present. Could it be that pillar of light that this phoenix erupted from, or... He turned his eyes to the Jiangnian in Lang Yueyao's hand. Could it be that this 4 unlike... But it doesn't look like it has a little bit of the quality of a divine beast in any way. After chatting with Situl Wan for a few moments, Wu Lin coughed and said, of these 3, he had the best relationship with Situl Wan. Alright, this is our academy's business. What are you guys doing here? Hurry back. Che, I still don't care to stay in this Thai place of yours. Xiao Yun skimmed his mouth. Just as a few people were preparing to leave, a few more figures quickly rushed towards the 9 heavens. Wu Lin was speechless. No, is it necessary for these guys to be so hilarious? Chapter 58, The Powerful Gathering, The Dragon Races Cards. Seeing the crowd that was rushing towards this place, Wu Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he muttered twice in his heart. These guys are coming really fast. Afterward, the powerful Mountain Jun of Spirit Abyss City arrived right above the 9 Heavens Academy. Still late. His eyes immediately glanced around towards the dueling arena, but other than seeing the mess, he didn't find anything out of place. The only thing that was even remotely suspicious was the one injured Frost Phoenix. A god-ranked Frost Phoenix. Good man. It looks like this pillar of light was released by it. But what made him feel puzzled was how this god-ranked Frost Phoenix could have been injured and actually had one of its wings broken off. What is going on here? Just as he was puzzled, his eyes flicked over and saw the one wing in Zhang Yan's hand. Ha! Is it hard to believe that this 4 unimaginables defeated the Frost Phoenix? Wait, this spirit beast. Feels inexplicably somewhat familiar. How do I feel as if I have seen it in which ancient book? Shan Jin touched his bare head. A few seconds later, those strong people who had come from all over the place also converged on the top of the Nine Heavens Academy, which could be described as lively for a while. Hee. Several of you are here, you came fast enough. A bearded middle-aged man couldn't help but say. This person's name was Chi Bin, one of the 7 strongest people in Spirit Abyss City. Oh, this is something I still have to ask you guys. Didn't you go to the Black Forest? Why did you suddenly come back? The man who had spoken smiled and looked over at the large, bare-chested man next to him. Che, what do you care about me? I'll come back if I want to. The bare-chested big man skimmed his mouth and burst out a few foul words. Seeing that 5 of Spirit Abyss City's 7 great powerhouses had come, and the deans of the 3 great academies had gathered, Zhou Zhao's head was about to explode. These guys! Just the sight of the pillar of light released by the dragons was such a big commotion. If they really knew I had dragons here, what would happen? Do not face unknown face direct action, are to give me the face of the dean. Just as Wu Lin was speechless in his heart, the people from the 4 great families had gathered here. Not only that, even Huang Fuling, one of the top 10 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom, had appeared here. The moment they saw Huang Fuling appear, the crowd that had been noisy just a moment ago now instantly quieted down. Shan Jinzhong was surprised in his heart. It's a big commotion. Even this guy is here. Although these people have some weight in the Spirit Abyss City, if they are placed in the entire summer country, that wouldn't count as a character. On the contrary, Huang Fuling simply did not have the heart to look at a few people, but instead frowned and scanned the dueling arena. In his eyes, these people were not nearly as attractive as the pillar of light released by the divine-level spirit beast. Ha! When he looked at Jiang Yan in Lang Yueyao's arms, he couldn't help but frown. This spirit beast. Even though he was separated by a long distance, he could still feel the sense of oppression emanating from Jiang Yan's body. Interesting. Just as he was about to go down and investigate a bit, Wu Lin hurriedly said, "Oh, everyone. Enough of the good show. It's time to disperse. Truth be told, I still have a bit of business to take care of next, so I won't see you all off." Wu Lin clasped his fists towards the several people and said very politely, "Hey, this guy Wu Lin is even kicking people out." Shan Zhen wrapped his arms around himself and bristled. "Forget it. There's no point in staying any longer. Withdraw." A few people helplessly skimmed their mouths before leaving Nine Heavens one after another. They had originally come all the way to Nine Heavens Academy for that strange pillar of light. And now that the pillar of light had disappeared and they had gotten nothing, there was no point in staying here any longer. Only a few people before leaving, also more toward the dueling field in the middle of the Jiangyan. More look, a few eyes. Hiss, this spirit beast. Could it be that I'm overthinking this? At this moment, Li Yixuan, who was preparing to leave the dueling arena, couldn't help but laugh in his heart when he saw so many people coming in the air. Heh, are all of you people here to see my joke? How ironic. Lang Yueyao, you won this duel, but it doesn't mean you'll beat me for the rest of your life. We'll see. This humiliation today, I, Li Yixuan, will remember it. After saying that, Li Yixuan brought Little Blue out of the dueling arena before leaving Nine Heavens without looking back. Before some time passed, the crowd left in droves, and only Huang Fuling was still standing at the same spot, his gaze dead set on Jiang Yan. Wu Lin battled his scalp and walked forward, then cautiously said, "Lord Huangfu, may I ask you?" Huang Fuling's one of the top 10 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom. Even Wu Lin had to be respectful in front of him. Huang Fuling pointed his finger towards Jiang Yan in the dueling arena, then faintly asked, "That spirit beast, why does its aura ebb and flow?" The Huang Fuling in front of him spotted the clues at a glance. Jiang Yan had just used his size control ability, so the breath in his body hadn't smoothed out yet. Wu Lin recovered with a calm demeanor. "Hehe, the little guy just went through a battle, so he probably hasn't recovered yet. So Huang Fuling nodded, then did not ask any more questions. However, in that very moment, something suddenly occurred to him. Could it be? Forget it. Since nothing happened, I don't have to stay here much longer. Huang Fuling's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. Seeing it leave, Wu Lin let out a long breath. However, when he recalled that expression on Huang Fuling's face before he left, alas, his heart couldn't help but tremble. By the look of him, 9 times out of 10, he guessed the identity of this little guy. Forget it. Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. Even if he's one of the top 10 strongest people in the Xia Kingdom, if this little guy goes all out, he might not lose. The dragons were not just terrifying in strength and powerful in flesh. Their potential was the most terrifying. Once it was allowed to grow up completely, I was afraid that there would be few enemies in this world. Phew, there's a scare. Finally, we've dealt with these guys. Wu Lin took a deep breath, and when he looked at the dueling arena, Yixuan had already disappeared. AI. And the girl is indeed very talented, just too competitive in the future. I'm afraid it will only become a strong opponent for Yu Yao. At this time, after leaving the Nine Heavens Academy, Yixuan was walking in Spirit Abyss City in despondency. The frost phoenix in her arms gradually began to recover from its injuries because of its bloodline, but it had been in a comatose state, and it was still a question of when it would awaken. Lang Yao, I'll remember this revenge. Yixuan's teeth clenched and cackled. Her lower lip hardened, her eyes almost spewing fire. The reason for all of this was because of that spirit beast in her hand. How could a spirit beast that had been hatched from a ruined egg be so powerful? There must be something wrong with this. Just as Yixuan was angered by this, a silhouette appeared in front of her. Want revenge? I can help you. Chapter 59. I'm cooking. Why are you guys so nervous? 9 heavenly colleges. Seeing that the dueling arena had been destroyed into ruins, Wu Lin smiled bitterly in his heart. This was the first time since the construction of this dueling arena that it had been so badly damaged. Hey, it looks like this dueling arena needs to be refurbished. Wu Lin smiled bitterly, then said to the chattering crowd in the stands, come on, you little brats will just come and fool around. All disperse, all disperse. Those who have class go to class. Those who don't go to the copy. What's it like to gather here? Yes, Dean. The crowd nodded good-naturedly and then dispersed. On the way back, they continued to discuss the final outcome of the duel. Hey, Yixuan's schoolgirl is still gone. Didn't keep her. What? Why don't you go out and chase someone back now? If you go out now, you might even see them. Upon hearing this, the man waved his hand back and forth. People don't even know who I am. Besides, with this amount of strength I have, Yixuan school flower can't even look at me. Better hurry up and get stronger. The crowd nodded and gave a thumbs up in absolute agreement. Fair enough. Anyway, if we have many beautiful women in our academy, we have more motivation. Isn't Lang Yao also a big beauty? A short teenager had a bright light shining in his eyes. Crowd, LSP. After seeing Lang Yao achieve the ultimate victory, Su Xiaoyan changed her low profile. Teacher Lu Ming, do you have anything else to say now? Lu Ming, you. The current Lu Ming's face looked like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. Extremely unsightly. Humph. Count on you, we'll see. He punched the wall hard, then grimaced. Originally, he was thinking that after Yixuan won this duel, he would ask Wu Lin for some rewards. Better yet, it would be nice to crown him best teacher again. But the result is, Yixuan was utterly defeated, and his title of best teacher was forever out of the question. The dueling arena. Jiang Nian looked at the wing of the one frost phoenix in his hand and was just about to take a bite out of it when he didn't expect Wu Lin to walk over at this time. Hee hee. Yu Yao, congratulations on winning this duel. Lang Yao let out a light laugh before lifting the Jiang Nian in her arms up high, her eyes filled with delight. Thank you, Dean. It's all because of Xiao Yao. By the way, Dean, those guys from earlier. Wu Lin coughed twice and explained in a low voice. Ahem. It's because of the pillar of light formed by this little guy that attracted that group of guys. However, looking at their hesitant expressions on their way out, I think these guys will definitely go through all sorts of ancient books when they go back. At that point, I'm afraid, can only hope that this day comes a little later. Seeing Wu Lin's grave expression, Lang Yao hesitated in her heart and seemed to recall something, but her eyes quickly became resolute again. In her previous life, she had also been besieged by many powerful people, but at that time, she was so focused on practicing martial arts that she was indifferent to her spirit beasts. This led to the fact that in the end, although he broke out of the siege, the spirit beast was seriously injured, and indirectly led to the loss of his best friend Shinran. Now that she was living again, she would never allow such a tragedy to happen. Besides, in this life, she wasn't the only one. When she thought of this, Lang Yao's voice became unusually firm. Don't worry, Dean. If it really comes to that, Xiao Yao and I will definitely put our best foot forward. Since Jiang Yan and Lang Yueyao had signed an intrinsic contract, he naturally felt the fluctuations in the latter's inner emotions. He patted Lang Yueyao's shoulder and waved his dragon claw in a strong gesture. Don't worry, little Yao Yao. If those guys really dare to come, I guarantee that none of them will be able to return. Lang Yueyao sensed his meaning. Her red lips pursed lightly. The pear swirls on her cheeks were hidden. Hungry, you? I'll go back later and make you a good meal. Wu Lin smiled faintly and said, All right, go back and have a good rest. If you have any problems, come to me directly. This dueling arena needs to be renovated again. I'll take care of Dean then. Lang Yueyao smiled, then hugged Jiang Yan and left the dueling arena. Only after she left did those teachers come into the dueling arena that had been reduced to rubble. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Look at the destruction, what has it become? That's right. Even the protective shield that we coalesced together was blasted into crumbs. Hey, it's a real young man's time now. A few people couldn't help but sigh. By the way, Dean, there's something I've never been able to figure out. Yu Yao has contracted a spirit beast. What exactly is it, and how can it have such terrifying strength? Hearing one of the teachers ask a question, the remaining few immediately gathered around. Wu Lin smiled and said, You guys, don't just focus on improving your strength. Go read more books when you have time. It won't do you any harm. A couple of teachers, Read the book. Wu Lin laughed. But I've already warned you. Several teachers looked at each other, all confused. All right, forget it all. This dueling arena still needs to be rebuilt. Wu Lin smiled bitterly. Outside the dormitory, Shinran, who had waited outside early, immediately pounced up in excitement the moment she saw Lang Yueyao appear. Yu Yao, you're fantastic. I knew you'd win. Lang Yueyao's cheeks were slightly red, and a sweet smile blossomed on her face. Hey, right? Gladly. He let go and smiled a particularly big smile. She crouched down, then gently poked Ginger Nin's little head with her hand. The little guy is awesome. Yo, there's still loot in this hand. Jiang Yan blankly glanced at her without any good humor. This woman, it can't be that she's trying to steal food from me, right? While Jiang Yan was nursing his food, the excited Shinran had already brought Lang Yueyao back to the dormitory. Yu Yao, you're the big contributor today. I'll personally cook for you, so you can taste my handiwork. I'm telling you, my cooking skills have grown a lot lately. The two of them in the dormitory, usually Lang Yueyao cooking, because Shinran made the dishes. As soon as she heard that Shinran wanted to cook herself, Lang Yueyao subconsciously shook her head. Huh? No need. Her words had barely reached her lips when Shinran bounded off to the kitchen, and her spirit beast, the Mo-leaf beast, immediately shivered on the bed and went straight under the covers. Jiang Yan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. No, what kind of dark cuisine is this woman making that can make her spirit beast so scared? No, what if she force feeds me later? Hey there! Jiang Yan suddenly had a flash of light, and his evil gaze went to the two-headed snake on the bed. Two-headed snake immediately felt his body go cold. You? Brother you? Is there anything I can order? Jiang Yan smiled evilly. Nothing. It's just to help me test the poison when I eat later. Two-headed snake. Chapter 60. Devouring the Ice Phoenix Wings. Gaining new skills. Two-headed snake. Hearing Jiang Yan say this, the two-headed snake didn't dare to disobey in any way and could only wriggle and nod. Okay, you. Xiao Yao. You rest here for a while, haha. I'll go help Shinran. Lang Yueyao gently patted Jiang Yan's head before going into the kitchen to help. Jiang Yan nodded, then turned his gaze to the single phoenix wing in his hand. He. I haven't eaten phoenix meat yet. Now I can finally have a good taste of it. Jiang Yan licked his lips, then took a bite out of the frost phoenix's wing. This bite was surprisingly not bad. It just felt a little icky. Devour Beast 1 Frost Phoenix. Gain experience value plus 193. The bite went down, and Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. I'll go. This gains so much experience value after just one bite. It's really worthy of being a divine spirit beast. Rank? LV. 15,395,260 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 16 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You have leveled up to 16 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Oh ho, it's upgraded. Despite the upgrade, however, Jiang Yen did not choose to extract the gold words. He wanted to save up for 3 extraction opportunities and then extract a mythological word. Jiang Yen then went on a binge-eating spree for several more bites until he had eaten only 2 small halves of that entire frost wing. Devouring Beast 1 Frost Phoenix gains plus 364 life. Devouring Beast 1 Frost Phoenix gains attack power plus 163. Devouring Beast 1 Frost Phoenix gains speed plus 263. Devouring Beast 1 Frost Phoenix gains frost power plus 12%. Devour Beast 1 Frost Phoenix to gain the skill Breath of Winter. Devouring Beast 1 Frost Phoenix gains skill points plus 15. Devour Beast 1 Frost Phoenix to gain evolution points plus 15. I'll go, the difference between this god-level spirit beast and those ordinary spirit beasts is also too big. Just eating half a wing gained so many attributes and evolution points and even skills. If one were to just eat it whole, one would not dare to imagine just how many rewards one could obtain. Then, Jiang Yen gave 1 piece of the remaining 2 slices of Frost Phoenix's meat to the Mung Leaf Beast and 1 piece to the Ice and Fire 2-headed snake. Here, follow my brother, right? This is the meat of a Frost Phoenix. There's no harm in eating it. Although the 2 of them ate this meat and could not obtain as many attributes as they did, but after all, it is a god-level spirit beast, more or less there is still some enhancement, right? The 2 beasts took it gratefully and then took small sips. Jiang Yen, on the other hand, couldn't wait to check out the skills gained from this devouring. Skill name, Winter's Breath. Skill level, Divine. Skill attributes, Ice Destruction Frost. Skill description, converge the ice energy in the mouth. Can be sprayed from the mouth of a powerful ice ray. Ray contact target instantly condensed ice crystals. Can cause physical puncture plus frostbite double damage. Piercing damage is 378. Frostbite damage is 15 points per second and lasts for 10 seconds. Special effect, skill with frost effect. After the skill hits, if the target is dead, it will reduce the target's movement speed by 30%, attack speed by 30%, and defense by 30%. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. Consumption, 110 points of magic power. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Sure enough, this skill is really the same move that phoenix used on me. Jiang Yen was ecstatic. Based on the effect and power displayed by this move, it really wasn't much worse than the Swift Dragon Flame. Hey, in that case, then I'm not in full control of the power of ice and fire. If you encounter a powerful enemy afterward, and the fire attribute can't restrain the target, there's the ice attribute, and one of these 2 attributes will always be able to restrain the enemy. Nice! System, View Panel. Jiang Yen hastily checked his current panel. Name, Jiang Yen. Race, Dragon. Contractor, Lung Yueyao. Current proximity 47. Rank, LV, 16,135,280. Note, when level 35 is reached, the 3rd evolution can be opened. Life value, 1364. Defense, 1100. Magic, 1100. Attack, 1163. Speed, 1263. Evolution points, 31. Skill points, 23. Frost power, 12% can absorb ice objects to increase frost power. Flame power, 1% can absorb flaming objects to enhance flame power. Props, Serpent's Tooth 1, Tail Spike 1, Orc's Wooden Stick 1, Sand Sovereign Staff of Orhus, etc. Skills, Dragon Claw Tier 3 5 Sonic Roar 1-5 Dragon Blood Boil 1-5. Skills gained from devouring, Claws of Darkness, Breath of Winter, Sandstorm. Talent, born with a poisonous body, sanding, and a strong sense of smell. Evolution, Scale Defense 3-5, Flight 1-5, Tooth Injection 1-5 Thunderstorm Dragon Tail 1-5. Already has gold words. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Infinite Devouring Evolution, Absolute Penetration, Ancient Dragon Flame, Beast Language Mastery, Eye of Insight, Power Deprivation, Master of Chaos, Partial Giganticization, Billion Strikes, Word Fusion. There is already a mythological phrase, Echoes of the Dragon Abyss. Not bad. The basic ability has improved so much more. Now that one's 1000 attack power was already this strong, how terrifying would it be if it went up? Just as Jiang Yen was still fantasizing, an explosion came from the kitchen side. Bang!
Kangnin.
What the hell? He rushed to the kitchen to check. No, you guys are cooking a meal. Is this going to blow up the kitchen? Hey, according to this, when can we have good food? In the kitchen. You quickly help me with that. I'll have this done in a minute. Oh yes. After all the fuss the two had made, it was 9 o'clock in the evening before this afternoon's meal was served. Fortunately, with Long Yueyao's assistance, the dishes Shinran made this time were unexpectedly good. However, for the sake of his own life considerations, Zhang Yan still decided to let the two-headed snake to try the poison first. Seeing that there was no adverse reaction after the latter ate it, it then feasted on it. Xiao Yao, eat slowly. There's no rush, there's plenty. Lung Yueyao laughed. While eating, Shinran ate then talked to Lung Yueyao about the gossip. Yu Yao, in 3 months' time it will be the competition of the 4 great academies. Remember last year's tournament? Our academy was ranked at the bottom. Hey. Yeah, the competition is in 3 months. Hearing Shinran's words, Long Yueyao's thoughts instantly returned to the past. In her previous life, she went to the 4 courts competition but got out early. At that time, she practiced martial arts and didn't care that much about spirit beasts instead. So when she fought against others, her level was let out by several tens of levels. And in the end, she wasn't an opponent at all and quickly lost the battle. This time's 4 courts competition might be more exciting than any previous one. Chapter 61, I swear, I really just wanted to tuck her in. Thinking back to her previous life, Yixuan, who had contracted the Frost Phoenix, made a big splash during the 4 courts competition, and at that time she was just silently watching from the sidelines. But this time in the 4 courts competition, I must get first place. Lung Yueyao waved her small fists and made up her mind. Yes, that's the way to go. Shinran laughed. By the way, I just heard them say that it seems like those seniors from our last class are coming back tomorrow. Senior? Lung Yueyao froze. Shinran nodded and took a bite of the meat on the table before explaining. Yeah, even though they've graduated, they're still essentially students of the 9 Heavens Academy. They've all gone their separate ways now. Some have enrolled in universities inside the downtown area of Xia, while others have become bounty hunters. But they usually come back to school at this time of year to check it out. Lung Yueyao nodded thoughtfully. She really didn't know about these things. Even in her previous life she hadn't met the previous seniors of the 9 Heavens Academy. It was because at that time she had long since left the 9 Heavens and went outside to train alone. Seeing Lung Yueyao's contemplative look, Shinran said excitedly with eyes that were longing for the future. As long as you become a senior beast master, then you can graduate from the academy, and then you'll go to a better university. Yueyao, when the time comes, you have to enter the same university as me. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly, her heart similarly filled with longing for the future. The Imperial Beast University, kinda looking forward to what it's going to be like in there. Don't worry, it will be. However, it will still take a long time for us to become senior Imperial Beast Masters. Shinran's eyes twinkled, and they became bright and alive. It doesn't matter. As long as we work harder, we can definitely become senior beast tamers within 5 years. As soon as he heard this time, not only Lang Yueyao, but even Zhang Yan, who was wildly flaunting his food next to him, was blinded. No, you can't joke around like that, can you? 5 years. 5 years to become a senior beast master? Lang Yueyao similarly marveled. This time is too long. Shinran pinched his fingers, then extrapolated the time carefully there. But I'm already estimating by the shortest time. It's hard to become a senior Imperial Beast Master. Just that super hard quest alone can jam half of them, and half of them lose their lives because they go on the quest. Hey, I don't have any great ideals in my life, as long as I can become a senior Imperial Beast Master. Seeing Shinran's despondent look, Lang Yueyao sat beside her, patted her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, Xiao Ran. How can a senior Imperial Beast Master be worthy of you? We're going to become God-level Beast Royal Masters in the future. God level? I'm afraid that's something you can only dream of becoming. Ha ha ha. Shinran couldn't help but laugh. Well, eat and drink up. I'm going to clean up. Take an early rest today. There might be a handsome senior tomorrow. Gladly, he laughed a little, then picked up the dishes from the table and went to the kitchen to clean up. Xiao Ran. Let me help you clean up. Lang Yueyao got up and hurriedly walked towards the kitchen. Shinran's family circumstances hadn't been too good, and his parents had practically spent most of the family's expenses in order to pay for her to attend the Nine Heavens Academy. After eating and drinking, Jiang Yen laid down on the bed recalling what the two had said. Well, divine grade Imperial Beast Master? For the sake of you and little Yao Yao being so good, then I'll give you a hand. It's a bit difficult for a god-level Imperial Beastmaster, but a Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster is definitely not a problem. Will there be a senior from the Nine Heavens Academy coming back tomorrow? There shouldn't be a pretty senior sister as well, right? Thinking about it, Jiang Yen fell asleep. The night was uneventful, perhaps because it was too tiring, causing Lang Yueyao to take a lazy nap. Jiang Yen realized she was still asleep when he opened his eyes. Just when he was going to prepare to call Lang Yueyao to get up, he did not expect the latter to roll over. At this time, Lang Yueyao was wearing a black lace pajamas, the white and round, calling out, by Jiang Yen as far as the eye can see. I'm going to go, nonchalant, nonchalant, nonchalant. Which dragon can stand this early in the morning? Jiang Yen hastily covered his eyes. 3 seconds into the law, Kang Yen began to experience a rapid heartbeat and suddenly realized something. Wait, did little Yo-Yo not cover up just now? No. She'll catch a cold if this goes on. I swear, it was simply to tuck her in. Yes, tuck her in. After pacifying himself in his mind, Jiang Yen slowly opened his eyes, but before he could look at him for more than a couple of moments, Lang Yueyao was awakened. Oops, I think I'm late, you. Get up. Jiang Yen. Cam. I should have known not to close my eyes. She hastily patted Shinran, who was sleeping in the bed beside her. Ran, it's going to be late. Hearing the word late, Shinran sat up reflexively. Oops, it's a day off. Oops, oops, overslept. Those handsome seniors are definitely back. Quick, quick, quick. Yao, let's go. The two got up in a hurry and left the dormitory after freshening up a bit. However, it seemed that Shinran had dressed up in order to attract the attention of those seniors. On the contrary, Lang Yueyao was still wearing her usual outfit with little change. Jiang Yen was speechless at Shinran for a while in his heart. It's just the return of a few former students. Why are you so excited? Meanwhile, the square. It was a day off and students were not in class, resulting in an early crowd in the plaza. They came to see the last seniors and sisters, of course. In the middle of the square, those surrounded seniors and sisters were also a bit embarrassed. There were about 50 of them, just about a class. One of the seniors in the lead was named Zhang Chun, who could also be called the class president of the first class. Class 1. That's a veritable genius class. A few people looked a little awkward in the face of the crowd's enthusiastic greetings. They didn't realize that taking the time to go back to school would be so popular. Brother Pure, you haven't been back for such a long time. How come we've become stars once we're back? Yeah. These schoolgirls are too enthusiastic too. Oh, you're stealing joy in your heart, aren't you? And you still have the nerve to say it here. I'm not. Just as a few people were laughing and joking around, Wu Lin and a few teachers cheerfully walked over. Ha ha ha. You little guys came back without saying hello. Several people hurriedly saluted. Greetings, Dean. All right. Why are you still being so polite? Wu Lin smiled and waved his hand. After not seeing you for such a long time, you little guys have changed quite a bit. Chapter 62. Return of the School Sister. I'm really not a little colorful dragon. Looking at the group of students in front of him who had changed a lot, Wu Lin's heart felt a sense of relief. They were all students of the first class with excellent talent. Basically, it could be said that every one of them was a genius, and now they had all become a qualified senior Imperial Beast Master. Wu Lin just wanted to say a few words to them. But when he turned his eyes, he realized that his surroundings were already surrounded by numerous students. Some of the boys had a gleam in their eyes as they stared at those sisters in the first class. It was as if they would rush forward to ask for contact information as soon as Wu Lin left. Those little buggers. The corners of Wu Lin's mouth twitched, then growled. You little brats are so good at fooling around. Today is a day off. Why don't you hurry up and go get your copies? If I see you still here in 1 minute, next week's Sunday is cancelled and all classes will be held instead. Crowd. Upon hearing this, the crowd was directly dumbfounded, then scattered in all directions in a puff of smoke. 30 seconds later, the square that had been bustling just a moment ago was now left with the students of the first class. Zhang Chun, who saw the scene, also shook his head helplessly. After all, they were like that at that moment, blindly getting together and then being taught a hard lesson by Wu Lin. Only after seeing everyone leave did Wu Lin ask, "I assume you guys came back for something special this time?" Zhang Chun smiled and scratched his head, then said, "There is a little bit of that, but the main thing is that I want to come back to see." Just as he was about to catch up with Wu Lin, Xinran and Lang Yueyao, who had gotten up late, rushed over. Phew, luckily it's in time. The moment they saw the appearance of Lang Yueyao, a flash of color instantly flashed across the eyes of those seniors. I can't imagine that there are such pretty schoolgirls in our Nine Heavens Academy. I'm going to go. This is much better looking than the school beauty of our class at that time. Don't you think so? Jiang Washu. The boy raised an eyebrow, then leaned his shoulder against a woman next to him. Her face was clear and cold. Her skin was as fair as jade. Her nose was straight. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her clear eyes hid a sharp light. The woman's name was Jiang Wangshu, and she could also be described as the vice president of the first class. Hearing this, Jiang Wangshu gave him a blank look and stomped on his shoes. "Get out!" Ouch! At this moment, Jiang Nian's gaze was similarly sizing up Zhang Chun and the others. "I'd like to see just what the strength of the previous senior of this Nine Heavens Academy is." These people were all senior Imperial Beastmasters now, but judging from the aura emanating from their bodies, they shouldn't have reached the master level yet. Yo! Suddenly, Jiang Nian realized something and then placed his gaze on Jiang Wangshu. "I'll go. Look at this girl's appearance, proper school flower level, probably the last school flower. But well, is that this body is still almost, and the appearance of cold not too like. And then there's two." Just as Jiang Nian kept commenting in his mind, Lang Yueyao aimed a set of electric light poison dragon spin at his head. "Humph! Little colorful dragon. Your eyes are glaring out." Lang Yueyao beamed and hummed. Jiang Nian hurriedly withdrew his gaze. "Ahem." Seeing Lang Yueyao come, Wu Lin immediately explained with a smile. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you guys. This is Lang Yueyao and this is Xinran." After introducing Lang Yueyao's two identities, Wu Lin introduced Zhang Chun and the others. "Yu Yao, this is Zhang Chun, the former class president of the first class. You can also call him senior." Lang Yueyao nodded her head obediently, then said faintly, "Good day, senior." Compared to Lang Yueyao's blandness, Xinran was much more excited and generous. Hey, hello senior. All right, let's go to my office and talk. It's too noisy here." The meticulous Wu Lin naturally knew that Zhang Chun and the others must have something else going on this time back at the academy. Zhang Chun nodded and gave a wink to the few students around him. "Why don't you guys go ahead and just hang out? Dean and I have things to talk about." "Okay. I haven't been back for a long time. I don't know how much it has changed. Come on, let's stroll around." The crowd embraced each other and left, except for Zhang Chun and Jiang Wangshu, who followed Wu Lin and the others to the office. Upon arriving at the office, several people sat down one after the other. "Oh, tell me, what did you come back for this time? You, the slick kid who got into the best university in Xia, shouldn't be in any trouble, should you?" Zhang Chun shook his head with some embarrassment, then slowly stated the purpose of his return. "Hey Dean, don't be ridiculous. Isn't this the 4 courts competition coming up soon? I'm just stopping by this time to come back and take a look." As soon as he heard about the 4 courts competition, a touch of imperceptible sadness instantly surged across Wu Lin's excited face. Because this big 4-house pen is a lifelong pain for their college. It was clear that the students weren't weak, but the results of this 4-courtyard competition would always be at the bottom. Since the founding of the Nine Heavens Academy, how many times have they had their best result in the 4 courts competition only being the 3rd place? And the 3rd place finish was still spelled out by Zhang Chun's class. Seeing that there are still 3 months to go, the great competition of the 4 houses will take place again. When he thought of this, Wu Lin was quite helpless in his heart. "Hey, yeah. In a few months' time it will be the day of the 4 courts competition." Seeing Wu Lin's fallen look, Zhang Chun hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Dean. Haven't I recently heard that there is a super genius in our academy who has contracted a divine-level spirit beast? With her here this time, we can definitely bounce back." At the mention of this matter, Wu Lin felt a pang of embarrassment, because the genius they were talking about had now left the academy. If Yixuan is a recognized genius in their mouths, then Yueyao in talent, I'm afraid I can only describe it as a demon. Wu coughed twice in embarrassment, then briefly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing that Li Yixuan had already left the academy yesterday, both of Zhang Chun's expressions were startled. What? She's gone. This? Just as the two of them were still shocked, Wu Lin proceeded to continue with the story. When they heard that the person who had defeated Li Yixuan was none other than the girl sitting across from them, both of them were confused. This? I didn't see it. This pretty schoolmate of ours is still a powerhouse. Jiang Wangshu looked Lang Yueyao up and down, seeing her unusually well-behaved appearance. His heart was somewhat unconvinced. How can someone who seems so well-behaved? However, when she saw the spirit beast cradled in its arms, the expression on her face instantly became odd. Huh! How come her spirit beasts aren't kept in the imperial beast space? And it looks like this. Seemingly noticing the person on the other side of the room looking at him, Jiang Yen bared his teeth and put on a fierce look. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wangshu smiled a little, a wonderful feeling inexplicably welling up in his heart. Interesting. There's a feeling of wanting to ravage this little guy. Chapter 63, Advanced Copy Competition, Record Holder. Seeing the strange look in Jiang Wangshu's eyes, Jiang Yen immediately shivered and got goosebumps. No. Why is this woman looking at me strangely? I'll go. It can't be that he's trying to snatch me from little Yo-Yo's hands and keep it for himself. Jiang Yen immediately shook his head, then deliberately squeezed into Lang Yueyao's arms. At this moment, Zhang Chun, who had learned the whole story, nodded in surprise. So that's how it is. It seems that this schoolmate of ours is not ordinarily strong. In response to Zhang Chun's compliments, Lang Yueyao only smiled modestly. Senpai is wrong. But at that moment, a touch of wariness surged in the heart of Jiang Wangshu on the side. Schoolgirl, I'd like to spar with you. I wonder if you mind? As soon as she heard the word cut, Lang Yushua was stunned and didn't even react for a moment. This is a little too sudden. Sister, this? Zhang Chun rubbed his headache and revealed a helpless smile. Don't mind her. It's just her personality. As soon as she meets someone stronger than her, she wants to spar with her. After speaking, Zhang Chun gave a wink to Jiang Wangshu next to him. However, Jiang Wangshu directly turned a blind eye to it and instead kept staring at Lang Yueyao with blazing eyes. Just like this, being stared at all the time, Lang Yueyao didn't know what to do for a while. If it was just a simple cut and thrust, then she certainly wouldn't be afraid. But, so sudden. Is there something else to hide? Seeing Lang Yueyao's hesitation, Jiang Wangshu turned his gaze to Wu Lin. Dean, we've actually come back with some serious news. Oh, what news could make you guys personally come back for a trip? Wu Lin was puzzled. Jiang Wangshu smiled. I wonder if you, Dean, have ever heard of the ancient battlefield? Ancient battlefield? Wu Lin was startled and stood up directly from his seat. The ancient battlefield, a place where danger and opportunity coexist. There is no fixed opening time, no fixed opening location, can be said to be extremely mysterious, a murderous place. Despite this, as long as it was open, there would still be countless imperial beast masters clamoring to be the first to head there. It was rumored that there was a god-level ferocious beast with extremely terrifying strength sleeping in the ancient battlefield. There are also rumors that there have been several Grandmaster-level Imperial Beastmasters and a dozen or so Master-level Imperial Beastmasters who went to round up that ferocious beast. They had a big battle, but the final result was unknown. And it was precisely because of this rumor that countless Imperial Beastmasters were attracted to scramble there. There are many opportunities there, more than enough to change a person's life. But there were just as many dangers there, so many that it could cause a Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster to die there. Lang Yueyao, who heard the words ancient battlefield, couldn't help but be shocked in her heart. Because the piece of bone she had obtained from those robbers earlier came from the ancient battlefield. Originally, I was still thinking about how exactly I would be able to find the entrance to the ancient battlefield. Now it seems that this opportunity has been delivered to my door. At this moment, Jiang Wangshu walked to Lang Yueyao's side and slowly spoke. If you win, I'll tell you a message from the ancient battlefield. Lang Yueyao nodded and agreed to her challenge. Okay, senior sister, I accept your challenge. Jiang Wangshu raised his eyebrows slightly, the corners of his mouth sketching out a faint smile. Don't you ever ask what happens when you lose? Lang Yueyao smiled faintly, her eyes filled with confidence. My Yoshi won't lose. Seeing her so confident, Jiang Wangshu's heart became even more excited. But if you lose, you have to lend it to me for a day. When she said that, she pointed her finger at Jiang Nian. Lung Yueyao, huh? As soon as she heard this, she subconsciously hugged Jiang Nian into her arms and then took a few steps back. You, what are you doing? Damn it. This woman is up to no good. She wants to steal my Xiao Yao. It's so infuriating. Shinran was also a bit confused by this move of hers. Jiang's senior sister even want to rob this little guy. Can't see, this little guy's charm is quite big. Seeing that a few people had misunderstood him, Jiang Wangshu hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to rob your spirit beast. I just want to ravage it a little bit when I see its tugging appearance. Don't worry. I'm not that shameless. Not for a day, but an hour will always do. So it is. All right. I promise you, I won't lose anyway. Lung Yueyao's eyes were wide open and her cheeks blushed slightly. What Jiang Wangshu said just now made her a little angry. Hey, I haven't even said what we're going to compete against. How do you know you won't lose? Jiang Wangshu laughed. We'll compete. Who can clear the advanced copy in the shortest time? Once he heard the words advanced copy, Jiang Nian instantly became interested. Hey, this is good. I've been wanting to make a copy for a long time. This is just the right time. The experience value gained from the advanced copy must be even more than the intermediate copy. Jiang Wangshu continued. This dueling thing is too meaningless. Let's compare advanced copies. How about it? Are you still sure? Lung Yueyao nodded heavily, her eyes unusually determined. Of course, no matter what we're competing against, Xiao Yao and I won't lose. The advanced copy is not bad, and it can also help Xiao Yao improve his strength in the process. Seeing Lung Yueyao's confident look, Jiang Wangshu said, I thought you might not know. I've always held the record for the advanced copy speed pass in the academy, and in all these years, no one has ever broken it. Dean, is that so? Lung Yueyao looked to the side in doubt. Wooly nodded. That's right. Good. Then we'll compete to see who can be the first to clear the advanced copy. Lung Yueyao said seriously. Haha, no problem. Dean, I'll trouble you to be a witness. Jiang Wangshu smiled. Wu Lin let out a bitter smile. Hey, you all said so. So be it. These little guys. They just got back and they're not saving their asses. With that, the crowd arrived at the entrance to the replica place. It just so happened that today was a day off, and there were so many other students who were preparing to go down to the copy for their experience. However, when they saw that Wu Lin had brought over a few people from Lang Yueyao, they were immediately attracted to it. Holy, something's not right here. Hey, Dean, what are they doing at the replica office? In my opinion, it's 9 times out of 10 that this is going to be a sprint for the duplicate record. If I remember correctly, one of the records for the replica seems to be held by that senior sister. The man pointed at Jiang Wangshu. Hokage, start. I'm ready. Jiang Wangshu nodded his head and briefly explained the rules of this competition. Okay. Randomized copies. Break through in the fastest time possible. No changes can be made. Of course, you're considered my schoolmate. So I'm sorry to make things difficult for you. You can have a chance to change. After saying that, Jiang Wangshu gently touched the screen in front of him with his hand. Buzz. Advanced copies begin screening. Screening complete. Chapter 64 Advanced Copy, Land of the Dead. This time your copy is Ruins of Doom. Copy name Ruins of Doom. Copy level Level 25, Level 45. Copies of the monsters. Scrap metal parasitic spiders, mutant creatures, etc. Passing condition. Need to kill the copy boss. Choice. To open a copy or not. Schoolmate. I've chosen my copy. It's your turn, Jiang Wangshu said. Lung Yueyao nodded her head, then walked forward and began to select her copy. Advanced copies begin screening. Screening complete. This time your copy is Land of the Dead. Copy name Land of the Dead. Copy level Level 25, Level 45. Copy minor monsters. Corrosive crows, skeleton golem, skeleton tyrant, etc. Passing condition. Need to kill the copy boss. Choice. To open a copy or not. Land of the Dead? Upon seeing that Lang Yueyao's copy was the Land of Death, Jiang Wangshu beside him froze for a moment, because the difficulty of this copy was considered quite high amongst the advanced copies, even twice as high as her copy. Schoolgirl, you have one more chance to reselect your copy. This copy will be tougher, and I don't want to take advantage of you, so change it. Jiang Wangshu reminded. It was just a match, and she just wanted to see what the strength of someone who could defeat Li Yixuan was. She didn't want Lang Yueyao to lose her life because of this competition. Anymore, it's her schoolmate, Wulin, who was on the side, saw it and nodded with the same concurrence. That's right, Yuyao, the difficulty of this copy is very high. Do you want to change it? Although he had great faith in Xiao Yao's strength, this copy could be different from a duel in a dueling arena. Those ferocious beasts aren't going to give up their attack just because you're a beast swordsman. The dragons had thick skin and flesh, so even if they were seriously injured, it wouldn't be a big deal, but humans were a different story. Injuries can be deadly if left untreated. But both of them had said so. Lang Yueyao remained firm in her choice. Never mind, just this copy. Higher-level copies are the only way to reflect the difficulty, and Xiao Yao will upgrade faster if he encounters higher-level monsters. She trusted Xiao Yao completely, that it would be able to protect her. Well, since you've said so, I won't say anything more. Take care of everything and cheer up. Seeing this, Jiang Wangshu couldn't say anything more and walked into the teleportation portal on the left. Lang Yueyao patted Jiang Yan's head, then also walked into the portal on the other side. You, go for it. Buzz. Upon entering the copy of the Land of the Dead, the unpleasant smell that came to the surface immediately made Lang Yueyao pinch her nose. Everything here revealed an aura of death. There were ruins everywhere, corpses of ferocious beasts everywhere, and even some tombstones. If it wasn't for the brighter moonlight in the Land of the Dead, plus the fact that there were some stones that could illuminate, I'm afraid that what would greet them now would be the darkness of reaching for the sky. Entering the replica of the Land of the Dead. Sight buff is on. Corrosive breath. Corrosive aura. The area is filled with black mist, non-dark attribute, and undead spirit beasts will enter a poison state for more than 30 minutes. But dark attribute spirit beasts' attack power is increased by 20%. When you enter the poison state, you lose 1% of your life value per second. Venue buff is on. Tide of Death. Tide of Death. Every 3 hours, a wave of undead will erupt in the Land of the Dead, strengthening all enemies in the area by 100%. Hearing the voice of the copy, Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. Kind of interesting. It's really worthy of being a high-level copy. This is stacked with so many negative buffs before it even starts. However, since little Yo-Yo chose to believe in me, I mustn't let her down and turn on the speed brush mode. Lang Yueyao took a deep breath and said, Xiao Yao, cheer up, it's up to you. We must clear the level as early as possible, or else this negative buff will grow. Jiang Yan nodded and utilized the talent of size control to directly change to its strongest state. Then, let's turn on the speed brush mode. Seeing Jiang Yan become so agitated, Lang Yueyao also became agitated and immediately activated the shield. No matter what the situation was, keeping yourself safe was the most important thing, and that wouldn't make Yo worry. 3 minutes after the two entered the copy, the first wave of mini-monsters began to refresh in the Land of the Dead. Wow! Suddenly, hundreds of black crows appeared directly above the Land of the Dead. They were ordinary bird-like imperial beasts in life, and were transformed into carriers of corrupted souls after being eroded by the grudge of the City of Death. These crows formed clusters, their feathers falling off to reveal white bones, and their eye sockets burning with ghostly blue flames, looking very ominous. Jiang Yan didn't ink them and immediately used his Eye of Insight to check their information. Name: Corrosive Crows. Level: 25. Life value: 346. Attack: 266. Defense: 139. Speed: 432.
Talent, corruption.
Skill: Soul Scream. It's really worthy of being a high-level copy. The values are getting higher and higher, but the experience value gained will also be higher. Jiang Yan smiled and without hesitation, he opened his mouth and sprayed a terrifying shot of swift dragon flame towards the crows. Wow! The crows were very fast and responsive, scattering to avoid the attack the moment they saw it. However, the range of the swift dragon flame was too great, and a portion of the crow flock was still attacked. Wow! Although the speed of these crows was fast, their defense was too low, and they were burned to a black ash in an instant by the wave of Swire Dragon Flame. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain +20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain plus 20 experience. Kills. Although the experience value gained from killing these crows wasn't much, they were so numerous that the experience value didn't add up to much. At that moment, those remaining crows began to continuously surround Jiang Yan and let out a sharp and strange bird call. Although the bird's call didn't cause any substantial damage to Jiang Yan, it made him unusually upset, and even his spirit was affected by a certain amount of ripples. Surprisingly, it's still a spirit-type skill. Those voices kept surrounding his ears, which made Jiang Yan a little grumpy for a while. He also does not care about 3721. Mouth of the ancient dragon flames, as if no money, began to spray around all around. Boom! The flock of crows rushed around at the sight. While dodging around, they kept making sharp noises to interfere. But the Taiku dragon flame had an extremely wide range, and even if the crows scattered in all directions, there would still be a portion of them that simply couldn't dodge in time before they were burned to ashes. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain plus 20 experience. Oh. Chapter 65. They threw stones at me, I took stones. Ding. Rank? LV. 16,415,280 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 17 for you. Your numerical values have been greatly increased. You've leveled up to level 17 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Only when he heard the sound of the system prompting for an upgrade did Jiang Yan's grumpy emotions slowly calm down. This spiritual attack is really something, actually able to affect my emotions. But it's time to call it a day. His goal wasn't just to kill these crows, but to speed brush this copy of the Deathlands. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yan saw his chance and threw his tail at the flock of crows that kept roaring in front of him. The defense of these crows was extremely low, and they were immediately slapped into pieces when this flinging tail went down. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain plus 20 experience. Kill the corrosive crows. Gain plus 20 experience. Oh. Other than that, the experience value given is really much. Jiang Yan was ecstatic. Just like that, under Jiang Yan's wide-ranging attack, that corrosive crow flock was eventually cleared out, and there was never any left, and his level smoothly came to 17. Ding. Rank? LV. 17,355,300 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 18 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You've leveled up to level 18 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Your number of gold words has reached 3. You have 3 gold words. You can turn on word fusion once. Do you want to turn it on? Jiang Yan was ecstatic. Extraction. Finally, a second mythological phrase. Hopefully this one will be offensive. Ding. Fusion. Integration in progress. Fusion complete. Congratulations on obtaining the mythic level phrase Burning Sky Dragon Domain. Mythological word. Brahma Dragon Domain. Domain prerequisite. Requires a dragon bloodline purity of 80% or higher. To trigger your bloodline purity is 100%. Domain characteristic 1. When the domain is deployed, all non-dragon units in the area will have their attributes reduced by 30%. Domain characteristic 2. Black dragon flame fills the domain and burns the enemy every second after hitting the target with a soul-burning effect. If the enemy does not escape from the field, the damage dealt will continue to get higher and the target's healing effect will be weakened. Domain trait 3. Within the domain, all your fire attacks increase by 100%. Note, you can open the field at will, but every time you open it you will consume 100 points of magic power value, and the field time is unlimited. Consumption, 100 points of magic value. Exact time is 36 hours. Hearing the description of this mythological phrase, Jiang Yan also turned from calm at the beginning to a dragon's mouth grinning up to his ears. Haha, a prophet. I didn't expect an offensive one to really come this time, and it's still a domain skill. To be honest, he was quite envious of the Frost Phoenix's domain skill before, with excellent field control and a full attribute drop. But now I have it too, and it's stronger. Good. That'll speed through the copies a little faster again. Not more than a few minutes after resolving the swarm of corrupted crows, the land of the dead refreshed with a second wave of replica mini-monsters. Wow! Only in the next second, the land of the dead began to tremble violently, followed by crack after crack in the ground, and a pair of large white bone hands crawled out from the ground. In just a few short breaths, the place of death that was empty just a moment ago now had hundreds more skeleton warriors. Those skeleton warriors had hollow eyes that gave off a greenish glow, and held a shield made of bone in their left hand, as well as a bone sword in their right hand. However, that's not all. The ground cracked open an even bigger crack. A big hand full of blood and with countless eyes on it stretched out. Boom! Only to see that the body of the monster was unexpectedly full of human skulls, arms, looking like a sewing monster. And there was more than one of these huge stitching monsters. There were actually a full 10 of them, and one was bigger than the other. Even the largest one was almost as tall as Jiang Nian. Seeing the densely packed little monsters on his body, Jiang Nian instantly became excited. Is this the difficulty of an advanced copy? Interesting. Where is this a copy of a small monster? Isn't this clearly an experience pack? Just as Jiang Nian was secretly rejoicing in his heart, Lang Yueyao hurriedly reminded him. You, be careful. These are skeleton warriors. Their defense is weak, but this is a dead zone. They have one chance to regenerate. That ugly monster is most likely a corrupted behemoth, similar to a stitched fierce beast, with thick skin and flesh, very difficult to deal with. Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Nian nodded his head. It's really tough, but, little master, I'm a dragon, so I just happened to try out this mythic level domain skill. Boom! Jiang Mian didn't even bother to use the Eye of Insight to directly open the domain skill. The Burning Dragon's domain. Consume 100 points of magic power. Open. Wow! After the Brahma Dragon domain opened, this dead land immediately became Jiang Nian's domain range. In the next second, black flames began to continuously burn above the dead ground. That black flames possessed extremely strong adhesion and quickly adhered to the bodies of those skeleton warriors. Wow! These skeleton warriors are not of the dragon type, so their full attributes have dropped by 30%. Skeleton warriors' non-dragon type total attributes decreased by 30%. Within the field, all your fire attribute attacks increase by 100%. It was these two overpowered traits that caused those skeleton warriors to only just crawl up from the ground, and their life values began to decrease rapidly. Wow! Skeleton warrior life value 60. Skeleton warrior life value 60. Since Jiang Nian was flying in the air, it caused those skeleton warriors to lose their target for a moment, and by the time they reacted they had already been melted away. There were also some skeleton warriors with thicker lives who spotted Jiang Nian in the air. However, due to the nature of the attack, they could only throw the bone swords in their hands into the air as if they were darts. But those bone swords just flew out less than a meter away before they were engulfed by the black flames and finally melted directly into nothingness. And the corrupted behemoths were likewise not spared. However, due to their thicker blood bars, they didn't inflict the first hit, instead they were losing life. Corrupted behemoth life value 50. Corrupted behemoth life value 50. After being attacked, those corrupted giants were enraged and then slammed their fists hard into the ground. Only awkwardly, their attacks are directed on the ground, and they can't damage enemies in the air at all. In their anger, those corrupted behemoths had no choice but to pick up the boulders on the ground and smash them towards Jiang Nian. But even the incomparably sharp bone swords were instantly incinerated, let alone these ordinary stones. Wow! Wow! The stone hadn't even flown out half a meter before it was directly burned to ashes by the black flames. You who? How dare you hit me with a rock? Jiang Nian wasn't used to directly spraying out a shot of swift dragon flame. Chapter 66, Continuous Upgrade, Strength Enhancement. Wow! This shot of swift dragon flame spewed out, directly hitting the corrupted giants underground. And now it's exactly the time for Jiang Nian's domain to increase his fire attribute attack by 100%. Plus, the attack of swift dragon flame is already strong, plus this 100% boost. Even if those corrupted behemoths had thick skin and flesh, they were instantly burned into black ashes under the double attack added by the passage. The only thing that was a bit of a shame was that after defeating them, the corrupted behemoths turned into a disgusting mass of black slime. It can also be devoured, but this is just a bit of a turnoff. Kill the corrupted behemoth and gain plus 230 experience value. Kill the corrupted behemoth and gain plus 230 experience value. Kill the corrupted behemoth and gain plus 230 experience value. Ding. Rank? LV. 18,745,320 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 19 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You have leveled up to level 19 and have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Ding. Rank? LV. 19,375,340 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 20 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You have leveled up to level 20 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. As you have reached level 20, your attributes have been greatly improved. Gain skill points plus 10. Gained plus 10 evolution points. Note: the amount of experience you need has increased dramatically. For every level up, the experience value you need increases dramatically. Level 20? Hearing the system's beep, Zhang Nian froze. Significant increase in experience required, but it was fine. The experience value gained from the high-level copies of the ferocious beasts was already high. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhang Nian returned his gaze to the last of the corrupted giants not far away. The corrupted beast was now in a sorry state, its body stained with black flames. And after being scorched by the flames, its body kept spewing out some black slime, which looked very disgusting. But just then, those corrupted behemoths actually grabbed the slime on the ground with their hands and started eating it furiously.
Kanknin.
No, you can't eat like that even if you're hungry. What's all that stuff? Just as Zhang Nian was surprised, the corrupted behemoth that ate those slimes began to rapidly recover from its injuries. Corrupted behemoth lifesteal plus 150. Corrupted behemoth life value plus 79. Yeehaw. Still trying to get back to blood. Huh? Zhang Nian skimmed the dragon's mouth, followed by a thunderstorm dragon tail thrown down toward the head of the corrupted giant beast. Boom! The mighty power of lightning coupled with the flames in the middle of the domain, the power of this move was extremely terrifying. This flinging tail went down and directly slapped the corrupted behemoth into a puddle of flesh. Killed the corrupted beast, gained experience plus 431. Ding! Infinite devouring evolution. Note: the probability of obtaining the reward has been increased by 5%, and the current probability is 25%. The probability of killing 100 beasts will increase by 5% 45-100. After solving the last huge corrupted giant beast again, those previously defeated skeleton warriors were revived because of the dead land. After this resurrection, they had more than tripled in size from before, and the weapons they used had also become sharper. What's more, in the next second after their resurrection, 6 huge stone pillars appeared around this place of death. These 6 stone pillars were immense, about 20 meters in length, and they were filled with the remains of various creatures, with some imperceptible and bizarre patterns engraved on them. Seeing the appearance of these 6 stone pillars, Leng Yueyao was a bit puzzled for a moment. This is... In her previous life, she didn't enter this copy of the Land of the Dead, just seen this skeleton warrior and those stitching monsters elsewhere. As for these 6 stone pillars, they had never even seen them. However, judging from the ominous aura emanating from these 6 stone pillars, Leng Yueyao had a bad feeling. The sudden appearance of these stone pillars is surely not a good sign. Xiao Yao, be careful with these stone pillars, she hurriedly reminded. At this time, Zhang Nian also realized that 6 more stone pillars had suddenly appeared around him, and his heart could not help but be a little more alert. What a wacky thing. Forget about it for now. Let's brush up on these little monsters first. Zhang Nian also just paid attention for a moment and didn't think too much about it as he began to clear the skeletal warriors in the Land of Death with crushing force. In order to save some magic, he swooped straight down from a high altitude, and then started sweeping up the skeleton warriors with his dragon claws. Rip! Those skeleton warriors subconsciously raised the bone shields in their hands as a defense, but their defense could not withstand Zhang Nian's dragon claws. Through these few upgrades, Zhang Mian's attack power had come to a terrifying 1,419 points. Those skeleton warriors had been reinforced once, but their defense was only close to 500 points. Rip! This claw went down, directly destroying a large area, with bone fragments flying everywhere and scattering on the ground. Kill Skeleton Warrior. Gain experience value plus 214. Kill Skeleton Warrior. Gain experience value plus 214. Kill Skeleton Warrior. Gain experience value. Ding. Rank. LV. 2015-13 1000 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 21 for you. Your numerical values have been greatly increased. You've leveled up to 21 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Your number of gold words has reached 3. You have 3 gold words. You can turn on word fusion once. Do you want to turn it on? It can fuse again? Let's not rush it. Let's just take care of the trouble in front of us first. Right after Jiang Nian killed those skeleton warriors, a bizarre scene happened, only to see that a ghostly fire was actually left on the ground of those dead skeleton warriors. That's just as Lang Yueyao frowned and looked away. The ghostly flame suddenly plunged headlong into one of the stone pillars as if it had been summoned in some way. Buzz! After the ghost fire entered it, the surface of that stone pillar trembled for a moment, and the lines on it began to flash out a faint light. Buzz! Immediately followed by the 2nd Regiment, the 3rd Regiment. These ghost flames seemed to have a will of their own, and began to rush into the 6 stone pillars as if they were crazy. How strange! Why are these souls entering this stone pillar? Although Lang Yueyao didn't know the reason for this, she vaguely felt that it was definitely not that simple. Or perhaps, to resurrect some kind of ferocious beast? Chapter 67, Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. At this moment, Jiang Nian didn't even notice the changes in the 6 stone pillars around him, but instead frantically swept the skeletal warriors underground. This is making Kong Nin kill crazy. Main fight a battle cool. Within a few minutes, all those skeleton warriors in the land of the dead were swept away by him, and the ground was filled with wreckage. Kill Skeleton Warrior. Gain experience value. After disposing of these skeleton warriors, Jiang Nian's level managed to increase by 1 level to level 22. Ha ha ha. It's so cool. Advanced copies boosting experience value is just fast. Jiang Nian was overjoyed. That's a much faster upgrade than an intermediate copy. After casually clearing out so many small monsters, he had gained so much experience value, and his base attributes had increased quite a bit, although the only drawback was that it was not possible to devour it, but in the final analysis, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. But, despite killing all those skeleton warriors, Jiang Nian's heart was always tight. The feeling these 6 stone pillars gave him was too weird. Neither attacking nor interfering, it just stands there straight, and it's ignorant fear like that that's the worst. Well, something doesn't look right. No, I'll try slapping one off. Jiang Nian hesitated in his heart for a moment before flying towards one of the stone pillars. Xiao Yao. These stone pillars are very weird. You have to be careful. Lang Yueyao hurriedly reminded. Jiang Nian nodded his head, then circled around at one of the stone pillars, and there didn't seem to be anything strange about it, except for the unpleasant odor emanating from it as well as the scent of death. Looking at it like this isn't an option. Let's try cracking one first. When he thought of this, Jiang Nian swung his dragon tail and swept directly toward that stone pillar. Boom! But strangely enough, the defense of the stone pillar was extremely fragile, and the dragon's tail only swept lightly. The stone pillar instantly fell apart.
Gingernin, tis.
And just as he was wondering, the next bizarre thing happened. Only to see those fragments of stone pillars remaining on the ground began to recover rapidly, and in no more than a few seconds they formed another intact stone pillar. And automatically recover? Jiang Nian froze for a moment, somewhat disbelieving, and followed up with another claw swing. Boom! With this claw, the stone pillar that had just recovered turned into pieces again. But in a matter of seconds, those fragments recovered again as if a time rewind button had been installed. This scene really made Jiang Nian and Lang Yueyao a bit puzzled. What exactly are these 6 stone pillars? Is it a trick to pass the copy, or is it a device used to summon bosses? Just as the man and beast were thinking hard, the venue buffs suddenly began to sound. Ding! Sight buff is on. Corrosive breath. Corrosive aura. The area is filled with black mist, non-dark attribute, and undead spirit beasts will enter a poison state for more than 30 minutes. But dark attribute spirit beasts' attack power is increased by 20%. You lose 1% of your life points per second when you enter the poison state. Kong Nin's life value 1. Kong Nin's life value 1. Jiang Yan was surprised. Holy, it's been over 30 minutes. This poisoned state of the field buff was almost negligible for him. After all, he possessed a powerful ancestral dragon bloodline, and the life value he lost could be quickly added back. But Jiang Yan looked worriedly at Lang Yueyao underneath him. Since it's a venue buff, it's definitely going to have an effect on humans, that little yo-yo she, seemingly sensing the changes that had occurred in the air around her. Lang Yueyao was physically a little unsuitable as well. But only a little, because she still had the protection of the shield. This shield has been specially treated to isolate the surrounding poisonous gases. However, it will not be in effect for too long. Once the poisonous gas became thicker, the shield would break and thus become useless. Seeing Jiang Yan's worried eyes, Lang Yueyao hurriedly said, "Xiao Yao, don't worry about me. I'm protected by this shield. I'll be fine for now." Jiang Yan let out a long breath, his hanging heart finally released. "Phew, that's okay. But I don't think this shield will last much longer. We need to find the breaking point quickly." Just as the one man and one beast were trying to find out what was broken in these 6 stone pillars, a huge change had already occurred in the land of death behind them, only to see the corpses of those skeletal warriors that had been shattered by Jiang Yan begin to rapidly converge together. From the beginning with only one leg, then quickly grew limbs, chest, and head. In just a minute's time, a new ferocious beast appeared. The ferocious beast was a combination of hundreds of thousands of broken skeletons. Its height was straight up to Jiang Yan, and it had a black core embedded in its chest. It was wearing a set of armor made of bones, with every bone on its body glowing with a greenish-green ethereal light, and its joints were bonded with coagulated plasma to make them hard. In his hand, he held a giant sword of bone several meters long, and his fierce aura looked extremely terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Yan hadn't noticed the skeleton giant that suddenly appeared behind him in the slightest. In the next second, the skeleton giant raised the giant sword of bones in its hand and slashed towards Jiang Yan. However, because its center of gravity was forward, it took a step forward, making a sound that was just heard by Lang Yueyao. Lang Yueyao was shocked. Her face instantly changed drastically, and she shouted at the top of her voice, "Yoshi, watch your back!" Jiang Yan, who heard this, only felt his head buzz, and a gust of piercing cold wind blew behind him. He didn't dare to think too much, and hurriedly pushed his speed to the extreme, then dodged toward the left. Swish! It was also Lang Yueyao's timely reminder that allowed Jiang Yan to dodge the knife without any danger. After thrillingly dodging the knife, Jiang Yan hurriedly turned to look. I'll be damned! A sneak attack! He turned around and realized that the skeletal warrior he had just destroyed had now fused into a giant. How did it suddenly get so much bigger? Judging from the terrifying aura this guy is giving off, it's not at all on the same level as the enemy we just encountered. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan hastily activated the Eye of Insight. Buzzing. Name: Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Level: 40. Life value: 7,000. Attack: 2,341. Defense: 3,641. Speed: 1967. Talent: Undead Revival. Skills: Infinite Bone Rain, Throne Suppression, Kingly Judgment, Tyrant's Pride. After seeing Oscar's base description, Jiang Yan had a small shock. Good guy. It really deserves to be a high-level copy boss. This is 7,000 life value right out of the gate. I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to come here before, but now, I'm going to break you apart. Chapter 68, and even match Terrifying Bone Rain. That's quite a stat for this guy. Looks like I need to get serious. After learning about Oscar's stats, Jiang Yan started to get serious. That 7,000 life value was not a small amount, and all of this guy's attributes were in the thousands as well. Just as Jiang Yan was looking Oscar up and down, the attentive Lang Yueyao discovered a black core point in the center of the ladder. Huh, could that be its weakness there? Such a thought survived in her mind for only a second before it was quickly erased. How could there be a ferocious beast that would expose its weakness and it happened to be in the chest position? It must be a trap. Xiao Yao. This guy is very strong, be careful. Especially pay attention to that one black core spot on its chest. Although it looks like a breach, I have a feeling it's not that simple. Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan also noticed a black orb in the center of Oscar. Well, indeed. Forget it for now, it's just a big lump of bone anyway. Just slap it and be done with it. Thinking of this, Jiang Yen let out a sonic roar directly roared out. Roar! The hurricane formed by that terrifying sound wave immediately destroyed all the surrounding trees. Even the blood from those stumps on the ground was swept up. As Jiang Yen leveled up, not only his basic stats but even those very common skills had changed greatly. Roar! In the face of Jiang Yen's terrifying attack, only to see Oscar slowly raised the bone knife in his hand. Toward the center point of the sound wave is a fierce chop. Rip! The power of this chop was extremely considerable, and in a single glance, Jiang Yen's attack split into two, dissolving it. Not only that, the speed of the blade also formed a black and red sword chi. The sword energy flashed and headed straight toward Jiang Yen's position. Swish! Jiang Yen was not afraid in the slightest, and had no intention of dodging, raising his dragon claw and slapping it fiercely towards that sword chi. Dodging had never been his style. Pop! Although this claw went down and slapped that sword chi directly into pieces, he also suffered some damage as a result. Kong Nin's life value 96. Just one sword chi's recoil damage can deduct almost 100 drops of my blood. It's kind of interesting. That's the kind of opponent that's fun. Flying. After using flight, Jiang Yen's speed reached the extreme. Like a bolt of lightning in the middle of the night, he arrived in front of Oscar in the blink of an eye, without any unnecessary movements. Directly 0 frames started, and threw a thunderstorm dragon tail towards Oscar's head. Swish! On the contrary, Oscar, likewise without any intention to dodge, raised the bone blade in his hand and collided with Jiang Yen's dragon tail. Boom! Kong Nin's life value 152. Oscar's life value 261. This collision was surprisingly indistinguishable. And it was Jiang Yen who was lucky enough to trigger the paralyzing effect of the thunderstorm dragon's tail. Buzzing. Trigger the paralyzing effect of the thunderstorm dragon's tail. The target has entered a state of paralysis. Yes, Jiang Yen was delighted and was planning to ride the wave of victory. But just then, the black core in Oscar's chest, who was in a state of paralysis, suddenly gushed out a black undead aura. That undead aura mixed with the wails of various ferocious beasts surrounded Oscar. And at that moment, the paralyzing effect on it was suddenly lifted. Paralyzing effect is disabled. What? It's not working. With Kong Nin surprised, Oscar launched a counterattack. Roar! Only to see the undead aura begin to rapidly converge on the black core of its chest. No good. It was a good thing that Oscar's skill wasn't instantaneous, which gave Jiang Yen a chance to react. He heaved the dragon's tail off Oscar, then used the recoil to fly towards the back. Oscar utilized his strong arm to block Jiang Yen's dragon tail, followed by the black core in his chest suddenly erupting. Wow! A huge ball of black energy flew directly into the air and exploded in the air. Boom! The moment the black energy ball exploded away, countless bone spikes poured down like rain. Unlimited bone rain. Wow! The range of this bone rain was extremely huge, and even though Jiang Yen had already run out a distance of almost 100 meters, he still couldn't escape. No good. In the face of this terrifying rain of bones, Jiang Yen's first reaction was to think of Lang Yueyao. He rushed to Lang Yueyao's side in a flash, followed by opening those huge wings to protect her. Yoshi! Although he said that he had protected Lang Yueyao, his back was completely exposed to that bone rain. Swish, swish, swish. Kong Nin's life value 15. Kong Nin's life value 15. Kong Nin's life value 15. Although the life value caused by this bone rain was low, it was a huge number, and the damage stacked up over time was truly terrifying. This ranged attack does cause some headaches. However, Jiang Yen didn't panic. He had the ancestral dragon bloodline, and the injuries on his body were able to recover up quickly. Kong Nin's life value plus 15. Kong Nin's life value plus 15. Kong Nin's life value plus 15. Seeing that Jiang Yen was injured, Lang Yueyao was anxious and her eyes were filled with heartache. Yoshi, are you okay? Jiang Yen shook his head, revealing a look that reassured Lang Yueyao. Xiao Yao, hold on a little longer. That bone rain should end soon. Jiang Yen nodded. As long as he waited for the rain of bones to end, he would immediately launch a counterattack. But that bone rain in the air seemed to be endless, without the slightest intention of stopping. Instead, the number was increasing. Seeing that this bone rain still didn't stop, Lang Yueyao tightly frowned as she discovered the clues. Something's wrong with the situation. Xiao Yao. I think that black orb in the air is the core. If we don't break it, this rain won't stop. So that's it. Got it. Jiang Yan nodded his head and was about to think of a way to counter, but Oscar didn't want to give him that chance, only to see Oscar lift the bone knife in his hand and charge towards Jiang Yan. Xiao Yao. Be careful. That guy is coming over. Leng Yueyao hurriedly reminded. Double-sided attack, belly to belly. But right at this critical moment, Leng Yueyao had a flash of light and thought of a way to break the situation. Yoshi, grab me and fly into the air, so you can dodge that guy's attack. Jiang Yan was delighted. Hey, why didn't I think of that? He gently held Leng Yueyao in his hands and flew into the air with a flap of his wings seconds before Oscar's bone knife fell. Oscar's attack fluttered in the air, and the bone blade directly slammed heavily into the ground, instantly smashing a large hole in the ground. After flying into the air, that bone rain's attack couldn't cause effective damage to Jiang Yan. Xiao Yao, destroy that core while you can. Jiang Yan understood, and a shot of swift dragon flame was sprayed towards that black core not far away. Wow! That black core was very fragile and was burned to ashes by the swift dragon flame in just one look. Afterward, Jiang Yan placed Leng Yueyao in a safe position with a flap of his wings, and then rushed towards Oscar. Chapter 69. Oscar, is it? I'll make you fly. Dare to make a move on my little yo-yo. I'll break your bones apart. Just in time. Let me try out how powerful this Frost Phoenix's skills are. I haven't used the Frost Phoenix's Winter's Breath skill after acquiring it, so it's a good time to try it out. As Jiang Yan rushed over, the cold energy in his mouth gathered rapidly, and Oscar also sensed the extraordinary nature of Jiang Yan's move, and the black core in his chest began to disperse undead energy in all directions. Those undead energies quickly converge on top of the bone knife in its hand, and with the rapid convergence of that undead energy, the bone blade in its hand began to deform, and gradually it even turned into a lance made of bone. Winter's Breath finished storing up. Jiang Yan violently sprayed. The terrifying cold energy instantly covered the surroundings of the land of death. Everything was frozen. Even the wailing souls of the deceased ferocious beasts were frozen into ice sculptures at this moment. Oscar raised the bone lance in his hand, then threw it with all his might. The king's right to decide. Breath of winter versus king's ruling. The pillar of cold ice light clashed with the bone lance. It wasn't just a collision between Jiang Yan and Oscar. It was also a collision between cold ice energy and undead chi. The cold energy wanted to freeze the bone lance, while the undead aura wanted to engulf the cold light pillar. Such an intense collision lasted for a good 10 seconds, with both sides sustaining damage. Half of the icy light pillar was engulfed by that undead aura, while the first half of that bone lance was completely frozen into an ice sculpture. See also want to continue this stalemate. Jiang Yan also do not ink. The mouth of the ancient dragon flames toward the bone lance on the blast over. Since one type of energy can't break you, how about I add another? With the addition of the swift dragon flame, the bone lance soon began to be unable to withstand the manic energy. Those undead breaths around them began to be burned and frozen until they finally disappeared completely. Without the support of those undead, the defense of the bone lance was greatly reduced. Bang! In the end, it was directly destroyed, and even more so, it blew up into powder. The moment the bone lance was destroyed, Jiang Yan's figure flickered, and he arrived in front of Oscar in the space of a breath. Partial giganticization. After giganticizing his claws, he slapped them hard towards Oscar's head. As long as he pulled into melee, then he had an absolute advantage. With so many words, it only takes one random trigger for this guy's blood level to plummet. Without that bone knife, Oscar could only use both fists to fend off Jiang Yan's dragon claws. Boom! However, after losing the bone knife in his hand, Oscar's attack power was somewhat lacking. Absolute penetration trigger. Kong Nin's life value 234. Oscar's life value 561. With the golden word of absolute penetration, Jiang Yan's attacks had an 80% chance of ignoring Oscar's defense every time. This point would be extremely critical. Oscar's defense was more than 3,000 points, so he definitely didn't have an advantage if he fought hard. But with this absolute penetration of the golden word, the situation is quite different. Moreover, the effect of Dragon's Blood Boiling also triggered at this time. If you passively activate Dragon's Blood Boiling, for every point of life consumed, attack power plus 10 points. Jiang Yan, who had originally held a huge advantage in blood exchange, now had a lot more attack power due to the passive trigger of dragon blood boiling. He took advantage of the situation and began a frenzied attack toward Oscar. Without dodging, Oscar swung his fist and clashed with Jiang Nian. But with this exchange of blood, Jiang Nian had a huge advantage, and the bones in Oscar's body began to fall off one by one. Coupled with Jiang Nian having the ancestral dragon bloodline, his recovery ability was terrifying, and he could basically be considered to have changed blood without injury. Kong Nin's life value 196. Oscar's life value 316. Kong Nin's life value 239. Oscar's life value 438. Buzzing. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Extreme recovery. Immortality. Kong Nin's life value plus 100. Kong Nin's life value plus 100. After about a dozen times of such intense collisions, Jiang Nian swung out with a claw and directly blasted Oscar away. After sending him flying out, Jiang Nian immediately used his Eye of Insight to check Oscar's current life value. Oscar the Skeleton Tyrant. Life value 5,424. Damn, this guy's skin is really thick. After colliding with it so many times, I didn't expect it to still have more than 5,000 life points. If the domain skill wasn't still on cooldown right now, I guess this guy would be silky-blooded by now. At that moment, Oscar slowly stood up, a hint of fear surprisingly welling up in the midst of his empty eyes. Roar! In the next second, the enraged Oscar roared up to the sky, and the black core in its chest seemed to sense the fluctuation of its emotions and began to emit a bizarre scream. Buzz! Undead revival. Throne suppression. After a roar, Oscar was on fire, his talents and skills all used. In the next second, a huge bone spur fell from the sky and landed all around the land of death. Jiang Nian originally thought that these bone spikes of Oscar's were coming to attack him, and he started to dodge continuously, but in the end, he realized that the target of these bone spikes was not himself at all. What's going on here? Just as he was puzzled, Lang Yueyao was surprised to find that the location of these bone spurs was very tricky. Bone spikes stuck just around the perimeter of the place of death, forming a square hexagon, but more like a dueling arena encircling them. Damn. Now Xiao Yao's flight and speed are restricted. Lang Yueyao frowned, and at that moment Jiang Nian, who was in the middle of it, also discovered the end. He looked up into the sky and realized that the energy released from the 6 bone spikes had converged, closing off the top completely. The surrounding area was similarly the same, with a pitch-black colored barrier formed between each bone spur, which was also topped by a skeleton with an open bloody mouth. Want to trap little master here? It's not that easy. Jiang Nian naturally won't sit and wait for death, but for safety's sake, he still cautiously used the Swire Dragon Flame to test the black barrier. Buzz! The moment the swift dragon flame came into contact with that black skull, it was unexpectedly absorbed by it strangely. After absorbing the energy of the swift dragon flame, the injuries on Oscar's body actually miraculously began to recover. Lang Yueyao, who saw this scene, hurriedly said, "Xiao Yao, you can't use long-range attacks to hit that skeleton. It'll convert your attack into energy and then let that big guy recover from his injuries." Hearing this, Jiang Nian was shocked. So that's how it is. No wonder it's trapping me here. Looks like the only way to break out is to break this big guy apart. He turned to look at it, eyeing Oscar with a fierce glare. But Oscar was already surrounded by nearly thousands of undead. Those undead had their mouths wide open, mouthing words as if they were chanting some kind of incantation. Next, a horrible scene appeared. Chapter 70, Against All Odds, the Sands of Time Funnel, ending the battle. Wow! As those undead chanted, their mouths kept calling out some inaudible incantations. In the next second, those undead unexpectedly changed their appearance strangely. Some became skeleton warriors and corrupted behemoths that had just died, while others became ferocious beasts that died in the middle of this place of death. What Jiang Nian didn't expect was that they actually manifested the appearance of the dead Imperial Beast Master. After seeing this bizarre scene, Jiang Nian immediately felt his scalp explode. Good lord. Now that's something to fight about. Counting the number of those undead is almost 100. 1v100. Is this the difficulty of an advanced copy? This made Jiang Nian not only marvel a little, even the advanced copies were already this difficult, so on the way up, how terrifying were the difficult and nightmare level copies. Lang Yueyao reminded after observing the surroundings. Be careful. This thing is similar to a dueling arena. Don't ever go near those skeletons. I have a feeling they'll absorb your power. Hearing Lang Yueyao's reminder, Jiang Yan already had an idea in his mind. As long as we finish this guy off, both the undead and these bone spikes will go up in smoke, right? Just as Jiang Yan was about to launch an attack on Oscar, Lang Yueyao suddenly thought of something and stopped in front of him. Wait, you! I think this treasure in my hand can definitely help you. After saying that, Lang Yueyao took out the Sand of Time funnel that she had previously obtained in the middle of the Lost King City copy. Ever since after getting her hands on this kind of divine-grade treasure, she hadn't used it even once, and this time it would finally come in handy. Counting the time, it should not be too late. I'm counting on you this time. The sandbox of time. Time rewind. Can rewind time within 100 meters to 3 minutes ago. Time acceleration. The ability to accelerate the flow of time for a specific object or area. Just rewind the time in this range to 3 minutes ago, and the current dilemma would be solved in an instant. After seeing Lang Yueyao take out an hourglass, Jiang Yan was very puzzled in his heart, because he happened to be in a coma when he completed his second evolution in the Lost King City. He did not know that Lang Yueyao possessed these divine-grade treasures. Immediately, Lang Yueyao took a deep breath and slapped the sand funnel of time hard on the ground. Buzz! The sand funnel of time. Begin. Time rewind. Wow! In the next second, except for Lang Yueyao, everything around him began to rapidly rewind, and the undead that came back to life began to dissipate quickly, and the 6 ancient thorns that stood on the ground were plucked up into the air. Time rewind. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Time rewind. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. As the sands of time funnel operated, everything that had been destroyed around them began to gradually repair. Even Jiang Yan began to retreat along the trajectory of the offense to where it had been. Even though he possessed his own consciousness during this flashback time, he had no control over his body. What? This is time travel back? I'll be damned. Little Yo-Yo even mastered this kind of heaven-defying ability. Wait. It should be that hourglass power in her hand. Just then, the time travel back was complete. Time rewind. 3 minutes. Backtracking complete. After the flashback ended, the sand funnel of time that was emitting light immediately became dim. Xiao Yao attack! Lang Yueyao shouted at the top of her voice. With the time regression complete, Jiang Yan regained mastery of his body. Got it! Just take this guy out in those 3 minutes. With a flap of his wings, Jiang Yan flew in front of Oscar in an instant before it could regain its senses. Without any extra movement, it was a straight shot of Winter's breath. Although this skill consumes more magic value, it is really strong. Wow! Oscar couldn't dodge and could only subconsciously swing his arm as a parry. But just how could the strength of the arm possibly withstand this terrifying cold ice power? It's a double damage that can cause physical piercing plus frostbite. This move went down and directly knocked out most of Oscar's blood. Oscar's life value 2,999. However, that wasn't the end of it. The cold effect attached to Winter's breath quickly froze Oscar's arms. But the next second, its passive skill trigger quickly manifested this negative effect. Tyrant's Arrogance trigger. But even so, Jiang Yan's attacks still didn't stop. Dragon Claw Tearing. A strong attack swung down directly towards its head. Oscar swung his right arm to fend off and Jiang Yan's dragon claw clashed hard. But this time, it was Jiang Yan who had the complete upper hand. Bang! Oscar's right arm was blown straight to powder. Oscar's life value 999. Seizing Oscar's chance to lose his arm, Jiang Yan slashed at its left arm with another claw. Bang! This time even his left arm was blown to powder. Oscar's life value 999. After losing both arms, Oscar's body began to become wobbly, constantly leaning backwards. However, Jiang Yan didn't give it the chance it intended to counterattack and rushed over, sticking his face in a sonic roar. Boom! This terrifying sonic attack instantly shook Oscar's head apart. Oscar's life value 435. Oscar the Skeleton Tyrant, die. Oscar, who had lost his head and was left with half of his body, fell heavily to the ground, and the bones in his body completely fell apart. Phew, now, you can't come back to life, can you? To be on the safe side, Jiang Yan also purposely hovered above Oscar for a while, just to avoid it coming back to life again. Well, that didn't happen and Oscar was completely outplayed. You have successfully killed the boss, Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Pass the copy. Congratulations on your title. Conqueror of the Undead. After equipping this title, your full attribute damage is increased by 20% in the middle of a realm containing any dead air. Props. Oscar's Necklace. After equipping this item, you will not be affected by any poisonous gas. After seeing the attributes of the necklace, the delighted Zhang Nian immediately brought it to Lang Yueyao. The knowledgeable Lang Yueyao immediately recognized the necklace at the first sight of it. This is a necklace that protects against poison. Zhang Nian nodded repeatedly, then shrunk down and gently put it on her. In that case, you won't have to worry about the poisonous gas in this dead land. Seeing the necklace around her neck, Lang Yueyao was very happy and picked up Zhang Nian and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you. With this, there's no need to be afraid of poison gas. Zhang Nian smiled and suddenly thought of something, and then he began to become agitated. Heh. Really looking forward to what rewards this guy will explode for me. Chapter 71, Collecting Vegetables, Receiving Rewards, Lucky Dice. Hey, let's see what's in this reward. Kill Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Gain plus 4,869 experience. Ding. Level. LV. 22 5,100 3,000 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 23 for you. Your numerical values have been greatly increased. You have leveled up to level 23 and have gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Your number of gold words has reached 4. You have 3 gold words. You can turn on word fusion once. Do you want to turn it on? After seeing the experience value gained from defeating Oscar, it directly stunned Zhang Nian. Holy, that's a lot of experience. It's already level 23 well. Now there are 4 gold words. In that case, let's fuse one out first. Fusion. Ding. Fusion complete. The fusion is complete. Congratulations on obtaining the mythological word Lucky Dice. Lucky Dice Mythic. Do not use them at will. All consequences will be borne by you. Effect 1 God of Luck. After throwing the dice, if the number of points is 456, you gain the favor of the God of Luck. All probabilities increase to 100%, all attributes increase by 100%, and you enter the state of luck. Lucky status lasts for 1 day. During the lucky time, all your actions will be favored by the God of Luck. Note: removes any negative effects outside of yourself, and the number of rewards becomes greater when you get them. Effect 2 God of the Curse. After rolling the dice, if the point number is 123, you gain the curse of the God of the Curse. All probabilities are reduced to 1% and you enter the cursed state. The cursed state lasts for 1 day, and within the cursed state, all your actions will be cursed by the God of Curses. Note: you will not receive any rewards while under the curse. After reading the attributes of this mythological phrase, Zhang Nian didn't react for a moment. I'll be damned. That's a bit of a mythological phrase, huh? Either you're going to get lucky and take off, or you're going to get unlucky. But that lucky buff is really something to move. There is a 50% chance of a desperate turnaround and a 50% chance of falling straight into the abyss. However, in his case, there is no curse of that 50%. After all, Little Yo-Yo is the God of Luck. After fusing the mythological words, Zhang Nian's base values and props began to increase continuously. Kill Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Gain plus 943 life. Kill Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Gain plus 867 attack power. Kill Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Gain speed plus 752. Just seeing these acquired basic data, Zhang Nian was thrilled. I'll go. It's really worthy of being a high-level copy boss. The base value given here is just a lot. So much, and have to be able to resist me brushing a dozen intermediate-level copies. However, the rewards don't end there. Obtained the core of Oscar the Skeleton Tyrant. Acquired the soul of Oscar the Skeleton Tyrant. Obtaining the bone sword of Oscar the Skeleton Tyrant. Obtaining the shield of Skeleton Tyrant Oscar. Obtaining the book of the dead remnants of the page. Not bad. This reward is actually this much. Okay. Then let me see them one by one. Zhang Nian opened his eye of insight to check the specific information of these rewards. The other rewards were fine, but he froze when he saw Oscar's soul. Skeleton Tyrant Oscar's soul. Durability 0/0. Use. Core material for the evolution of undead spirit beasts, or the forging of dark attribute artifacts. Undead spirit beasts below epic level can evolve directly to the final stage after devouring them. Undead-type spirit beasts of epic level or higher can gain new abilities after devouring them, with the probability of obtaining a new form. Jiangnian. Undead-type spirit beasts? In the future, if we can take in an undead-type spirit beast as a little brother, this is something we can give it. Jiang Yan smiled and put it away, then immediately looked at the second item. Book of the Dead Remnants. Durability 00. Purpose. Records of Forbidden Necromancy. After learning it, you can summon the undead of the current place to fight for yourself. Since this is currently a remnant page, the current number of undead that can be summoned is 10. Note: the life value of the summoned undead will be reduced. Other capabilities. Not unlocked. Other Book of the Dead scraps? 1-5 location unknown. I'll be damned. To be able to summon the undead to fight for you, that's kind of interesting. This would be that gift of Oscar's. That guy had also summoned a group of undead that followed him at first. But luckily little Yo-Yo had used time back in time, which had prevented a big battle. In that case, the Book of the Dead was still very terrifying. Besides, it's only a remnant page now, and there are other abilities that haven't been unlocked. I really can't imagine how terrifying the entire Book of the Dead can be. That's quite a haul this time. Sure enough, the difficulty of the copy is directly proportional to the rewards. After harvesting all the rewards, Jiang Yan touched his hungry stomach. KM, these are undead. You can't devour them. You can't just hug a bunch of skeletons and gnaw on them. That would be too weird, although it can obtain a large number of rewards. Always feel that there is something strange. Jiang Yan was speechless, so he could only place his gaze for help on Lang Yueyao. Luckily, with just a look, Lang Yueyao understood what it meant, and then took out the long-prepared frozen meat steak from her storage ring. Here, Yoshi, you're hungry. The moment he saw the meat steak, Jiang Yan's eyes glazed over. Wow, it's better to be little Yo-Yo. This is too sweet. He took the cutlet and then he pounded on it, nibbling on it while still thinking in his mind. This copy boss has been defeated. Now just get out and we've won. One can only hope that arrogant woman won't be too fast. A minute after Oscar's death, a portal appears directly above the land of the dead. However, Lang Yueyao wasn't in a hurry to go out. Instead, she first planned to look for Oscar's treasure, which could also be described as a copy reward. Premium copies will have better and richer rewards and should never be missed. Xiao Yao. Be a good boy and rest here, haha. I'll go look for the reward treasure chest. After saying that, Lang Yueyao excitedly ran to look around Oscar. Generally, treasure chests appear near the copy bosses. Jiang Yan obediently nibbled on the meat steak in place and did not follow Lang Yueyao. After all, if the copy boss died, then no danger existed in this copy. But just as he thought that, his eyes casually glanced over, but bizarrely realized that the 6 stone pillars had not disappeared. Wait, something's wrong. Why are these 6 stone pillars still standing here? Chapter 72, Luck Favors, Transformation Task opened. These 6 stone pillars. Seeing those 6 stone pillars still standing there, Jiang Yan was a bit confused for a moment. According to reason, after the death of this copy of the boss, the 6 stone pillars should disappear with it, but how this is no movement at all? There can't be any more experts, can there? Just as Jiang Yan was puzzled, Lang Yueyao, who was searching for the treasure chest, was also a bit confused, because she had searched almost the entire land of the dead, but she hadn't found even a trace of the treasure chest. How can there be no treasure chest? It's unlikely. Could it be that I didn't search closely enough and the treasure chest is in a more hidden place? Just as Lang Yueyao was about to get up and look around again, she glanced backward and was surprised to find the 6 stone pillars. How did this happen? Didn't the copies disappear? Could it be that these stone pillars are just decorations? Puzzled, she stepped forward to pick up Jiang Yan and then walked towards the 6 stone pillars. Yoshi, did something wrong happen just now? Jiang Yan shook his head. That's odd. Just as the man and the beast were puzzled, the bones of Oscar, who had been dead for a long time, suddenly transformed into a cloudy wind. That gust of cloudy wind unexpectedly began to gradually take shape, gradually turning into 6 huge clusters of ghost fire. Shoo! Seemingly summoned by some sort of call, those 6 clusters of ghost flames plunged headlong into those 6 stone pillars at an extremely fast speed. Lang Yueyao exclaimed, hastily holding Jiang Yan back. But strangely enough, These stone pillars did not launch any attacks after absorbing that ghost fire. Buzz! But in the very next second, a pitch-black portal appeared right in the center of those 6 stone pillars. Immediately afterward, there was a beep from the copy. Buzz! Undead of the dead. 100. Conditions have been met. Open the hidden copy. Kong Nin. Lung Yueyao. Huh. This is actually a hidden copy teleportation card. I understand. Those ferocious beasts you defeated. All of their souls were absorbed by these 6 stone pillars before the hidden copy was opened. If you don't absorb enough undead, you won't be able to open the hidden copy. It wasn't until the hidden copy was opened that Lang Yueyao realized the role of these 6 stone pillars. Jiang Nian smiled in his heart and immediately became excited again. I'll be damned. So it's the entrance to the hidden copy. This is going to be interesting. But now the question arises, does the hidden copy fight or not? Even the boss in the advanced copy is so difficult to deal with, let alone the boss in the hidden copy. And one of the most important things is time. I'm still in the middle of a bet with that woman, and if I go out now, I'll win 100% of the time. But if you enter a hidden copy, it's all unknown. At this moment, the thoughts in Lang Yueyao's mind were exactly the same as Zhang Nian's. Xiao Yao, this hidden copy, should we enter it? Zhang Nian thought for a moment, then suddenly had a flash of light, then took out the lucky dice. When it comes to such difficult choices, it's up to this color to decide. Zhang Nian pointed to the points of this dice with his dragon claw and then described it with his teeth and claws. Lang Yueyao understood. You mean that at 456 we'll enter the copy, and at 123 we'll retreat. Zhang Nian nodded. If he throws in 456 points, he's a 100% increase in all attributes. Even if the boss of this hidden copy was frighteningly strong, it would be certain death. Lang Yueyao thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, then, I'll listen to you. Saying so, she took a deep breath, then threw the dice toward the ground. Under the nervous gazes of the man and the beast, that dice ended up with a 6-point face-up after rolling twice on the ground. Ding! You've gained the favor of the god of luck and entered the lucky state. The moment he saw that the point count was 6, Zhang Nian was directly dumbfounded. I'll go. Little yo-yo bull, you're my lucky goddess. Lang Yueyao was also a bit surprised that she was able to throw out 6 points. Yoshi, this? Zhang Nian was just about to reply, but then the system's voice came out again. Ding! A lucky event has been triggered due to an increase in your lucky value. Transfer event. Defeat the hidden copy boss to get a chance to transfer. I'll be damned. Transferring. I'm actually able to transfer. This lucky event is too damn lucky. No. It looks like I have to go down this time for the hidden copy. Zhang Nian made up his mind, no matter how strong the small monsters in this copy were, he would still have to break into it. He put the lucky dice away before pointing at the hidden copy's portal. Lang Yueyao nodded knowingly. I understand. Then let's go and break into this hidden copy. She had absolute confidence in Xiao Yao's strength. Just like that, Lang Yueyao hugged Zhang Nian and entered the hidden copy. Buzz! The moment he entered this hidden copy, the overwhelming aura of death gave one person and one beast goosebumps. It seemed like a huge and incomparable room, but what made it strange was that there was not a single wall around it. Instead, it was all black and cavernous space. It was as if it was a black hole, with no end in sight at a glance, and it made people feel intimidated. The only thing that felt familiar was a black throne right in front of it. Xiao Yao. The aura here is very wrong. Be careful. Zhang Nian nodded. Even though he was a dragon race, the bizarre environment around him still left him a little breathless. Ding! The transfer quest has been opened. Kill the boss in front of you to get a chance to transfer. Time limit, 3 hours. Countdown begins, 2 hours, 59 seconds, 2 hours, 58 seconds. The countdown is on, gotta hurry. Just 2.5 minutes after the one man and one beast entered the copy, the hidden boss was finally revealed. Only a figure slowly appeared above that black throne. It was different from the usual hidden bosses in that it didn't have any fancy equipment on it. Its entire body was surrounded by a black cloak. It didn't have legs, and it held a huge scythe in its hand. It's like the legendary Grim Reaper. Reaper! Zhang Nian was shocked. This hidden boss looks exactly like the Grim Reaper. He hesitated for 2 seconds and immediately used the Eye of Insight to check the information of this hidden boss. But the result was a shock. Due to interference from intense space, the Eye of Insight has failed. Hidden Boss. Lord of Death. Level 45. Life value? Attack? Defense? Speed? Field? Talent? Skill? Chapter 73. Hidden Boss. Lord of Death. What? Can't see through this guy's information. Zhang Nian was surprised. Even the Eye of Insight can't see through this guy's information. It looks like it's being affected by the black hole around this room. This guy looks weird. Whatever. We have to figure out its offense first. Zhang Nian took a deep breath and directly began to size shift into his strongest form. After all, it was a hidden copy. And if he stayed his hand any longer, the one who would suffer would be himself. Xiao Yao, you have to be careful. I'll help you find out what's broken about it as soon as possible. Lung Yueyao's eyes were filled with worry. The only thing she could do now was to find out the weakness of the hidden bosses soon as possible. But how easy is that? It's a hidden boss. Zhang Nian nodded, then charged directly toward the Lord of Death. Leng Yueyao, on the other hand, found a relatively safe location and then opened her shield. Only when he was safe could you attack with confidence. When he was still 10 meters away from the Lord of Death, Zhang Nian sprayed a shot of swift dragon flame directly over. Let's see what this guy is capable of first, and then we'll take the opportunity to find a break in it. Just when he wanted to see what this Lord of Death should use to be able to resist his Taiku dragon flame. But in the next second, the Taiku dragon flame actually strangely passed through the Lord of Death's body. What? It went through. How is that possible? Zhang Nian did not believe it, followed by another round of Taiku dragon flame sprayed out. However, the situation was the same as just now, and the fire flames passed through the Lord of Death's body again. Having suffered 2 attacks, that Lord of Death cocked his head, seemingly somewhat enraged. Only in the next second, its figure directly disappeared from its original spot, and then it arrived in front of Zhang Nian with an instantaneous shift. Rip! Without any unnecessary movements. He swung the scythe in his hand and slashed towards Zhang Nian's head. What speed! Zhang Nian did not dare to be slow, immediately swung the dragon claw back to attack. Bang! But it was this moment of meeting that he truly felt the power of this Lord of Death. His entire right arm was numbed by the shock, and he lost consciousness for a while. What a powerful force. Not at all on the same level as Oscar just now. Although he managed to block the sudden attack of the Lord of Death, his life value had inexplicably decreased. Kong Nin's life value 199. What? Didn't I already block its attack? How did that happen? Just as Zhang Nian was puzzled, the Lord of Death flashed to his back in another instant. You be careful, he's behind you. Zhang Nian couldn't turn back in time, pushing his power to the extreme and rushing toward the front. Swish! The good thing about this one was that it managed to dodge the Lord of Death's attack. Seeing that Zhang Nian had dodged his attack, the Lord of Death cocked his head a bit seemingly at some difference. But Zhang Nian's life value was once again deducted. Kong Nin's life value 163. What? Why is my life value still decreasing? It can't be. It's this guy who stole my life value. Although he felt his life value draining away, he didn't feel any physical discomfort or the slightest bit of fatigue. Could it be? Zhang Nian suddenly thought of something and hurriedly checked his panel. Name? Zhang Nian. Race? Dragon. Contractor. Lung Yueyao current affinity 50. Rank? LV. 23 2100 4000. Note: when level 35 is reached, the third evolution can be opened. Life value 3001 2639. Seeing his panel, Zhang Nian couldn't help but curse in his heart. Damn. This guy really did steal my life value cap. If the life value limit was deducted, even if the recovery ability of the ancestral dragon bloodline was strong, it would still end up being depleted. No, we can't drag this out any longer. We have to find a break in it. Just as Zhang Nian was about to launch his attack, the God of Lux buff suddenly triggered. Ding. Triggering the God of Lux buff will automatically remove all negative effects for you. The system's voice was like a thunderbolt exploding directly in Zhang Nian's head. I'm going. The God of Luck is invincible. I'm pulling full luck today. Without the blood loss buff, it happened that the time for the Brahma Dragon domain skill was restored, and Zhang Nian immediately opened the domain skill. Brahma Dragon Realm. Open. All non-dragon units within range have their attributes reduced by 30%. All fire attacks within the field are increased by 100%. Now add to that the fact that it now had the buff off the God of Luck, that attribute attack stacked, that was a 200% increase. 3 seconds after the field was turned on, the temperature of the entire room rose rapidly and was covered with black flames in all directions around it. In the corner of the room, Lang Yueyao, who was carefully observing, seemed to have detected the Death Lord's weakness. I may know what's broken about it, but I don't know for sure. You can take a split second before it dodges an attack and then strike. Hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately understood what she meant. So it's possible. Thinking of this, he immediately took action, and a shot of swift dragon flame was directly sprayed out. This time it was the same as before, the flames went right through. However, in that instant, Jiang Yan dashed to the Lord of Death, followed by a thunderstorm dragon tail. But this time, the Lord of Death didn't dodge, but quickly raised the scythe in his hand to block in front of him. Boom! Hisses! Powerful thunder power mixed with bursts of sonic booms immediately resounded throughout the room. The system beep that suddenly appeared at that moment made Jiang Yan ecstatic. Billion-dollar blast effect triggers, doubling the damage. Lord of Death's life value 1621. Sure enough, it's right as little Yo-Yo guessed. As the thunderstorm dragon's tail hit the Lord of Death, the paralyzing effect triggered directly. The original paralyzing effect only had a 30% probability, but now that Jiang Yan had been favored by the God of Luck, all probabilities were raised to 100%. The paralyzing effect took effect, and that Lord of Death stopped all movement in his hands for a moment. Here's your chance. Let's see how you can hide now. Partial giganticization. Black Inferno. After giganticizing his right arm, Jiang Yan used the unique black flame from the domain to attach it to the dragon's claw again. Black flame not only burns the enemy, it can come with a soul-burning effect. Jiang Yan's right hand grabbed and swung violently, and the huge dragon claw with black flames covered towards the Lord of Death. Swish! At this time, the Lord of Death was still in a state of paralysis and was unable to make any defensive moves at all. Got it! Lang Yueyao was delighted. Jiang Yan faintly said in his heart, I know you have a lot of life value, so let's consume a wave first. Just when a man and a beast thought that the next attack was going to be successful, but the next second. Chapter 74. Kill the Lord of Death and clear the hidden copy. Kong Nin. Got it. Just when Jiang Yan thought he had it, but the next second, an extremely strong suction force suddenly erupted from the black walls around them. The suction force was extremely terrifying, like a black hole, and it actually pulled the Lord of Death back from the edge of the attack with a hard pull. It even completely sucked it into the middle of that black hole in the wall. Wow! Therefore Jiang Yan's move directly missed. What the hell, this can go off? He was very speechless in his heart. How does this surrounding wall feel like its domain skill? Jiang Yan looked around at the black walls. A glance could not see the head, like an abyss, bizarre and frightening. And just then, the Lord of Death who had entered among the walls immediately recovered from his paralysis. Immediately following the next second, it swung the scythe in its hand and sent out a crescent-shaped black chop directly from the wall. Brush pull. That chopping attack was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Yan's close proximity. Buzz! In that instant, Jiang Yan only felt his scalp tingle as his body subconsciously dodged to the left. Swish! The good thing was that it was this one that dodged the attack of the Lord of Death. But the chop didn't disappear. Instead, it directly penetrated into the opposite wall and disappeared. Spinning next. 2 chopping strikes were sent out from among the black walls, heading straight for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan swung his dragon claw to break those 2 chopping blows into pieces. But almost at the same time, nearly dozens of chopping blows were sent out from the surrounding black walls. With no time to think about it, Jiang Yan could only swing his dragon tail and arm again, stopping them all. At this time, the system's alert sound constantly reminded Jiang Yan. Countdown begins. 2 hours, 1 second, 2 hours. This isn't going to work. This guy keeps hiding in these walls and I have no way to attack. There's no way out. It looks like we can only enter the game with our bodies. When he thought of this, Jiang Yan's wings stretched out and he directly drilled into one of the walls. Buzz! Yoshi! Seeing Jiang Yan enter it, Lang Yueyao was even more anxious. She's also in too much of a hurry, How can she enter the middle of her opponent's domain so easily? No, I have to find a way to help Xiao Yao. When she thought of this, Leng Yueyao couldn't care less about the danger and began to look around the surroundings. At this moment, entering the middle of the Lord of Death's domain, Jiang Yan realized that he had made his decision too early. It was pitch black. You couldn't see your fingers, and the only thing you could hear was your own heartbeat. Jiang Yan took a deep breath and cautiously looked around. Only by entering into this realm could the Lord of Death take the initiative to attack, and then take the opportunity to catch it in the act of breaking. The result was just as Jiang Yan had imagined. After seeing it enter the middle of his space, the Lord of Death decisively launched an attack. And this time, its methods were even more bizarre and cruel, only to see it slowly reveal its prototype, and then a wave of the right hand. Swish! An ancient dragon that was covered in black light and was in a state of soul flew out from the middle of the void. Dragon! There are actually dragons. Jiang Yan was shocked in his heart. By the looks of it, it's this guy who killed a dragon and turned it into this soul state. Ding! God of Luck buff, triggered. Kill Bone Dragon to get Dragon Soul Star Sand 1, and Bone Dragon's Memory Fragment. I'll go, Dragon Soul Star Sand. Isn't this the key material that can resurrect the dragon race? In that case, let's kill both together. Jiang Yan charged towards the undead state of the Bone Dragon in front of him. Although this Bone Dragon was also a dragon race, its level was vastly different from Jiang Yan. After only a few rounds of fighting, the Bone Dragon was seriously injured. And as Jiang Yan let out a dragon roar, the ancestral dragon bloodline pressure within his body erupted at this moment. Roar! Under this roar, the dragon bloodline latent within that bone dragon was awakened at this moment. Although it had died and turned into a soul state, the bloodline in its bones could not be hidden. Under the ancestral dragon, all things submit. In the next second, that bone dragon suddenly began to struggle continuously, seemingly trying to get out of the Death Lord's control. Just then, Jiang Yan seized the opportunity to spray a shot of Winter's Breath towards the Lord of Death. Swish! God of Luck buff triggered. Frost power at 100%. The original frost power of only 12% directly stacked to 100% under the God of Luck's buff. The powerful cold ice power immediately spread out, only to emit a residual wave that completely froze this void of space. The Lord of Death was still trying to repeat his trick, using his special ability and thus dodging off Jiang Yan's attack. But at this point, God of Luck buff triggered. Fortune STH. After Lucky descended, the ancient dragon, which kept struggling, struck the Lord of Death with a flick of its tail. The Lord of Death's passive triggered at just the right moment, and it wasn't attacked as its tail went through its body. At that very moment, Winter's Breath scored a direct hit. Swish! God of Luck buff triggered. Billion strikes, strike rate increased to 100%. Physical piercing damage is 100%. Frozen damage is 100%. Probability of power deprivation is 100%. Start depriving target of skills. Deprivation complete. Target loses skill. Voided. Master of Chaos probability is 100%. Effect triggered. Target enters a state of chaos. The moment this shot of Winter's Breath hit the Lord of Death, almost all of the negative buffs stacked onto it. Lord of Death's life value, 9,631. I'll be damned. It's deducted so much blood and it's still not dead. Okay, then I'll make up for it. He naturally would not give the Lord of Death any chance to escape, and with a move of lightning dragon tail he swept toward its head. God of Luck buff triggered. Paralysis probability is 100%. Target has lower lightning resistance. Damage is increased by 100%. Paralysis effect is prolonged. The terrifying power of that sweeping strike over directly knocked the Death Lord's head off. Lord of Death's life value 3,613. But even after losing his head, the Lord of Death still didn't die and swung the scythe in his hand and charged towards Jiang Yan. Holy, not dead yet, mother-er. Jiang Yan cursed angrily in his heart and began to directly blast against the Lord of Death, frantically exchanging blood. In the end, the Death Lord's scythe was slapped into pieces by Jiang Yan. Not only did the body turn into nothingness, but even its soul fell into this darkness forever. The Lord of Death's blood count is 0. You have successfully killed the hidden boss, the Lord of Death, and cleared the hidden copy. Congratulations on your title, Terminator of Death. Chapter 75, the beginning of the transfer, 2 hidden professions. Title awarded, Death's Finisher. After equipping this title, you can obtain 1 immunity from death and 1 resurrection after physical death. Kill the hidden boss Lord of Death. Gain experience value plus 10,631. Ding. Rank LV 231063140000 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 24 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You've leveled up to 24 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Ding. Rank LV 24,631 5,000 capped. The level has reached the upper limit and will automatically level up to 25 for you. All of your values have been greatly increased. You've leveled up to 25 and gained 1 extraction. Please ask if you want to extract the gold words. Your number of gold words has reached 3. You have 3 gold words. You can turn on word fusion once. Do you want to turn it on? I'm up. It's really worthy of being a hidden boss. It directly increased 10,000 experience points. 2 levels in a row. This feels too good. Zhang Yan was so happy in his heart. Level 25 less than killed the level 45 hidden boss. This kind of thing in addition to the dragon race in exchange for any spirit beasts to do, I'm afraid cannot do it. It was fortunate that the god of luck was there to help. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have been another fierce battle. There's no rush to fuse words. Let me see what's in this reward. Just as Zhang Yan was about to collect his reward, with the death of the Death Lord, the controlled bone dragon next to him gradually regained its senses. It no longer became violent, and with sadness in its empty eyes, it slowly lowered its head towards Zhang Yan, offering the highest respect. Seeing this, Zhang Yan was also a bit saddened. Hey! In the next second, the bone dragon completely disappeared into this space. Buzz! After it dissipated, there was an additional bright, glowing object in that space where the bone dragon existed. Could this be the Dragon Soul Star Sand? Zhang Yan hurriedly flew forward, then carefully clutched it into his hands. Get Dragon Soul Star Sand 1. Bone Dragon's Memory Fragment 1. After receiving the Bone Dragon's Memory Fragment, Zhang Yan's mind immediately surfaced the image of the Bone Dragon fighting the Lord of Death in the middle of space. This Bone Dragon was white in color when it was born and had reached adulthood. Dragons also have different bloodline strengths: blue, red, white, purple, gold. The higher the bloodline, the higher the bloodline. But Kong Nin is an exception. His skin color was black, and he had the highest level of ancestral dragon bloodline. As for the Imperial Beastmaster who controlled this bone dragon, he likewise died at the hands of the Lord of Death. The memory fragments scratched for a moment and vanished in a whirlwind. Dragon Soul Star Sand 1. Collection 1-3. Oh, 2 more to go. As long as we collect enough 2 more Dragon Soul Star Sand 1, then we can resurrect the dragons. Zhang Yan rejoiced. Next is the main event. Let's see what rewards we can get after killing the Lord of Death. Slay the Lord of Death and gain plus 1964 life. Slay the Lord of Death and gain all base values plus 1900. Gain plus 20 evolution points. Gain skill points plus 20. Obtaining the Death Lord's Beast Core. Acquired weapon. Scythe of Fating. Gain the essence of the undead. Obtain the key to the Lord of Death's treasure chest. Obtain scroll of recovery of the dead one. Get the Book of the Void. Hearing this series of system beeps, Zhang Yanlong's mouth was about to crook with that happy smile. Yes, Hidden Boss's Bull, although it's a bit harder, but this reward burst is really much. After collecting the reward from the Lord of Death, the surrounding dead space began to dissipate with it. At this time, outside the void space, Cold Moon Shake was as anxious as hell, constantly pacing back and forth on the ground. Since she had signed an insta-life contract with Zhang Yan, she was able to feel the latter's life state very clearly, but it was the fact that Zhang Yan's vitality was extremely good that reassured her for so long. She was worried that Zhang Yan would remain trapped in this void space. Gee, what should we do? This? Just as she was getting all anxious, the void space around her began to gradually dissipate and the room returned to its original appearance. Zhang Yan bounced out. Yoshi! The moment she saw Zhang Yan come out, Leng Yueyao's heart couldn't be happier, and she immediately rushed forward and hugged him. Xiao Yao. Are you alright? You're really scaring me to death. I thought you'd be stuck in that space forever. Zhang Yan laughed a little, then recounted with open arms the story of how he defeated the Lord of Death. Seeing this hasty action of his, Lung Yueyao was inexplicably poked for a laugh and let out a light laugh. Well, I knew it. My little Yoshi is the best. But it won't happen again. So don't be so reckless in the future. Just as the man and beast were talking, a huge treasure chest appeared out of nowhere on the Death Lord's throne, and a dark portal appeared next to the chest. Lung Yueyao was surprised. That's the hidden reward chest. Jiang Yan's dragon claw reached out and handed Lang Yueyao the key to the treasure chest he had obtained. Wow, Yoshi. You actually have the key to the treasure chest. Hey, yo, quickly. Let's see what the rewards are. Just as she was hugging Jiang Yan to open the reward treasure chest, the ladder system tone came out. Transfer event. Defeat the hidden copy boss to get a chance to transfer complete. Obtained a transfer opportunity 1. Do you want to make a transfer? Jiang Yan was delighted. Hey, transfer. Ding. Please note that the current transfer is not a traditional career or bloodline conversion, but a leveling up. Please choose the profession you want to change. You can sacrifice the claws of a dragon's tooth and transfer to the profession Dragon Warrior Ancestral Dragon. You can sacrifice Masterless Dragon Flame and Winter's Ice to become a Dragon Warlock Ancestral Dragon. Ding. God of Luck buff triggered. Hidden professions appear. You can sacrifice the Book of the Dead Remnants of the Page, transfer to the hidden profession, the Dragon of the Undead Ancestral Dragon. You can sacrifice the Book of the Void and transfer into the hidden profession, Dragon of the Void Ancestral Dragon. Holy, it's actually the appearance of 2 hidden professions. This lucky buff came at the right time. Which one to choose? For a while, Jiang Yan was a bit hesitant. It was only after thinking for half a minute that he finally decided on the profession he would choose to transfer to. The undead dragon was indeed very good, and with the trait of being able to summon the undead, it must be extremely powerful. But isn't this Dragon of the Void even more terrifying? From that performance of the Lord of Death just now, it was clear that the power of the Void was much stronger. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Phew, transferring. Dragons of the Void. Chapter 76, The Dragon of the Void. In that case, let's transfer into the Dragon of the Void. Ding. The Book of the Void is being sacrificed. It's being sacrificed at... As the system's beep sounded in his head, the Book of Void that Jiang Yan had obtained appeared in the air out of nowhere, followed by a sudden disappearance. Successfully sacrificed the Book of the Void and started the transfer. Transfer target. Void Dragon. Transfer time. 15 minutes. Jiang Yan was delighted. The transfer has begun. After the transfer began, Jiang Yan's body flew into the air and immediately began to undergo incredible changes. At this moment, Lung Yueyao was excitedly taking the key to the throne. I don't know what rewards I can get. I'm somewhat looking forward to it. This treasure chest should be here along with the reward from that big bone from before. With anticipation, Lung Yueyao slowly inserted the key into the treasure chest and then twisted it to the right.
Gating.
After opening the treasure chest, there was quite a lot of stuff inside. After Lung Yueyao had taken good protective measures, she then carefully took them out one by one. Ring of the Tyrant's Soul. The same function of being able to store objects with more space inside, triggering automatic defense in the event of mortal danger. The ring can be utilized to summon undead minions in certain circumstances. Skeletal fragments. Mission props with high value can be sold for money. Mysterious scrolls. Open it to get a random skill book of level 4 or higher. 10,000 gold coins. Gold coins can be sold at a high price. Underworld robe. Wearing it puts you into a state of invisibility with no CD. Soul dust. It can be used to strengthen your own soul or that of a spirit animal. Death potion danger. This potion has been cursed by the Lord of Death and possesses an extremely strong poison. The Death Lord's badge. A medallion with commemorative significance, with no special function, but extremely collectible. A skill book of level 4 or higher unopened. Seeing that there were actually so many rewards inside this treasure chest, Lung Yueyao was overjoyed. In her previous life, she hadn't encountered bosses like the Skeleton Tyrant or the Lord of Death. So of course she was happy when she received a reward she hadn't seen before this time. Wow, so many rewards. There are actually gold coins. Xiao Yao, come over and look. There are so many of these rewards and skill books too. Lung Yueyao excitedly waved her hand towards the back. However, Since Jiang Nian in the back was in the middle of a transfer, he didn't respond to it. Lung Yueyao was a bit puzzled, then turned around to look back. Xiao Yao? Lung Yueyao was stunned. At this moment, Jiang Nian was suspended in mid-air, his eyes tightly closed, and surrounded by some strange black aura. Yoshi! She put all the rewards away and then ran anxiously to Jiang Nian's side. She just wanted to touch it with her hand. But as soon as she got close, she ran into an invisible barrier. How can this be? How can there be a barrier here? Could it be that Xiao Yao is evolving? That's not right. If it evolved, it would be surrounded by white light. But this time it's a black aura. Just as Lung Yueyao was uncertain, Jiang Mian's body was undergoing a huge change. Not only the appearance, but also the breath began to change greatly. At this time, Jiang Nian's body turned from black to a body of black and blue translucent, scales glittering with stardust, false amethyst-textured vertical pupils, crystallized void bone spurs growing on his spine, and many illusory auras were added around his two wings. And with each wave of his wings, he triggered the surrounding space to shake. What's more, a circular pattern of emptiness also appeared behind Jiang Nian. Lung Yueyao, who saw this scene, was directly stunned. Xiao Yao's body has actually changed so much. This breath. Why is it a bit similar to that boss just now? She rubbed her headache, getting more and more confused about the current situation. At this time, outside the copy, half a day had passed since Lung Yueyao and Jiang Wangshu entered the copy. The crowd waiting outside surprisingly didn't take a step away. They all wanted to know who actually walked out of these two first. Dean, who do you think has a better chance of winning this competition? Su Xiaoyan asked. Wu Lin glanced at the copy Lung Yueyao had chosen and lamented. Hey, put it this way. If Yu Yao chooses a copy that isn't this place of death, her chances of winning are 100%. Is this land of death really that terrifying? One of the teachers asked in disbelief. Wu Lin nodded and explained, that's right, and more importantly, the probability of this land of death triggering a hidden copy is high. It's not like you guys don't know about Yu Yao's character. If she sees the hidden copy, can she still sit still then? Upon hearing this, the teacher nodded in approval. That's true. Hey, it doesn't matter who wins between the two of them. What matters is that they can come out safely. Yeah, just come out safely, but don't let anything happen. Those students who were watching glanced at their watches and said, it's been half a day. The two are not moving at all. What are you thinking? This is an advanced copy. The record for this copy is still held by senior sister Jiang. It took a day and a half to clear it, and this is less than half a day. Fair enough. Let's wait and see then. The crowd was in a great hurry, but they did not leave because of it. At this time, waiting on the sidelines of the Shinran a little bored, so began to tease the shoulders of the two-headed snake. Since before entering the replica, Jiang Nian had temporarily handed over the twin-headed snake to Shinran and had warned her not to make a move. Let her become extremely depressed and can only keep dodging. Copy in the land of the dead. Transfer time, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Transfer complete. As you have completed your first transfer, all of your attributes have received a substantial increase. Bonus skill points plus 18. Bonus evolution points plus 18. As the transfer time ended, Jiang Nian's transfer was successfully completed. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body brought about by his first transfer. The change was simply unparalleled, even more peculiar than that feeling after the second evolution. He glanced at his arms and wings and noticed that not only had the color changed slightly, but there were also little things that resembled void crystals on his body. This power. Feeling the huge energy in his body, he hurriedly checked the system. System, view message. Name, Jiang Nian. Race, Dragon of the Void after transfer. Contractor, Lung Yueyao. Current proximity 56. Rank, LV, 25 16 31 6000. Note, when level 35 is reached, the third evolution can be opened. Life value, 5036. Defense, 3081. Magic, 2513. Attack, 4631. Speed, 3831. Evolution points, 79. Skill points, 71. Characteristics. Oh. After checking the system, Zhang Yan's eyes were dead set on the void characteristics. Holy. This. Chapter 77, setting a new record, no one can break it. Holy. This trait. After seeing the description of the void characteristics, Zhang Yan was directly stunned. Characteristics. Able to travel through any space at will. All actions can ignore any object. Characteristics. Able to travel through any space at will, ignoring any object. You have completed the Void Dragon transformation and have successfully obtained the skills and talents of the Book of the Void Unique. Zhang Yan. I'll be damned. There are actually talents and skills. After being surprised for a moment, Zhang Yan hurriedly checked up on his talents and skills. If this talent was as heaven-defying as the Death Lord's, then this would be perfect. Talent voiding. You can vanish a part of your body into the void, ignoring the target's attacks. Note. This talent cannot be triggered when attacking, and the part of the void that you vanish into may not exceed 5. Consumption. 100 points of magic per use. I'll go. It's just as I thought. It's this heaven-defying talent. Zhang Yan was ecstatic. When he had fought against the Lord of Death before, he had sensed the extent of this talent's anticlimax. Being able to vanish his body into the void and dodge his enemy's attacks was too strong. If the opponent uses a final killing move, then this talent of vanishing can be maximized. Ignore the attack and immediately counterattack. It's too strong. I go. Just one talent is so powerful. Then this skill. Zhang Yan hurriedly checked up on the acquired skills. Skill Void Space Descent. You can open the void space at will, you can travel among the void space at will, and the void space is connected to each other. Note. The number of void spaces cannot exceed 10, and void spaces can be hidden. Skill Void Empowerment. Each attack comes with a void attribute, and when the attack hits the target will be in a state of nothingness and will generate 1 void point. Nihilistic State. Enemies in the nihilistic state have their full attributes reduced by 30% and have a 15% chance of having their attacks nullified. Void Points. When the number of void points reaches 10, it will ignore all the target's bloodstains and directly decapitate them. Special note. Once in the decapitation state, the target cannot be broken free, revived, or have its life value restored. After reading and understanding the introduction of these two skills, Zhang Yanlong's mouth grinned to the root of his ears. Is this the power of the void? It really is as terrifying as it is. Luckily, I didn't choose the wrong transfer, although the ability to summon the undead is really strong. But compared to my void, that's just a little bit of a witch hunt. Haha. This copy trip is really bloody profitable. If every time is this lucky, that would be great. Zhang Yan was secretly happy in his heart. It was only thanks to Little Yo-Yo's help in throwing the lucky dice to 6 points that he was able to trigger the Goddess of Luck's buff. When he thought of this, he happily flew over towards the stunned Lang Yueyao. Seeing the great changes that had occurred in Zhang Yan's body, Lang Yueyao hurriedly asked, Xiao Yao, what just happened to you? How did the change become so great? There are so many more purple crystal chunks on his body and a round rune on his back. It's so cool. For Lang Yueyao, Zhang Yan did not choose to hide it, but simply waved his hand and described what happened. Xiao Yao, you mean to say that after killing the hidden boss, you accidentally gained a chance to transfer, and then the completion of the transfer became what it is now? Lang Yueyao said incredulously. Zhang Yan nodded heavily and lightly tapped the air in front of him with his dragon claw. Buzz! In the next second, a human-sized black space appeared in front of him. That's exactly what the void space is. Lang Yueyao, who saw this scene, directly exclaimed in shock. Wow, Yoshi! This is too much. Zhang Yan crossed his arms and raised his head triumphantly. That's for sure. Now I'm the dragon of the void. Lang Yueyao smiled sweetly, her face blooming with a heterochromatic glow. I knew my Yu was the best. In the next second, she suddenly thought of something, and then let out an ouch. Aya, let's hurry up and get out. Maybe senior sister Jiang is already 1 step ahead of us. After saying that, she picked up Zhang Yan and rushed into the portal next to the throne. Buzz! Entering the portal 5 seconds later, the man and beast returned to the entrance of the replica. At this time, the anxiously waiting crowd saw the copy's portal suddenly flash a bright light and hurriedly surrounded it. Someone's coming out. I'm going to go and find out who the hell it is. The moment they saw the copy portal light up, Wu Lin and the others were similarly jolted. Someone's coming out. Who is it? At this time, Wu Lin also made a point of looking at the time. 5 hours and 28 minutes in just under 6 hours. Good lord. This is setting another record for advanced copies. Wu Lin was overjoyed. I just don't know who this record-setting person actually is. He and the teachers rushed forward and immediately froze when they saw that the person who came out was Lang Yueyao. Yu Yao. Wu Lin sucked in a breath of cool air. His entire body was a bit confused, and he directly froze in place. A high-level copy was cleared in less than 6 hours, and it was also a copy of the Deathlands. Did Yu Yao not enter the hidden copy? But even if he didn't enter the hidden copy, the speed, it's still too scary. After returning to his senses, Wu Lin swallowed tremblingly. Yu Yao, your speed is too terrifying. The teachers hastily put away their astonished looks and instantly became groundless. Yu Yao, with your speed, how can you still let us few teachers be teachers? Hey, less than 6 hours. I'm afraid no one can break this record in the next 10 years. Hearing the praises of the teachers and the time spoken, Lang Yueyao herself was stunned. 6 hours? But I feel like it's still a bit slow. Sister Jiang should have come out a long time ago. She looked around, but she didn't find Jiang Wangshu's figure. Hearing this, all the teachers shook their heads with bitter smiles, not knowing how to answer for a moment. If that girl Jiang Wangshu heard you say that now, I don't know how she would feel. Is this the inadvertent Versailles? Hey, young man. After looking around and not finding Jiang Wangshu's figure, Lang Yueyao felt strange. Where's Sister Kong? She's not out yet? She looked to the many teachers for help. The teachers nodded helplessly. Yes, Yu Yao, you've now broken the record set by Jiang Wangshu. With those words, Jiang Nian immediately put on his tuggy face. That's natural with this dragon in charge. What record can't be broken? Hey, I can only hope that woman will hurry up. I don't want to starve here, and I don't know when she's going to come out. Chapter 78, Clues from the Ancient Battlefield. In this way, the crowd waited from noon until the afternoon before a hint of movement appeared in Jiang Wangshu's copy portal. Wu Lin stood up and hurried over. Is it finally coming out? I hope this girl is safe. After 10 seconds or so had passed, Jiang Wangshu walked out as the portal opened again. The first thing she did when she stepped out was to glance at the time on top of her watch. Well, it's not bad. This one is much faster than the last one. It should have broken a new record already, she said confidently. As she looked around at the deans and teachers waiting for her, her mind became more certain. I won. She smiled a little, then slowly walked up. Dean, it looks like I won this match, she said triumphantly. Hearing this, Wu Lin let out a lament, and for a moment he didn't know how to reply. He just couldn't bear to knock her confidence. Seeing Wu Lin's somewhat ugly face, Jiang Wangshu froze. Dean, what happened? It can't be that schoolmate Lung is still in the copy and hasn't come out, right? Wu Lin shook his head with a bitter smile, then slowly gave way to a position. Behind her, Lang Yueyao smiled and walked out, waving her hand in greeting. Hey, schoolteacher, you're finally out. It's great that you're okay. This sentence directly dry-burned Jiang Wangshu's CPU. What does it mean to finally get out? Have you been waiting a long time for this? What the hell is going on, Dean? Jiang Wangshu asked eagerly. There was no choice but for Wu Lin to cough and then say, Wangshu, in fact, this match was won by Yu Yao. What? She's even faster than me. It doesn't make sense. I've already broken a new copy record. How could this happen? How much time did you spend in total, Leng's schoolmate? Lang Yueyao lifted her head and thought for a moment before giving a figure. I think I remember it being a little over 5 hours. Hearing this time, Jiang Wangshu instantly felt like his sky had collapsed. 5 hours. It only took 5 hours to clear the advanced copy. Her whole body was dumbfounded and her face froze in place. No, how is this possible? Even if it's a speed brush copy, there's no such thing as a brush. 5.5 hours to pass. She swallowed shakily, still a little unable to slow down even after so long. Dean, is this true? Wu Lin nodded heavily. Not bad. And by the way, she even passed the hidden copy. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Wu Lin's head immediately became large. Hey, this girl is also too capable of striking people. 5.5 hours to pass the copy, not to mention. but also the hidden boss by the way. Even if he enters this copy of death itself, there's no guarantee that he'll clear it in 5.5 hours. Hearing this, Jiang Wangshu froze in place for a moment. That is, until Zhang Chun, who was next to her, shook his head helplessly and walked up to pat her on the shoulder. Hey Wangshu, don't be too upset. Jiang Wangshu was not the only one who was hit. Even Zhang Chun and the other seniors who came back next to him were deeply hit. Originally, he wanted to show off his demeanor as a senior, but he came back to be ruthlessly slapped in the face by his schoolmates. Hey! However, such emotions only appeared in Zhang Chun's mind for a moment before they were quickly swept away. It was too late to be happy that such a demonic-level genius could appear in one's own academy. After a long time, Jiang Wangshu also gradually accepted the reality. All right, I'm willing to gamble. This match is mine to lose. I'll tell you all the information I know. A bright smile immediately spread across Leng Yueyao's face. Okay, hey. Thanks a lot, senior sister. Seeing Jiang Wangshu admit defeat, Jiang Nian also raised his head in triumph before making a contemptuous gesture towards her. Just you still want to compete with my little Yao Yao? Wait another 20,000 years. Jiang Wangshu could only mutter and swallow the anger in her stomach. This spirit beast actually provoked me. How infuriating. Then, after the crowd had all dispersed, they returned to the dean's office. As soon as she returned, Leng Yueyao couldn't wait to ask, Sister, can you tell us what you know about the news? Jiang Wangshu didn't sell the news any further and revealed what she knew. There is a great possibility that the entrance to the ancient battlefield will appear in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. The time is about 15 days from now. I spent a lot of money to find out this information. You can't just tell anyone. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Leng Yueyao murmured in a low voice. Speaking of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in her previous life, she had met some opportunities there. Just as the name said, there were hundreds of thousands of spirit beasts living in the middle of that mountain range. The level of danger was not comparable to the Black Forest, but the probability of death for an average Imperial Beastmaster entering it would be over 80%. Seeing Leng Yueyao's contemplative look, Jiang Wangshu was surprised in his heart. Well, you know the news, you're not really going to go, are you? You! She glanced at the trainee badge seal on Leng Yueyao. You're still only a trainee Imperial Beastmaster. The chances of surviving a trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range are 0. Thanks for informing me, senior sister. I'll pay attention. Leng Yueyao smiled faintly. Well, then Dean, I'll just go back and rest. Hee good. Wu Lin nodded and watched Leng Yueyao leave. Only after she left did Zhang Chun say, Dean, her strength isn't simple and that spirit beast in her hand seems to be odd too. I always feel as if I've seen it in a book in the college library. You guys will understand later. Wu Lin laughed. Hey, I do hope she doesn't go inside the ancient battlefield to die. Jiang Wangshu said. This time when the ancient battlefield opens, I'm afraid that the 10 strongest Xia Kingdom will only be unable to sit still. At that point, it's sure to be another big melee. After leaving the dean's room, Leng Yueyao came to the place where the spiritual power value was tested. It had been a long time since the last time I tested my spiritual power value, so I'm sure that it had grown quite a bit again this time. Xiao Yao, wait here obediently for me. I'm going to test the spiritual power value. She put Zhang Nian on the chair and then walked over to the crystal ball. As long as the spiritual energy value reached 300, then it was a junior beastmaster. She took a deep breath and placed her right hand on the crystal ball. Although he had been accompanying Jiang Nian to upgrade during this period of time, but earlier in the day, Wu Lin had sent over a very small bottle of spiritual power potion. Don't look at this spiritual power potion. It was only a small bottle, but it was worth several $1 million. She originally thought of refusing, but she couldn't resist Wu Lin's persuasion before accepting it. After absorbing that vial of psychic potion, there would be a small increase in psychic value. Buzz! As the crystal ball's light lit up, Leng Yueyao's spiritual power value began to grow rapidly from 100. Swish, swish. Chapter 79, The Imperial Beastmasters Guild. 5 hours is enough. Swish! After a meal of substantial growth, the crystal ball's light gradually dimmed, and Leng Yueyao's spiritual power value also ended up staying at 401. Wow, 401! To which she was amazed. The current her had become a primary Imperial Beastmaster. As for an intermediate Imperial Beastmaster, One needed to reach a spiritual power value of 1,000 or more to become one. Well, in that case, you can go to the Imperial Beastmasters Guild tomorrow to pick up a quest. After making her decision, she returned to the middle of the dormitory with Jiang Nian in her arms. After returning to her dorm and getting some food for Kang Nin, she headed to the bathroom. On the dormitory bed, the two-headed snake twisted obediently to Jiang Nian's side. Although it was only a few hours that she hadn't seen them, she could clearly feel the great changes that had occurred in Jiang Nian's body. Brother Yao, why have you changed so much? You're completely different from before. In response, Jiang Nian just gave her a heavy knock on the head. Children don't pry into adult matters. The two-headed snake responded with a resigned, "Oh, by the way, tomorrow little Yo-Yo is going to take on a mission, so it's up to you to perform at that time. Don't worry, brother Yu, they're no match for me." Only then did Jiang Nian nod in satisfaction. That's more like it. After little Yao Yao became a primary beast royal master, it was almost time to head to that what's-it-all ancient battlefield. Let's hope we can get other Dragon Soul Star San there. Thinking about Kang Nian turned to sleep. The night was uneventful, and the time soon came to the next day. In order not to disturb Shinran's rest, today, Lang Yueyao woke up early and arrived at one of the Imperial Beastmasters guilds in Spirit Abyss City. Although this is only a branch guild, there are an unusually large number of people inside. The guild is responsible for the rank assessment of the Imperial Beastmasters, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and a badge is issued to certify their abilities and qualifications. There will also be offers to provide commission quests, such as capturing rare spirit beasts, removing dangerous beasts, etc., and the Beastmasters can obtain rewards, points, or resources by completing the quests. And what's more, you can exchange resources at the Sentinel Guild. This place provides spirit beast cultivation materials, evolution props, skill secrets, etc., which can be exchanged for quest points or currencies by Beastmasters. It was because of the existence of these things that caused the Imperial Beastmaster Guild to be very crowded and lively every day. After entering the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, Lang Yueyao quickly attracted a crowd of attention with her appearance. She didn't care though, but walked straight to the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, please, can I take on the Junior Beastmaster's quest today?" The lady at the front desk was slightly surprised in her heart after giving Lang Yueyao a glance without leaving any traces. "Of course. Would you like to pick up, please?" Lang Yueyao nodded. "That's right. Can you bring it out so I can take a look at it?" The receptionist nodded her head and turned around to immediately bring out a list from behind the desk. On it was exactly the list of tasks for a Junior Imperial Beastmaster. Lang Yueyao picked it up after a brief scan. "Okay. May I ask how many days it will take to get the materials together?" The receptionist slowly raised 5 fingers. "Collect and return the materials here within 5 days' time. And after checking that there are no problems, you will be issued the badge of Junior Imperial Beast Master." Hearing the time the receptionist lady said, Lang Yueyao held her chin and fell into deep thought. 5 days. Seeing her like this, the receptionist hurriedly added, "If you're not sure, it's fine to come back to pick it up after you've improved some strength." Lang Yueyao shook her head and said faintly, "No, I was just wondering if 5 days would be a little too long." Hearing this, the receptionist froze. "This?" Looking at the materials on it, Lang Yueyao counted the time and then said seriously, 5 hours should be enough." "Front desk lady? 5 hours, you've got to be kidding." Lang Yueyao didn't reply and tapped Jiang Nian on top of the table. "Xiao Yao, time is running out. Let's hurry." Jiang Nian nodded and jumped into Lang Yueyao's arms. When they left, some of the loud-mouthed talents inside the guild immediately started talking. "Che, what's the point of pretending here? Wanting to complete the beginner beast royalist's quest in 5 hours. That is to say, to think that it took me 4.5 days to complete the beginner beast royalist." Some were sneering, while others left the guild after exchanging a glance with each other. After leaving the guild, they caught up with Lang Yueyao without stopping. "Hey, pretty lady, do you need some help with your brush? Substitute brush?" Lang Yueyao was puzzled. What was it? How had she never heard of it before? Seeing Lang Yueyao looking confused, that middle-aged man looked like he had seen a big moneymaker. "Ahem. Nice, substitution means, we accept employment, but the price is a bit high. We've come to help you fulfill the task of a junior beast sentinel. In less than 4 days, the material will be delivered to you on time. Seeing the middle-aged man next to him with a smirk on his face, Jiang Nian became a little angry. Nothing to offer, and talk of hiring, doesn't look like a good person at all. After seeing the purpose of the several people, Lang Yueyao decisively chose to refuse without even thinking about it. Sorry, I don't need to hire someone else. After that, she just walked away. That middle-aged man was actually a bit undeterred, and rushed to catch up again. Oh, beauty first, don't be in a hurry to go. The price is negotiable. Tell you what, I'll give you a 20% discount. How about $500,000? Hearing the man say that price, Jiang Nian almost didn't tense up. $500,000? Why don't you just go and rob it? Lang Yueyao started to get a little impatient, her eyes revealing a touch of ice coldness. No need. After saying that, before the middle-aged man could open his mouth again, she simply walked away. Seeing Lang Yueyao's back as she left, the middle-aged man with a stiff expression immediately changed his face. I've never met a woman so ungrateful. A thin, short man next to him, however, licked his lips and kept ogling at Cold Moon Shake's back. Boss, or we'll just... The middle-aged man thought for a moment and nodded decisively. Let's go. Sneak up behind this woman. Damn it. After the one man and one beast arrived at the outskirts of the initial forest, Jiang Nian waved his dragon claw in describing what had just happened. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and explained softly, Xiao Yao, those guys aren't good people at first glance. It's probably because he's trying to take advantage of us. So let's not pay any attention to him. There are a total of 7 on this task list. Let's go and hurry. After saying that, she led Jiang Nian into the initial forest. In her previous life, she had seen too many of these beastmasters who used the brush as a means of cheating others. If you really accept this so-called brush, then the final result is, after they take the money, they will also keep the materials for the mission all to themselves and then sell them for a big profit, and there will even be people who do it more excessively. When Cold Moon Yao entered the initial forest 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man rushed over with his team. Boss, the woman went in. The middle-aged man smiled evilly. Let's go. Look for fun. Chapter 80. Come. Come what may, come fortune. After entering the initial forest, the first thing Jiang Nian thought of was the 2 Shen Ice Jiao that he had saved in the middle of the cave earlier. This time, since we have to hurry up and finish the mission, let them both help out as well. As he thought of this, Jiang Nian waved his dragon claw. Lang Yueyao understood what he meant, then nodded and smiled. Yeah, well, let's get them to help too, so it'll be faster. Jiang Nian smiled, and then a roar resounded throughout the initial forest. Roar! The Shen Bing Jiao, who was still sleeping in the cave, immediately heard this familiar voice. This voice is the senior's calling. Looks like senior needs our help. Patted the female Shen Bing Jiao next to it with its tail. Elder needs help. I'll go check it out and stay here to take care of the kids. The magnetic female Shen Ice Jiao nodded her head. Well, if you run into big trouble, remember to notify me and I'll rush over again. Senior has shown great kindness to our Shen Ice Jiao clan. No matter what trouble it encounters, we must do our best. Don't worry, I understand. Hisses. After hearing Jiang Nian's call after 10 minutes, the male Shen Bing Jiao rushed over. At the first sight of Jiang Nian, it rattled hard in the depths of its soul. It was because it sensed that the aura on Jiang Nian's body had become even more terrifying than the last time, and the dragon aura on its body had become even stronger. Senior, it's been a long time. Your strength has increased again. Jiang Nian smiled, then waved his dragon claw to show that there was no need to care. That's right. The reason we asked you to come here today is that we're looking for some materials. You're more familiar with this area, so help look for them. Shen Bing Jiao nodded his head. Of course, senior. It's my honor. It lowered its head, then slowly and leisurely arrived in front of Lang Yueyao. Lang Yueyao's eyes softened before she stroked the Shen Bing Jiao's head. Little one, I'm counting on you this time. She used body language and movements to tell Shen Bing Jiao about the 7 materials needed. The Shen Ice Jiao had a high IQ, and after seeing Lang Yueyao describe it, it understood it all. It nodded its head and then ran to Jiang Nian. Elder, I've seen all 7 of those materials, and I can find 5 of them, but the other 2 will have to be found further into the forest. My strength hasn't reached that level yet, so I can't enter. Jiang Nian nodded. Then go ahead and collect those 5. I'll figure out the remaining 2. It has to be soon. All right, senior. I will find those 5 materials as fast as I can. After exchanging words with Zhang Yan, the Shen Ice Jiao drilled towards the forest at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, the 2-headed ice fire snake that understood those 2 remaining materials scurried out from Zhang Yan's shoulder. Its spiritual intelligence was not lower than that of the Shen Ice Jiao, and it had been following Su Yang's side for so many years, and had long been familiar with some of the material. Brother Yao, let me find the remaining 2 materials. Okay. I'll leave it to you, but make it quick. Don't worry, you. Hissus. The 2-headed ice fire snake grew larger and violently charged towards the forest. With this guy stepping in, there's definitely not much of a problem. Zhang Nian smiled in his heart. No matter what, this 2-headed ice fire serpent was also a demigod beast, and was already a top-tier existence in this initial forest. After assigning the tasks, Zhang Nian fell onto Lang Yueyao's shoulder and rested. Lang Yueyao found a large tree and sat down next to it, then took out 2 skill books. By the way, Xiao Yao, there are 2 level 4+ skill books here. They're inside the hidden copy treasure chest. Do you want to learn them? Zhang Nian opened his eyes. Huh. There are 2 skill books, that's interesting. He reached out his dragon claw and brought over one of the books. Skill name: Dead Soul Shriek. Skill type: Undead plus Sonic plus Psychic Shock. Skill level: 4. Lets out a roar that contains the resentment of the dead, shocking the enemy over a wide area and causing damage with a 40% chance of attaching a fear effect to the target. Fear effect: if the target is under the effect of fear, it is incapacitated. Note: if the target of the attack target is undead, the soul damage dealt is doubled. Effective against undead enemies like Eats Like. Another Sonic class skill isn't bad. It's worth learning. Immediately, Zhang Nian gently tapped the skill book in front of him with his hand. Buzz! It began to gradually learn the level 4 skill in front of it. Time flew by and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Tai Hung middle-aged man searched hard for half an hour without finding any trace of Lang Yueyao, and couldn't help but be furious in his heart. Damn! Where the hell did that woman go? Boss, this can't go on. The initial forest is so big. When do we have to find it? That is to say, you can't just let a woman run out on her own. Just as several people were distracted, a beast roar not far away attracted their attention. Boss, could it be? Tai Hung nodded, a winning smile on his face. Finally, hurry up. Don't let that woman get away. Got it. However, what they didn't know was that the beastly roar just now was the sound made by the twin-headed snake when it fought with an epic-level ferocious beast. Only, that ferocious beast didn't carry the 2-headed serpent's move and simply hung up. Meanwhile, the Shen Ice Jiao, who had collected the 5 materials, hurried back to Zhang Yan. Senior, these 5 materials have been collected. Take a look. Zhang Yan took those 5 materials to Lang Yueyao at the first opportunity. Wow, that fast. After a small surprise, Lang Yueyao counted the 5 materials. Not only are there no problems with these 5 materials, they are of the highest quality. Wow, very nice, all top quality, hey. After another 3 minutes, the twin-headed snake of ice and fire was also full. Not only did it get back those remaining 2 materials, but it also got back the beast cores of several epic-level ferocious beasts. Brother Yao, I've got these 2 materials. And then there's the fact that those pesky ferocious beasts are always bothering me. So I just took them in by hand. Seeing the beast cores and materials on the ground, Zhang Nian patted its head. Good job. After receiving Zhang Nian's praise, the ice and fire 2-headed snake was happy in his heart. Lang Yueyao counted the several materials on hand. The materials are all here. Xiao Yao, let's go back. But just as Lang Yueyao was about to take the materials back to the Imperial Beast Master Guild, Tai Hung and the others found this place. Damn! At last we've found this woman. He let out a cold laugh in his heart, already thinking of the image of picking on Lang Yueyao ruthlessly to teach her a lesson. Beauty, you remember me. Iron Hung looked up just as he finished a sentence and saw a scene that is still unforgettable. Chapter 81, Becoming a Junior Beastmaster. Tai Heng's expression froze right after he finished speaking. At that moment, the group of minions following behind him came panting to his side. Boss, that woman is here, right? Boss, why don't you say something, boss? The skinny man next to him patted Tieheng beside him as he turned toward the front. The scene in front of them made them directly dumbfounded. Directly beside Lang Yueyao were 3 spirit beasts. One of them was her companion spirit beast when she entered the initial forest, while the other 2 were both snakes. The moment he saw the Xian Ice Jiao, Tai Hung only felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps fell all over his body. Xian Ice Jiao? No, heck. How did the Xian Bing Jiao get here? He swallowed in surprise, then turned his gaze back to the 2-headed ice and fire snake next to him. What the heck? Why does this snake have 2 heads? He was directly scared silly. He had seen 100 or 80 more demonic beasts, but it was the first time he had seen a snake with 2 heads. An inexplicable feeling of fear surged through him. The next few juniors were also directly dumbfounded when they saw it, straightening up and not being able to say a word. Seeing the uninvited guests coming here, Lang Yueyao's eyebrows slightly frowned and her words were a bit icy. I can't believe these guys are chasing us all the way here. You guys have been following me? Tai Hung instantly felt sweaty and laughed. Oh, of course not. We just happened to be passing through here. Don't you think? He immediately gave a wink to his sidekick. The little brother next to him understood, then nodded his head furiously. Yes, we were just passing by and interrupting. After saying that, a few of them just wanted to turn around and leave, but they realized that the Xian Ice Jiao had appeared behind them at some point. Lang Yueyao said indifferently, I don't think it's a coincidence, but it's deliberate. Is that how much you guys want these materials I have? Tai Hung immediately shook his head. Oh, of course not. This is just a misunderstanding. Jiang Nian, who heard this, couldn't help but barf. Che, I was originally thinking of sparing your lives, but you guys are looking for death yourselves, so it's not my fault. Jiang Nian turned to look at the 2-headed ice fire snake beside him. I'll leave these guys to you. The 2-headed ice and fire snake nodded and arrived in front of Tai Hung with a leap. Tai Hung subconsciously summoned his spirit beast from the Imperial Beast space and even wanted to fight to the death. It was a lion with a golden light emanating from its body, and it was considered a rare class. But rare-level spirit beasts were no different from bugs in front of the 2-headed ice fire snake. Just seeing it roar, the terrifying pressure directly shook that spirit beast into pieces of meat. Immediately, it swept its tail in a sweeping motion, directly blasting Tai Hung and the others into a bloody mist, not even leaving their bodies behind. Lang Yueyao could only shake her head helplessly at this. Hey, too much greed won't do you any good. Xiao Yao, let's go. Jiang Nian nodded and waved his hand at the Xian Bing Jiao. Go back, work hard. I'll come back again sometime. Yes, elder. Just like that, it took Lang Yueyao and the girls half an hour to leave the initial forest. After taking stock of the materials, he headed to the Imperial Beastmaster Guild without stopping. It had only been an hour and a half since she had taken on the task and completed it. The first time Lang Yueyao entered the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, she attracted the attention of the receptionist lady and the crowd. The crowd immediately murmured after glancing at her. You guys see? That's her. She's the one who said that she'll be able to finish the Junior Beast Sentinel in 5 hours. Holy, it hasn't even been 5 hours and she's not done already, is she? The crowd next to her immediately gave her a blank look when they heard this. What are you thinking, 5 hours? You can't finish it in 5 days. In my opinion, she's back to delay the date. Under the low murmurs of the crowd, Lang Yueyao arrived at the front desk. The receptionist was also stunned. How come you're back so soon? Excuse me, are you? Just halfway through her words, Lang Yueyao took out all the materials and spread them on the table. Please check these materials. Looking at the table full of materials, the receptionist was confused. This material. May I ask what's wrong with this material? Lang Yueyao was puzzled. The receptionist shook her head, then hurriedly checked. As she examined it, the expression on her face became even more shocked, because not only are these materials free of problems, they are of the highest quality. There is nothing wrong with these materials. Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and said, Then may I ask if I can get my Junior Beastmaster badge today? The receptionist immediately changed her attitude to one of respect. Of course. Please wait here for 5 minutes. Saying that, he put those materials away and went to the backstage. The crowd watching from the sidelines was stunned. No, really gather all the materials? It doesn't make sense. It hasn't even been 5 hours yet. At once, the Imperial Beastmaster Guild, which had just been in a state of discussion, now became quiet all of a sudden. It wasn't until 5 minutes had passed that the front desk lady brought out the Junior Imperial Beast Master's badge. Here is your Junior Sentinel badge. Lung Yueyao went up to inspect it and left the place after thanking the receptionist. Thanks. Only after she left did the crowd rush to the front desk to inquire. No, those materials are really okay? The receptionist nodded, the shocked look on the stage not fading now. No, that's right. Hearing this, the crowd immediately deduced Lung Yueyao's identity. I go, who exactly is the woman? Spirit Abyss City actually has such a figure. 9 times out of 10. Such a genius is either from one of those academies or a family descendant. This is more than a genius. This is simply a demon. At that moment, the receptionist dialed a phone number. Hey President, I have something here that I need to report to you. Getting the Junior Imperial Beast Master's badge to come, Lung Yueyao returned to the Nine Heavens Academy. She proudly showed off her badge in front of Kong Nim. Hee hee. Look Xiao Yao. I'm now a Junior Imperial Beast Master. Xiao Yao, there are still about 15 days until the opening of the ancient battlefield, and the 10,000 Beasts mountain range is still far away from the school, so let's leave tomorrow. The reason why she was in a hurry to get this Junior Beastmaster badge was precisely to prepare for her trip to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Jiang Nian nodded and couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. Hey, it's time to go away again. I'm getting tired of staying inside this academy, so it's just right to go outside and take a stroll. Lung Yueyao smiled. Good. Then rest early today. Tomorrow I'll talk to the dean and then we'll head out. Then, Lung Yueyao packed up the equipment and food, etc. that she was going to take with her when she went out, and then she snuggled up to Jiang Nian and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lung Yueyao gently hugged Shinran. Ran, I'm leaving, you have to cheer up. Gladly. She nodded, a little tear glistening in her eye. Yu Yao, be careful. Although she wanted to follow along, she was not strong enough, so going would only add to the chaos. After the two said some goodbyes, Lung Yueyao came to Wu Lin's office. Dean, I'm ready to leave for the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Chapter 82, Departure, going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Hearing this, Wu Lin directly stood up from his seat. What? This is too sudden. Yu Yao, you really think about it? Lung Yueyao nodded her head heavily. Her eyes were resolute. That's right. The 10,000 Beasts mountain range and the ancient battlefield are both very good places to experience. I want to go and experience. And there are still 3 months to go. It's the 4 courts competition. I want to improve my strength some more. The time schedule was a bit rushed, but she felt adequate. Seeing Lung Yueyao's resolute eyes, Wu Lin couldn't say anything else. Hey, if you say so. He then took a fine map out of his pocket. Yu Yao, take this map. I've already marked the map above. The road with the red line drawn on it is the fastest way to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. When you go out to practice, you must be careful of everything. Wu Lin couldn't help but remind a couple more times. The environment outside isn't like Spirit Abyss City. It's still very chaotic. There are those evil beast masters who will specialize in snatching spirit beasts from other people's hands. Be sure to pay attention. Lung Yueyao nodded, secretly keeping these words in her mind. Don't worry, Dean, I understand. Wu Lin nodded and said, AI, it's a pity that Zhang Chun and the others left the academy a step ahead of schedule. Or else they could have brought you along with them, which would have put my mind at ease. It's okay. Dean, it'll be fine. Lung Yueyao smiled, then bid farewell to Wu Lin and left the Nine Heavens Academy. Wu Lin saw Lung Yueyao's departing back from the second-floor window and murmured in his heart. AI girl, the world outside is too treacherous, but I'm much more at ease if I have this little guy to protect me. The only point he was worried about was that those people would recognize Jiang Nian's identity as a Dragon Clan member. No! The moment he thought of this, Wu Lin dialed a number. I have something I need you to do. After Lung Yueyao left the Nine Heavens Academy, a black-clothed man at the corner immediately ran back to the Su family after seeing it. Family Master, that woman has now left the Nine Heavens Academy. This is the best time for us to strike. Su Wonhan crushed the walnuts in his hand with a ferocious glint in his eyes. Humph. Finally this day has come. Go ahead and tell a couple of guys to bring back that woman's head in 7 days. If they can't do it, they don't come back. Yes. The man in black nodded and retreated. After leaving the Nine Heavens Academy, Lung Yueyao bought some more supplies when she passed by the store. as well as some essential things for the wild. Because she had the Junior Sentinel badge on her chest, she got a discount on everything she bought. After everything was ready, she then left Spirit Abyss City. Xiao Yao, it's going to be hard for you on this journey. Jiang Yan heatedly smiled in his heart and comfortably lay in Lang Yueyao's arms, feeling the faint body fragrance of the young girl's body as well as the softness of her chest. And so the two went on all the way from the avenue to the trail. In fact, she could have let Jiang Yan grow bigger along the way and then fly directly to the vicinity of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. But she didn't do that, and her main purpose was to protect Kong Yan. If the guys with bad intentions recognized Jiang Yan as a dragon, it might not be alone. By then, it could be thousands or tens of thousands or even more. Lang Yueyao just followed the map all the way forward. The small path turned into a big avenue, from the surrounding from empty, also turned into having bustling crowds passing by. Looking at the familiar road under her feet, Lang Yueyao's thoughts instantly hooked back to the past. This is... After not walking for a while, they came to a county road. This county was not as big as Spirit Abyss City at first glance, only a quarter of it to be exact. But the moment she saw this county town, Lang Yueyao stayed in place all of a sudden, memories flooding in like a tidal wave. I didn't expect to be back in this place again. Seeing Lang Yueyao's stagnant appearance, Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled, then pinched her cheeks. Why? Isn't it just a county? Seeing Jiang Yan's puzzled little eyes, Lang Yueyao smiled faintly and explained in a somewhat low voice. Yoshi, you don't know it yet, do you? That's my house. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was shocked. Ha! Lang Yueyao smiled bitterly and explained as she walked forward. Xiao Yao, it might be a bit complicated to say, so I'll explain it to you as we walk. It turned out that Lang Yueyao's family was not rich, and although her parents contracted a rare-level spirit beast, they had damaged their meridians due to an accidental injury. The strength is not as good as it used to be, and it has left some residual effects. There was no way around it, so the two of them could only switch to opening a store specializing in selling spirit beast food. But after all, it was in the middle of a small county, and business had been bad. Lang Yueyao's brother could have gone to enter the Imperial Beast Academy to study like a normal person. But because the family had no money, they could only pay for one person to go to school. So instead, he gave the opportunity to Lang Yueyao, while he himself stayed in the store to help. After hearing Lang Yueyao recount the situation at home, Jiang Yan fell into deep thought. Lang Yueyao, on the other hand, fell into some memories of her past life. In her previous life, her family had treated her very well, even going so far as to take out the family's entire expenses to allow her to study at the Imperial Beast Academy. But after entering the Imperial Beast Academy, she took her family's living expenses and practiced martial arts. The result was that, in the end, the path of martial arts was cultivated to the end, and all failed to break through. In the end, everything is empty. She took a deep breath and made up her mind. I couldn't repay your kindness in my past life, so let's do it in this one. She did owe this family so much. Come on you. It's on the way after all. Let's just go back and take a look. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. He was also very eager to see what little Yo-Yo's home was really like. At that moment, a two-headed snake slithered out of Jiang Yan's shoulder. I've been to this place before, eh? Jiang Yan was surprised. Huh? Did that guy Su Yang bring you here? The two-headed snake nodded its little head. Yes, brother Yu. That guy seems to be somewhat involved with some of the people here, but I don't know their identities. I only remember their looks, so if I were to come across them, I'm sure I'd recognize them. Hearing this, Jiang Yan nodded thoughtfully. In that case, the Su family's hand has stretched out really long. In this way, Lang Yueyao carried Jiang Yan into Ping'an County town, in a small alleyway store. Lang Yueyao's mother, Hao Yu, and her father, Lang Tianzhong, were greeting the guests who had come to buy food for the spirit beasts. For some reason, there were a lot more customers today than usual, which made the two happy. Lang Yueyao's brother Ling Bin is hard at work in the background helping to make food. Just then, a middle-aged man with a snake tattoo on his arm came staggering forward with a group of minions. Out of the way, all of you. Chapter 83. Screaming? A slap in the face. Get out of the way, all of you. Can't you see someone's coming? The psychic saw this and immediately rushed forward to drive away the crowd of meat buyers. The crowd was furious and turned around and just wanted to get angry. I was immediately dumbfounded when I saw the tattoo on the man's arm. Viper Gang. The Viper gang was large and had snake tattoos on most of their arms. They were considered infamous and powerful amongst this peaceful city, and generally no one would easily mess with them. And this Viper gang's daily business is to collect protection money from street vendors. Nominally, it's protection money, but it only has the last word. Seeing the Viper gang's crowd come looking for trouble, the crowd immediately flashed out a position. We can't afford to mess with the Viper gang. Forget it. It's not coming after us anyway. The crowd that bought the meat was scared and dispersed, and the spirit beast stall that was still bustling just a moment ago was now empty. Hao Yu's heart went cold when he saw the Viper gang's people come looking for trouble. Crap. Why are these guys here again? The small leader who led the group was so arrogant that he stomped on the stall selling food. Time to pay protection money. As soon as he heard the words protection fee, Lung Tianzhong's face immediately sank. But didn't we turn in the other day? Poison Tooth was happy, revealing that mouth full of big yellow teeth. Hey, the other day is the other day. Today is today. We ate yesterday. Are we still eating today, huh? Lung Tianzhong. You. He clenched his fists tightly and tried to stand up, but he was pulled back by Hao Yu. Forget it. Give them the money. The Viper gang is so powerful. We can't afford to mess with them. Lung Bin, who was in the kitchen, rushed out with a kitchen knife after seeing the Viper gang come looking for trouble. Mom, they're being downright bullying. Paying protection money every day, are we still living? Venomous Tooth skimmed his mouth with great disdain, and the little brother beside him made a wink. The minions next to him also laughed hideously when they saw this, and immediately surrounded them. Not only that, they had also summoned their respective spirit beasts to wait by their side all the time to watch intently. That's your business, I don't care. All I know is that if you guys don't hand over the money today, you won't have to open this booth ever again. Deception is too much. The more Longbin thought about it, the more angry he became, picking up the kitchen knife in his hand to fight with Tooth. Yeehaw, you've got a temper for a ing punk. Poison Tooth let out a laugh and immediately summoned his spirit animal. It was an epic spirit beast, a hellish three-headed dog. As soon as it appeared, the powerful pressure it released left Hao Yu and the others breathless. Lung Tianzhong just wanted to summon his spirit beasts from the Imperial Beast Space to fight, but the sharp pain coming from his arm made him give up on that idea. Even if it's summoned, so what? It's a hellish three-headed dog on the other side. It was fine if he was injured himself, but he definitely couldn't let the spirit beasts get hurt again. Pay up and be done with it, understand? Or else starting today, this Thai store won't need to be open anymore. Bam! After saying that, Venomous Tooth kicked the stall in front of him and flipped it over. Just then, Lung Yueyao appeared in the doorway. When she saw the store filled with people, she immediately guessed that something must have happened inside the house. Xiao Yao, something happened at home. Zhang Nian sat up straight after a jolt. Hey, there's even someone who dares to look for trouble. It's just as well. I haven't moved my muscles today. I'll see which ones are the ones who don't open their eyes. Lung Yueyao took a deep breath and squeezed through the crowd of onlookers before rushing into her home. Mom! Seeing that Lung Yueyao had suddenly returned home, the three of them, Hao Yu, were stunned. How did Yu Yao suddenly come back at this time? This girl, Yu Yao. Lung Tianzhong immediately shouted at the top of his voice, Yueyao, hurry up! But as soon as he said this, the people from Viper blocked the doorway. Yo, what a beautiful person. Lung Tianzhong, what a surprise. You actually have such a beautiful daughter. Upon seeing Lung Yueyao's stunningly beautiful appearance, as well as her delicate figure, a touch of evil fire immediately surfaced in Poison Tooth's heart. Damn, I didn't think this Thai place would have this kind of superb product. Hey, this is really profitable. As soon as he thought of this, he hurriedly coughed twice and looked up and down on Lung Yueyao's body with a lewd gaze. Tell you what, let your daughter stay with me for 3 days, and you don't have to pay today's protection fee. Lung Tianzhong gritted his teeth in death, already on the verge of exploding. Tooth, you, don't go too far. This is absolutely impossible. Damn it. Even if I die today, I can't let this scum take Yu Yao. Lung Bin's thoughts at this time are also the same. His hands dead grip that kitchen knife. If this really dares to make a move, even if I spell out this life, I must protect Yu Yao. Seeing Lung Tianzhong's several people in this death-defying manner, Poison Fong became more and more excited. Hey, a family of losers. You guys, get up there and get them under control. I'm gonna play his daughter right in front of him. Hey, it's the boss. A few junior brothers wiped their lips before their gazes left Lang Yueyao's body. But just as they had taken a step and were about to make a move, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The invisible pressure released from within Jiang Nian's body prevented them from moving halfway. Venomous Tooth cursed angrily. What the are you guys still standing there for? Don't go up and do it yet. Old boss, no. I don't know what's going on. My body suddenly can't move. Yeah, me too. At this time, Jiang Nian patted Lang Yueyao's shoulder. Lang Yueyao lightly nodded her head. This is mom and dad's store after all. Don't get it dirty. The dragon's mouth grinned crookedly when Jiang Nian smiled. Hey, just what I need. He slowly flew down from Lang Yueyao's shoulder and arrived in front of those juniors. A bunch of scum. How dare they clamor in front of little master with this much strength? When they saw Jiang Nian, the eyes of the group of juniors went straight. No, what the kind of spirit beast is this? How the should I know? This spirit beast looks like nothing I've ever seen before. Don't just stand there, do it. Numerous minions saw this and immediately ordered their spirit beasts to attack. But those spirit beasts had long since been scared by Jiang Nian's pressure and their limbs went limp on the ground. Jiang Nian, still thinking of doing it? Jiang Nian skimmed his dragon's mouth and let out a dragon roar at the few people in front of him. Roar! This dragon roared out. And just in a single glance the bodies of those few juniors directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even the spirit beasts next to them were not spared, and similarly exploded into a bloody mist, with no bones left. Immediately after that, Jiang Nian's dragon claw swung, waving those blood mists directly away. The few people who were arrogant a moment ago were now corpses and bones. Seeing this scene, everyone present except Lang Yueyao were dumbfounded. Chapter 84, Cozy at Home. Just now, what exactly happened just now? How Yu's entire body froze directly in place, not coming back to his senses for a while. Lung Tianzhong and Ling Bin were likewise the same. They only felt their scalps numb and their bodies inexplicably cold. An inexplicable feeling of fear instantly came over him. Anymore, those spirit beasts in the hands of poisonous teeth are all rare grade. How come it's just gone? Just yell? What kind of spirit beast is this? Yu Yao. This is your spirit beast? Lung Tianzhong asked incredulously. Lung Yueyao smiled and nodded, a long-lost smile on her face. That's right, he's my spirit beast called Xiao Yao. Yueyao. These guys are from the Viper Gang. They have a huge power. They can't be messed with. How you pulled Lung Yueyao back. Then said worriedly. It's okay, Mom. None of them will be able to get out today. Lung Yueyao smiled faintly and comforted. At this moment, seeing the many minions being casually killed in seconds, Poison Tooth's entire body was directly dumbfounded. Heck, what the hell are you? After being shocked in his heart for a while, Poisonous Tooth gave the order to attack to the hell's three-headed dog next to him. Go on. Get this thing for me. Roar. The three-headed dog of hell roared and lunged towards Jiang Nian. Perhaps out of ignorance or perhaps out of fear, Tooth actually didn't use any of his skills. Looking at the hellish three-headed dog that rushed over, Jiang Nian skimmed his dragon mouth. Partial giganticization. After giganticizing his right claw, he slapped his claw towards the three-headed dog of hell. Tooth wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his inexplicable confidence made him sneer. It's useless. My hell's three-headed dog has a terrifyingly strong defense. With these little unknown moves of yours, you can't even break its defense. However, just as Poison Tooth finished his words, as Jiang Nian's dragon claw fell, the three hellish three-headed dogs were directly slapped hard into the ground. All the bones in its body shattered and it lost its breath on the spot. Seeing his strongest spirit beast being slapped to death, Poison Tooth was directly confused. His face instantly faded from blood color, as white as paper, cold sweat seeping out from the corners of his forehead. His legs constantly trembling, and he almost directly knelt on the ground. What the are you? Jiang Nian did not reply, just slowly flew toward him. What do you want? I'm a member of the Viper Gang. If you dare to touch me, the people of the Viper Gang won't let you go. He said this to both Jiang Nian and Lang Yueyao behind him.
Lang Yueyao, Viper Gang?
That's right, if you dare to touch me, our gang master won't let you go. Seeing that Lang Yueyao froze for a moment, Tooth finally let out a long breath. Luckily, the gang leader was wise enough to get the gang's reputation down early, but before he could relax for long, Lung Yueyao's next words caused his expression to freeze directly. The Viper Gang, is that something? Tooth. You. His words to the edge of the mouth has not yet spoken. Was Jiang Nian a roar to the shock of the soul? Scattered burst into a cloud of blood mist. Tooth. Just die. Che. I don't care what kind of Viper Gang or Wolf Fong Gang you are. If you dare to upset little Yao Yao, you'll all be destroyed. Jiang Nian disdainfully patted the dragon's claw. As for why he hadn't disposed of the corpse of the hell's three-headed dog on the ground, it was because he wanted to taste whether or not this guy's meat was good to eat. Seeing Tooth and the others all die in less than a minute, Hao Yu's head was horribly messed up. Yu Yao, this. Lung Bin didn't care so much, rushed forward and hugged Lang Yueyao fiercely. Xiao Yao, aren't you at the Imperial Beast Academy? Why did you suddenly come back? Haha, I was specially authorized to practice outside, so I just happened to come back to take a look. Lung Yueyao laughed softly. In that case, is school life okay? Is there anyone bullying you? Lung Bin asked worriedly. Lung Yueyao shook her head. It won't be, everyone is fine. Hao Yu pushed Lung Tianzhong next to him and said, Kid's father, clean up this place. We won't open the door today. Okay. Lung Tianzhong nodded in the afternoon, and his heart was also very happy. However, he was stumped when he saw the corpse of the three-headed dog on the ground. Here, what do we do with this guy's body? Dad. Make it into a delicious grilled pork chop. Little Yao likes it better. Lung Yueyao laughed. Hearing these words, Lung Tianzhong actually cried and laughed a little for a moment. Making epic spirit beasts into meat steaks was the first time he had done so. Those meat steaks in his own store were at most rare-level ferocious beasts. Epic-level ones had never really been made, much less tasted. All right, no problem. Lung Tianzhong grinned and carried the corpse of the three-headed dog to the back kitchen. Hao Yu, on the other hand, pulled Lung Yueyao's hand back into the room. Yu Yao, quickly let Mom see if you've lost weight. Mom, the food at school is great. Lung Yueyao smiled. While they were chatting, Jiang Nian wandered around the inside of the house with the two-headed snake. The rooms were small, just big enough for 4 people, and the individual rooms were crowded, almost filling the floor with not a spare space anywhere. Seeing Jiang Nian, who was bouncing lively inside the room, Lung Bin asked curiously, Xiao Yao, what type of spirit beast is this? Why have I never seen it before? Hey, Bin, I told you can't talk nonsense. Lung Bin also laughed. That goes without saying. It's not like you don't know how strict your brother's mouth is. After thinking for a moment, Lung Yueyao informed Lung Bin of Jiang Nian's identity. She had nothing to hide from her dearest family. Xiao Yao is a dragon race-o. Hao Yu, dragons. Lung Bin, dragons? Upon hearing the words dragon race, the pupils of Hao Yu and the two of them shook slightly, their eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Yao, you didn't lie to brother, did you? This little guy is really a dragon race. He once again glanced at Jiang Nian next to him. Lung Yueyao smiled. Of course not. Xiao Yao is a real dragon race. Even though Lung Yueyao had made it very clear, it was not hard to tell from the eyes of the two that there was still so much disbelief. After all, it's still too hard to believe for an unusual family. Dragons. Ah, that's a legendary level spirit beast. How you let out a laugh and didn't chat too much about the topic on Jiang Nian's body. Slowly returning to Lang Yueyao. Oh. Tell Mom about how your life amongst the academy was during this time. At this time, in the Viper Gang. Viper, the leader of the Viper Gang, had his left arm wrapped around the delicate woman, while his right hand was resting on another woman's body. Damn. Let that guy Venom Tooth go collect a bill. Why are you so abrasive? Oh. Don't worry, Gang Master. There will definitely be no mistakes. Viper glanced at him before delivering a leg kick. Off, use your ing wine, of course I know. I am the sky in this Ping'an County. Who the hell dares to touch our Viper Gang's people? However, as soon as he finished his arrogant words, a Viper Gang Jr. immediately ran in with a roll. Old boss, it's bad. Chapter 85. The Viper Gang comes to the door, using power to oppress. Old. Something's happened to the boss. Something big. A stuttering junior fled through the door in a roll. Seeing this junior's panicked appearance, Viper was a bit offended and picked up the fruit plate on the table and smashed it directly at him. Didn't I tell you guys not to panic when things go wrong? With me sitting here, you guys are panicking. Say, what happened? The stuttering junior only came back to his senses after Viper chided him a few times, then stammered. Boss, Tooth is dead. Today I followed Tooth to collect a bill, then I went to the restroom, and when I came back again it was, saw him get slapped to death by an unknown type of spirit beast inside that store. As soon as they heard this, the Viper gang's crowd immediately couldn't sit still. Viper even rose straight from his seat. What did you say? Tooth is dead. The stuttering junior nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I saw him die with my own eyes. Didn't even leave a body. Bull you. Poison Tooth has an epic spirit beast. The stuttering man continued. Old boss, I really wasn't joking. I still remember the name of that store now. You, just go over there and see. While they're dealing with it now. Seeing the stuttering junior panic, Viper gradually calmed down. If I find out you're bolting, I'll throw you inside the snake cave. Go. Take the brothers and go check it out. Yes. The second in command next to him nodded and immediately went to greet the rest of the Viper gang. After 10 minutes or so, most of the Viper gang's minions had all converged here. Let's go. I'd like to see which one who is not afraid of death dares to touch my Viper gang's people. After saying that, Viper led the people in a vast procession towards Hao Yu's family store. At the same time, Hao Yu suddenly sensed something. His heart flustered and then became very uneasy. Yu Yao, you killed the Viper gang's men. They'll come looking for trouble soon. Mom, hurry up and get you out of the county while there's still time. After saying that, Hao Yu hurriedly pulled up Lung Yueyao, who was on the side. Lung Bin gritted his teeth at this time, then slammed the table fiercely. AI, those guys are simply too deceitful. If it weren't for the fact that I don't know how to control beasts, I would have fought them. Hao Yu was already anxious at this time. Yu Yao, the leader of the Viper gang, is a ruthless heart. You'd better take the spirit beast and leave quickly. That guy is greedy for money. Maybe we give him some money for this thing. But before Hao Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lang Yueyao in one gulp. Mom, don't worry. I'll protect you. Besides, I killed someone from the Viper gang. That's not something that can be leveled with some money. Don't worry, if they dare to come, I'll make sure they have no return. After saying that, he smiled faintly and gently patted little Yao in his arms. Jiang Nian grinned his dragon's mouth and immediately became energized. Don't worry, leave it to me. And just then, the closed store door was kicked open. Bam! Where are the people? Where are the people from this store? Hurry up and get your ass out here. Viper's men yelled. Hearing this voice, Hao Yu's face instantly turned white. Yu Yao, the Viper gang is coming. Quick, hide. Mom, don't be afraid. Leave it to me and Xiao Yao. Lung Yueyao smiled, her eyes full of confidence, holding Jiang Nian, and walked out. At this time, Lung Tianzhong, who heard the commotion in the back kitchen, took one of the legs of the hell three-headed dog and hurriedly walked out of the kitchen. Old boss, look at that guy's hands. He's holding, like a leg of a three-headed dog. Viper took a closer look. Hey, it's kinda ed up. How did this loser, Tooth, die at the hands of this cook? When he thought of this, he took large steps towards Lung Tianzhong. You're the one who killed my men? The Viper gang was infamous, and he instantly recognized the leading man as the gang leader, Viper. Damn, this group really came to the door after all. No, we can't let them know that Yu Yao killed Tooth. Thinking of this cruel style of Viper, Lung Tianzhong gritted his teeth and said, So what if it's me? Seeing Lung Tianzhong admit it, not only did the Viper not get angry, but instead, he smiled sinisterly. Yeehaw, how dare you admit it? Fine. Then kill everyone in this family. Don't leave anyone alive. He immediately gave a wink to his sidekick. Lung Tianzhong was in a hurry. Wait, I killed the man. It's none of my family's business. Viper bristled. I don't give a damn about that. Kill them all and leave no one behind. As the men next to him were about to enter the room and search it, they only saw a dragon roar suddenly coming out of the room. Roar! This terrifying roar immediately shook a large hole in the wall, and along with those juniors who were preparing to enter the room, they all exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing his little brother die in front of his eyes, Viper was dumbfounded for a moment. Mother, killing my men in front of me. Who is it? Get out here. After he finished these words, Lung Yueyao walked out of the room unhurriedly with Jiang Nian in her arms. Seeing Lung Yueyao for a split second, Viper's eyes went straight. He had played with 180 women in Ping'an County, but he hadn't seen such a superb one. Tisk, TSK. This face, this body, chick. I've got my eye on you, big man. Lung Yueyao's eyes gradually became cold. You're the leader of the Viper gang? The Viper raised its head in an arrogant manner. Little girl, since you've heard of this master's name, why don't you hurry over here? Tell you what, if you serve me well, I'll even consider releasing your parents. Seeing his lewd smile and mouth full of big yellow teeth, Jiang Nian directly couldn't tense up. Looking for death, huh? After passing a glance with Lung Yueyao, he flew directly in front of the many juniors of the Viper gang. Just in time. Today this dragon will do the people a favor and exterminate you scumbags. Those juniors of the Viper gang naturally didn't know about Jiang Nian's identity as a dragon clan member and were still mocking. No, it's just a little nub. It's a spirit animal? Che, what a piece of crap. I'll show you mine. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the Viper gang's juniors summoned their spirit beasts from the Imperial Beast space. That number turned out to be a full 50. One of the large-sized spirit beasts even lifted the roof of the entire room. The entire store was immediately reduced to rubble. Chick, see, this is a real spirit beast. What's that thing of yours? I advise you to surrender to our boss quickly, or else your entire family will die.